Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. My name is Thomas Hunt, and the price of Bitcoin is 27,519. That's down 1.55% in the last 24 hours, with a high of 27,953 and a low of 27,309. But we're not here today to talk to you about Bitcoin. Today, we're here to talk to you about Curio cards. Yes, Curio cards were released on this day 6 years ago. Curio cards were the first art show NFTs on Ethereum. They were before the ERC 720 standard, before CryptoPunks, and before Crypto Kitties. The sixth anniversary gift is traditionally iron, so it suggests that you could send us an appliance or cookware. We know that will be very heavy, but we appreciate the gift. The sixth anniversary is iron. Curio cards are currently being sold on the OpenSea marketplace, where there are 31 unique Curio cards. That's the 30 original cards, including the 17B misprint. It was a contract that went bad. There are 19,000.8 Curio cards currently being sold on the marketplace. The creator earnings are still 1%. There are over 40,382 Ethereum's worth of volume on Curio cards. The floor price is 0.12 Ethereum. They say they're 100% listed. There are 4,966 owners of Curio cards. That's 25% unique ownership. And now, without any further ado, let's take a look back at the history of Curio cards. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Join the NFTV mailing list for the sickest drops. Good morning, Bitcoin. We're back with Adam McBride from the Adam McBride Show, and we're talking NFTs. How's it going, Adam?
That's great, man.
So, Adam, just really generally, how did you get into NFTs?
It's I've been into crypto since I first heard of Bitcoin. The first time I heard about it, I was just captivated, and although unfortunately I didn't buy any at the time, and a lot of people say, "Oh, you should have bought some." You know what? The technical aspects of buying and trading and stuff like that at that time were really prohibitive, and so I've been following crypto since I don't even know 2014, 2013, somewhere around then, and got into the ICO space a little bit. Really thought about doing something with ICOs. Made coins back in the day. I don't know when that was. Went through the whole process, but didn't know what to do with it. And when the NFTs started popping on my radar, I don't know, 6 months ago, I was like, "Oh, this is interesting," because I got it right away. The idea of ownership and the transferability of ownership and how people can take different cuts at different points and all these sort of things made a lot of sense to me. Not only for the current state of NFTs, which is basically everybody says NFTs and they think about art, but my brain instantly goes to other things. And so I'm fascinated by the art project and art part of it. And around January, I started getting into the art aspect of it. Um, but I think it's so much more. I think it's so much more.
You had a background in crypto, but you hadn't bought any Bitcoin yet. So are you pretty much saying like your first purchase was an NFT? Did you buy Ethereum to get an NFT? What was the NFT?
I went down that rabbit hole. Yes. Yep. The answer is yes and yes. And actually, the way I actually got started and was forced to, install the wallets and do all that sort of stuff was a guy I know on Twitter put out a tweet and said, "Hey, can somebody do an NFT for me?" Like he wanted to give away some of his album art or albums and to raise money for St. Jude's Children's Center. And that was like 7 in the morning on a Friday or something. And I'm sitting around and I go, "I'll do it." I like commented 2 seconds. I was like, "I'll do it." And just because sometimes I have to get going in some way. And so when I see that sort of opportunity where somebody needed my help or needed help, like I had no idea how to do it, right? But I knew I could figure it out. And so that got me going down the road. And that was literally that day I, minted an NFT and
So you
passed it
didn't have the accounts. You had to go to some
zero.
website, set them up. You had the
Zero.
asset. You had the image or the album art. What'd you
Exactly.
count? What website did you go to? What'd you set up? Did
So
you try
like that
multiple
one, I did
ones
it
or?
for him on OpenSea. So basically, I created a MetaMask for him. Went to OpenSea. Learned how to use at that time the IPFS. So because I realized, oh well, where am I going to store the work? He had it like in Dropbox, and I recognize immediately the disadvantages of having that because if he deletes his Dropbox account or it gets hacked or something like this, I realized that file, which in theory you're selling and as part of that NFT, can go away, right? So then I invested. I heard a little bit about this IPFS, but I never looked into it. So I looked into it. I went on to what's it, Pinata, and set up an account there. Learned how to do that. So just learn. It took me about a day to get it all set up and said, here you go, man. Here it is, right?
So
And
this is fantastic. This is really like gold medal NFT on your first try. It has the IPFS, you're backing up the images, and
yep,
it has album art, has a music interest, and your friend was doing it for St. Jude's charity. So this is really,
exactly.
you really came out of the gate here with a winner. What happened next? How did the market react to this obvious
Well,
piece of
he
value?
raised
Yeah.
actually as I was doing it, another guy was doing it as well for him. So he had multiple people working on it at the same time. I think he raised like 3 grand in that day.
That's
Which
fantastic. I mean,
which
that's
is
not
great.
bad at all. I mean, I used to, we used to do little Bitcoin fundraisers and we'd beg for a couple $100. So 3 grand in a day is
Yeah,
is great. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, for me, it's never well. I do so much stuff for no money. Like 90% of what I do is for free or no money or trying stuff. Um, and everybody's asking, what, did you make any money on that? Are you making any money? And I don't, my brain doesn't work that way for whatever reason. I don't know why. To my own detriment, probably. If I was better organized or better able to focus on the money aspect, I'm sure I'd be better off. But I'm just not, for whatever reason, I just like to do stuff that interests me. And when I see something like that, it super interests me. Not on It wasn't even about St. Jude's or him or anything. It was just about this is a step that I recognize this is a step to do that the vast majority of people will never do. So then I instantly know more than 90% of the people on the planet, right? And then I do another step and I know more than, like right now, I have, you know, my brother and his friends who are in finance and stuff. I'm talking to them about NFTs. I'm talking to them about Ethereum. Like they have no idea what Ethereum, like they have no idea how to even buy it, how to store it, what to do. So I'm walking people down these paths, which I really enjoy doing that sort of stuff. So it's
It's
all just
very
about
much like the Wizard of Oz. No one gives you the, oh, you are the one to talk about Bitcoin. You are the one to talk about NFTs. No, it's you had the courage all along and you had the information. It was you all along. So I think it's
yeah,
great that you're volunteering to do this because just like Bitcoin Talk and all the other spaces, it's an open space. You put your card out, you want to talk about NFTs, you get a little knowledge like you did to make your first project and you're off to the races. You can make
yep,
as big a speech or as small a speech as you want at any kind of location and support a project or whatever you choose to do with it. So I think it's a great way to get involved in things. And
yeah,
I wish more people were branching out into their hobbies like that. So many people would just watch it go by. They wouldn't, see like you did. This was the chance, the opportunity to try it out, to have a real
sure,
world project, to jump into it. I remember when they were trying to teach me computer programming, I was like, this is nonsense. I don't know what this is for. Why am I putting numbers in and out of an array? I don't care about your numbers. But a couple of years later, I wanted to have a blog. And a blog was a PHP MySQL database thing at the time. And a friend of mine showed me a basic thing. And I learned from there and I had no
yeah,
problem doing it when I had the goal of wanting to make a blog, when I wanted to make a movie database and I had all this stuff. I was like, oh, that's why you would sort the database this way. That's why you would store the files this way, that kind of thing. So it is
exactly.
very
That's
much about
exactly
doing.
it. And I encourage anybody who's like, well, I'll never really learn this or that. It's like, you know what? There are the experts in this, and what I've learned in almost every space. have just a little bit more information than you. It's usually not a massive canyon that can't be crossed in a few months of with concerted effort. And concerted effort meaning you are interested in learning it. That's the way I look at it. And I've learned all sorts of stuff. We can go as far down the rabbit hole as you want of trying to find lost NFTs and all this sort of stuff. I've gone down that rabbit hole where now I can interact with contracts and figure out how to interact with contracts that you're supposedly not to be you can't interact with, and do all this sort of stuff. And I've learned that just from interest, right? And reaching out to people and other people saying, oh, you got to do this, oh, you got to do that, and you learn all this stuff along the way. And it's so, for me, it's super interesting, and the space is so exciting. I mean, it's just, I couldn't be more pumped, not only about the NFT space but the whole crypto space.
Yes, learning is all about trying and failing and being able to come back. And most people aren't ready for that. And also with the internet, when you fail, sometimes you have to fail publicly and you have to take it on the back. And you're like, yeah, I was wrong about this and it went the other way. And I'm sorry, guys. And you just keep moving and keep doing the things that brought you to it in the first place. So after you made your first NFT, where did you go from there? Did you become a collector? Did you become a creator? You have a more artist that you worked with? What kind of things did you do?
Well, what I did after that, basically, other than just kind of messing around and seeing how OpenSea works, because I think OpenSea for me, for most people, is the place where most people can easily access it. Meaning, minting an NFT on OpenSea is super easy. You could literally take a family photo and mint it as an NFT in 10 minutes on OpenSea. The people there, when I had issues or whatever, were very available on Twitter, so I was able to like talk to people, which was helpful. And so so after that, I said, well, I have a YouTube channel, and I said, well, you know what I want to do, like where I see NFTs going, are not just in the art space, but in the ownership in general, ownership of everything. And the way I put it to like my brother or people who are interested, I say, look, imagine you want to buy a beach house, but you don't have $2 million. You have $1 million to invest in a beach house, but you don't have two, but you want the 200 or the $2 million beach house. What if you could immediately access people all over the world who also want a part of that beach house, to take ownership in it financially? And you can take some of your risk off the table, and they can invest risk in that beach house with the potential of a payoff when that beach house sells. I'm like, this is the potential of NFTs, right? To make that transaction seamless without a bank or without an intermediary. Like for me, this is like at the base, like simplest case I can describe to somebody. That's the one I describe, because most people can understand that transactionally. They don't know how it would work. Like that seems complex and stuff, but the idea is that this infrastructure can be built where this will become easy to do. And that to me is so exciting, like completely exciting. So for my face or my YouTube page, YouTube account or YouTube channel, I said, let me create an NFT for the YouTube channel where I divide that NFT into whatever, a couple hundred coin or NFTs, and try and sell those, and then guarantee people a percentage. Like if I sold 50% of my YouTube channel, each one of those would represent, say if I did 100 or 50, say I did 50, each one of those would represent 1% of the total income of the YouTube channel. Because it's very easy to track income on YouTube. You go to YouTube, you check out your ad revenue, and there it is, right? And just make it so I did this. It had no success, got no traction, because I have a small YouTube channel, doesn't mean anything. But I actually was really interested in releasing this because I wanted to be the first person to do that. I wanted to say, look, like, I know this is never going to work for me. My YouTube channel is nothing. Nobody cares about Adam McBride. But if you are Jake Paul or you're Ninja and you want to raise money, this is a way you can raise money, like immediately. It's possible right now, even with the limited ability of the smart contracts right now. It can be done right now. So I wanted to do that. So that was the next thing I did, just to kind of do it.
Well, I think it's fantastic. You tried to tokenize your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Were you selling, how much % of the ad revenue were you selling?
So I sold 50% to 0 people. Nobody bought it.
Nobody at all.
I wanted to get the idea out there, like to say, look, guys, this is an idea that I know it's not going to work for me because nobody cares about me or my YouTube channel, but it's possible. Um, and honestly, the thing
Did
that
you
would make
buy
me
any of your own shares?
no, I didn't.
I don't know. You got to think about that.
Maybe that's the way to do it, right? Promoting
Invest in
that way.
yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just look at it, the whole space. I look at it and I say to myself, because this has been an idea of mine for a long time, which is you have imagine this scenario. You have a middle school kid who plays basketball. He's great in middle school. Like people are saying, oh, this kid's going to go to the pros. He's amazing, right? But he's poor and his family are poor, right? What's I always thought, well, maybe there's a way we could do. I was thinking about it back in the day with like crowdfunding. Maybe you could do a crowdfunding, something like that. But now you think about it now, you could tokenize that kid's future earnings in the NBA to give him and his family money now when he's 12 years old. Something like that is completely possible right now. And I know people will say, oh, but you're selling a human. No, you're not. Like if he never goes to the NBA, it never pays anything, right? But it gives people power to actually like take control of various aspects of their lives that they never had the ability to do before and monetize it. And so like there are just millions of ideas like that, but there were just so many that were clicking through my head. And the first one I could do was the YouTube channel.
So what did you do next? Did you go out and find some more of these projects to interview? Did you invest in more NFTs? Did you try other platforms? Where did you go from
what
there?
hit next was I started making contacts on Twitter, and one of them hit me up when the Mooncats happened. And I don't know if you know what happened. You're aware of what happened with the Mooncats.
I generally know there's kind of CryptoPunks and Mooncats, and I think they're both forgotten and then rediscovered. But that's
right.
my general.
So to give your
knowledge
listeners a quick summary, in 2017, just after CryptoPunks were released, which most of you've probably heard of CryptoPunks, like 2 weeks later, the Mooncats, it's called Mooncat Rescue, mooncatrescue.com, was released. A couple guys.
So hold on. It was called Rescue originally, officially.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Oh, no, I'm asking. Like,
no, it's called Mooncat Rescue.
Okay, because
Mooncatrescue.com is the actual web address.
When they launched it. So, okay, because I thought there was like the project that rescued them was called Mooncat Rescue and they'd gone back and found them. But no, you're saying officially when the project launched, they're like, hey, you can rescue these Mooncats.
Exactly. So they had, the web page was up, still live, but it was non-functional. When it was functional in 2017, you could go on the website, you could rescue a mooncat, which took a certain amount of computing power. You had to do like your computer had to run a calculation. It took about a minute and a half, and you would be presented a mooncat, and then you could rescue the mooncat for only the cost of ETH, right? So there are 25,000 mooncats. Maximum could be rescued out of like 4 billion combinations. So they're all different combinations of Genesis cats and more rare and less rare, right? So in 2017, you could have minted every mooncat in existence for, I don't know, $300, right? In ETH. But this was a dead project. It had died basically 6 months after they did it, because anything anybody did in 2017, except maybe the punks, all died. Like all those projects, nobody cared in 2017. So a guy on Twitter.
Don't forget the chorus. There was a chorus in the crowd going, "You're doing an ICO. ICOs are scams. This is an ICO. You are a scammer." Because if you tried to do anything creative, especially in 2017, both as the ICOs went up and as they went down, from mainly the Bitcoin community, but all the other communities, anything you're doing was, you're a scam. You're an ICO.
Yep. I tell you, the more I've looked at it's interesting, the more I've dug into NFTs and this space, looking back all the way to 2014, 15, and even earlier, it is amazing because when you're on, looking on the Ethereum blockchain, looking for projects between 2015 and 2017, 50% of them are either gambling and the other 50 are Ponzi schemes. I mean, it's overwhelming the number of things that are just Ponzi schemes. And they say they're Ponzi schemes, right? I mean, it's like people are honest about it. But I'm like, wow, is this the human race? We're so interested in the get rich thing, but that's what it is. And so yeah, those projects had a big headwind, right? A huge headwind. Plus they had the headwind of, it's easy to get you can set up a MetaMask in 5 minutes right here. Back then, not so easy, right? So to get back to it, I saw it on Twitter. A guy hit me up on Twitter, said, go now, go do this. He sent me a DM. I went on, and I get on, and there's like, I checked the total count. There's like 19,500 cats left, right? And I was like, what is there's out of total 25? I'm like, what is this? I go, I have a snack with my kid, right? He's homeschooling. I have a snack with my kid. I come back, I refresh the page. There's 10,000 or 9,500. I'm like, holy cow, 20 minutes, 10,000 gone in 20 minutes. I was like, let's go. And I get my kid on his computer because you got to scan them, right? So it takes about a minute. We all have like 5 tabs open. We're, recycling each one to try and get a new cat. And I'm just hitting buy. I'm buying as fast as I can, right? Little did I know, this is a lesson learned in crypto. If you don't put in the right gas fee, you're getting front run by other people so other people are putting in fast gas. I'm just hitting go. I'm hitting buy. So all of mine are average gas, right? Push comes up. I probably put in 30 orders for these Mooncats before it went to 0, and I got 5. Right? So lesson learned. I
Oh,
still got 5, and I felt
you
lucky to
gotta
get 5.
put the fast gas on,
Yep.
apparently. I had no
Gotta put
idea,
you
but
gotta put the fast gas
yeah.
on. When there's a rush like that, you gotta put the fast gas. And but that got me. It was the most fun, with all this COVID stuff going on. It was the most fun hour I've had in the last year. My kid and I yelling back and forth. He's like, he's sending me the things over. We set up a Google Doc. He's sending them. He's like, get the yellow one. Get the yellow one. I think it's rare. That type of stuff. It was super fun. It was
See,
super
and
fun.
that's what this is really about, is like the joy of collecting. And it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if Mooncats are like the best art in the world or the most valuable in the world or any of these things. It's that you and your son were trying to collect them all, just like Pokemon, just like
Yep.
baseball cards, and that you got a couple.
You got
You
a
got
couple.
a handful. Those are yours. You value them now, like up
Yep.
or down, whatever. And even if you sell them or whatever, you had those original 5, and you can say, I had the yellow one and the red one, and it went up and down or get
Yep.
lost it or whatever. It's that collectible thing that matters.
Yeah, and so that was the Mooncats really got me pumped about it. And that got me into this questioning like, wow, if the Mooncats were, you know.
And did you post about it, like after the guy sent it to you? Were you all over like
Oh
Mooncat's
yeah.
Twitter? Like,
Oh yeah.
okay.
Absolutely. All over it. Cuz the people who started it didn't even they weren't even, their account was dead, not even on Twitter, and so immediately went into this like, oh, what's going on? Can we find these guys? That's where I like to get in and like, can I find can I find the people who developed it? Um, but they were back on within a couple days. They got back on quickly, and they really did a great job of managing their community, which I see certain projects that have been found or come back, you don't get great management from the developers, and I think it's just a different skill set that some people have and some people don't, to create a sense of community, understand that maybe it's not, maybe you're not going to make money on this deal, but you're going to have a bit of a legacy, which is wonderful, and you're going to become somewhat famous, or at least you're going to be able to put this on your resume that people are going to really be like, wow, you were the Mooncat guys, and I think that has a lot of weight in the development community and stuff like that, that I think some people passed on trying to make, a couple dollars. And I've seen it with a couple of projects where these guys are not great at managing their community or are not interested in the community. And, it's unfortunate in my opinion.
Well, it's a strange thing when your startup that kind of failed comes back to from the dead 4 years later, and you didn't do anything to revive it. You weren't
It,
part of a, let's spread the word or whatever, and it just pops right up. So I can
it's
imagine
not
their
even
surprise.
strange. It never happens, right? It never happens. I said to Travis from Curio Cards, and I've said to this other one, which my friend and I rediscovered, called Ether Waifus. I said to them, "This never you recognize this never happens." I went to business school. I've been in business my entire life. I've never heard of a business coming back from the dead ever. Like, this never happens. So enjoy it, and count yourself one of the handful, because this is it. These are the handful of projects that it's happened to. Count yourself very, very lucky, very fortunate, you know but it's exciting for them. And as you know, it's very exciting. And um, if you don't know, we rediscovered this project, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, which is like basically the first what they call waifu. It's like anime, looks like anime, but with smaller eyes. I had no idea what
I've
it
seen
even is.
the pictures. It looks like paper dolls for
Yeah,
anime.
I
I
sent
don't
it
know
to
the
my kid, and
details.
I'm like, "Is this anime?" He's like, "That's not anime." I have no idea, but if you know, the community knows what it is, right? And so there were these ones called, I think, like crypto waifus or whatever. They were there and on Twitter and semi-successful. They're on OpenSea, and a guy I know on Twitter who I'm friendly with, and we go back and forth trying to find old NFT projects. He sent me this one. He's like, look at that, check this one out. Checked it out, looked at it, looked at the project, looked at the number of cards that were distributed and or NFTs, and they still had a working website. So many of these projects, it's so funny. The guys buy the URL for a year, you know. But these guys had it, it's still there, it didn't work, couldn't connect. So you had to interact with the contract. And I managed to get a hold of them. I reached out, I found the artist, I found the developers, two guys interested in it, and reached out to them. And before I put out like anything like, hey guys, go look at this contract, go buy or whatever, or do whatever you want, I actually talked to the founders to talk to them about it, because I wanted to find out that they were interested in you know taking care of their community, because I didn't want to point people to a contract that was going to be basically a dead thing. And they were excited, super excited. Developer lives in Japan, works in Japan, and the artist is like typical struggling artist, never made a dollar, just barely hanging on. Parents telling him to quit, you're an idiot, stop doing your stupid art, go get a doctor's degree or whatever you're doing, right? And uh and they but they were on board, and I put it out there. It blew up, and within a day, I want to say they had 60,000 in sales, and it's now over $100,000 in sales, for those guys, which, it's impactful for a normal person in America, right? If you're living in Indonesia and you're struggling to make a living as an artist, this is a life changer. And for me, that has been the most rewarding. Like, of all the stuff, that's like, wow, you actually, breathed air back into this project that, when they built it in 2017, like, this was the idea, like, hey, we can make a living selling art online. And here we are, 4 years later, he still can't make a living selling art, but now he can, and that to me is awesome, you know.
So after you found the moon cats and then later on you found the waifus, you just kind of became this archaeologist for old NFTs. Like you had the first success, the excitement of the market, and
Yep.
then the success later on, helping out the artists, getting them recognized, and the money. And even I applaud you there, a little bit of protectivity of your community there. You didn't want to send them down a dead end to a dead project. You wanted
Yep.
to send them to a project that had some kind of future life, or this guy can make more art, because you contributed, not just like you send Ethereum to the vending machine and it's just dead. It just
Right.
sits there. You wanted some action. So,
Yeah.
what did you do next after you found the moon cats?
After that, I recognized that for me, the most interesting thing I could do, at least for a little while, a month or two, would be to try to find old projects. I thought, for me, I've always considered myself a bit of a detective. Um, and so I was just like, look, this is where, if you get something right, you can gain. If you find one, you can gain the most from it, and whether that's prestige or potentially money, whatever it may be, this and it feeds me. Like, and there's no doubt I spent easily 200 hours looking for old project. Easily,
Well, this is a
I'll spend
treasure.
12 hours a day looking for projects.
This is a treasure hunt, right? There's
It's treasure
literally
hunt.
potentially gold there. There's a map. There's a bunch of twists and turns. There's developers. There's
Yep.
marketing people. There's web pages. There's all these different ways to get at these old projects. I mean, if you really even wanted to, you could, I don't know, look through the Ethereum blockchain for something different. And, if you found something different, for all it could know, it could lead to one of these treasure boxes, right?
Exactly. And I've gone down, trust me, a lot of rabbit holes, a lot. Starting with, Google, and then going down all sorts of GitHubs and God knows what else. Everything I could think of. And the reality is, I found hundreds, but one that made sense. right? We found ones is like, it's a unicorn that you feed ETH and it talks to you. And I'm like, and then I mean, just stuff like that, right? We found one anime project, and I tweeted about it maybe a week ago or 5 days ago. I said, we're hot on this track. Like, I might have the first anime project on blockchain, or on the Ethereum blockchain, and I believe it is. The issue is that you can't see the cards, and it was never really released, right? They had a website. That website's now been repurposed, right? But it was, man, my friend and I were just looking at it going, because the developer is like top shelf. I mean, he's like semi-famous dude. The artist is like a famous dude, and you're like, if this one just worked, this would be amazing. But it didn't. It didn't tick the boxes. And yeah, we found literally dozens and dozens of projects, but not ones that I could comfortably say, hey, this is going to make sense from going and interacting with the contract, buying it or whatever. Yeah, that's rare, very rare. Do you have any tips for me of old projects you remember?
I just know all the ones people are talking about. I've heard the great story of that. I think it's called Etheria, and the guy was a developer and he sold land in a video game. And what I love about this story, he has his normal one. It's running. You can buy the land, and the people come along. They buy all the land. They're very excited. And then what I've heard is there's an older version of the project that was very similar that he launched and he kind of forgot, or he moved on to the new version, as programmers will do. And what's so great about these new collectors, and whether they're collectors or they're just trying to make money, but these new profiteers, they bought all the old land too. So I love the story, because the guy, he got paid for the land he was selling, and they even bought land he wasn't selling, and he's just some developer guy. So I'm really excited for like the Ethereum project, which I think is the first NFT on the Ethereum blockchain.
Yeah, it looks like that as of right now, that's pretty much confirmed, and enough people like myself have been looking to pretty much confirm, at least on the Ethereum blockchain, that's the first NFT in existence. And basically, that was a dude building a project in his mom's basement. I mean, that's literally what it is. It's a dude who's like, I'll make a Lego style map, 450 tiles on the map, and this is going to be great. Building it in this is old 2015, right? And released it the end of October 2015, released it. No, zero people. I mean, 0.0 people interested in this thing, right? Zero. And what happened, the whole story is version 0.0 like didn't even work. He uploaded it on the blockchain and it didn't even work. Totally broken contract, right? Now, this is all learned after the fact, right? What happened was his version 1.2 was the working contract. So the people who had bought 1.2. So when it was rediscovered, and this was one for me, same deal. Different dude DMs me, go now, bro. Go now, right? And when the guy issued it in 2015, the price was 1 ETH, right? Which in 2015 was probably, I don't know, $3. Right? Or $5 for a tile, right? And nobody was buying in 2015. Well, 1 ETH now, I mean, it's $2,000, right? I didn't have $2,000 in my MetaMask. I was like, oh man, it's going to take me, I can't do it. He's like, they're going fast. Go now. There's only 5 left. I'm like, I can't do it. I would, but I can't. I don't have the money in my wallet right now. And I missed out. A bunch of my friends got in. So they basically bought a tile each. And this was, like you said rightly, version 1.2 was the one that everybody was using. But then they just look in his account and they see, oh, well, there was one from 6 months earlier, or 6 days earlier, version 1.1, which is wide open. Like, I think maybe the owner had like one tile taken. All the tiles are there. So everybody rushed in, bought, all those tiles up. And then they did discover 0.0, that original one that was broken, like didn't even work. The owner of it, though, the developer, he went in and like pre-bought like all of them. He was just trying to take it out completely, because he was like, look, that one doesn't even work. Like, it's broken. I can't even tell you if you're ever going to be able to transfer a tile. Like, it doesn't even work. But yeah, needless to say, in about I mean, probably 5 hours. That dude went from his project making $300 to making $1.5 million in about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours from the time it was discovered to every single tile on both those levels, 1.1 and 1.2, being all sold for an ETH a piece. And he became a millionaire in a couple hours. Um, quite quite incredible. And I wish I had one. I do believe there's some long term value there, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, you see with the NFT dump over the last couple of weeks, there's been quite a price drop, and you might be able to pick one up for 3 or 4 ETH right now if you wanted one. And I don't think that's a bad investment.
That is just unbelievable. It's
Yeah,
great to hear the details on that story, and congratulations to the programmer for the
it really
1.5.
is. I mean,
It's really amazing.
unfortunately, and I don't know the guy personally, and I wish him absolutely all the best. And obviously, he built something that's revolutionary. He deserves, and people are interested now. He deserves to make money off of it. But I think he's mismanaged his community, like on a level of like which one did a good job? Mooncats, great job. Poor job, the guy from ETH, or Etheria, sorry. Etheria, rather than be like, 1.1, 1.2, we'll figure it out. We're all one Etheria community. He put out the tweet, which is like 1.1, I do not support it. It is not the official contract, and go figure it out yourselves. And, it was the wrong play in my view. Like he had the opportunity. Yeah, it doubles the number of tiles, but who cares? Like you had nothing a day ago. You literally had nothing a day ago. Now people are interested in your stuff. You have the opportunity to build a community of devout followers who have a vested interest in your project. Um, but look, it's a different skill set. Doing something like that, not everybody can do that. And, unfortunately, I think he handled it poorly. But it doesn't change what it is. And people can still trade and they've started Discord groups and communities and all this sort of stuff. But it's one that I think looking back on it, he'll probably regret the way he handled it.
Well, let's hope he turns it around. And it can be very difficult to deal with success, sudden success like that. And also, I really agree with you. The different kind of people, a programmer is a very different kind of person than a marketing person or a
100%.
CEO or any other kind of person at a startup. So to have that all thrust upon them, I don't envy them that.
Totally.
So.
And I mean, I wish I could talk to the dude because I mean, I wish I could. I'm sure people maybe have, but maybe he's isolated and doesn't get it. And I just, it's like he's talking about, oh, well, I'm going to build version 1.3 and it's going to be great. And I was like, nobody cares about 1.3. Nobody even cares about 1.1 and 1.2. Like, nobody cares about it. They don't care. Like, if you've ever seen what it is, like, you can't even interact with it. If you want to put up, like, the only things built on it are like this tiny little, like, horses. You can't even build anything in it. You can't even interact with it. It's like nothing, right? It's strictly there for the historical value of it. That's what it is. And he's talking about how they're going to be able to build easier and make Lego. I'm like, nobody cares about that, man. They care that you were the first. That's what they want. Don't build new versions. That's the worst thing you can do. Keep it right there, like in glass in the NFT museum. That's what it's all about, you know. But he doesn't get that, and it's I don't know. It is what it is, right? He gets to do what he wants. He developed it, but yeah, if he was talking to me and he was my friend, that's what I'd tell him to do. Man, just preserve what you built, which is historically significant. Support those people who are interested in the historical significance of your NFT. That's what you should do. But
So Etheria is number one.
yep.
CryptoPunks is number two. Crypto Mooncats is number three, but it's not over, is it?
No.
What happens next? And we had a pretty good listing there, right? Etheria, the CryptoPunks, the Mooncats, and then the Crypto Kitties, which for me, that was the big one. I mean, I remember when Crypto Kitties hit in 2017 and Ethereum blockchain was overloaded. Serious projects of financial wealth and value couldn't move their money and do things because of these popular Crypto Kitties. But Punks and Cats and Etheria were all before that. But what happened
well,
next?
There were a couple. There's another one thrown in the mix there, which is interesting. Before, for years now, let's say for years, CryptoPunks were thought to be the first NFT on the Ethereum blockchain, right? And so it just was, that was what it was, right? Then Ethereum hit, um, and so people recognize, oh no, this is the first NFT, and then people said, well, CryptoPunks are the first art NFT. Okay, maybe they were. Then Curio cards hits, right? So basically, also a guy I follow on Twitter, he finds in a blog post, or somebody put a blog post, and he's reading the comments of a blog post from 2017. Somebody's like, I love the new Curio cards. He's like, Curio cards, and there's a link. Pushes the link, takes him to a web page, a functioning web page where you see this art, and sure enough, he dives in. He finds the contract, and sure enough, about 2 weeks before CryptoPunks was released, Curio Cards, which you were part of, was released on the Ethereum blockchain. So this is now the first art NFT project. As far as we know, there's still a possibility that somebody else could be, sneak in there, but it's pretty unlikely. I'd say it's pretty unlikely now, as we've had a month and a half or more of people like myself with a vested interest in finding an earlier version or earlier something and haven't been able to do it. So it's probably not going to happen. But when that Curio card was discovered, when the Curio cards were discovered, if you're in the NFT space, you have to be on Twitter, because Twitter is where all of the conversation happens. And again, it was the same thing again for me. A DM, go fast, because these are already all gone basically. And by the time I got there, there was one card left. I think it was card 10 was still left. And it had so all the other cards, from, 1 to 30 were all gone. Card 10 was still there, and card 10 had 100,000 units. And I'm looking at the contract going, 100,000. And yeah, it was only $5 each, and you could buy as many as you want plus the gas fee. But I was like, at $5 each, so say I buy 100, and it's $500. But how much is it? My brain just does the math. 100,000 times 5 is 500. You're telling me this card alone, each of these is going to be? I was like, there's no way. I just passed. I was like, I'm not going to do it. Big mistake, because the contract had it built in to burn the rest once it got up to 2,000. So once it got to 2,000, it burned all the rest. And the rest is history, because I got 0. And yeah, card 10 had 2,000 cards. So Curio was discovered. And after I got into that, when that happened, that was, I don't know, 8 in the morning.
That's awesome. He put it into the contract to burn it at that
Yeah.
level for that card at that one, because you're plugging along and you think it's not going to go, and then it gets to 2,000, and then the rest of them go, or it closes down, something like. And did your friends message you? Or are they like, holy crap, it stopped sending cards?
No, I was like, I'm not going to get it. He's like, you sure? Now I know better. Just get it. And now I know better. And but it was so interesting to me, that one, because of the history. Like, I'm all about, at least right now, there's so many NFT projects. I recognize from the ICOs in the past, and all my history of life tells me that the vast majority are going to be worthless or near worthless. So what are the things that are going to make projects or NFTs significant to people over the long term? And for me, with the earliest, projects, having that historical significance is a big deal for me. I mean, I might be wrong, and there might be projects that work like Beeple or whatever, which aren't, uh, historic. Although I guess is ours historically significant now, but other projects that aren't historically significant, do I think those have a better or worse chance of keeping value? And I think they have a worse chance. So for me, when I heard about Curio and I heard about the historical significance, meaning it was before CryptoPunks, I got vastly interested. So within like an hour, I had sent out DMs to probably you and a bunch of other people, and I'd heard back from people already. And I started talking to people about it, and just went down the rabbit hole of who's involved in this project, who's involved in it. Like, I found Travis. I think I sent Travis you couldn't DM him, but I sent him a message on Twitter like, hey, Travis. And I said, I talked to people. I said, look, Travis was on like a day ago. You know, he's going to be on in a minute. Like he's going to be on, and he's going to learn what's happening. And so I went down that rabbit hole of finding out as much as I could about it, and just it's just amazing. Yeah. So very early, and obviously way ahead of its time for sure.
I think we're going to talk more about curio cards in the next interview. But now that you've kind of exhausted being an archaeologist for old projects, are you going to continue searching for projects, or what are you going to do in the future? What are you going to focus on next?
It's funny because for me, it's really hard for me to. Oh, sorry, we got a motorcycle going by. It's really hard for me to stop uh, doing something that is so enticing to me. So I'm still looking, but I'm trying to stop at this point in time. I'm trying to stop. Like after a couple hundred hours of diving in, I'm trying to stop. I haven't been able to stop completely yet because honestly, when I go into it, it consumes my entire life, like completely consumes. Like everything else just becomes nothing to me. So it's I recognize that that's not a very good way to live my life, but that's just the way I'm built. So I'm trying to stop, and I think this will probably be my last week of kind of looking, not hardcore looking, but yeah. So this will be my last like week of looking, and after that, I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to a crypto conference, couple weeks in Miami, um, and I'm not exactly sure what my next step is with crypto or NFT. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, don't feel bad about that. The fugue state or whatever you're getting into. It reminds me a lot of what Andreas Antonopoulos told me back in the day about Bitcoin. He was
Mm-hmm.
like, when I found it, I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I ignored my wife and my family. I stayed in my room and I just read everything about it. And he was trying to break it. He was trying to theorize different models and really understand it. And when he got to the end of it, he was like, Bitcoin is great. That's what he came up with. And it seems for years it would be NFTs are great, but that same kind of thinking about it from different angles. And like you said earlier, it could be used for a deed for a house. Other people have said it could be used for a ticket, like a golden
Absolutely.
ticket. You could go to all the concerts in the thing, and all that kind of stuff. And there's just tons of other opportunities that haven't been used yet for NFTs. And I think when you looked at it at that level, you might have seen all those opportunities and seen them all at once, like the Matrix. And it's just so overwhelming to
Yeah.
see that. I know I felt that with Bitcoin. It was like a Swiss Army knife. I was like, oh, it's payments and it's store of value and it's cryptographically proven and it's censorship resistant and it's just all these different things. And you're like, what do I use to sell it first? Like, what do I build a company and where do I work in this thing? What I want to, I want to do it all, right?
Yeah.
So I
And
feel
it's so well, if you look at the history of Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever, most of it doesn't work, right? Most of it fails. And so that's very like, well, what do I do? I could do everything, right? And you realize that, well, if you're going to build like me, I like building, doing businesses and stuff, trying new things, it's probably going to fail, right? Just because that's the nature of, everything, certainly business. So I'm not exactly sure, but I do know that the space is so exciting and we're just at the most baby of baby steps. That's what I tell people who are like, oh, it's too late to get into ETH. I'm like, no, it's not. Like nobody even knows how to buy it yet. You're waiting for the ETF to come out so you can buy it. Like you have no idea. We're at baby steps. I am a true believer that in Web 3.0 is going to revolutionize the world we live in, and we are at literally day one. Like yes, people have bought up stuff, and there's like lots of hype and speculation, but we have no idea where it's going to go. Nobody knows. And I know enough about the history of the internet in 1999 to know that nobody could predict that everybody would have a video production facility in their pocket and be willing to make videos for free to put on for unlimited consumption for everybody on the planet. Like that was not possible. Zero people thought about that in 1999. Zero. Like it was impossible. It would have cost, everybody I talked to about that very thing says, oh, the production studio alone would run you $500,000. It was impossible to even think about. But here we are. It happened and nobody could have predicted it. Like nobody on the planet could have predicted that, but it happened. The same is going to happen in Web 3.0, and we have no idea what it is. Like anybody, we're just guessing. We're guessing, and we're guessing wrong because we don't even see it. We don't even see it. We can't see it. It's impossible to see it, and it's just being built right now. We're at the very, very start, and that's exciting. If you want to be in that space, and I do want to be in the space, it's just exciting because it's going to be amazing.
Well, it sounds exciting, and I'm excited too. And I think it's a great note to end on. Adam, where can people check out your podcasts and your Twitter? Where can they get more information about your work?
Well, I think if you just punch in Adam McBride on Google, you'll find me. Adam A. McBride at Twitter, the Adam McBride Show on YouTube, Adam McBride Show podcast. You can find me there.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, man. Appreciate
And
it.
everyone, make sure to give us a thumbs up and subscribe down below. Until next time, bye bye. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Become an NFTV artist. Sign up today. Easy bit. Easy bit. Easy bit. Bitcoin ATMs. Easy bit. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Join the NFTV mailing list for the sickest drops. Welcome back to the World Crypto Network. We're joined by Travis Uhrig, and we're talking Curio cards. Travis, for the people that don't know, about 4 years ago, you and I and Rhett Creighton worked together on a little project called Curio cards. We tried to do the San Francisco startup thing. We were all very focused on it, and we made some, at the time, we called them collectibles, blockchain collectibles on the Ethereum blockchain. And then, we went on to other projects, and they just kind of sat out there, and, dust grew over the library. And what happened next, Travis? Curio cards had gone to sleep as far as I knew.
Yeah, we didn't call it at the time NFTs, but you go on anywhere now and look up the word NFT. It's an extremely hot topic, interesting thing. There was a Saturday Night Live skit on NFTs. I don't know if you saw that recently.
I love
And
that. I love that sketch. I was totally
I
blown.
think they did a pretty good job. I mean, there's definitely like the natural layer of SNL cringe on it, but I think they did a pretty good job.
My favorite party says, prices go up and down, you see.
That's correct. Yeah, it's accurate. Yeah, with this thing we did, which came out of some art show projects that had happened before, is suddenly historically interesting to a lot of Ethereans because it looks to be the very first time anyone did an art NFT on Ethereum. I never felt comfortable saying that before, the first, because you never know. The only reason why I even thought we were first for the longest time is I went to in New York, there was Rare AF conference, and CryptoPunks was there, which I love CryptoPunks. And the guy was talking, he's like, "Oh yeah, we're the first art, crypto art on Ethereum." And I'm like, "Oh, that's cool. When did you guys come out?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, it was like June." And I'm like, "Oh, we came out 3 weeks before that in May." And I wasn't trying to like cause trouble because they were wildly more successful. It's a really cool product and they did a really good job. But that was when I realized that, oh, okay, maybe there was something to the timing on that.
You see,
And years later.
I've been wildly confident ever since we were included in the ERC 721 standard. Again,
Yeah.
a thing that doesn't mean anything normal people, but to me, as a
Mhm.
historian, as a computer person, in the standard, they name checked us and Rare Pepes. They said that these are collectible NFTs with similar properties to Rare Pepes and Curio cards. And from
Yeah.
then on, I was like, I never thought we'd have monetary success for the project, but whether we get any credit at all, I was like, these guys found our project helpful. And as a
Yeah.
historian, I'm like, they built upon the blocks that we left, and that's why we made those blocks. And I'm glad that they did what they did. And everything that came out of 721, and then now I guess it's called 1155 or something. But
Mhm.
anything that comes out of these standards, I'm just glad that we could contribute, even in a small way, like having the cards be a single token that couldn't be cut into pieces, because we were like, it's a card. You can't sell me half a baseball card. I don't want that. I
Right.
want the full card or nothing. And things like that became just part of the standard. So I was always happy with it. But yeah, just like you, I saw the NFT craze take off, and I was in a clubhouse room, and people were, going real crazy about NFTs. And I just kind of dropped it on and was like, oh yeah, my friends and I did a project with NFTs in 2017. We did all this stuff. Bup, 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 bup. And I was like, yeah, you should know that. And this isn't where, people got it. They didn't discover it from that, even though I said it for sure. But it was so fun that they found our project and that they enjoyed it and that they appreciated it. But Travis, maybe a little on the background. How did it happen? How did they find Curio cards?
Yeah, and what you're saying about the EIP, 721, was for the longest time I figured like that's Curio's mark on history. Like that's it. That's the thing we did. Extremely proud of that because Curio always had a kind of its purpose was to find a way for artists to sell their work. We weren't. I mean, you start an NFT project today, you're thinking like, oh, cool, I'm going to get investors. I'm going to create a business. This is going to be a big deal. NFTs is a huge market. We have all these charts and data and studies that show people want NFTs, and there's all these artists that are interested in it, and there's all these standards, and there's all these trading houses and all this stuff. That wasn't why we did it. None of that existed. We did it because we're like, there's this thing we know about on Bitcoin, Rare Pepe, and boy, that'd be a really cool idea to apply to like original artwork. And by what I mean about that is artwork that designed that is not following an existing theme. I obviously know all the Rare Pepe artworks were original artwork, but they all kind of were one type of art. And we thought, well, this could just be something that any artist could use. And
it was
could be a way
deal to go with no theme like we did. As
yeah.
people can see, the first 10
everything before that had a theme.
They were like a test card, but to go with no theme, where we're like, okay, we're doing Robeck one week, we'll do Marisol Vengus another week, Crypto Pops, Crypto Graffiti,
and it didn't have to be crypto art. We were very cautious about that because Crypto Graffiti and Crypto Pop, obviously, their art is about crypto, right? But we were very intentional about we want to have people on here who are just traditional graphic artists, for lack of a better word, and we also want people here who don't even know anything about Ethereum because it was sort of that meetup origin. We did the meetup group together, and part of the meetup group was finding ways to get people to use Bitcoin and Ethereum and crypto who had never used it before. So we had this angle like, well, the artists will have some Ethereum after this. Their audience, their fans, they'll have some Ethereum after this. They'll have some cards. This is like a really great way to get people involved. It was like an outreach program almost in a lot of ways. It was this huge educational component to it the whole way.
And if you like Dogecoin and you're like, okay, Dogecoin's fun, has a dog on it, you can send it around. You would love NFTs because it's like I'm giving you a collectible Dogecoin. And yes, it has 10 cents of value and maybe 1 cent or whatever. I wasn't so much focused on the value of the Dogecoin or the value of the Curio cards of the NFT. It was more, you have this collectible. I had it. Yeah. I had it in my wallet. I sent it to your wallet. It is yours now. You can send it, you can keep it, you can whatever. And that explains Bitcoin to you. This is like a way of understanding Bitcoin with a less serious asset, yet at the same time, a unique asset.
Yeah, I was talking about this with somebody recently, and I think an easy way of the way I'm thinking of it right now, what Curio was essentially had like three parents. One of its parents was Rare Pepe's. Another one was the Bitcoin art show that we were doing, and the Bitcoin craft show that happened before that. And just the idea of like there are people out there who are like creating art about Bitcoin or selling it for Bitcoin. And then the other parent was Dogecoin, because we wanted it to be fun, we wanted it to be kind of silly, we wanted it to be like very low stress, very chill. The first website was like a blogger, the first mascot was something yellow Fiverr. It was a cartoon character that you thought of. It was, we wanted to keep it fun and simple because like everything was getting real serious at the time. It was 2017, ICOs were starting to happen. I don't think they'd been happening when we first started, but there were things like them. Definitely while we were doing it.
Is that everyone else was running up these ICOs where they were claiming that they were stock certificates, or they were claiming that they were useful, or they were
serious
somehow
financial instruments.
Very interesting. We were like, no, we're going to crank up baseball cards, and we're going to do 20 or 30 different runs of individual baseball cards. And there was a time where I actually worried, kind of like a liability, like that we had actually created like 30 different ICOs. basically.
Yeah, I remember that.
We didn't say they're valuable. We didn't say they're stock certificates, and none of that was ever said. But as far as a copy
We
of,
were kind of an early ICO as well,
yeah,
on
we got up
accident.
like 20 or 30 ICOs, and
Yeah,
certainly never profited, never got in any trouble for them. But yeah, as
yeah,
far as a technical thing,
and
our ERC20 tokens that were cards were very not. There's hard to distinguish from the ERC20 tokens that were stocks or whatever people call
and the
them.
way we sold them, ICO started doing that more as well, like through a smart contract. We sold them through a smart contract. You'd go, you'd give the contract money, and whatever multiple of money the card you gave, it'd give you that number of cards back. So if you gave it like enough money for 5 cards, you give you 5 cards back. And that kind of like buying directly from the smart contract was the theme in the later half of the ICO craze, was buying it from the chain, right?
And
I remember when we realized that, oh, actually they're doing it the way we did it. But since the money was all for the artist, it was more like selling goods. It was more like a store than it was an ICO, but it had the similar technology involved.
Rhett,
Of the thing we did on
I
accident.
was totally thrilled with everything that Rhett did and his amazing work on this project, setting all of
Yeah.
that up, doing all of the smart contracts, all of the code is all Rhett Creighton. And so he did great work.
Very
But
ahead of its
I think
time.
this lends into the next question. So as we were saying, we sold these cards for $1. There's a series of probably cringeworthy YouTube videos where you and I introduce cards each week and kind of desperately try to sell them to people without great results.
Nobody wanted them.
But
I remember too, like punks, they gave their cards away free at first. Their punks for free. Nobody wanted them. They were free. Anybody could just take them. And now they're like worth millions of dollars.
But the same thing happened though with our vending machines. They were kind of abandoned. They were left out there. The cards that didn't sell were left in the vending machines. And Rhett went on to other projects, and you went on to learn programming and other projects. I went on to travel Europe and do interviews and other projects. But what happened to these cards in the vending machine?
Yeah, so this is the rediscovery. It's sort of like there was a rediscovery, and then there was an art restoration initiative. The rediscovery happened first. There were some people on Twitter, Die Aping and Harry BTC. I think Die Aping is when we found it first. And they were in some Telegram group or something, and their goal was, let's see if we can find the first NFT, art NFT on Ethereum. And they went like digging around a Wayback Machine and doing like targeted Google searches like per month.
It wasn't just historical inquiry, though. I think that's part of it. The other early NFTs, like you say, the crypto punks, I think it was Mooncats or Crypto
Mooncat Rescue.
And that those were found, discovered, and became incredibly valuable. A treasure hunt. There's treasure at the end of the, hopefully. Yes.
Yeah, and that's why if you can find one earlier, the sooner you figure that out, the better for us. So I don't have to keep going around lying. I'd be like, oh, the first one ever, and it turns out I was, it's bullshit the whole time. If you can find one earlier, there's money in that. So like the hunt is on. But people have been looking really hard, and Curio is the one they found. And to Die Aping's credit, he's the one who figured it out first. And he didn't just buy them all.
What did they do? Yeah.
Well, this is the coolest part. Like at this point, Mooncat Rescue has happened. CryptoPunks has happened. You know that these are valuable. You could buy them all up and be the market. Die Aping found them. He figured it out, bought a couple just to like figure out how it worked, and then he told people about it. He told them how to do it. He sent guides and instructions, and he's like, here's the steps you follow. And they were like, they put it on Twitter and all these threads, and everyone got really excited figuring it out. And they found the other vending machines because there were 31 vending machines that you could potentially buy cards from. And some of them were sold out, but not that many of them were sold out because like the cards didn't do that great in 2017. And it was 30 cards, but there were 31 because there was like an extra one that we didn't even know about. There was just like a mistake with how early Ethereum development worked. And they found them all, and they figured out how to buy from them. I had removed all the information on the website on how to buy them because the shop was closed. If I could have turned off the vending machines, I would have, because it was almost like a liability at that point. Because I don't know what's gonna happen to that money. It was just kind of sitting there, and so like, okay, well, this is the full run. We finished, and so they had to like figure out how to actually get the cards out of the vending machines too. And the card contracts, you can see that code. That code was available on Etherscan, but the vending machines weren't. Their card wasn't available on Etherscan, not out of any like hatred of open source. It was just more like it wasn't important at the time. It wasn't a thing people really did very much. And vending machines, they were only important while you were selling for like a week. I'm sure the code existed somewhere, but it wasn't on Etherscan. So they had to like reverse engineer how to get cards out of these things, and they figured it out. They found old tweets, they found the original Bitcoin Talk forum post where we explained how it worked, and that was the way you announced a project back in the day. You went on the Bitcoin Talk forums. If you weren't on the Bitcoin Talk forums, you weren't a serious project. Now I don't think anybody really uses it. And they went into the Git history.
Comments on that forum are rich, by the way. You can go back and read the skepticism
Yeah.
when we announced
Oh,
this
yeah.
project and compare it with the current situation. It's quite.
And that skepticism was not contained just to the comments, I'll tell you that. But the website was always open. It was always open source. So like they went into the Git history on the website and like rewound back time and found the vending machine addresses and the instructions before I moved to the website. So there was like some serious archaeological work involved to figure this thing out. And they did all this without any really not knowing for sure if they're going to be worth anything. And also dealing with actually some misinformation. They thought there were 100,000 of some of the cards, like cards 1 through like 13 or something. We minted 100,000 of them, but we never sold 100,000 of them. That was just like, let's just make a bunch and then we'll figure out how much to sell later. And we burned the rest. But it was actually kind of hard to figure that out. So for a while, they actually thought these cards were more plentiful than they were and potentially worth way less than they are worth, because like 100,000 cards, that's a lot of cards. That's potentially, very little value. So there was definitely like a profit motive to find the project, but once they found it, a lot of people were just kind of the thrill of the hunt, the thrill of discovery.
And that lasted for a little while, but eventually
Mm-hmm.
somebody came in and bought all the cards because these
Yeah,
vending
somebody cleaned them out.
are just full out empty. And like you say, we even had a misprinted error card, and they bought all of that one too.
A card that I didn't know about. They were like, "Hey, what about this 17B?" And I'm like, "There's no 17B. What is that? You're getting scammed."
And
I know it's a real
that's
card
because the 17 card is also the UASF card
Oh my God.
by CryptoPop, which was a fork, and Bitcoin Cash split off, and there's all kinds of drama and all kinds of stuff. So it was really just kind of a happy accident that Rhett's error came up on the fork card.
Yeah. When people assumed it was intentional because of that, because the card 17 is about forks, and there are 2 of them. And they thought like, oh, this was like an Easter egg that they did on purpose. And I'm like, yes, of course. But no. And I actually thought for a while, I told people like, don't buy it because there must be something wrong with it, right? The only reason why we would have deployed it twice is if there was a mistake. My first guess was we used the wrong IPFS hash, because I remember that did happen. There was a card that was deployed with the wrong IPFS hash, but that one never went up for sale, so it doesn't matter. Turns out that wasn't the case in 17B. It appears that it was a totally perfectly fine card. It just was accidentally deployed twice, because Red had to deploy 6 contracts each week, and there were no deployment tools. Like nowadays, the Ethereum developers, they use something called Truffle, or they use something called Hardhat, and they have all of these tools. They can run local test nets, and there's a lot, the automated testing suites. None of that stuff existed. So a lot of projects, and also it's really cheap to deploy on mainnet. Now it costs like a lot of money to deploy on mainnet. I deployed the new wrapper recently, and that was very expensive. But at the time, it was a couple of bucks, no big deal. So you just kind of like would deploy your test code on mainnet, try it out, and if it worked, then you deploy the real one like a week later, and just only tell people about the real one. You wouldn't tell them about the test one. And I guess this has come up with CryptoPunks and with Mooncats, where people have found test code earlier.
Oh, and that used to be good enough. You used to have that security by obscurity. And like we were talking about that Ethereum project, the game that came before us, they went through and they bought all of the land from the game.
That was the one, yeah.
And they found out there was a second or earlier version of the game where the guy had changed some stuff and re-rolled it, just done a new one. And they went back and bought all the land from the earlier version of the game too. It was really cool.
And now that land is more important than the real land, because it still represents that rarity, that scarcity. It's like the test code is so valuable, like those little test attempts. And 17 wasn't the only one that was deployed twice because of mistake or whatever. a couple of them were deployed twice, but 17 was the only one that its vending machine was also deployed. So it was the only one you could actually buy. The other ones are just inaccessible, or they don't, or it's zero. Like the contract exists, but none were made, something like that.
So now that these people have found the vending machines and they figured out how to send their Ethereum and how to get back their ERC 720 tokens, what are they going to do now?
So the main issue was Curio cards is referenced in the for the ERC 721 standard, and one of the things it says right in that is like these projects are not compatible because we are before, we predate them, right? And they have a lot of features that we did in Curio. So for instance, non-divisibility of the individual NFTs, being able to buy it directly from the contract. We use the vending machine, but nowadays, like think about like a crypto kitty, right? You mint the kitty, you give money and a new kitty gets created. So that element, the IPFS hashes, so the artwork that represents the card, it has like this fingerprint called a hash. And the common way of doing that nowadays is to use this thing called IPFS, and we did that. There's some other element to it. There are like 3 or 4 things that like were called out as having contributed potentially to they don't really detail how it was inspired, but they're listed. And the downside though to that is we're not compatible. When you're older than the thing, you're not the thing. So after the rediscovery had finished and everybody had cards, a lot of people were trading them peer to peer, but they took a lot of risk doing that because it'd be like, hey, I got ETH, you got card number 17, send it to me. And you'd be like, okay, give me your ETH. And I give you my ETH. And then like, I have to trust that you're going to send me the 17 and that you're going to send me the right 17 because there's actually 2 17s. And there were people doing like escrow trades and stuff like that, like, oh, did we trust this guy because he's done a bunch of other trades, so we'll go through him. But it's not like a great system. It's not how people want to interact with their NFTs. It's not how they interact with NFTs. So the art restoration part of the project was then born, and that is to make Curio cards compatible with new tools and new sites like OpenSea, which is a very popular NFT third-party auction house marketplace. So that's what we did. We started building a wrapper, and that's what a wrapper is. It's just a bit of jargon, but all it does is it takes your native, modified ERC20 Curio card, and it inserts it into a modern standard NFT. The standard we're using is 1155, which came out after 721, but it's the same thing. It's just a way of doing NFTs. It's very compatible and well supported.
And so once they made the wrapper, they opened up the Curio cards market and you could sell them?
Yeah, there's the wrapper itself. There's also a web page that had to be built for that wrapper. The original Curio cards has gone through a couple of design iterations. The original Curio was someone you found on Fiverr, I believe, who like released it under like a public domain license or something.
I like the cartoon raccoon. He has the infinity symbol around his eyes, just as I suggested and described. So I was pleased with it, but I also like the later versions that your friends worked on as well. They're very nice.
Yeah, one of the people who was an artist as well in Curio later on, they nobody, wasn't like they just really wanted to make a newer version of the logo. Is that kind of like everyone was just kind of helping out mentality. So they made an updated version of Curio, the raccoon, and they came back to design the wrapper webpage. So this is a site that you use to actually wrap your cards, and it has a really cool feature where you can bulk wrap and bulk unwrap, which is really nice because you might have like hundreds of cards, and if you had to like wrap, pay the gas, wrap, pay the gas, wrap, pay it would take a long time. So you have to approve all 30 cards. So you do have to do like that one time. You have to go through like, okay, approve card 1, approve card 2, or just whatever cards you have. If you only have 5 of them, you have to do it. But after you do that once, you can bulk wrap and unwrap your cards whenever you want. And once they're wrapped, you can just take them straight to OpenSea. There's a link on the webpage, curio.cards, to both the wrapper as well as to OpenSea. Or it's a verified listing at OpenSea, so you can also just go to OpenSea and type in Curio cards and do the one with the blue checkbox.
and people are buying and selling the cards just like we always dreamed. So it's also been
Yeah.
really neat to see, like you say, the Curio Cards community. They've developed a lot of tools and things to make Curio Cards more usable. They had like a gallery tool. You could check your address, see what was there.
Mhm.
The people were counting the different versions of the cards so you can get an understanding of how many cards there are available, which ones were burned, which ones
Mhm.
were lost or destroyed, and that kind of thing has all been driven by the community. So it's been great to see that.
And just a day or two ago, a leaderboard webpage came out. I don't know if you've seen the leaderboard yet, Tom.
I did. I saw
Leaderboard.
that one of my goals for Curio cards always was going back to baseball cards and magic cards and other things like that is to collect a set. And the idea
Mhm.
is that because we numbered these cards 1 through 30, they were a set, and that, sure, some of the artist ones are also mini sets inside that set. But I thought it would be really neat if someone would try to collect all of the Curio cards, all 30. And like you're saying, thanks to the leaderboard board tool that was designed by the community, you can now check, and there's at least 3 people who have complete sets of Curio cards.
Yeah, I think there's probably maybe a few more people that have complete sets because the leaderboard it only shows for wrapped cards because the wrapped cards is a lot easier to program for. So the leaderboard it kind of serves two purposes. One is incentivizing complete sets, which, as you said, was always like, oh, that'd be really cool if people like were drawn and motivated to get a complete set. Um, and the other thing about it is it kind of incentivizes people using the wrapper. If you want to get on leaderboard, you got to wrap your cards. So it's possible that the leaderboard is expanded to support non-wrapped cards as well. There's no like technical limitation. It's just hard and takes time. But also, I kind of like that it's motivating people to update their cards because the more they get wrapped, the more we have an understanding of what cards still exist. Um, there were a lot of people who bought cards back in 2017 who have no idea what's happening or they've lost their wallets. These were not worth anything at the time. They weren't that popular at the time. I think people think that I have a lot of cards, but our job was to get people to buy cards. Our job was to get other people to buy cards. So a lot of the early cards, we don't even have them to give them out. People bought them and then potentially forgot all about the project. So hopefully we can get the word out to those original holders and let them know, hey, pull your old wallets out. So I created there's a documentation page as well. If you go to docs.curio.card, it kind of walks you through how to access your cards in the old original 2017 format and get them loaded up into MetaMask.
And also, when we were running the cards, you had to actually buy the cards. Rhett put all the cards in the vending machine, and if you wanted
Mm-hmm.
them, you had to buy them, and you had to have
Mm-hmm.
Ethereum and all the other stuff. And it was a lot of steps for people to do,
Mm-hmm.
and they were uncertain about it. They'd never done this kind of thing before. They weren't even very comfortable with Ethereum or comfortable with Bitcoin yet, and you were telling them to buy this whole nother thing. So
Yeah.
it was a tough
And we
spot.
didn't have MetaMask. There was no MetaMask. There was no Uniswap. Like Uniswap and MetaMask are the two most biggest forward facing things about Ethereum for a lot of people. And neither of those things exist. I guess MetaMask technically existed, but it was like a beta project or something. It wasn't really well supported. Everyone used my Ether wallet. And so we had a fork of my Ether wallet. I think we're actually essentially the first people ever to fork my Ether wallet as well. But that's a little bit less clout on that particular claim. And as you said, yeah, we
I
had to
still
buy
enjoy
them.
that. I enjoy that fork very much. Not having to enter in your addresses into the thing.
Yeah,
was a
That
really
was big.
convenient feature. It was really
Yeah.
nice.
Before the fork, because we launched without it, before the fork, you had to go into My Ether wallet and manually load the addresses for each card in order to see your cards. And it's just a very technically involved process, and it didn't really go towards the goal of the project, which was to make this easy to use. So we forked the wallet and we hard coded the addresses, and that was extremely useful for sure. But yeah, we had to buy cards like anybody else. There was no ICO, there was no royalty cut thing. All the money went to the,
And we didn't
was
have like a bunch of company money to buy these
yeah,
cards with, and we weren't well off or whatever. We work hard
yeah.
and stuff, but yeah.
When you said if you look at the comments on the forum post, and there's a lot of people saying like, what is this? What is this? It's just I can just download the image. That conversation I had with a lot of potential investors as well, just trying to explain to them like, no, look, there are projects that have done this before on Bitcoin. There is the potential here for digital artists to monetize their work, and they just couldn't do that before. You even on the Rare Pepe, you had to draw a Rare Pepe if you wanted to do that. I heard a quote recently, I think it was on a Planet Money episode about NFTs, and they said like before NFTs, if you're a digital artist, the only two ways you could make money was to work at a video game company or work at Pixar, and like that's it, or DreamWorks, right? Some kind of knockoff of one of those two things. And now with NFTs, you can just sell your work directly as if it was a physical piece to real collectors. And that was not something that people were seeming to get at the time. And there was a lot of conversations trying to say like this could be something. We could build a platform. We could release more artists. We could get a support team and a moderation team. And yeah, those conversations did not go well. The same way the cards, and so the same way CryptoPunks tried to give their cards away for free and nobody wanted them. They wouldn't pay the gas. And at the time, we're talking pennies. This is not like gas today. It wasn't even worth it for people to do it then.
Well, and I don't want people to get discouraged because I think it's important to have early projects like this. And I think
Yeah.
it's important to have Bitcoiners that were out there spending Bitcoin and giving away
Mm-hmm.
dollars worth of Bitcoin that are now worth thousands of dollars and other things
Mm-hmm.
like that. I think that is what moved the project forward. And that by our experimentations with Curio Card, the guys who wrote the 721 standard were able to see it as a working project and to say, hey, there's some interest in this. Maybe not a lot,
Mm-hmm.
but enough to write a standard. And then that leads to other people coming along and say, hey, there's a standard. We should use this standard. We should make some stuff. And again, it just grows and grows. And I think that the internet and the world and humanity, we learn from the successes and the failures. So I think it's exciting to see this project restored and respected. One of the things you didn't mention is that we're now, you and I and Curio Cards and Rhett are a part of the Wikipedia entry for crypto art. So it's
That's
a very
right. Yeah.
small
There's
entry,
all these little
and
great little and that's the reward for me. Having worked on something that was inspirational and influential and useful, and artists got paid, and collectors got art, and standards got written, and Curio got referenced. It was a success in regards of like in the fullness of history. I think that's the lesson there. And some of them work and some of them don't. And if you try a lot of things on crypto, sometimes all you have to do is wait 4 years, and it'll be a success anyway.
And what do you have planned for the future of Curio Cards, and what are you going to work on next, Travis?
So Curio Cards was intended back in the day to become a platform where anybody could release a Curio card, the same way Rare Pepe did that. They had a process. You could submit artwork, and they'd buy the artwork from you, and they'd release your cards. And there is code that exists out on Ethereum that even allows people to make Curio cards that anybody can use. But that's all pre-modern NFT standard code. So I wouldn't recommend anybody use it. There are way better platforms now. So if you're a new aspiring artist and you're like, wow, that sounds really cool, you should go on one of those new platforms. There's a lot of really amazing websites to do this, like Rarible, OpenSea, Maker's Place. They all have tools to help you launch your own NFTs. For Curio, I think the important thing now is to make them fun and easy to use. Kind of finish that original vision, They trade right now, which was always the thing we wanted so desperately. People would actually be able to trade them and be using them and like, hey, I'll give you three, 14s and give me 126. And like that is happening.
And
People are
people
doing
can't
that.
they can't even picture this, but there was no marketplace for
There's no
NFTs. We
marketplace.
we
Yeah.
would have had to make the exchange ourselves. There was a thing called
Mhm.
Ether Delta that we were trying to work with, but it was the same problem as any other distributed marketplace where you say, okay, I'm selling one for $10, and then you just wait, and there's no one to buy it, and you can list for $9 or $8 or whatever. There was no market maker. There was
Yeah.
no action. It
There was
wasn't
no
all
Uniswap. There
now.
was no OpenSea. We toyed the thing that we wanted to do was build a marketplace so the trading could happen, but that was a much, much bigger project. So we had to talk investors and things into it. And uh, Ether Delta, as you mentioned, that was like, oh, cool, there's a DEX, because we weren't going to get listed on Coinbase or something for each individual card. It was not practical. So we were like, we need a DEX. We need some on-chain way of trading cards, and Ether Delta was that solution for us. But it was really buggy. It was not a great platform. It doesn't exist anymore. Curio found 2 or 3 bugs in Ether Delta because how weird. I don't know if you remember this. There was a bug where Ether Delta didn't understand non-divisible cards, which is Curio. Curios are non-divisible. You can't buy half of a Curio. So there was a bug where if you did like a tricky order, you could buy a card without buying a card or sell a card without selling a card. So you'd get the money and the card, or you'd lose the money and the card. And people were doing stuff like that. And once we figured that out, we like told people to stop using it. I lost some cards on Ether Delta because again, like our job was adoption, right? So I took some cards and I put them on Ether Delta to seed the market. Like, oh, cool, now people can buy them and trade them, and they were stolen. um, there's a website now called Fork Delta, which people can use to try to access the original Ether Delta contracts because they're all still on Ethereum. But yeah, we did this without any kind of marketplace, and now the marketplace exists, and that is just so rewarding and makes me just so happy to know that you can now go on OpenSea. You can look up Curio cards and you can buy and sell your cards, and people are buying and selling their cards. There was like 200 ETH in trade volume in like the first day and a half. I think at this point it's probably like 260 ETH in trade volume. It's only happened, like last week or something that the wrapper went up, and that just blows my mind. Especially because the community voted on a 1% artist royalty. So OpenSea has this option where you can choose a fee, and we could choose 0, or we could choose 1, or we could choose 5. No matter what, we had to choose something. So we did a vote because that just makes the most sense. When somebody set up a snapshot page, and based on how many cards you have, you could like vote on the outcome of this thing, which is how snapshot votes usually work. It's the same way, Uniswap votes, for instance. Um, and they voted overwhelmingly, like 97% to 3% voted in favor of the idea of a 1% fee, 100% artist royalty. So all the trades, recent trades that happen on OpenSea, there'll be a payment that'll happen in a couple of weeks because OpenSea does their payments every 2 weeks, and it'll go straight into a multi-sig account that we've set up that the artists control. The artists are the signers on their multi-sig, and more of them are getting signed up on the multi-sig right now. And they'll be able to split the funds between themselves and have that kind of ongoing revenue, which is like even more long-term positive impact that Curio is having, which just makes me so happy.
Yeah, it's really great because it was a really honest project where we did want to help the artists, and we had the tech knowledge and they had the art, and we were coming together
Mhm.
and everyone was going to benefit. And to see it continue now where it is helping the artists, and it's also setting a good example for the community about how to set these things up and how to reward the artists directly. It's just a very rewarding project, and it's
Mhm.
great to see it rediscovered.
And there have been donations of cards. I donated some cards, other people donated some cards back to the original artists who didn't all have some of their cards. So they all now get to go on this adventure together with the Curio holders. And that just makes me really happy that this is now, it's fulfilled that promise that we made 4 years ago of being useful to artists, useful to the community, and having a kind of a long-term positive impact beyond just inspiring later NFT projects, which I was always very proud of by itself.
That's great, Travis. And where can people learn more about your work and keep up with what you're doing?
If you want to follow me directly, I'm on Twitter at Travis4Mayor, FOR, Travis FOR Mayor. And Curio is on Twitter as well at my Curio Cards. And you can find links to that Twitter on the webpage, which is curio.cards. The webpage when you go to curio.cards is a 2017 classic. So some of the information might read as if it was from 2017, but you'll see links on the nav bar along the top to go to the new pages as well. We have the leaderboard, there's a gallery, there's the wrapper, there's OpenSea, there's a documentations page, and there's the Gov for governance link. All of those links are new, built in just the last couple of weeks. And you can learn all about that on the website, on the documentation, on the Twitter.
Well, it's never too.
Oh, and the Discord too, which is linked on the Twitter. It's on the website. It's like the Discord invite link /Curio Cards. I'm on it. The Die Aping is on it. Harry BTC, the people who found the project, they're all on it, and we'll answer any questions you have.
Well, it's never too late for San Francisco to have a really good mayor, so there's always hope for that. But
Right.
Thanks so much, Travis, for joining us. It was great to talk to you about Curio Cards and NFTs, and I hope we'll be able to do a follow-up interview in the future, maybe when we'll have more to report, and we'll be able to just tell people where NFTs went from here.
It was really great to be able to hang out with you again.
Thanks so much. This episode was sponsored by NFT. Become an NFTV artist. Sign up today. EasyBit. 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 Bitcoin ATMs. EasyBit. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Join the NFTV mailing list for the sickest drops. Welcome back to the World Crypto Network. We're joined by Daniel Friedman, author of one of the Curio cards. How's it going, Daniel?
Pretty well, Mad Bitcoins. Thanks so much for having me on.
Well, we're going to go ahead and start out like I have the other interviews, just asking you with the beginning of how did you get involved with the Curio card project?
You know, like so many other stories, the beginning is shrouded in forgetfulness for me. I don't remember exactly how I got the web form, but I do remember filling out a form and thinking, I like art, I like crypto, and this is a natural overlap and fit. Submitted it into the ether, quite literally, and didn't hear back for some time until I saw them posted. And I guess that's the first chapter.
So for me, on the other side of that, we had the Curio card project that I started with Rhett and Travis, and we were working on making cards, and we knew a couple of artists. So my friend Philippe did the early cards. A friend of ours from the Bitcoin meetup, Crypto Graffiti, did some more. Another friend, Rick, turned us on to his friend, Luis, who's now doing really well in NFTs with Crypto Pop. And he did those great dog cards. And then I think we did a Mad Bitcoins card. Then we started to recruit artists just from the internet. So like you say, we had a Google form. I'm pretty sure I made it. Went to a spreadsheet, asks you basic questions about your gallery and what kind of art you make, and maybe write a paragraph why you should be a Curio card artist, just trying to kind of sort out those fakes. But as it was, we didn't even have that many fakes. We probably had about 10 or 20 submissions. One of them was Robeck. And it was what it was for me, it was for all about confirming that the artists were real and that they really did the work. So when I looked at Robeck's and I went to his website and he had Robeck's World and it was a blog and he had all these cartoons and they all look similar, I was like, this is the guy doing the work. If he produces a cartoon, looks like me holding up 3 fingers, whatever it is, it's obviously the real person. So the same thing when we got to your entry. I pulled up your art and I looked at the kind of pen and ink drawings and I looked at the Flickr. I was like, wow, there's 100 of these or whatever. There's a lot of these. I was like, he's clearly making these. In my mind, I thought that you were like bored in school and you're like making these on your notebook or whatever. And you had a precise to it, a geometric pattern, like maybe like a Islamic thing, like the Great Pyramids and things and the Burj Khalifa and all that kind of thing. But it had a great style to it. And I thought, well, he's obviously 100% really making these. So I was like, we'll slot these in. These will be the next one we'll do. And then after that, we did Marisol Vingus, which has now been revealed to be my friend Max Infeld from Chico. So he's a big artist up in the Chico. And after that, Travis's friend Thoros of Mir rounded out pretty much the Curio card artists. I think there's about 7. So that's how you got chosen. That's how you got picked. As far as the rest of the stuff, very small company, very trying to be a company, and we put it together. We got the cards out there. I think Travis and I did a show launching them, trying to sell them, trying to get them to people. And with your cards, it was kind of interesting because we had an interesting thing happen on the previous set with Robeck, where with the artist cards from the internet, at first we'd printed a large amount of cards and we tried to raise money for the company on the first 10 cards. Then we printed, I think, about 2,000 cards each, like 1,000 cards each. We were trying to limit the number down because we'd started at like 200,000, and we're like, we'll just print 200,000 at $1. We'll raise $200,000 for the company and we'll be set. We'll start, a startup like a Silicon Valley TV show. And it didn't work, but so we let the artist choose the number of the cards, and Robeck had less numbers for his cards. And then when you did yours cards, you did 333, 222, and 111. So first, let me ask you, why did you choose those numbers? And then we'll talk about how it worked out.
Thanks for the recap. Let me just mention a few points. So first, you mentioned the proof of life and the proof of art, the proof of work, getting the work done. So it's so interesting how those three proofs and the way that they lean on each other. Art is the proof of human, and the human is the proof of work. So that's kind of cool. And then what you mentioned about drawing and being bored in class, yes, that's absolutely true. So thank you to all patient teachers everywhere. And it moved from drawing in the margins of my notes to the underlying sheet to no pretenses, just drawing. And that phase change was something that really imbued into the drawings. And definitely it's reflected in the drawings from different periods, because I started uploading to the Flickr in 2009. And for the first several years of drawing seriously and uploading, I was working only in black and white, purely abstractly, with no writing, no symbols. And then it developed as I did. And it entered into more symbolic and eventually into more textual bases. But just to get to the question about the number, the 333, 222, 111, it's interesting to hear that you started from the 200,000 down, because as a, I guess you could call it a manual artist, I make slides and presentations. But when I'm doing art, for me, it's about the drawing and the pen and the paper and the accessibility and the familiarity of that. So for me, even 2 is scaling up. So I was on the other side of the 3-digit numbers, looking up thinking, wow, I would need a photocopier and a ream of paper to make a few hundred of these drawings. Wouldn't that be amazing, like a poster printer? And then as for the numbers themselves, I like repetition. I like patterns, controlled novelty. If it was all just 3 of the same 3-digit number, like all 333s, that's not enough novelty. So how do we embed multi-scale controlled novelty and leave something for everybody to find mystery and meaning in? Those numbers present themselves to me. And then it was actually later when I found out about a few cards that had gone missing, which is kind of a funny little addendum to that story.
So what it also did, though, by going so low with card number 26 at 111, there can now only be 111 complete sets of Curio cards for the collectors out there. So I'm kind of curious to see if, just as a natural thing, how cables get tangled and things get destroyed and empathy and all that entropy and energy moving around and all that, will the Curio cards out there form into 111 complete sets? Like, how close will we go? I've already seen maybe just 2 complete sets on Twitter where, and again, as a creator of these cards and a person trying to encourage this collector's mentality, even 4 years ago, I'm psyched to see it now. I'm psyched to see that people saw what I saw, where I was like, you want a complete set. You want a complete set of like the Daniel cards. You want a complete set of all the cards. You are a collector of the crypto pop cards, whatever it is. Everyone finds a way to collect these, and any way is correct. You're not told that you have to make a complete set or whatever, but people were drawn to it. And then they did exactly what I hoped they did. They took a screenshot of it. They put it on Twitter proudly. Of course, I retweeted them and everything for what that's worth. But you don't get much more than that. But still, you completed a complete set of Curio cards, which is even harder given your 111 card.
It's a duty and an honor and a privilege to be the rate limiting step for a bigger project. And it is interesting. Got to catch them all. I mean, you got the state quarters and there's all 50. And if you only have 40, then come on, you need those last 10. And then it is very interesting with the different numbers.
I have those blue coin collecting books too. And I don't know why I do it. And even at the beginning, it's hard to remember back, but at the beginning of this whole stay at home for a year nightmare, I was like, yeah, I'll do my coin sorting. And I'm like, oh, it's a 62 quarter. Oh, it's a 69. Oh, this is, I don't know that it's fun or not, but I did it. And again, it's all about filling in those little holes. Like you have the 4 out of 5 and you're like, I wonder if I can get that 5th one. And it's just this collector's need.
You know, the one thought on that, it's almost like the years, it's not that the number 1969, 1992, the years are special because there's actually a referent. There's something that it means and there's a continuity and a wholeness. And so it's just such an interesting impulse that we're striving for completeness. And now we have a toy that lets us do that online.
Well, and as a historian, I love it when they put a date or a year on anything. I was looking at an old smoke detector recently, and they put probably a paragraph of words all about the company and where it was from and where it traveled and all the different numbers and qualifications that this device had. But no one put a year. No one put just copyright 1979 or whatever. So I couldn't date the smoke detector without more information. And that drives me crazy. On the other side, I also love looking at the coin and thinking, wow, you know, it's a 1960 quarter. This was around since JFK's time. This has been kicking around pocket to pocket. What a unique history. And in some ways, these new NFTs, as well as Bitcoin and Ethereum, these blockchain trackable transactions with the tree behind them, you could track that. You could say who owned this 1960 quarter all the way back to when they had their Curio card launch for quarters. I hope it went well.
The quarter ICO. It reminds me actually of Where's George, which was a little bit of a meme where they stamped at least US dollars, and they're fungible in one sense. Dollars are, in that you can trade, most people will trade you dollars for each other. But Where's George, because there is a serial number on each dollar bill, it almost made it into an NFT. And that's what moved from having the bill tagged with a year and implicitly the community of people who are using US dollars, and took it into the explicit, because all of a sudden you didn't just have time and implicit community, you had place and explicit community. So it's really powerful what you described, that these mechanisms allow us to make time, place, and community come together in a meaningful way.
It's also another really good way towards understanding NFTs and what they are. If you were walking around a festival and you had a wallet full of dollar bills and you took them to your friend and he painted orange hair on each one of the dollar bills, and you now, like a Where's George, valued those more, maybe valued those at $5, went around trading those to your friends, and then went around the festival and said, okay, who has the orange dollar bill? I'm giving you all 20s. That's the same idea as kind of what's been happening with these NFTs. You say something that's fungible, that's tradable, like a dollar or a quarter, and you make it non-fungible and unique, which sometimes increases the value and other times decreases the value, and no one will ever want it. So everyone needs to take track that there's both sides to that.
Yep, scarcity does not imply value for any system, because the total value, whether there's 1 or 100 or 21 million of something, the total value and the trust can be 0. So scarcity isn't alone value. But what you said there, a little bit of a joke in the research community with nonlinear models. People often talk, oh, it's a nonlinear model. But nonlinear model just means anything except a linear model. So the linear model is the special narrow case, easily computable. It has some nice properties, but nonlinear models is the bigger space. So then I think about NFTs, and it's like, hey, everything you've heard or thought likely about cryptocurrency was fungible tokens, though there's some technical details, of course. Now think that's the tip of the iceberg. Everything other than that, actually everything other than that, because many or everything will be tokenized, it's either going to be fungible or non-fungible. And just like the set of non-elephant animals is bigger than the amount of elephants, non-fungible tokens are going to come to mean so many things. And the value is always what we make of it. So if somebody else doesn't want to hold the NFT corresponding to a leadership position in my organization, great. they just don't have to. They don't have to play. So it's a fun way that we're seeing it happen just at lightning speed.
And it's neat to have come so long in this, because I think it was a long time ago now, maybe 7 or 8 years. But I was talking to my friend Andreas Antonopoulos, and he was saying that everyone on the playground would have their own coin. And there'd be Joey coin and Freddie coin and Tom coin. And maybe Joey's really popular, so his coins trade at 2-to-1 to Freddie coin. And if Joey wants to have a party and say you have to have Joey coin to go to the party, Joey can do that. Like these tokens, whether they're Bitcoin or NFTs or colored coins or whatever you want to call them, a counterparty, all these systems, it's just a way for, Joey coins to get traded and for Joey to then do whatever he wants with it. He could say, you get to watch my YouTube video, or you get to comment on my blog, or you get to do something in the real world. All of these things are available as soon as we empower Joey by giving him his own coin.
And art is the tip of the spear. It's the exploration into this wild area that's being enacted and being mapped by those who go. And those who don't go and look at it from afar, maybe they'll see a bigger picture, maybe they'll see a distorted picture, but in some sense, it's creating an ecosystem where that doesn't matter, because we can move towards pluralism and people valuing different things. And some people want to hold one national currency or one type of physical object, or maybe it's a physical hardware wallet. It's all good.
It would be strange, though, if we go as far as a Dark Mirror type episode where everything is paid and everything is in exchange, and you say hello to someone and they send you $100 in their coin, and you say back and you send them 50, and then you get a donut and you don't like it and you turn them down, and you go up and down, and just all these monetary exchanges complicating normal existence. Would be interesting to see how far that goes.
Well, that relates to the bandwidth of communication. And if we imagine a situation where I can't read the menu, it's a language I don't know, and I'm holding a different currency, but maybe I can put out an offer, like whatever that, I don't know what the name of your tasty looking food is, but here's how many of my currency I'm willing to have. And then they can recognize that in a market-like system, and then they can make their own evaluation and they can consent to make the trade or not. But it enables a new interface that isn't just natural, expressive, but informal human language.
It could affect barter too, if you could properly identify the value of things and then swap them. It's a lot of swapping. But I think we need to head back towards Curio cards, where all of this value came together, because when we started doing the Robeck cards, there were less of them, and we still don't know who this person is, but somebody came in and started buying them all. Now, I always bought some test cards, and of course, I'm interested in baseball cards and getting a complete set and all that. But somebody else came in like it was an ICO, and they cleaned out those Robeck cards. And I think by the time we did the show with Robeck, there was a handful of cards left, and I think he swapped them up because he was the author of the cards. But by the time your cards came out at 333, 222, and 111, I'm pretty sure this whale swallowed up most of the 111 cards. I'm pretty sure my collection is incomplete because I don't have a 26. I also don't think I have a 29. Similar whales had entered into Curio cards even in 2017. So how does it feel to be the artist who sold out in his time in 2017? It's cards gone. We were able to send you the funds. It wasn't complicated. A lot of the other things were complicated because cards just didn't sell. We didn't have the money. We didn't have the money to buy the cards from the machines even. We had food bills and rent bills. We're just normal people. But eventually we did get everyone paid. But you got paid in the time period. So how did that go? How'd you feel selling out?
Oh, selling out for the first time. What a special memory. You never forget your first sellout. No, it was very interesting because just doing my art recreationally and not ever seeing a way to monetize directly, it's a bit of a catch-22 because I didn't want to sell any of my originals. There was also low demand, of course, but I didn't really want to sell the original because first off, I value it. And second off, somebody might want it for more later. And then there's other ways to monetize art. Oh, having a so-called social media following or having a Patreon, having other mechanisms. And so to find a very unexpected mechanism that was compatible with the physical and the digital objects that I wanted to have, as well as the right balance between sovereignty over my own online presentation, and then allowing others to do what I had always hoped, which was think that a pattern is cool. They're all Creative Commons. People have gotten tattoos. Maybe people will put it on a shirt, or they'll just put it up printed for free on their wall. So it was so interesting how the security and the cryptographic guarantees, which years ago, very few people were thinking of applying to art, because art is the experience and it's the creation and it's the human side. Yet here was a technology that was allowing an unmonetized artist to structure basically an art lifestyle, and potentially in the future fund an art lifestyle.
Fantastic. It was a beautiful dream, right? It was a great idea, and like many ideas, I think we were just too early. Maybe even just by months, right? If you look back a few months later, not that many people knew about it, but the CryptoPunks project and I think the Mooncats project both launched around that time. And then later on, CryptoKitties came in and they crashed Ethereum, and they had generative cats where it had a hat, and that one had a cigar, and that one had a hat and a cigar. So that's very valuable. So it was a bit of a different project. Ours were more baseball cards, more art-based NFTs, more like the modern NFT where there's an art picture on the front rather than having like a generative art picture. But then the market kind of went quiet and things kind of went away. So what did you think about it? You'd made, 500, $700 or something, a little bit of Ethereum in your pocket. Did you think it was going to come back? Did you think you were going to make more cards? What did you think about it?
Actually, after seeing the Curio cards posted, I wasn't paid the ETH directly. And I forgot about it and let sleeping cards lie. And it really wasn't until just a couple of weeks ago when the engines restarted. And that was when I was provided the same amount in ETH. So thanks to Travis for hodling onto it for me and for making good in all time. And all's well that ends well. So it's totally all good. Yeah, I got a couple of emails out of the blue, people who didn't even mention it specifically, just asking if weird, unrelated requests, and I wasn't putting the puzzle pieces together.
Did you get did you get a message like, got any cards? Because that's what I got. And I was like, magic cards, baseball cards. Like, I got a lot of cards. I don't know.
I won't read out anyone's emails, but certainly they were kinds of requests that I had never received. And then only by taking a step back and actually just asking an inquiry saying, look, I don't think I'm in the know here. Could you fill me in? They directed me to the Discord where I got to hear a little bit more. And yeah, as to being early or not, I'd say in the beginning and in the end, there will be Curio. So to be second or second to last, that's like being an internal book on the shelf, which is awesome. But I think Curio will always be a special thing.
That's what is amazing about it. A lot of people are going back and forth on the Discord about if the project's important or if it has to be successful to be important. But on the blockchain, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're on the Ethereum blockchain. You can go check it out, May 9th, 2017, before everyone else, not Rare Pepe. Rare Pepe was before us, but they're on the counterparty Bitcoin blockchain. And it's just different. But other than that, yeah, we're the only game in town. It's cryptographically provable. We couldn't fake it. If we had all the computers in the world, I don't think we could rewrite the chain. So,
and I like Curio. It's curiosity and its collection, eclectic. It evokes a lot of ideas that I think bring an element of mystery and curiosity to something that seems cut and dry. I mean, blocks, Legos. Yet there's also this fascia, this connection, and the connection is curiosity and humanity. So it brings that back into play.
Well, it's interesting. It was the name was Travis's idea. I probably would have went more with something like cyber cards or something more in that vein. But he liked the curio and the curiosity, and I was pretty mixed on it. You never know why a project fails. You think maybe it's the name, maybe it's this, it's that kind of thing. But the funniest thing happened just around the time that Curio cards got rediscovered 6 months ago or whatever it was. I Googled it, and a company put out a press release that they raised $1 million, and they're calling themselves Curio, and they're making NFTs. And it sounded like, I don't want to, this will be read back to me in the trial, I'm sure, but it sounded like some entertainment industry veterans who had great connections to companies like Showtime, who were able to make a limited run of NFTs for Showtime, which seemed sold out when I checked them. So congratulations to the Curio company. But it was really funny to see this giant, well-organized, well-funded startup group take a similar name to our good old-fashioned historic project. So that was a surprise.
Well, ask not for whom the nonce tolls. We're all subject to the chain in that way. So great. You have legacy connections. You got a marketing team. Again, that's great. But will you play by a shared set of rules? And will that set of rules contain not just a computational kernel, but values and a practice and a participatory sense?
No, I think they're just here for the money. But
for the USD.
Yeah, for the UST. So it's a new altcoin you haven't heard about, but they're printing more of them all the time. So after you got on the Discord, and then I saw your interview on Adam McBride's show, how's it gone? I mean, are you a famous artist now? Are you going to make more NFTs? Do you think the NFT space is a bubble or a fad? How do you feel about it?
Interesting questions. Well, certainly since re-engaging on the Discord, I've tried to listen to some of your conversations and some of Adam's and learn more. And it's funny to be sort of dropped onto the field, and that's learning by doing, which is the mode that I love being in. And I'm just looking forward to seeing where it goes as far as other art NFTs. So I've about 900 or a few more drawings on Flickr, and of course many unscanned drawings. So I thought potentially if Curio starts taking hold and getting anchored, and there's interest in the collection, then it could make sense to offer on whatever platform makes sense, because I'm not a technical person on this level. So I would hope to connect with the right advisor or the right group, but then have some sort of other issuance, just complete the Daniel collection, which is the other drawings, except for the 3 that I selected for the Curio cards. So maybe offer another set. And the part I'm most interested, I think, in learning more and experimenting with is just unconventional structures for governance, information, value, trust. Is there a way to make this second issuance of NFTs related to something special that would encode values into an object? I don't know. It's a question that's just the opening of a door, because we haven't even seen the beginning. So as to, is it a bubble? That's kind of like asking, is the cell a bubble? It's like, well, it's spherical and it grows and it shrinks, but it's alive. So bubble for what? It's just a metaphor based upon blowing bubbles in the air. And it's not my mapping for what's happening with crypto of any kind.
Well, if you like that, I think you're going to love Alien Worlds. I don't know very much about it. My friends tell me about it and I'm interested. The basic idea I understand is you take cards like a captain of the ship and like an engine and a mining ray, right? And you put those cards in your ship, and then you mine their currency with this. And if you have better cards, you mine better. And they're doing things you talked about, like planets and governance, and they're having some kind of an election. And I don't know what's going on, but just like everything else that I get interested in but put to the side, it went up like 10,000%, and it's on Binance, and everyone's like, wow. So I don't know what's going to happen. But again, I like seeing these ideas. I like seeing these NFTs, these cards being used in the game. And then what I want to see is I want to see a competing game come out and have a competing currency and use the same cards and like steal or pirate or whatever kind of word you want to use there, borrow their assets, so that eventually these cards are staked on someone else's computer system rather than the original system. And that's, to me, where it gets really interesting, because now the game companies are competing for these assets. And if the special sword is on your game company for a couple of days, your game company could make tons of money somehow. I mean, it would be the place where the sword is, and people could play to win the sword. And vice versa, if the sword leaves your company because you're bad to the owners of the sword or you're bad to your customers, this kind of thing could happen. So it is very interesting to see these things put out there. And I think a lot of people think they're just putting out an NFT like an art piece. Like, for example, the Curio cards could be taken and put into one of these games. And if you have 3 of the Curio cards from the set, your ship could run faster. You could mine better. The possibilities are infinite. And another thing too, as a creator, and we created the cards and you made yours and all this, we've kind of lost control of it. It's out there. It's going to be what it's going to be. If it goes in this game or that game, or it's on OpenSea or it's in a wrapper, I mean, I have no control over any of this. Neither do the team or you or anybody. So it is exciting to see what happens.
That's a cool point about the serious games. There's a few other names that goes by, but serious games they're serious, and there's real governance in play on online games like Eve and other games. And it's a cool point also about that, the levels of organization. So when you have something that's interoperable and not trustless, but specific trust, then it actually enables an even higher level of organization. Like if you can have the gold bar, you can connect to civilizations, going back to what we were saying about the interfaces for communication. You can interface between 2 games. And somebody will say, well, why would this game developed by this company have any sort of relationships here? And it's like, well, we don't have to tell them to talk to each other. We just have to have interoperability, and then let the cards fall where they may.
It'll be pretty exciting when the first Grand Theft Auto game starts using World of Warcraft currency. And you're like, wow, I can buy, guns, and I can buy swords, and I can buy all these different things. And I played the one game and I transferred it to the other game at an exchange rate, and so on.
Grand Theft Curio Private Key Edition.
Your car goes faster if you have a full set. And it's the original 2017 NFTs. Nothing we could do about it at all.
Oh yeah, he's not playing with a full deck. Can't be trusted.
It could be like special clubs. They only let you in if you have a full set of Curio cards. It could be all kinds of things like that.
What are you most excited about seeing happening, like in the next, I guess, few months? We have a fun party of some kind happening soon. What else is happening?
I'm excited for, I guess it's only 4 days. We still got to kind of get the rest of it together. We're hoping we can have it here on World Crypto Network, but I'm not sure where the community's going with that, if it's a public party or a private party. But we are having CurioCon 21 on May 9th, honoring the day that we launched the first Curio cards. It's a pretty nice thing. People have thought up in the Discord. And again, with stuff like this, it's better if other people do it. If I'm all out here like, my project's so great, we should celebrate it every year, it doesn't really work. It seems like nonsense. But when other people say that, and on their own goodwill and their own interest in the project, again, they can buy as many cards as they want. They can be as self-interested here as they want. I can't stop that, nor can anyone. But yeah, it's super exciting. We're going to have a Curio card party of some kind. As far as in the space, I've been pretty excited by the Topps MLB launch. It was really hard to get card packs at first. I couldn't buy them. And then I managed to buy a few. And I opened them, and it was all the pack mechanics that I thought they'd have. They had the commons and the rares and the uncommons. And then I went around buying all the Oakland A players, just like I would normally. And I have this little web page I look at that's all like A's and Giants. And I got some Garbage Pail Kids. So I'm just loving the Wax platform over there. They did an ICO after our project, I think 2018. They developed a really nice exchange interface. Still a little bit of a database. It put some words out there that people don't know, like schema. I should never see that word on a public front web page. But they're in a hurry, and all that kind of thing. But they still managed to launch Topps and Garbage Pail Kids, baseball cards, Street Fighter, potentially other properties. And Topps just did a great job with the packs and the rarity and the opening the packs. And yeah, it's been super fun. It was always what I pictured when I started Curio Cards. I was like, someday I'll do this with baseball cards. And it turned out it was 4 years later, like on the dot, just ready.
One funny memory about the Oakland Athletics, because I grew up in the Bay Area, was we used to be able to get half price tickets in USD, half price USD, because we were under 18. And so we could watch these games and have fun. And it would always crack us up that for each player, it'd say, he has the most home runs of anyone under 30 born in North Dakota. It's like they had a statistic for everyone, a third most home runs by this, sub category. And then that's kind of coming back to what Antonopoulos said about on the playground. It's like everyone does have an individuation. And then there we were in the stadium seeing that each player was, of course, unique. And then that expands into the digital realm. So it's just funny that things that used to be just conceptually available are now just objectively there.
I wonder what it's like for the players too, because you used to, if you went to a card shop and you really like sought it out, you could find out how much your card was worth. You could find out if it was trading or if it was one of the populars or whatever. But now they just go to some web page and they click down to their name on a drop down and they can see all the cards with their name and their face and how much they're selling for. And some of these guys have millions of dollars. They could go in and buy their own card. And as the mechanics are, they could even burn their card. They could make their common card the most rare card in the set by buying them all, destroying them all. And maybe it's a media campaign. Maybe there's a public relations guy out there taking notes. And we're going to see this soon for some ball player we never heard of. But yes, all these options are on the table. Topps has even done things like combining multiple cards together. You're like, why is this common card selling for $20? And turns out you take this common and two other commons and combine them together to get a better card. I'm just like, these guys thought of everything. I just love everything they're doing.
One other thought on that is all art is performance art. And Mad Bitcoins knows that better than anyone. It's like the art being sold and then the art self-destructed, and then that increased it in value. So we already have something like a precedent for that. And it's the continuing relationship with the art, the artist, and the community of respect and of attention. And again, now there can be a real bi-directional continued conversation. And yes, artists explicitly or secretly could do all kinds of stuff. They could pump, they could make a social media campaign. And it's like they already could. But now there's something where everyone can look at it in the commons, and it brings the performance art to a level that back when I was just doodling in class would have just been, you would have been the funniest time traveler I met that day.
See, it's like the Wizard of Oz. You always had the power to do this. It was there all along. And we just empowered you. And then now everyone else is empowered. And it's so funny because the things that we used to have difficulty explaining on Curio cards were like, these are blockchain collectibles. These are digital collectibles. Like you want your money on the phone. You're going to want your baseball cards on the phone. And people will be like, why? Like baseball cards are valuable. This phone thing, not valuable. And now they're so into it that they put minting numbers on everything. And they're like, oh, I only collect number ones from the mint, or I only collect number 10s, all these different specifications and rarities. They really went all out. They did everything.
Pay no attention to the random number generator behind the proprietary source code.
And with Topps, they are paying lots of attention because there's many rumors about the distribution of the cards. And I think you're a math person. You'll probably get a kick out of this. But they said, well, 28 of 28 of these ultra rare cards have been discovered, yet 30% of the packs have not been opened. Therefore, the distribution's wrong. Some of these rare cards should be in that 30%. They're worried that Topps didn't do it right. And to do it right in a card way of thinking about it is you print all 1,000 cards. You distribute them all into the packs so that pack number one is always pack number one. It's not a random thing. The card should be there. And if they didn't do that, if they took a shortcut and made it easier because it was easier to code or it took less time or whatever, people are going to find out, and possible, lawsuits and such just from coding choices.
It's always fascinating to me that the source code is audited, for example, for slot machines, because hey, you wouldn't want to go into a casino and have, this return on your investment rather than that return, even though it's a losing gambit, quite literally. Still, there's an audit level. And so it's like the scratchers at the gas station, if those weren't randomized. And so there's all this layer. And again, if you just walk into one gas station, you lose, you walk out, you're not going to think about the bigger picture. And so now when we can all connect and when we can all mathematically look at something or do statistical analysis, it's like, hey, what's going on here? And you can find that out just by looking at the unalterable record rather than some anecdotes that you and your friends have never won at that gas station. That's kind of weird. It's like, well, no one has.
That reminds me of a great video that went viral recently about the McDonald's ice cream machines. At first, everyone was like, these machines are always broken. And they just shrugged their shoulders. They're like, okay. And then there was a McDonald's app where you could find out, and a guy wrote it. He went and, invaded the McDonald's app, took all their data and figured out when these ice cream machines are down. And he's like, they're down 30% of the time. This is too much failure for an industrial company like this. It should be 5 to 10% or less even. And then this other guy who does videos and investigative reports started investigating it and went down to the manuals and tried to figure out what's going on. And a bit of a spoiler here if you guys haven't seen it, but it turns out it seems like the machine becomes too full and it can't complete its cleaning cycle. And the menus are purposely designed to be hard to read and understand. So all the manuals lead to calling the attendant, and he has to come in and fly in and get paid lots of money. And the company's making 25% of the money from their repairs. And it just seems like they're designed to be hard to use and designed to get this attendant to call. And it's this massive conspiracy that we would have known. Everyone just shrugged their shoulders on the playground. They're like, yeah, sometimes you can't get ice cream at McDonald's. The people would just say that machine is broken when really it's likely in a cleaning cycle, or it's not completing its cleaning cycle because it's too full. And the interface is designed to obscure this. And it's just the greatest little mystery that this guy figured out.
Toto, the dog, in the closing scenes, open source intelligence riding in again to reveal what should have been known.
It's been pretty amazing. We're learning lots of stuff. And I think that's a good point to end on. Certainly, I think we can come back again, talk more about art, NFTs, Bitcoin, and what's going on. Thanks so much, Daniel, for being on the show.
Thank you, M Bitcoins. It's really been a pleasure, and look forward to all of our next adventures and maybe collaborations together.
And where can people check out your work? You still have the Flickr or Twitter, anything like that?
They can go to danielariefriedman.com. That's my personal website, or they can look up my name and Flickr. That's where they'll find me.
All right. Thanks so much, Daniel, for being on the show.
Peace out.
This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Become an NFTV artist. Sign up today. EasyBit. 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 Bitcoin ATMs. EasyBit. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Join the NFTV mailing list for the sickest drops.
All right, so tell me how you got involved with the Curio card project in, what was it, 2016?
It was 2016, 2017, and I'd always been a collector. So I collected baseball cards in the 80s, comic books in the 90s. I collected CDs and DVDs, movies and videos and music, all those things. So I'd always had a collection of things. And after I started Mad Bitcoins in 2013, and I'd known about Bitcoin before, but I kind of put it in the back of my mind. And in 2013, the Cypress event came out. And
what's the Cypress event?
Well, in Cyprus, they had a lot of foreign money in their banks. And I don't know where the money came from. Maybe
you mean when they went belly up or whatever? Yeah.
Maybe it was drug money, right? And it was April of 2013, and the Cyprus government and the banks, they got together and they decided that everyone in Cyprus should take a haircut. And for those in the business world, they know a haircut means 10% straight off the top. So every account with more than 100 grand in it, which was not a lot of accounts, but the big ones all got a 10% cut. The normal people were frozen out of their banks. They couldn't access the ATMs. They got like $100 a day. None of the cards worked. Everything stopped in Cyprus. And it's at that time that I made the connection between Bitcoin and Cyprus. And while the people of Cyprus didn't have ATMs, Bitcoin ATMs, they didn't have knowledge and meetup groups and access. They didn't know how to use Bitcoin. But if they did, they would have had this wonderful off ramp, this wonderful safety net that could have saved them from the banks giving them a haircut, unilaterally all of a sudden for something not even related to these people. And foreign drug money was in the system. The normal people who had more than a certain amount of money, maybe they were going to buy a house or something, they took a big cut, right? So I saw that Bitcoin could save that. And when I looked at the Bitcoin ecosystem, I'd looked at it in 2010 when it came out on Slashdot, and I thought it was cool. And my roommate was a computer programmer, and he didn't think it was cool. So I kind of put it in the back of my head. I was like, oh yeah, that's internet money, but what does it have to do with me? And when this came out, I looked at Coinbase and BitPay, and I was just blown away that there were real companies in this space and they'd made it usable. When I looked at Bitcoin, it was command line. I saw right away that the early people were going to be crazy rich. I thought I missed the boat at $1. I thought I missed the boat at $30. I was like, I'm so dumb. And not dumb enough to buy any at 30 because it's
yeah. No, that's we probably heard about. I heard about it at 30. That was when I heard about it the first time.
Yeah, and then it jumps up to 300 with Cypress, and I'm like, again, I'm the dumbest person. I could have got this at 30. So I didn't have a lot of money. I was unemployed. I put my savings into a little bit of Bitcoin. And then what do you do next? Well, I talked all my friends and family's ears off. Bitcoin, all this stuff. And they're like, okay, we've had enough of you. And so I had a green screen. I had like kind of a little Mad Bitcoins costume. I'd worn it at Burning Man. I used to run a game show there. We had like a big wheel. You could spin the wheel. Right. I had a little character, kind of a game show host. And I was like, I looked at the Bitcoin space, and it was April 2013. And really all there was Let's Talk Bitcoin. And they'd started about 3 or 4 weeks ago, not really that much. And they were kind of like NPR. They were like a podcast, and they were long form, and they were serious. And I like Let's Talk Bitcoin a lot. I like Adam and the work he's done. But I wanted something shorter and funnier, right? And on YouTube. And I wanted to do a YouTube show. So I started doing Mad Bitcoins. I had the crazy background and the green screen. And I did the daily news of Bitcoin for about 2 years. And I did 5 shows a week, 600 shows in 2 years. In 2014, I started the World Crypto Network with the idea being someone other than me talking about Bitcoin. And so we started bringing in people from the internet and giving them shows and just trying to get more people to talk about Bitcoin, thinking that, I had reached the people I was going to reach with Mad Bitcoin. So I was going to try to branch out. So 2014, World Crypto Network. 2015, I got a job at a Bitcoin startup in San Francisco called BTC Jam. And we did early Bitcoin loans. And we would actually let you take the Bitcoin off the platform, which was a disastrous and terrible idea, in sadly a series of disastrous and terrible ideas from BTC Jam. I like the people there very much, and I was very happy to work in a startup, but their very first idea was anonymous loans. So you could just show up at the website and say, I need a loan for a car, and they would give you the Bitcoin, you'd walk away, and they hope you come back and pay.
Wow.
Yeah, they had a lot of faith in people to start with. My friends from where they, from BTC Jam, and so that didn't work. And then we tried the other way.
I can't believe that didn't work.
The honor system did not work. And then we tried the other way with people had IDs and you would get a loan, and same kind of thing. You tell a story. My sister's car broke down and she needs it to go to work, and give me a couple thousand, and you feel bad and you give her $100 and you never hear from her again. And you don't want to know how much that $100 in Bitcoin is worth now, because that would just make you sad. So, but it was a startup, and it was in San Francisco, and it was really exciting. And I was glad to be there. And later after that, it didn't work out. I went on to work at Purse.io, which is another startup in San Francisco, and they're still going. You can get Amazon discounts for spending Bitcoin. So it's a pretty cool system as kind of a shopping discount. So it's a way of promoting Bitcoin. So I worked there for a while, but eventually, startups don't work out. You want to move on to the next project. And at this point, I'd read kind of all the startup books. I'd read Hatching Twitter. I read Crossing the Chasm. I read 0 to 1. All of these things, the Amazon book, the eBay book, the PayPal book, right? So I was pretty much full of like how you start these startups. And I was in San Francisco, and I was surrounded by all the right people.
Come on, man. Just roll. It's easy. You just go and have lunch with somebody. Boom, you got $2 million.
Exactly. And I was like, I can make a speech, and I can put some slides together on the PowerPoint. This is me, right? So I get my friends together, and I decide to start my own startup. So I talked to my friend Rick Chan, who's our advisor on Curio cards. And now he's working on a new project called NFT-Ventures. and I'm also working with him on that. So that's going to be exciting. I hope to talk about that more in the future. But I talked to Rick, and I also talked to my friend Ryan Singer. And Ryan Singer was early into a Bitcoin exchange called Trade Hill. He also did work with Blockchain Health, which is, again, years ahead of its time. He
Sure.
wanted to blockchain health records, and he did it in a very honest and great way, but they were just so early. He was just so early.
Yeah, dude,
And
being early is usually wrong, right? I mean, that's just the way it is.
well, and it's sad. My friend Ryan Singer is often early, but I love him. I love him to death, and I think he's doing really good now. He's on the Chia project with Bram Cohen from BitTorrent, and they're making kind of like a green Bitcoin, like an environmentally friendly Bitcoin.
It's a
So
lot,
I don't know.
lot of ask for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the details, and I don't know how it's going to work. But Bram Cohen's a genius, so I wouldn't bet against him. But so Rick knows everybody in town. Rick's my like startup guy, and Rick and Ryan both suggest that I meet Rhett Creighton. And Rhett had worked on some projects with Ryan. He'd been a programmer. He's a very serious programmer guy. And what's so great about Rhett is that Rhett, especially when you give it to you as a resume, Rhett is a nuclear engineer trained at MIT. So if you're looking to be impressed by a little resume, nuclear engineer trained at MIT comes off pretty good for a programmer, right? You know, you're going to meet a smart guy. And so I meet Rhett, and I love Rhett, but Rhett basically is about my age, but he kind of looks like a little kid. So Rhett just has this kind of youthful personality, youthful look to him. So you kind of undertake him. You think he's not that serious, but when he gets down to the code, he's right on it. He's very serious. And Rhett also has a fascinating and fun background. Just to tip you guys into this, Rhett used to be a child actor, and he's the little.
That I didn't. I've been trying to talk to Rhett for like 3 weeks now, and he just deleted his Twitter, which I guess happens once in a while, where he just has to get off Twitter. And I'm like, why does he have to get off Twitter? And Travis is like, well, he was involved with some ICOs, and he starts getting bombed after a while.
Yeah, I don't know what happened after Curio Cards. We'll speculate a little about what Rhett was into there, but in the beginning, he was introduced to me as a child actor, and this is a very big credit I'm about to dump on you. Your mind's going to be blown. I'm ready to watch it. He's the little kid in Crocodile Dundee 2. So he is a major child actor. He was in some commercials as well. I think he's in a couple other movies and kind of things. And again, this is analogous to Brock Pierce, who was the little kid in Mighty Ducks, and then later in First Kid, and then became a major Bitcoin and EOS and Ethereum and all these kind of things. So it's very funny to see that the child stars come back around.
But I gotta talk to Rhett. That's
Rhett's the best. So the other thing that Rhett's very famous for is Zcash came out, and Zcash famously had this founders reward every block or every month or whatever. They're going to give some money to the founders, and everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess. But of course, Zcash went crazy and the founders got tons of money. But even before that happened, Rhett was like, I could fix that. So Rhett goes into the code and he takes out the founders reward and he publishes it as a new cryptocurrency. I think it was called Zen or some kind of thing. And he just sets it out there, and he's just a programmer. So he doesn't buy this thing. He doesn't mine this thing. He's not looking to make money on this thing. He was just like, oh yeah, they have a founders reward for their anonymous cryptocurrency. I can
take that away from them, and here's the
take that out. Here's a thing. You guys go run with it, make a community. So they made a whole community there. There's ups and downs about that. There's be private and all these things. I don't know anything about it, but all I know is if you got a founders reward in there, Rhett will go in and edit it out. Right?
He's gonna take that away from you.
He's gonna take that away from you. You can do it in the code. So Rhett is
the guy, obviously, without even talking to him and knowing very little about him, he's obviously an innovative. I mean, this guy's right at the forefront of development. It's pretty amazing.
Absolutely. And all these ideas that are important in Curio Cards, we may come up with the framework and we may discuss them, but Rhett's the one that makes them happen. When it comes to the vending machine that you send money to and it comes out with a card, that's Rhett. When it comes to locking down the cards to a 1.0 value, which actually broke some of the exchanges like Ether Delta, they were looking for 0.1s and 0.2s, and we're like, no, Curio Cards are a card. They are indivisible. They are, one thing. And this was a brand new concept idea at the time. No one else was doing that. And Rhett got it done in the code. I can say it as an idea. It should be a baseball card, but Rhett's the one that made them baseball cards.
Made it work.
Yep. Amazing. So we get together.
So you had met Rhett before Curio. Then you knew him. Tell me a little bit about how that team formed around Curio Cards.
Sure. Well, we had a little company that we'd started by then called Mother.tech. And I'd advise anyone not to buy a .tech domain name that just costs more money. It sounded cool at the time, but yeah, on long term, don't buy a fancy domain name. But our idea there was like, what kind of startups can we make? So we started brainstorming other ideas in addition to Bitcoin and Ethereum that were already on the market. And there's a lot of cool ideas that we thought of that still haven't been implemented. So I'm not going to give those away, but I still have lots of cool ideas about things we can do with NFTs and other things in Bitcoin and smart contracts that could benefit all kinds of groups of people. So we were looking for like the right one. And again, you're looking for kind of MVP, the simplest thing that you could do to test your idea, see if this works. And that's where we came up with the idea for Curio cards, which are again based on baseball cards. They're based on my friend Andreas Antonopoulos on one of our first shows in 2013, 2014. He said that at some point there's going to be Joey coin, and the kids on the yard will have Joey coin and they'll have Freddie coin, and Joey's more popular than Freddie. So you're going to want those Joey coins more. So they're going to have more value. And
Two Joey's for a Freddie.
Exactly. And he was just matter of fact about it. And before Bitcoin maximalism, before Vitalik broke off and launched his project, before all of that, even Andreas was just saying very matter of fact, there's going to be lots of coins, and maybe too many, maybe like 1 billion coins, maybe 1 million coins, maybe, really lots and lots of coins. But again, we're not saying we could stop this. This is the ocean. This is the wave. We're not looking to stop this. So rare Pepes were out. I had collectibles. I understood how collectibles work. You're buying a string of letters and numbers, but to you, it is a collectible. When I buy an REM program or an REM thing for my REM collection, it doesn't have monetary value. It has collectible value. I'm buying it because I want it, because my collection's incomplete without it. I'd played Magic cards. I knew how the packs work and the boosters and the sets, and you want to get a complete set. And just all these collectors mechanics is what we wanted to bring to it. Now, there was another project on the line, and I want to give them respect. Rare Pepe was there. Now, a very funny story. I'll try to tell you about how I discovered Rare Pepes and that it was even a real thing. So I was doing the Bitcoin group, and it's a roundtable discussion group, and we still do it to this day. And my friend Theo Goodman was on there. And one day, Theo just started talking about Rare Pepes, and we thought that he kind of made it up. I didn't even know it was a real project. I was like, Theo's just got a joke that he keeps coming back to. He keeps saying that Rare Pepes are going to solve this problem. And you come to him and you say, China's banning Bitcoin. And he says, Rare Pepes.
They can never ban Pepes.
They'll never ban Pepes. Exactly. He was just all about, and I wasn't sure what had happened to Theo. And he was mad about this on Twitter recently, and I want to address it. And what we did is we were like, okay, I figured out it was a product and it was a real thing. And we're like, okay, just plug it once at the end of the show. Don't make every answer about it. It's cool. I know you're excited. I don't want to, dampen your excitement, but we plug things at the end of the show. So he did that, and it was fine. And there's another parallel story about Rare Pepes ruining friendships that I want to tell. There was a show called Bitcoin Uncensored, and it was really great. And they were like very in your face, like the title would show. And Krista Rose and Junseth did the show, and they're very, strident characters, very serious, very, out there. And same kind of thing. They had policies that like, we don't plug things on the show, right? We tell people the truth. If you want to get an interest in a company or whatever, well, Junseth started plugging these Rare Pepes. And later on, from this is the rumor, I don't know the actual there, I wasn't there, but from the rumor, Junseth had a bunch of Rare Pepes. So he's plugging a thing that he has a lot of. And at some point, according to the rumor, Junseth sells the Rare Pepes for $35,000 that he uses to build a new kitchen. And this is the straw that breaks the camel's back of Bitcoin Uncensored. Krista Rose goes off on his friend. Junseth goes his own way. They both do similar projects, never to the same success. They were great together. They had a magic. And according to the rumors of the internet, it was broken up by a $35,000 kitchen and the Rare Pepes.
Those $35,000 Rare Pepes are now worth $8.7 million. He sold out too early.
Well, that would be the last laugh and the funny thing there. And I don't know if Chris got any, or I hope Theo.
Well, trust me,
and,
I do know. I've actually chatted with him. The actual the artist behind Rare Pepes is actually doing his first NFTs like in the coming weeks. And because there's so many scams going on, I actually reached out to him by email, like snail mail by email, to his actual website to make sure it was really him, because it was on this alternative platform. It wasn't on like OpenSea or anything where there'd be any sort of checking. And he wrote me back nice enough. He's like, yeah, that's me. We're doing it. I'm doing it with my brother or whatever, built this platform. And like, so he's actually getting in the space. But let me ask you, were you those those rare pepes, that was on Bitcoin, right? Through like Counterparty, or how were people trading those rare pepes at that time?
Yeah, rare pepes were on Counterparty, and Counterparty was built on top of Bitcoin. And I don't know the details or if it was built wrong or whatever, but there wasn't really an auction. There wasn't really a way to buy these. There was kind of a way to send them around, but that just the other features that you needed weren't there to really make a market for these things. Additionally, when I looked at them, as a business, analyzing them, rare pepes had a lot of negatives around them. The rare Pepe, the Pepe mascot, while I'm internet, I know the history. He was smiling funny frog and he'd laugh at people, right? We'd be like, smiley frog, he's laughing at someone's misfortune. But it became very sad. The internet is as it is. And, people that I disagree with, white supremacists and Nazis and other kind of people, started using Pepe the frog for their purposes, right? So rare Pepe the frog has very questionable history. Now, I think that the Rare Pepe project was trying to restore Rare Pepe, and they're trying to bring
the honor of Rare Pepe.
The honor of Pepe. And
Pepe before the alt-right got a hold of him.
But I felt that was an incredible hill to battle. That was fighting the ocean. And I also thought that by having such a tight theme of kind of magic cards, where half the card is a box of text and the art's really small, and then having all of the art painted green. Like there's different parts of Rare Pepe art, but it is all tinted green. It's very tight to its focus. So I thought that there was very obvious opportunity for a cartoony mascot that had no hate in it, and for a project that was just more open and didn't have a theme, didn't have to be tightened down to this magic card green theme.
So how'd you get the Rhett? So was Rhett the first one you met involved in the project, or tell me how the whole kind of team formed and how it got all put together?
Sure. Well, mainly Rick and I he was the advisor advising me, and Ryan as well. And we brought Rhett on, was very important because he was the tech, right? He was going to solve the actual problem. Travis, I knew Travis from the San Francisco Bitcoin meetup, and Travis had been coming to the meetups as I had. Isabel and Paige ran the meetup. And so we were just helping out, setting up chairs, tweeting about it, things that we could do to improve the meetup. And later on, I became one of the organizers with them. And later on, I recruited Travis to help organize the meetup. And he did a great job with all the logistics and scheduling speakers and locations. It was very hard to get a Bitcoin meetup location, like a regular one in San Francisco. It's a startup community. There's a lot of speeches, a lot of groups having speeches. And one of the other neat things about San Francisco is that you have to provide free beer and pizza. Otherwise, the startup people will not come. Like the engineers are used to free pizza at all.
They're used to free stuff.
They're used to free pizza at all of their get-togethers, and they'll get to your meetup. They'll stack three free pieces of pizza on top of each other, and then they'll go to their seat and devour it.
Right.
And it's just a normal day for the life of an engineer in San Francisco. You never pay for anything.
Yeah.
So we had to have all that. So it was a very.
You had to have some money together to get.
You had to have some money. You had to have some sponsorships. It wasn't just like a pizza place meetup. It was a complex meetup that Travis was running, and he helped me and Isabel and Paige run it. So we were all together, and so we had Rhett on as the tech. Then we brought Travis on as kind of like business development to help us get some VC, make some speeches, spread the word about Curio cards, and then we were pretty much off. So as far as I was concerned, it was a matter of making an MVP, a minimal viable product, where we could test out the theory of Curio cards and how it would work. This was in the era of ICOs and ERC20 tokens. So we looked at the other projects. Rhett and I's initial impression of Ethereum was that they were going to have scaling problems and they were going to have gas fee problems in the future. And we were right about both of those things.
Ding, ding.
It doesn't matter though, because the value of Ethereum from the pre-sale and whatever went up like crazy, and the VC interest and all of that community formed around it, regardless of these obvious technical flaws. So one of the first ideas we had is that we would make a copy of Ethereum, call it Curio Ethereum. And then we own all the Ethereum, which is great.
Oh my God.
But then we have to mine the Ethereum, and we have to run network and all those things.
Can you imagine if you'd done that?
Well, I think that's what CryptoKitties did. They got the money and they went out and made their own CryptoKitty Ethereum. And then I don't know what they did for NBA Top Shops, probably the same kind of thing. But um, so yeah, it was an idea and it might have worked. And what would have been interesting about that is that the cards would have been orphaned on their own chain and no one would have been mining it and no one would have been looking for them. And they might have been historically significant, like worth a footnote in the Wikipedia, but I don't know that they would have had the same effect. So we didn't go in that direction. We went towards this idea of printing the cards every Tuesday. And every Tuesday we'd have a YouTube show with Travis and I called like New Card Tuesday, and we would promote the new cards. And so we started out. I've studied English literature. I have a history background, so I knew we wanted to do something really special for the first card. So of course we chose the apple, which represents the fall from grace and Adam and Eve and all that kind of stuff. Plus Apple Computer. Plus it starts with A, all those things like Steve Jobs said. So you can't go wrong with an apple. We also told this little story and it's been found, but no one's paying attention to it, but it's on Bitcoin Talk. And if there was an author out there that wanted to make a storybook version of it, I think it would be a great little storybook. But as you can tell from the cards, they do kind of tell an obvious story. So it's apples, nuts, and berries. So you're getting kind of sustenance. You're getting the things that feed you. And there's a little hidden reference to a Talking Heads song there that no one seems to get, where he says, animals, they say they don't need money. They're living on nuts and berries. They say animals are hairy. They don't need money. They're living on nuts and berries. He says it over and over. But so, starting out, you've got your sustenance, you got your start on the way. Then I think the next three cards are kind of like introduction to art. Like you're learning how to write, you're learning how to read, you're learning how to sculpt. And then it's like the painting cards, you're like becoming good at art. You're becoming good at, books and communicating in the world, and you're growing in as an adult. And then 10 was the future card. And this is like off into the future, and you're going off on your path, on your journey, and very much the artist's journey kind of thing. So those are the first 10 cards. And the goal there, as you've noticed with the 100,000 runs, is that we kind of wanted to do like an ICO, but not really an ICO. We wanted to sell these collector's cards that were the product. This, again, I do this thing where I deliver the thing and the thing is the thing. And that's it. And it never changes. And this is what I delivered. And it is the thing I delivered. And if you want to invest in me, I will keep delivering these. And that was our value proposition. So the first 10 was like a way to try to raise money for the company. And as you can tell from the sales figures, it did not raise money for the company.
It did not raise money. Although there's a couple of fun interviews with Travis from back in the day where, he's being interviewed like the founder of a tech startup, right? So what are your numbers? And he's like, well, and it's like, man, we had a really good, people really buying the cards. We got people interested. It's like, no, they're not, man.
No, and there's no
he's
way
trying to sell it. He's doing the best.
Try it. I know. And there's no way to come back from that either, because the numbers aren't there. And then it becomes a matter of, if we'd had a better website or if we had better marketing or whatever it was. But for me, it was like, this is an MVP. We have the Fiverr mascot who I like. He has an infinite symbol around his head. He has the infinity logo right there. There's an 8 around his thing, which again, Curio cards are forever. It's infinite. They last forever.
So if you haven't seen this mascot, it's basically, it's a raccoon, right? And it's morphed over time. It's a little bit different on the website now. I found the old ones that are still floating around on like Facebook. And I think Travis said, correct me if I'm wrong, but said basically they went on Fiverr and had it done, got it done on Fiverr.
That was it. First take, $5. I described I wanted the mask to look like an 8. The guy had a cartoony feeling. Like I just thought it was great. I had the logo on his chest, CC for Curio cards, and it couldn't be the furthest thing from Rare Pepe's, right? Very friendly, welcoming, positive. And again, all of this is just, we know what we're doing. We're putting, stuff on top of these tokens. We're selling tokens. We're selling these very unique strings of letters and numbers that are very unique, are provably rare. There's a lot of the collector's things in a baseball card where, you have to do a lot of work to discover the minting and the rarity and the quality and if it's a real card, all those things. These things are provably real. These are, authentic. They are the thing that they are. So we tried ways to explain that to people through the baseball card metaphor and through the artist metaphor. So after the first 10, we're going to continue with the project regardless of the low sales and all these kinds of things. My thing with Mad Bitcoins and a lot of my other projects is the internet respects you if you have a good work ethic. And when I came back every day and I did my 5 days a week for 2 years, the internet was like, that Mad Bitcoins guy comes back every day. Like, it doesn't matter what you say about him, if you watch him, if you don't watch him, if it's important to you, if you care about Bitcoin or whatever. This guy believes in Bitcoin. He believes in entertaining and informing us. And it doesn't pay well, but it's a job he's going to keep doing, it seems. So until he can be stopped, right?
Yeah.
So we're releasing cards every Tuesday. So we started to reach out to our artist friends through the San Francisco Bitcoin meetup. So I know Crypto Graffiti, and he was already doing incredible work there. And just as you say about the NFTs in the last interview about you missed your chance to buy a bunch of the early ones, I missed my chance to buy Crypto Graffiti artwork because he's just my friend. And you never think like I should spend
He'll never be anything.
thousands of dollars already at that point, because he was a trained artist and he was making real work and he wanted thousands of dollars for it. And I'm a poor kid paying my San Francisco rent, struggling through the startups. Someday I'm going to make money. Someday I'm going to make money. Yeah. And the rent's real big and the Uber bill's real big. And so yeah, I didn't buy his art, but my friend Jesse at Kraken did. And I think he's killing it now. And I hope that Crypto Graffiti does well with his new art. But yeah, so he donated some cool Bitcoin logos to us. And what's so funny is that these cards are on Ethereum, and it's clearly an Ethereum thing. But our first 10 like artist cards or whatever are all Bitcoin propaganda. So we do the Bitcoin logos
on the Ethereum blockchain.
On the Ethereum blockchain, unapologetic, like sticking with what I come with. This is what I am. So Crypto Graffiti does the 3 logos. I knew Philippe just from the internet. He had just kind of popped up and started making Mad Bitcoins movie posters. Like, he'd take my face and put me in a movie poster. I just loved it. I always dreamed that the internet would help me with my project and just come along. And that's what Philippe is for me. Is he's that dream where sometimes I think that I am Philippe, and then I go to sleep and I make Photoshops of myself. And I'm Tyler Durden and I invented Bitcoin and all those things. But no, Philippe's real somehow, I suppose, and or I have a major problem. But so he's out there and he makes the cards, and he does some Bitcoin parody logos for us, like Wendy's and Heineken.
Yeah, I love those ones.
And they're super fun and they're colorful too. Going back to, there's no theme for these cards. I'm not telling the artist it has to look a certain way. The only real theme is that I'm numbering them, and we number 1, number 2, and that the numbers continued on the artist cards. So we do the Philippe cards, then we do the crypto pop cards. Just talked to Luis the other day. He's doing really well with NFTs. And Luis was a friend of Rick, our original advisor on the project. So Rick brought him in, and same kind of thing, a couple of emails. Do you want to contribute some art? And
now, was he in California, or was he living in wherever he is, Philippines or wherever he is now? Was he virtual, or was he in California with you guys?
I think we agreed in our meeting yesterday we'd never actually met. And I don't think we'd even met on a video call or an audio call or anything like that. It was a different era of the internet. It was a lot more emails. And it was just kind of like Rick had a friend that did art. And I don't even think he'd done that many of his like Bitcoin number series where he's doing 50,000 and 51,000 and things like that. He hadn't really started that. But he had these 3 works, which were the dogs trying out the UASF, the dogs on the rocket ship to the moon.
Yeah.
And then the dogs playing poker with the altcoins, which again,
it's funny. The vibe I get from the community is like, those are the people love those cards. They love that dog in the pool card. I don't know why, I guess it's to each his own, like what, art is in the eye of the beholder, but community loves those cards.
It has a really good cartoony feel, like a comic strip. And then I think that the things he's drawing about were actually really important in the time, but to see them in a cartoony way. And maybe this is a good chance to talk about card 17, right? The UASF card. So I was very much involved in the Bitcoin scaling war, and people can go back and watch my videos, my interviews, and read my tweets. I was on the side of UASF. I'm a small blocker. I didn't think that we needed to make Bitcoin bigger for no reason. I always kind of use the airplane analogy. I say that Bitcoin is like an airplane that's traveling around the world 24/7. It's refueling midair, and we don't want to add any weight to this plane. Like, we want to be very careful about the adjustments that we do on affecting this system that's going around the world constantly, because we can't stop it to fix it or repair it.
Right.
So just based on that, I was for the small blocks and the UASF, which won the war and defeated it. So Luis's card was celebrating that UASF, and it was also showing how tentative Bitcoin was about it. Bitcoin was putting its toe in the water
Just
there.
dipping toe
Just
in,
a
right?
dip. And remember, we had Litecoin had gone before us, activating SegWit on the Lightning Network, and they were successful, and they were a good test net for Bitcoin. And also, Litecoin didn't have the politics that Bitcoin had. Bitcoin had politics and minor interests and other things that were preventing it from installing SegWit. There's a question at the time we didn't know, but we found out later that Bitmain was running software called ASIC Boost that allowed them to basically get ahead of the next block and guess it faster, which made them lots of money, but would have been broken if you switched to SegWit because of the way that it moved the witness from inside the block to outside the block. So there was kind of a hideous secret corporate interest in there, right? It was insidious, and it was there. But so the 17 card comes out, and as I remember in the time period, and it's hard to think back, so just constructing these, but I think Rhett made a mistake on it. I think Rhett told me something like, it was late night, I screwed up the contract, I had to do it twice. And I was the CEO type person, and we're all very equal. I don't want to say I'm like big boss CEOs, very equal. But so yeah, I'm like, I just kind of shrug it off. I'm like, Rhett messed up a contract. It cost us some ether. That's fine. We got some more. The other thing came out. We can do our show and we can launch the cards, and the artist can be happy, and everything moves forward. So I think nothing of it. But during the rediscovery of these Curio cards, this 17 card was discovered as this alternate contract, and it couldn't have happened on a better card, right? Because this is UASF that happened. What happened with the fork is, Bitcoin went one way with SegWit, and a lot of other people, the big blockers, started their own coin, Bitcoin Cash, and they forked off from Bitcoin. So there was two Bitcoins, and just like in our cards, by I think a lucky accident, there were two 17 cards.
Two 17s. Whether he just pushed send twice, or I guess we'll never really know. But I do know from talking with Travis, it's labor intensive, right? Each one was done individually. There's no way to do multiple ones at the same time. So, you can see how, people make mistakes. And so now this is now a lot of the second card's now known.
Like the Solidity programming language wasn't developed. I've heard things like you had to do a bunch of if-thens in a row because there wasn't more complex logic. So you can build like a while do out of some if-thens. It's just super confusing. And he was having to do things like that. Additionally, as I think Travis mentioned on your show the other day, for the first three or the first couple sets, we were doing different prices. We thought that the problem people weren't buying these is because they weren't cheap enough.
Pricing.
So we would sell like the first 100 for a quarter and the second 100 for 50 cents. And then the rest of them you could buy for $1. And it did kind of work. I mean, people would clean out the lower level priced ones first. It did. I don't know that it led to some kind of fervor where they bought the rest. But eventually we were like, okay, less work for Rhett, just do the normal dollar pricing. We're just going to standardize. And but yeah, so the 17 card was a mistake. And as it turned out, when the people rediscovered these Curio cards, and we can talk about more later, but people were able to buy this error card. So I don't know if Travis saw this or not, but this put a lot of people in the interest that they wanted this error card to be sold and to be a part of the set, and they would do anything to make that possible. And I think it put them in a hard position later on. But for whatever reason, there's a strange fork on the 17 card. But going back to the other cards, so we had a form on the website where you could submit to be a Curio artist. And I think this is a great form. And I think we're going to make a similar one for NFT-Ventures. And anyone can just submit. I want to be an artist. Here's my Flickr. Here's my gallery webpage. We come look at it. You don't have to know anything technical. We're going to do all the hard work and the Ethereum and stuff. You just give us some images and we're going to make some tokens for you, some unique collectible tokens. So we put the form out and we looked through the entries, and lo and behold, we found Daniel Friedman's entry. And what I liked about it, he had a Flickr page with lots of other artwork. It was clearly hand drawn with the pen and the ink. It wasn't a copy of someone. It wasn't a parody. There was no kind of like questionable law issues we'd have to worry about. So we brought him on board to be a Curio artist. He chose very interestingly to do 333, 222, and 111. We were letting the artists choose their own by then. And we just put his cards out. I listened to your interview. I guess he's a network technician or something now. He's not an artist or involved in the space, and he was very surprised and I think happy and pleased. I liked his attitude that he was like, I just applied for contests. I was like, there was a contest for Curio cards, so I applied to it. There's a contest for this, so I applied to it. I put my work on Flickr because why not? You know, and he had a great attitude towards spreading his art and his art being kind of a hobby.
He really did. You know, when I got into the crypto, and he's like, look, crypto giveth and crypto taketh away. You can't worry about this stuff. You know, he had no worries about, you know, he was in a very good place with his little contribution, and was happy that he was a part of it, I think was his general feeling.
And I definitely like to talk to him more in the future. I think he's an interesting guy. I'd love to get his story. So also there was Robeck, who I'm not sure if we met the same way, or he might have just been part of the Curio Cards community. For as strange as it was, we had 5 or 10 people that were fans of us. I think Moon was there and he made a gallery for us, and some of Travis's friends were there and they were hanging out, and sure, I invited all my friends and they didn't come, but yes, we had 5 or 6 people that were into the project and they were making like little galleries and little things. And I think Robeck was one of those. He was working with Moon and Keon and some of these early people. And Robeck has this whole alternative ego. He runs a cartoon and he has Robeck's World and he draws cartoons.
Interesting cat.
Absolutely. Especially if you check out my Mad Bitcoins interview with Robeck. We both did it.
I haven't seen. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no, it's on the Mad Bitcoins channel, and it's all about the Curio cards, and it was one of the new card Tuesdays, but for that one, it was like a special. I did it on the Mad Bitcoins channel because Robeck with his costume was worthy of Mad Bitcoins, and his costume I had to take it up a level. So yeah, that one's out there. And so we get Robeck and he does little cartoons and it's great. So we did number 20, which is Finite put Mad Bitcoin's head on James Bond's body, and I thought that was great.
It's like one of my favorites. I think it's super awesome. You must love that one, right?
It was awesome. And well, in the time, again, everything has a perspective. So in the time it was supposed to raise money for Mad Bitcoins, I was going to use it for cameras and microphones and travel money and whatever. And it didn't.
Bought a pack of gum.
Yeah, no. And even then I had to buy some of the cards too. So I'm losing money on this. I'm dumping my own thing because I had to buy my own card. What am I doing? So, but so yeah, it didn't go. And then we do the Robex cards where I don't know if we'd already, we did it to celebrate the team. I don't know if we're egoists or whatever we are, but there's already a Mad Bitcoins card. So why not a Travis and a Rhett? So they did another Mad Bitcoins just to round out the set. And so yeah, there's the Wizard, Mad Bitcoins, the Bard, clearly Travis, spreading the word about Curio cards, and then Rhett, the muscle guy, which again, just Rhett is our hero here. Rhett makes the cards, Rhett makes the contracts, Rhett does the Ethereum work that I didn't want to do or learn about and all that. So all power to Rhett here. I want to see him lifted up. And that's another reason I think we did a little animation for Rhett. His card blinks and flexes. And I don't know the history and all that, but maybe it's the first animated NFT. I don't know. It was hard to do. You can see there aren't a lot of frames. They had to load it into the IPFS. It had to be a certain size. You could talk to Robeck for the details, but yeah, he had to make that small. And that wasn't easy to do. So we do a little animated NFT there, maybe another little checkbox for the thing. Travis has his number on the other side because it wouldn't work with the artwork otherwise. So that's kind of fun. Little accidental little baseball card details that we're doing here. And then we do the Daniel cards. Then we do the Marisol Vengus cards. And they're really interesting because I think these might be the first fine art NFTs where it's not just like a computer image or it's not just like a drawing of somebody's cartoon, but this is actually like a process. And I don't know how the Marisol Vengus Collective did the art, but it looks like a picture of a building, maybe a layer of color, maybe another layer of color. It has like a transformative effect to it where I put it in a different category, whether you like it or not. It's clearly trying to do something that the others weren't. So now, of course, he's come out publicly, so I don't want to rain on him, but my friend Max was involved. Max Infeld was involved in setting up Marisol Vengus Collective and all these kind of things. He's a big artist.
Yes,
Chico.
It's so interesting because now I've gone down this rabbit hole with artists, and obviously I don't have a lot of artist friends because I've been blown away by this. Like, wait, who's the owner? Like Marisol, but then I get Max, and what's going? I don't even know who's who. is this a man? Is this a woman? I don't know what's going on here. I'm confused. I'm I'm okay, but this is very confusing to me. Like I did not. It took me a while to figure out who the heck is who here.
Well, and it seems strange at first, and you're like, oh, no one has aliases and other names, and then you're like, wait a minute, Robeck's
Everybody's got an alias.
Mad Bitcoins, and you're going down the line, and you're like, this is becoming very common. Like people's not his real name.
I mean, this is, as I've gone down NFTs, this is the whole thing, but Curio just like super highlighted it. Because honestly, between you, Mad Bitcoin, and is it Finip or whatever? I'm like, is this the same person?
Sure, Finip. I forgot about Finip too. Yeah,
Finip. I'm like, is this Finip's you? Wait, are you Finip? Finip did the Mad Bitcoin. I was confused, and yeah, it's been an eye opener for sure, and very interesting across the entire space. It's not just with Curio, but across the entire space. I could go on for days about just stuff where I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Because they're artists. At the end of the day, you're dealing with a lot of art, and they're unique, right?
Well, and there's something art in having a secret identity, and there's something art about how you use it, and if you expose yourself. Right. And I've read books by Anonymous and multiple Anonymouses, so it's out there. But yeah, so we did.
So clarify that though for us now, so I can understand this. So Marisol is not a person. This was Max and other people as well, or just basically Max doing this art as an alias, basically?
Well, there needs to be entire books written on Max. They need to get whoever wrote about Andy Warhol, and they need to go out to Max, because Max is not only into all these art projects in Chico, and he's a professor of art there, and he does all kinds of things, and he involves his community. But originally, Max was doing these things called monetary units, and they were like a currency. But for anyone else, you would just print out a bunch of photocopies of your currency, but not Max. He had them individually serialized. So he had armies of people that were individually serializing these bills that had QR codes on them. And Max was the first artist I saw who used the QR code, and he used it in some incredible works. There was a series I saw once in a friend's bathroom, and I'm not proud, but I talk about this series all the time because I thought it was so fun. And Max did it. And I know what happened to it, or if it ended up in a museum or not. But you're in the restroom and you're browsing your friend's art on the walls, right? And it's pornographic pictures, right? Okay. But there's a big QR code covering up the good stuff. So you got a phone in your pocket and you got a QR code reader, and you're curious. So bing, your QR code goes to the image, porn, good stuff. Bing, porn, good stuff. Bing, and you get to the last one, bing, and it flips it on you. It's a chick with a dick. And you're like, oh, surprise, like story, all these things come together. It was just, I was getting porn, and then surprise. And I was like, what a great use of the QR code, covering up the art. It's appropriate. Kids could look at it. It's all covered up unless you know the magic. And just what a great little magic art. And just in a restroom in not an art museum, you can go through that adventure. And he was just way ahead of his time with the QR code. That was one of the reasons I should have seen Bitcoin as well, because I was supposed to be on the lookout for art with a QR code. Bitcoin had a QR code. So Max has done all kinds of projects like that. I don't know the details of the Marisol Vingus collective, but I do know he did a lot of this series with the buildings and the colors and the plants and the colors. And so they had some kind of a process. And I remember early artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, they had all these apprentices in their offices that were doing work that later got sent out as Michelangelo. So I don't think it's that different with Max, and he's got a team of artists, and they're working on all kinds of new projects. And he's really taken to the modern NFTs. He's making lots of them on wax, and he's just fired up. So I had known Max through my brother, and we went to Burning Man together. And so when I thought of artists to include in my little NFT, or we call them digital collectible art project, I was like, yeah, we'll get Max, And so he donated some pieces, and he wanted to be called Marisol Vingus. And, I'm fine. I just shrugged my shoulders, whatever you want to be called. Doesn't matter to me. So we put the Max ones out. There was something interesting I want to talk about in the later numbers. When we started doing the Robeck's cards, Daniel cards, and then the Max cards, the artists were requesting lower and lower numbers. And at one point, we had a little feeling of success. The Robeck's cards sold out like before I could get any, before Robeck could get any. Some guy came along and bought like hundreds of each card. We don't know who this whale was. We thought he might have been a lost ICO person, and he thought he was killing it on some ICO. And so he bought our cards, and I thought for a long time that it was Rick, our advisor, and that he was just really smart and he was buying our cards. And later on, now that these cards are worth a little money, I go to Rick. I'm like, hey, did you buy all our cards? He's like, no, man, I don't have any. I'm scrambling to get a set. I'm trying to, collect them on the market. And so we don't know who he was, but this whale with a real whale comes along and buys hundreds of these cards. And especially when we got to the 333-222-111, the whale pretty much bought them all. So that guy or gal is still out there, and I don't know why they bought them and what they're going to do with them. But that same kind of thing kept happening on the lower number cards. So, but still, it's not, it wasn't a community. It wasn't on fire. We weren't, selling out really. So we keep making the cards, and then we come to the Eclipse card. And I don't know Thoros of Mir. I do want to find out, because I like you, I want to interview.
Tell me what it. Yeah, I was gonna.
I want to interview all the Curio card people myself. I'm definitely into the same game that you're in. But so yeah, I think Thoros is a friend of Travis's. But the same thing, we wanted to make another animated card. This card is much more animated. You can kind of see the dithering and the smaller frames of the GIF in there. But it's of the eclipse. And in 2017, there was a very famous eclipse that you could see from the United States. And in San Francisco, I had the little eclipse graphics or glasses, and I went out on the roof at lunchtime and I saw the eclipse in the sky. And that's what the Eclipse card was, is we timed the card to be released on the day of the eclipse. And it was another animated card, and it was, special, lined up with the planets and everything, kind of,
that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that history about that.
Yeah, it linked right up to the eclipse. And as it turned out, it was kind of like a nice metaphor for Curio cards. Like Curio cards was an eclipse, and we did new card Tuesdays every Tuesday for 7-8 weeks in a row there, and then we didn't. And we made new cards, and then we didn't, and the project went away. And then what's really nice about this modern eclipse is that it came back later on. So after we did the Eclipse card, obviously we weren't having success as a startup. The MVP wasn't working, so we kind of shifted. As I said, we were very flat. Travis and Rhett and I were all equals in this company, just wearing different hats. So we switched it over. Travis became the CEO. Travis went on the road. He went to many Ethereum conventions, made speeches, tried to generate interest for Curio cards. I think he tried to meet with VCs, all the things we were talking about that, maybe I wasn't so good at doing or whatever. Travis went out and did them. Sadly, in that period, we didn't make any more cards. There was a vote that I saw later on. I looked around recently, and it looks like they burnt an Ethereum to have a vote of what cards they should do next. And again, it's always tragic when you burn this money. There was like a counter, I think when Counterparty started, they burnt like 10 Bitcoins, and they're like, this is a, symbolic, we are burning our ships, and this will give us value in the future. And what would have given them value is spending those 10 Bitcoins, hiring programmers to build Counterparty or whatever the project was. So much the same, I fear, with them burning the Ethereum. But yeah, Curio cards, we're all about helping the artists. We wanted to give all the proceeds of the cards to artists. If we had our way, we probably would have just bought the cards like from the artist if we'd had money. But we didn't raise any money. We didn't raise any money with the cards. We didn't have any money personally. We weren't in a position to buy like even 500 cards from an artist at $1. That was not in our cards. But
it is. It's super interesting, and like just the point of Marisol or Max. Now I know that he was actually the first person I talked to in this whole deal. Like, he got back to me. I found Marisol Vengas had a Facebook account, non-active since like 2018. Didn't matter. I sent a message, and within like 5 minutes, I got a message back. Right? I'm like, what are the odds of that? They're not even active, but whatever. Little did I know it's Max behind the scenes. Got back to me right away. Like, yeah, I was involved in that. I know all about, and it's super interesting, and obviously really cool people involved in the project, because I've basically, other than Rhett, I've basically been able to chat with everybody in the project, which is really, it's just special. You were able to get a nice team together. But again, too early, and it's wrong, right? But how does that feel for you, having it come back as a success? What does that actually feel like for you?
Well, I just want to say we were also very well-meaning on trying to pay the artists, and there was a bit of an issue where Luis wasn't paid or something, and I think he got paid. And I now know that all the artists have been added to the multi-sig, so they're going to get the percentage of the sales or whatever. So it really wasn't a project about benefiting artists, and we're not looking to really profit on this ourselves. But so yes, Travis took over. We kind of left the cards out there in the vending machines. Travis edited the webpage to remove the ability to go to the vending machines because we didn't want people to buy these sadly worthless cards. It was kind of like if we had left them out there, we would have been saying, hey, just keep buying these, and that's not what we were saying. So project goes to the back of our minds. I went and traveled around Europe and did a bunch of Bitcoin interviews and got to see all the history stuff I'd always wanted to see with a history degree. And Rhett went on to do Be Private and some other projects. Travis went on to learn computer programming and get jobs programming computers. So I think everyone did well off of the project. Everyone continued on. It didn't destroy anyone's career. But then, it kind of sits out there. So I was already kind of bitter about CryptoKitties, right? Because that comes out in the same year. And it's different. It's a generative art project. The kitty has a cigar, kitty has a hat, kitty has a hat and a cigar. Oh my God. Right. So it was different and it was unique and it was creative, and I respected them. And I love the way they broke the Ethereum network. That was just super fun for me, that this lighthearted, goofy project had brought the whole thing down, as I always said that it would. They fixed it. But that was kind of my big NFT where I was like, oh, we had this, So you put it in the back of your mind. And then I remember in 2021 or 2020 and 2021, it starts to come back with the NFT and people are talking about it. So I was drawn into Clubhouse at one point and I was like, oh, sweet. I'm going to meet Oprah and George Clooney. This is going to be sweet. But I guess it was already, the celebrity Clubhouse was already over. And the Clubhouse that I got was more like a lot of rooms about people talking about the Bitcoin price. And a lot of like price discussion and professionals and non-professionals, and they were talking it. And so in one of these rooms I was in with Terrence Yang, I met this woman, Emily Lazar, and she was very interesting. And we had a lot in common where we had both kind of created personas and characters to sell our art. And, I did mad Bitcoins. I have a goofy voice and a background and stuff. And what Emily had done is she'd worked together with a comic book artist to create this character. It's kind of like an undead soul reaper, and she dresses up as the character, and she has a band called September Morning, and they play songs that are written about the world of the character. And the guy wrote a comic book too. And I just thought it was a really great project, and it brought all these things together. And it especially reminded me of Mad Bitcoins, where it's like, yeah, they weren't taking you seriously as a normal person, so you became a character. And Emily was already very excited about NFTs and was asking these Clubhouse people about it, because I think, like a lot of artists, she was looking for a way in. And now 6 months, a year later, she's doing her own NFTs and she's having a lot of success. And she's transforming her audience into an NFT audience and that kind of thing. But she was like, yeah, what do you think of these NFTs? And I kind of casually just I was like, well, in 2017, I made a bunch of these and we were referenced in the ERC 721 spec, blah, 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 blah. And then just dead silence from the room. Nobody understands what I'm saying. Nobody's like you. They're not like, I'm going to go find this, blah, blah. No, they're like, this guy's crazy. So along the way, I forgot to mention, but we were mentioned in the ERC 721 spec. So I'm a computer guy. I'm a scientist, a historian. I understand how science works, and I was just crazy honored to be referenced in this spec. And it's not a big reference, but they say that the ERC, because there was the 20 tokens, which were basically ICOs. So when we did the 30 Curio cards for a long time, we were afraid that we had done 30 ICOs. And they were going to come get us, right? And we screwed up. We didn't make any money. We've
done it as security, and here comes the SEC.
Exactly. And plus, we didn't make any money, and we didn't have any lawyers. And it was like, this could be the worst, because if you're successful, you can hire lawyers and you can become a thing like CryptoKitties. But if you're not successful and you just did 30 ICOs, you're not going to tell people about it, even if they do have pretty pictures on them or whatever. So in the
30 counts.
30, I know, exactly. That's exactly how they're going to see it.
Actually, 31.
Yeah, I know. Tammy is 17B. So we're, looking at the success of these other projects, but in 721, they were looking to codify basically what Rhett and other people had developed, which was this having a single card. I don't want half a card. I don't want a quarter of a card. You tear it up, it has no value. That's a card, right? That's different from like Bitcoin. you give me half a Bitcoin, good deal. Let's do it. Let's do it again.
Yep.
But half a card, I have nothing for. And all the other things like the vending machines, the way that they're sendable, the way that they have art or an IPFS link, all of that was codified in 721 standard. And one of the things they said in their little paragraphs, they said, is this is a collectible card project similar to Rare Pepe's or Curio cards.
Right.
And that's not a lot, right? But these are science guys. They keep their words very tight. They're not English people. It's not Dickens paid by the word here. So, they're very tight. And if they say Curio cards, they must have looked at us. And again, for science, that's all we want. We're part of the collection process. We're part of the creation process. We are one little step in the thing. And that right there was enough for me. Like being in the spec, I was like, we did it. We're in the spec. Sure, we want to be a startup and all these things, but in the spec is good. So things float along and they do the 1155 spec and they do all these new things and just the industry keeps growing. And you're kind of sitting on the side and you're like, I'm not, getting anything for this. Why is this happening? I thought I had these ideas. I tried to pitch this. You feel maybe I screwed it up or whatever. So
sure.
But at the same time, me telling you about it isn't going to do it. Cause I'd tweeted about Curio cards being in the spec and I'd blabbed to Emily in the clubhouse room and what am I going to do? I'm not going to get to these NFT people and tell them that I invented it or whatever. That's not going to work. So I'm just sitting on the sidelines, kicking back, waiting to see what happens. And eventually, like you say, I did kind of get a heads up. I got a couple strange Twitter messages where the guy was like, "You got any cards?
Got any cards?"
Yeah, and I was like, "What is this even about? Does he magic cards, baseball cards?"
I do believe every artist involved in the project got that same either tweet or email or direct messages, which was interesting. These people who were doing that weren't looking for the contract. They were just saying, "Please give me some of these cards ahead of time." It's kind of funny how that works.
Well, and we have no idea. We're like, what even cards do you want? Curio cards? I don't even remember. And so that happens. And then the big thing for me is I saw that Wikipedia entry and that we were in the Wikipedia entry for crypto art and that people were starting to have this debate and this discussion about whether or not Mooncats were number 2 or whether Curio cards were number 2. And what's great, for me as a historian, I can weigh in and I can tell you my stories and all that, but that doesn't matter. What matters is in the Ethereum blockchain, you can see our transactions. It's completely provable now. It is the thing. So if there's one earlier than Curio cards and it's in the blockchain, I'm not going to fight it. I know, what the truth is. So I was just kind of waiting for that to come out and hoping that it was come out. You see these other things sell for millions and you're like, I want to sell for millions. This sounds cool. So it happens and the Curio cards come out. And like you say, they bought them all from the vending machine. And I was like, that's really exciting. What are they going to do now? And again, just looking at all the happy accidents that had to happen is that if the first guy who found it had just told no one and quietly bought them all, there'd be no market for these because one person would have them all and he'd be in that position that I'm in where he's like, I want to tell you about these amazing cards. And everyone's like, no, I don't care. Like they don't have any interest. But because of the way the distribution happened, a bunch of, I don't know how many people, but random people bought it. More than one person bought it. And this led to a position where now a bunch of people have the cards. And of course, they want to sell them, right? They want to make their money back out of them. So we've got a bunch of fans that essentially what we were looking for in the old days. So a lot of this is like, where were you 4 years ago? But at the same time, I'm so happy to see you because the fans of Curio cards are making this all possible. They're building the galleries. They're building the leaderboards. They're helping us fix things. They set up the Discord. They built a wrapper. I mean, all of this is fans of Curio cards, which is how we dreamed it would be in the old days. But it's just this strange 4-year gap where the fans are here and they
well, it's so as a business owner, it's almost you look upon businesses that are able to generate that kind of fervor and go, wow, that's a magic business because you recognize how difficult it is to create that fervor. It's almost impossible.
Well, and I agree with what you said earlier about the Ethereum guy, where if he issued new land or if he issued new things, it doesn't matter because that's issued in 2021. If we issued new Curio cards today, even if they were ERC20 like collectors technology, they are not. It's that 4-year gap. It's that time that's made them presumably valuable. I don't know, no financial advice and all that, but
no, that's exactly what it is. And there are varying degrees of value and varying degrees of, Are things in bubbles? And of course, it's crypto. Is I think Daniel's advice again is just crypto giveth and crypto taketh away. The wisest advice tends to be buy what you like, because then you're not disappointed if it goes down in value. But you see some of the stuff, obviously, crypto punks, $8-9 million for one. But then I look into it further, right? I'm an investigative kind of guy. And just this morning, I'm watching people I follow, and I'm friends with, dozens of punk maximalists, you'd call them, or whatever, right? They're all in punk, 1,000,000%, right? Like, anybody who doesn't own a punk isn't a real person, right? Then I look at all these punks, and I start going through each individual punk and look at the number of times it's sold. It's never sold. There are a number of punks, a lot of these lower end punks that have never sold, never traded, never bought, never sold. And there are whole swaths that have sold once, or twice. And it's like, is the same person buying and selling? Because that's possible. This isn't the SEC regulated market. So is this all just a house of cards upon which, it could tumble at any time? And I'm like, that's possible. But the thing is, when you have rich people involved, people with a lot of money who have paid a lot for their, $200,000 card, their, $200,000 punk, it supports the whole edifice, right? So there's a certain thing where, do I think punks will fail now? No, I don't, because $50 million has been spent buying up the top punks, right? So that kind of gives us like support structure to something which maybe doesn't have it before, right? And so can Curio cards get that support structure? It's possible. There's no guarantee though, right? So even though it is the first art project on Ethereum as of right now, will it get that intense, fervor, and where you have the money involved to be able to support that? Do I think there's a good chance? Absolutely. I think there's a great chance of it. And I hold a bunch of Curio cards, I'm sure you do, but there's no guarantee, right? I mean, there is no guarantee. It's crypto.
Well, one of the neat things about NFTs is that what you're really getting is a unique collectible. And for me, I've understood, beyond, you can see through the matrix, you can see the code. It's a string of letters and numbers, right? That is what you are getting. It's provably rare and it's unique. But that's also hard to trade, right? If you look at Bitcoin or Ethereum, essentially they're all like quarters. They're all like dollars. They're interchangeable, right? You'll trade any dollar for any other dollar. You don't really care. But if you spray painted something on that dollar and you signed it and you made it unique, you've made it unique, right? And these are provable unique, but you've also made it hard to trade. Everybody wants that quarter of Bitcoin, right? Everybody wants that because it's interchangeable. You could buy whatever you want with that. Not everybody wants that very unique thing that you've made. So while they are getting the uniqueness, and from a collector, like I've bought lots of things that like said they were collector's edition, but they were not collector's edition. They made millions of these things, right? I'm a dumb kid, right? Collector's edition, one of a million. I think it's good, right? That's not a collector's edition. There's tons of those, right? Even if a bunch get destroyed, there's still tons of them. So with these things, they really are rare, right? There's 5 of them. Like, it's provable. They really are collector's editions. They are 5 different tokens. They're different combinations of numbers and letters, very unique. Pretty much the Bitcoin addresses are like the grains of sand on the beach multiplied by stars in the sky, right? So there's a lot of addresses. So you're not really going to hit the same address twice. It's not the same thing for these tokens. There's a lot of potential tokens, but that one that you have, Curio number 8, 1 of 200 or whatever, that is that one. That is the one. That also might make it hard to sell. It's a very tight market, right? It's very only one person, going to be interested in that one of that set of that thing. So I worry about that for the collectors, and I worry about the frothiness. It goes up and it goes down. But I go back to that collector's thing that I have myself, where if I get a new REM poster, like someone else might not value that, but I'm like, another REM poster for the collection. I have 7 of the 9 posters. They're in decent condition of this and this. I can put them in frames. I can display them. I can keep them. I can try to buy the last 2. What happens when I get 9? What happens when I have a full set? Nothing. right? Nothing changes, even though in the code it would have been cool if we could have put a gold border around your account or anything like that. That's code stuff we can do. But as far as what actually changes in your account or in my shelf of books or whatever my collection is, nothing changes. But I love that collector's dynamic. I love buying the packs, buying the boosters, getting the box sets, getting a random collection of singles and sorting them through. And with these digital things, it's the same thing. I got to try out Atomic Assets that runs Wax, and my friend Max sent me a link, and the link was full of cards. And you popped it, and pretty soon I had Garbage Pail cards, and I had other cards I don't know about, and all these things. And I'm looking at the Garbage Pail cards, and I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't an original image. This is the Tiger King. This is 2020, right? This is modern image. And then I realized they were minting new Garbage Pail card images from new artists. And then I took my Wax and I started buying Garbage Pail Kids cards for no reason and for $1. And I don't think they're going up, but I wanted the cool pictures. And I was supposed to be learning how to make NFTs with this Wax. But instead I was like, Garbage Pail Kids, Garbage Pail Kids. So I just think it's great that there's collectors out there. I'm excited that there's Curio card collectors, whether they're in it for the money or they're in it for the art or they want the full set or a little of both and all three together. That's totally fine. Like, I'm psyched that they're there. I'm glad that they're doing it. Of course, I want it to get bigger. We have like 400 people trading Curio cards on OpenSea. I want that to go up.
Sure.
I don't know about the value up or down and all that. It's been interesting to me as a like an observer of this. It's not so much the art that was on the cards. It's how the cards were found and distributed. I thought that Crypto Graffiti's a big artist. I thought his cards would be more valuable, but because of the distribution, his cards are common and rare. The Philippe cards that are early on kind of have a cliparty look to them, but some of them are very rare and very valuable. Daniel's cards are hand drawn. Like, it looks to me like he's bored in class, really, and he has a geometric mind, you know. And but at the same time, they're very rare. They're low numbers. The way they were distributed, they weren't in the vending machines for the guys to find. They're crazy rare now. So it's interesting to see that the artwork doesn't necessarily make the rarity. But who knows, maybe it flips in the future. A big Crypto Graffiti collector comes along and he's like, these are too cheap.
Scoops them all up.
Getting them all. And then once he has them all, the market changes. So we have a lot of potential ups and downs in this. I don't know if the whole NFT thing goes up and down. I've said to people before, I think that if anything's going to break these NFTs, it's going to be Curio cards. We don't have any celebrities. We don't have any money. We don't have any backing. There's nobody to make this market for us. If it happens, I agree with you. I think all the collectible things are there. They're old, they're original, they're interesting. There's a good story. Like, all of that is there. So if you value things on the collector side, I like Curio cards. But as far as like having a big platform, having hype, having celebrities, having millions of dollars in sales, we don't have that yet. And there's an interesting dynamic here where I think to get into the mainstream media, we need to sell for $1 million. But to sell for $1 million, we need to get into the mainstream media. So I don't know how that's going to happen.
It's a bit of a chicken and egg. But I just, I go back to CryptoPunks, which are the runaway success. I'm using air quotes now, runaway success of the NFT market. It took years for them. And you could, as of last November, 5-6 months ago, still get them for $50, $100. Like, it was still cheap. It's only been in the last 6 months that you have this massive explosion. So my gut with Curio specifically is it may not be this cycle. It's probably not going to be this cycle. It's the next cycle where people are, all of the millions of NFTs that are being put out now go by the wayside. We get a second NFT cycle where people rediscover like the real high end pieces of NFTs. And that's when people rediscover Etheria, Curio cards, even maybe Mooncats, and all of these have a newfound kind of cycle of exuberance, if you will. And but we'll see. I do think it comes, like we talk, I love talking about human nature, collectability, collections. All I have to do is look at my kid. and kids in general, which tells me it's a core like part of human nature, is this idea of collecting. And we all have it to varying degrees, and if you get enough wealthy people involved in the space or involved in your particular project, it just happens naturally, and they almost support the entire if infrastructure, because once they, like you said, once they get into it, once they decide, oh, crypto graffiti, he's one of the founding people in the NFT space, in the digital art space, I'm just going to go buy up because all of his stuff is super cheap, I'm just going to buy them all up. All of a sudden now people start saying, well, why should I sell it when they're all getting bought up? And then the price just shoots through the roof, and that's the way it goes.
Well, that mentioning your kid reminds me of another one of my early collections, and how I was, of course, manipulated by mainstream media and marketing to collect these. But I still have, of course, sadly, and I loved the McDonald's toys. And every week you had to go to McDonald's to get the right toy, and you had to bug your parents, and they didn't have it. And you would want to collect the 4 set. You want to have Miss Piggy and
100%.
Kermit and Gonzo and Fonzie and all the Muppets, right? And they had you as a kid, and you didn't know that McDonald's was like factory food and it's all chemicals and all this kind of thing. You had no idea. You're just like, I want to go get that toy every week. No other restaurant seems to realize that I want toys, not food. And that was one of the big collecting things for me, I think, was those little toys.
Totally. I connect with that 1,000%, because I never got toys when I went to McDonald's as a kid. Like although we were fine, when we went to McDonald's, it was for food, right? I never got a
You had to order off the adult
life,
menu, the adult menu. Oh,
but my kid, we would go, because here in Costa Rica, they don't have great playgrounds, but McDonald's has the full on like kid area, right? So I'm telling you, we would go once, twice a week. My kid, when it was whatever Power Rangers time, he had to make sure he got the red one, the blue one, the green one. He had a whole box of
Well, and I feel sorry for parents, because like, what's the difference? The red one doesn't matter, the green one doesn't matter. But I grew up with Ninja Turtles. I'm like, Leonardo is very different from
it matters.
What are you talking about? Like, they have totally different personalities, blah, blah, blah. And I feel sorry for the parents and the collectors and the future. But I think it's super exciting. We can have Garbage Pail Kids on Wax and Curio cards on OpenSea and Crypto Kitties and all these other projects. I think there's more than enough room for everybody. And I'm excited for everybody to be collecting and to see them in people's wallets. One of the things on OpenSea you can do, if you click through to some of the people that have bought Curio cards, it shows you their other cards. So me as a collector, I'm like, oh, this guy's into these things and he's into those things too. And oh, he only has one of those. And it's just so fun to be able to do all these things that I wanted to do in the beginning, is to have these gallery display pages of the cards, to have these people that were interested in building sets, both like 1, 2, 3, and like, full 30 card sets. And they don't have to be rewarded. You don't get to go to the 30 card club, or you don't get $1 million, whatever. But I saw the first couple days, it was the funniest thing, because they did that Saturday Night Live NFT rap video like Eminem.
Sure.
And I loved it. And I just totally blown away by Pete Davidson and the work they put together. I've always been a Saturday Night Live fan. But that was Saturday night. And then Sunday, they open up the Curio cards for trading for real on OpenSea. And they had some ups and downs in there. We don't have to talk about the rappers, but it was open and it was real, and you could buy them and sell them. And it was just, it's been really exciting since then. Like, there's really a market to it, and the Discord was all chatting and going, and everyone was excited to buy and sell cards. And pretty much immediately after that happened, and this is always kind of what we dreamed of when we started this project, is people started posting on Twitter that they had completed the set. There's at least 2 people, I think it's Moon and Kian, and they're both like early people in the project. And they couldn't do it in the old days because we didn't have an exchange, and we didn't have a way to really sell the cards other than just, I'll sell you a card, trust me. And that they were able to get on this exchange. It was a legit exchange. It worked. They gave them Ethereum. They got cards. They put them in their set. And then they did exactly what I thought they'd do. They took a picture of it and they posted it on the internet. And that's, whether the project's in the Wikipedia, or it's expensive, or it's important, or it gets me jobs or whatever, people collected sets of the things that we made to be collected into sets. So that's the whole thing all right there. Like I don't need anything else. So
That's pretty awesome. I thought that one of the community members, I mean, you talk about community members being involved. One of them built a thing where you can see a leaderboard, right? You probably checked it out too. It's incredible. Where you can see everybody and how many, so the top people, how many people have all 30 or 31, because most people consider that 17B also a card. So 31, and then how many people are getting close and all that sort of stuff. It's yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, and there was a sarcastic comment in the Discord where the guy was like, make a leaderboard and trick people into buying more. Ha ha ha. I see right through you. And I was like, exactly. But
Exactly.
also, exactly. Like, this is it. Like, we put them into sets. Like, we group them with the artists. If you want the Crypto Pop collection, buy those 3. If you want the Robot collection, buy those 3. But if you want the whole set, and we clearly numbered them, we wanted to do backs and stuff. Baseball cards have backs, but it couldn't and stuff, technology. But they did have that number prominently on the front. These are together as a set. So it's pretty amazing.
Hey, people love, and I don't know why we discount it as like something bad or whatever, but people love to flex. They love to be like, look what I got. I mean, they do. I don't know a human alive who doesn't like that. And to deny it as not part of our humanity or something negative. I mean, come on, man. Who are we?
And I've heard a lot of people say like that people are only interested in digital things because we're stuck home. And my friend Ben said recently how we'd advanced like 5 years of internet in the past year, because all these people who weren't digital natives, they weren't like me and you, they weren't like internet. They were stuck at home. And pretty soon every day they were like, what's really interesting? That internet. That's where I chat to people. That's where I do all my things. Like I just, and maybe if I had my collection on there, like I go traveling, I go on an airplane, I'm not taking any baseball cards with me. Right. But if we get there and you're like, hey, show me your Curio cards or show me your Garbage Pail Kids on wax or whatever. I'm like, I got them. I got them right here. I got them on my laptop. I got them on my phone. I can show you my cards. And people are like, oh, that's just a fad because of COVID and they're staying home. But if you look at these kids, and we marketed this, we tried to market it towards a market. Kids want everything on their phone. And this was one of my big Bitcoin things for a long time. I'd be like, you have money in your wallet. What the heck is that? I have money on my phone. Like I'm from the internet. I have money on my phone. I send it to people over the internet. That's it. Like, it's not, why would I want your stupid paper money? And I like arts. I like prints of arts and posters and stuff on my wall, but it doesn't have to be the real original. And I don't have to carry that around with me and all that. But with these NFTs, the collectible that you have, that string of letters and numbers, that is the original. That is the valuable one. Like when I'm showing you on my little phone, the gallery distribution of my tokens in my account, I own whatever that thing is. And there may be thousands of them, or there may be 20, but I own it. So I think it's really exciting that I can say these things and people know what I'm talking about. And they're not just like, I'm going to make a copy of that JPEG. And then they're like, you must be into drugs in the Silk Road because you're into Bitcoin. And, and it's just like our whole conversation, we can't go anywhere. But now with these NFTs, I can say these things and you already believe them. You've already seen it proven by other artists and other platforms and projects. And then we can build on top of it. And that's what I'm happy about the conversation we're having, all the Curio card, all the NFT discussion and conversation. It's building on top of this. It's rewarding artists. Some people are making lots of money. Some people might lose lots of money. But I hope that the artists get rewarded, and I hope that it makes more art. And that's why I was so excited when you described earlier your Waifu project that you found, that he's just an artist in the Indonesia and he has nothing and he doesn't know if he should make art. And suddenly the internet is like, make us more art. And if he listens to that big Field of Dreams voice out there and he makes them more art, I think he'll be successful. And that's exciting that at least one person, has found their calling and made their connection and can feed their family and relax and that kind of thing. So yeah, more of that. Let's do that like 1,000 times more.
Do more. And well, give me what you see aside from art. Give me one or two things that you think are a future of this sort of NFT technology as you see it.
I like the ticketing examples. A lot of the problems though with like you were saying deeds, or I say ticketing, there's an external component. Like, yes, I have the golden ticket. Yes, I can go to any concert, But if I dress in a very offensive manner, or if I don't wear clothes at all, or if I smell really bad or something, there's a reason why they wouldn't let me into that concert, right? The
Right.
golden NFT ticket is not really golden, right? It's dependent on other things. And the same thing for land and deeds. Like if a warlord comes in, it's not a problem of your land being on the blockchain or your land was in a SQL database. Warlord doesn't care about the land rights of the previous people. It's
Right.
not
The
a
connection between the physical reality and online reality.
yeah.
How
So
do those two connect?
yeah,
Right.
all of those are all like tentative connections, like when they shredded that Banksy. It's like, yeah, that's kind of related to the NFT. I mean, I guess it's like a Rube Goldberg machine and the shredder launched the button and pushed the thing and then it's all connected, but that's very tentative connection.
Right.
The things I'm more interested in would be, and again, I'm not really in favor of this because I'm a computer person. I think we should copy everything. Like it's exciting to me that I could give you a copy of the Beatles and you could listen to them. Like it's so much easier than it used to be with like records or cassettes or whatever. But digital access control, the ability to give someone an early peek at a song, give your top 5 fans the early access to the song. You can monitor it. They have the token. They give it to their friends. They could listen. Nobody can listen at the same time. And then later on, you release the song normally. Because if you mess with people too much, they're going to record it off their headphones and they're going to re-release it. And
Sure.
people talk about all the time that Wu-Tang album that was bought by the big pharma guy, and he was
Right.
the only one that could hear it. And it's great that Wu-Tang sold the album. They got lots of money. I respect them in that. But I want people to hear it. I want people to be able to experience the music and the album. And for me, one of the great things about computers and especially MP3s and video compression is that it brought everyone the music. And the problem now is like, what music do I listen to? What movie do I watch?
That's right.
And I don't want to go back to a scarce thing where you have to have the token to play the music and you have to have the token to watch the movie and stuff. That's not getting better for me, but I do want the artist to be supported. So I would be interested in more things that are digital, where when you say like access to the song, it means 24/7, 365, you have the token, you have access to the song. Sure, they got to keep their databases and their websites online and all that. Maybe 10 years from now, the Space Jam website goes down and I don't have access to the song anymore. But that kind of thing is interesting to me. And I don't know. I'm sure people are doing that. There's everyone in the space is innovating all over the place. So yeah, I'm interested in those things, but just even then kind of tentatively interested because I like the openness of the internet and sharing the file.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It's like, are we going to get into a kind of micropayments world where you have to pay for everything, which kind of never took off on any sort of level, before, but before there was more limiting factors, right? Well, it seems like now we could actually get to that sort of scenario. But who knows where it's going to go? I tend to lean towards free, because free tends to be our model, but who knows where it's going to go? I know there are a lot of people doing a lot of different things to figure out what people actually want. Most of them are failing, but that doesn't mean they're not moving us forward as they fail. And I try to describe it like just the simplest NFT to my mom, who's not involved at all. And she would say, why would I ever want to pay for that when I could get it for free? And I say, well, why would you want to pay for a Gucci bag rather than a fake bag? Because to most people, the uninitiated, it's the exact same bag. Why would you pay $2,000 more for the Gucci bag? And even that, she's like, I don't understand it. But for most people, they get that.
Even that's a layered thing, because at one point
That's
you say
right.
maybe Gucci has better materials, better craftsmanship and quality, but then there's also this whole layer of logo and image. They are stamping their logo on something. They have a lot of cachet in just that logo. I've seen a friend of mine bought a T-shirt and it said Gucci and it was $60 or maybe 200. Right? It was a T-shirt.
Right.
I buy them for like $10 or $5 or whatever. I was like, what? You spent it? And it was white too. I'm like, I can't make it white. Like that's going to be mustard and ketchup covered by the end of the week. I'm not spending $200 on a T-shirt that I'm going to run through the thing. So yeah, no, I don't understand that kind of thing. But people do. They value those things. They buy them. They collect them. They'll put Gucci shoes, Gucci watch with a Gucci belt. They'll feel good. That's enough. That's enough for them to collect it, for them to pay it, to have that value. People collect watches. They collect all kinds of things. And I think this is just one more digital collectible. It's definitely gotten very, 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 very crazy. Like I can't keep up with the stories. It was like Gronkowski did one, and Mahomes, and then both the Manning brothers and Brady the next day.
Oh, it's a
And
full money grab. I mean, it's
yeah,
like
and then I saw
a magical time. Yeah.
Mark Cuban, who I thought would be with us on the Bitcoin like early when we needed him,
Mm-hmm.
back in the day, and he mocked us the whole time and said it was
Sure.
nonsense. And then now somehow he's been hit by a bolt of lightning with Ethereum and NFTs, and he's still not crazy about Bitcoin, which I disagree on. But he put up a picture, and he's like, "These are the athletes, the Dallas Mavericks, the athletes. Here they are in the training room. We all have notepads and laptops out." And he's like, "I'm teaching them about NFTs." then, of course, as things are, he's like, "I've just made an NFT of my picture of me teaching the Dallas Mavericks about NFTs." And it's great. And it's like, give Mark Cuban more money, whatever you want to do. But he's crazy late to this. But at the same time, he's bringing all these athletes along. They're probably getting pretty good information. I think just like the artists, the athletes should go ahead and issue anything they can if you want to sell something to your fans. And again, your fans appreciate it. Your fans value it. Like gosh, I didn't want to put this idea out there, but if REM made an NFT, I'd probably have to buy it. And I hate that. Like, I'm not looking to be in the market for these things. I'm looking as an artist to like figure out how I can sell my photos or how I can sell my stuff for this, or how I can help other people sell their photos and sell their stuff for this. Cause that's what I think the value is. But yeah, for an
it's
REM,
the one thing I've talked about it a number of times is that, look, NFTs, what they've done is they've allowed people, this is the access point to the blockchain, to blockchain technology. For most people, this is like, you see the fervor, has been the entrance point for people to the blockchain and to blockchain technology for whatever reason. And it just connected for who knows, whatever reason. And part of it is money, like this idea that you can somehow make a lot of money very quickly or get money for free. I mean, all these things with Mooncats and all this sort of stuff, it was basically free money. You go, as if you had enough money in your wallet to go grab some, you could turn around and flip that and make 10x in a week, And so nothing motivates humans more than that. I mean, there are a few motivators more profound than free money, and people will run and do whatever, for that. And it's been a big driver,
Well, and a lot of people thought it would be Dogecoin that would serve that, and in a lot of ways, Doge does. It brings new people in. They're excited about it. It goes up and down. They have the whole kind of miniature Bitcoin experience, and then hopefully they get into Bitcoin and the other stuff. If it happens the same way with NFTs, if their new first Bitcoin story is somebody sent me a garbage pail kit in my mail and I clicked on the link and it was there, and then I sent it to someone else, and that helped them understand Bitcoin. And what we're really talking about is a public key cryptography, sending those messages around, having the addresses. All of this makes great sense if you encrypted your email in the 90s, but not everyone did that. Believe me, I refused to communicate with people that weren't encrypted for a while. And you know what happens? Everyone stops emailing you. So yeah, it was great. Like, you could have the high level of encryption, you can have security and privacy, but you won't speak with anyone. So
exactly,
it doesn't quite work out for you. But no, if that's their first way into Bitcoin and their first way into Ethereum and crypto and whatever, great, let's do it. Like, bring them all on board. I want everybody in this. From the beginning, Mad Bitcoins has been like, let's get more people into this. And I talk to, my people, the nerdy computer people and the fun people that would enjoy my humor and stuff. And other people need to talk to their groups, and in a non a group way or whatever. But one of my favorite groups on Clubhouse is Black Bitcoin Billionaires. And anyone is welcome there. Everyone can go there. I go there, obviously. And but they are great, and they are helping people with Bitcoin education. They're teaching about hardware wallets, and they're teaching them, kind of how to avoid altcoins, or at least to see them as different. And you can go out and play the casino if you want, but we're selling the Bitcoin here as a safety thing for you and your family. And they have a great thing about trying to get people to get 1 million Satoshis, which used to be $300, which was kind of easy, and now is $600, which is a little harder. Maybe 500,000 is a good goal now, but just to get that, put it into a paper wallet or a hardware wallet and put it secure, and just to not sell it. And I just think they're doing great, and it's a specialized thing. So much as if the NFTs can reach all the art people and all the collector people, and we can bring all of them into Bitcoin, and Ethereum and whatever else. I don't, you do what you want, but it's great. Let's more people, bigger boats, bigger ships, bigger conventions. Someday we'll get to go outside again, even. Yeah, all of that. But yeah, it was a great conversation, Adam, and I'd love to do it again sometime. A couple months, we'll see how this space turns out, and if there's
well,
more.
congratulations to you, honestly, because you were there. Obviously, you've been involved in the space for a long time, but to be involved with Curio at the beginning, congratulations for doing that, man. Good on you.
Well, thanks so much. And yeah, as you said earlier, it's the strangest thing to be in a project 4 years ago and to kind of fail at it, to not have great success. And then 4 years later, everyone's like, we love what you did. You made some beautiful stuff. Like you put it on the blockchain, it has some art, has all these stories, like, and there's plenty for everybody. And again, Rhett coded it. Travis helped spread it. I was a part of the team too. My friend Rick was a part of the team as well. And just all of these people contributed. San Francisco, the Bitcoin meetup contributed. These made it possible. I couldn't do this on my own. I'm not one person or other. I'm a team of people. So, and even now with the collectors and the people who are building things and the people who built the wrapper and the leaderboard, they do their own work by their own choice. And I just hope everyone benefits in this and they all get full sets. So
good stuff, man. Thanks so much for taking the time with me, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All right. Take care, man.
This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Become an NFTV artist. Sign up today. EasyBit. 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 Bitcoin ATMs. EasyBit. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Join the NFTV mailing list for the sickest drops. Welcome back to the World Crypto Network. I'm Thomas Hunt, and we're talking about NFTs with Max Infeld. How's it going, Max?
Oh man, it's going great. Great to be here, Thomas. Yeah, it's been a while. Good to see you.
So Max, I think it was about 4 years ago now, and I contacted you out of the blue to join an online art project. How did you first hear about Curio cards?
Well, yeah, I remember that fine day. I remember you contacted me like, "Do you have any art?" I'm like, "Of course I have some art." Yeah, being an artist, I'd made a ton of different artistic personalities and aliases, and I just couldn't find like one to meet all my complex needs as an artist. So I sent some art from an artist that made some type of decentralized artworks to the Curio Card project, and yeah, the rest is history.
So I didn't get Max art. I got Marisol Vengus art. Tell us a little bit more about Marisol Vengus.
So yeah, no worries. So with a lot of the projects that I did back then, they were focused on different communities and community engagement. And with that, I made a bunch of art with the viewers rather than kind of like spoon feeding them with traditional art. You're like, you hang up a piece of art on the wall, it talks one direction at the viewer. And that's something I always had a problem with. So most of my artwork is focused on the kind of like the viewer or the participant and like a co-collaboration. So it's a two-directional type of dialectic, you could say. So I had a lot of friends and other patrons come together and like build these Marisol Vengus pieces. And then in turn, we would have shows in different locations. So I had a bunch of shows up where I live in Chico, California, and then also in the Bay Area, different coffee shops and venues. Yeah, just a reason to hang out and like color some artworks in and have a lot of fun there. So yeah, that's the art. And yeah, I think I submitted a few pieces to the Curio Card project, and altogether, I'm guessing there was like 500 original pieces. And a lot of those, because of the excitement around Curio Cards, I had to recently complete basically like a key set, and I issued that on wax, and I definitely contribute a lot of those back to the Curio Card community and like traded up for some of my old ones. And yeah, it's been really, really wild ride the last month with the Curio project.
Was there a lot of competition to become an NFT artist in 2017?
If I'm not mistaken, I think we were the first NFT project, so zero competition. We crushed it.
We did, and it went into the history books and onto the Ethereum blockchain, where it kind of just sat there. As people know, the Curio Card project didn't turn out that well. We were way early to NFTs, at least 6 months before CryptoKitties and 4 years before the current run. But what's happened recently? Had you heard about Curio Cards, or had you kind of forgotten?
Well, let me. I actually totally forgot about it. Um, I mean, it's come up randomly here and there. I'm like, oh, like I didn't even know technically there were NFTs. I knew there were tokens. I mean, Tom and I, we go way back, like pre-Bitcoin days, go way back. And I remember, Counterparty and Rare Peppies, which I'm a huge fan of. So I had an entry point into what was going to happen and where it was going, but I didn't think like it was ever going to resurface. And so in the last month, I started getting these kind of like doxing style messages, like congratulations on the project. I'm like, which project? Having like 30 aliases, like I don't know what they're talking about. I've done a lot of social engagement, social art. I don't know if they're talking about a project that I did on the street that got picked up by some news source or whatever. And then finding out, then people started asking me for cards incessantly. I'm like, what cards? Like, I don't have cards. And then then catching up with some of the other community members, I found out there was a Discord. And then when I got into the Discord, finally, the Curio Card, one of the community Curio Card Discords, I'm like, hey, I'm Marisol. They're like, no, you're not. Like, Marisol's already here, and we hooked her up with some cards. So I'm like, you're like, you're not Max. Like, Max is already here. And I'm like, oh no, this is way weird. Like one of the weirdest universes that I've jumped into, that's for sure.
Already had an impersonator ready to go, and the project had just been found for like a few weeks, and people are already like, I know how to make money on this, I'll scam them.
Oh man, so wild.
Then there was all the drama with the community and this rapper and that rapper. But eventually, Saturday Night Live released their NFT Eminem music video, and the next day, Curio cards were for sale. So, what was it like for you when the project was finally for sale on the open market where people could trade them amongst each other?
Oh man, it was so exciting. I've been following tons of NFT projects, from day one, and just to have something that I made, so long ago, just to have that on OpenSea was awesome. Yeah, that was a great feeling, and just how and also the percentage that the artists are eventually going to get from the, there's that passive income thing. That's super exciting, even if it's like pennies a day or whatever ends up being. It's just that idea that that's a possibility is so cool. And yeah, just the people that I've met, like I met some incredible people that are Curio card holders. I'm like, they had the foresight to buy these like 4 years ago and to invest in something that was like so cutting edge. Like just warms my heart so much.
It's also neat to see the community develop, and they made their own tools. They made different things where you can see how many of the Curio cards there are. There's a new leaderboard feature where you can see how close people are to getting that coveted full set. There are even at least 2 full sets running around out there. They took screenshots of it and put it on Twitter. For me, that was really gratifying because there's no reason to collect a full set. It's just, like why do you climb the mountain in the Himalayas? Everest is because it's there, right? So you collect a full set because it's there. And 2 people already took that challenge. And when you calculate it out, given the numbers of the cards, there's only 111 of card 26. So there's only really 111 complete sets possible. And I wonder if eventually all the cards will configure themselves into this complete set configuration, if it's like a nature experiment. And we see
I'm oh man, yeah. And just in the last couple of weeks, I've traded a lot of new NFTs for the original ones, because I didn't have any original ones. And so part of that, and now that I got a few of my own, I'm like, oh man, I have to get the full set now. Like it's part of like I never anticipated to be that type of collector, that I never thought I could be that person. And I'm like, Oh no. Like I'm gonna get a full set now, like for sure. And yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I At some point we're going to be able to send these cross chain. At the conference that I'm at right now, we're just wrapping it up. It was a Bitcoin conference in Miami, not the main one, but the crypto experience Bitcoin conference. One of the hackathon contests was making a cross chain NFT platform, and there was a ton of submissions. And I'm really excited about that, where that's going to go with essentially like being able to send these from Ethereum to Wax blockchain, for example, and use them as game pieces inside of a game. That gets me so excited, because essentially we're saying like artist collectibles could also be used as game pieces simultaneously. It doesn't have to be either or. And we're going to see a bunch of third party smart contracts leverage these NFTs. A great example of this is Our Planet on the Wax blockchain. You can stake Garbage Pail Kids, you can stake Top Shots, you can stake a variety of different tokens there. And that's really cool.
See, I think that's a great idea to use the tokens from one game for another game. Everyone's always like, well, what if you had ID software? And well, you could buy the gun in Doom and you could use it in Wolfenstein, right? You could use the same gun in every game. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool, but it's very controlled. The same company that's printing the NFTs would be the same one writing the software, which is good for software, but boring for users, right? I want to use the Spider-Man skin in the Halo game, right? I want to mix everything up together. And if I own the Spider-Man skin, why shouldn't I be able to? And that's where I think it gets interesting. If you could take like the cards from Aliens Worlds that mine something, and you could take them from some other game and you could mine something else. And then maybe that other game gets more popular than the first game and all the cards are staked over there. And it's like a hostile takeover of just the assets, because the assets are now in that big pool. And that's what I think's neat about it, that maybe the other people haven't figured out yet. Like Topps just issued all their baseball cards, right? And they're very official and they're very square. They're baseball cards, right? He's catching the ball, he's jumping for it, he's hitting it, right? But if you made these baseball cards into Ninja Turtle Warriors or something of the Galactic Federation, they could each have different powers. And the second basemen could run the navigation system. And you can rewrite the rules for all of these things. And they don't have to be square baseball cards anymore. Suddenly, the second baseman for the Oakland Athletics is coveted because he's the only one that can fly the dreadnought in some crazy game. And he has no idea. And Topps has no idea. And yet, these are just tokens. They're just strings of numbers and letters that can be transferred to any game or any collection system. So I hope more of that happens soon, even if the companies that produce their boring baseball cards don't like it.
Yeah, and there's going to be a problem for a lot of companies where they see their NFTs used in these like unexpected destinations. But hey, like that's the risk they're taking. It's going to be incredible, and I just love that concept of leveraging the network effect of other communities. It's like that concept of airdropping is going to come back again through NFTs. We see that a lot on Wax already. There's an amazing tool called Bounty Block where you can say pick any category of NFTs or schema or templates, and you can drop your NFT on all those users' wallets. It can be like, for one of these NFTs, you can drop 3 of them or 4 of them, and just to see that that's even a possibility is huge.
Well,
So I hope
that sounds fantastic. Yeah. So could I do a promotion where like I have the Tiger King's Garbage Pail Kids cards, because you gave me one of them. And I was looking through them and I was like, that's not an old Garbage Pail Kid card. That's, Tiger King. I know him. He's new. And then I looked it up and I figured out there was a whole series and they're making new Garbage Pail art. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. And then I found the original set and all those things. But if I wanted to target the Jumpin' Joe exotic card and give out a Mad Bitcoins card for every Joe exotic card, could we just do that? Like program?
Yeah. We could do that right now for sure with that tool I'm describing on Wax. And there's more of these things coming out, like all the time. So, oh man, that is just so incredible. We've been waiting for mass adoption. I think this is it. I used to think it was like, oh, it's gonna be in payments. We're gonna buy coffee with Bitcoin, and like we all know what happened there. Yeah, and there's I'm not saying it has to be either or. Like I think this type of adoption will lead into the initial adoption we thought was going to happen. But yeah, this to me feels like the closest to average people holding a wallet full of pictures, and they can redeem those things for those pictures, and like that's it. No integer. The average person doesn't have to like, see a bunch of zeros and a number and like figure out what that is in dollars. I'm like, we're just not going to have that.
Well, and Wax does have an interesting feature that I agree with you could be used to spread cryptocurrency or NFTs or whatever you want to call it. It's a dangerous feature. I've already lost a card this way, but you can put cards into a link. And as long as you get the link, which might not pop up on mobile, a warning ahead. So don't wrap expensive cards in there, but you can wrap cards into a link and send it to someone, and they can open the link and get the cards. And this idea right here is very simple, I'm sure, but I think it's a really important way to spread NFTs, because if somebody doesn't have any, you can give them a bunch of commons from like your sets or whatever, and they'll just be blown away because they'll be like, oh, look at all this fun, colorful art I've owned now. And Max, you sent me one of these links not too long ago, and at first I put it to the side and I didn't pay attention. And later on, I come back and I'm like, I should get some more of these Dead Mouse cards. They're like 50 cents a piece. I've got it. This one says neat. I'm like, all right, neat. I got to get a neat to go with my goat. And I think I bought a deer to go with my pig. Again, I have no knowledge of what these are for. And I'm not even like a big Dead Mouse DJ fan or something. I'm generally aware of him or her or whoever he is. But it's great. It's fun. You can buy them. The Garbage Pail Kids are like 40 cents a piece. Like, I don't think they're going to go up. I'm not investing in them. Obviously, my 40 cents is lost forever. But it's fun, and it's got that trading card kind of feeling that I don't get from any of the other sites.
Yeah, and just to add that engagement is like what I truly love, and like it comes from a place of love rather than like you're like trying to sell high to like dump your bags on someone else. It's like it's the total opposite of that type of ecosystem. And your claim links, when you generate them on Wax, you can actually go under the trading menu, and then you can claw back those links. So if you go under trading on the left of your interface, any links that you've generated, you can regenerate. So at this conference, I gave away 420 free NFTs as scratcher tickets with those claim links encoded in each one. So I reached out to friends and community members within Wax, and they all could, and I put a bunch of Marisol pieces in there too. They essentially scratch off the ticket, scan the QR code. There's a claim link for that piece. They push claim. That goes straight into their cloud wallet. So no downloading a special wallet, like it's all in the browser, super clean. And at the end of the year, I'm going to do a clawback for all those links. And it says it on the scratcher too, so there's no confusion there. Just so that, I can give them away in the next round. And just by doing that, a very popular individual at this conference, he's like, hey, I want to do this for a major product. I know I'm speaking really ambiguously about this. I have to right now, but essentially that they want to put them into a certain product. So the company I consult with, we're definitely going to be issuing these into physical products. You'll open up said product, pull out this NFT. It's like just reminds me of the excitement of like Cracker Jack boxes and something along those lines. But I'm so excited. Like I wish I could share. I'm like, oh man. Anyway, we'll have to do another show sometime about that. But yeah, so that's to me feels good. It's like back in the day, like, oh, you made it crypto. Let me show you how to get the wallet and show me how to send you some. It's not about like pumping bags or like, rug pulling or any of these like scary things that are out there. This is more like all about making your own store value and giving it to your simple as, the simplest, purest form of enjoying this and leveraging that technology for sure.
Well, I definitely love the idea of being able to get the NFTs back that you're giving out that no one wants. They used to have that on Change Tip, and we were critical of them all the time with the Bitcoin and the tipping and the spam. But it was nice that all of your unclaimed tips weren't lost forever, or worse, donated to the company. So I do hope to get my shovel back from Wax, because I was practicing sending people shovels, which I thought was fun. But another thing you mentioned there was about packs and randomness and how you get these cards. A lot of the cards, like when I open the baseball cards, it was neat. They had a little animation that came up and kind of swirled around the screen and got you excited before you opened the baseball cards. And then the video window went away and it went to a more pedestrian screen where the cards started popping up and you could see their rarity. And it was pretty neat. And this was again on the Wax platform. They used it for Topps baseball cards most recently. Looks like they've used it for quite a lot of other things. But we were talking about this offline, and it sounds like not everyone can use this. What's going on with PAX and
So
PAX blockchain?
yeah, there's a bunch of different pack technologies from different organizations, and it was extremely rare and special, and now it's become a little more accessible, so anyone can make their own packs, and then you can put them on a Squarespace website or Shopify or whatever you want. And then when people purchase it, you could give them a claim link to the pack as simply as that without any integration. So we're getting to that point where we could actually, sell them for USD, and then people could get the pack, hold on to them, and speculate the price would go up. You see even packs being sold on decentralized exchanges too, which is really trippy. So basically the pack is represented as a fungible token. And then when you send the fungible token to a smart contract, it kicks you back to NFTs. So basically it's like you're and then in the foreground, you see the pack is being torn and open up. I loved opening the Garbage Pail Kids ones that actually you see a tear in the pack, and then the packs shoot up in the air and come down, or the cards come down and kind of rain on you. And then you get to see the value, and you just hope you get a legendary or a mythic. And so there's a bunch of different ones. They've been kind of kept very special and proprietary. It's incredible. I can't even imagine how much they spent on developing these. But there are some tools that are coming out where it'll make it a lot easier if you're an artist and you want to, excite your community members with pack openings.
Yeah, because as you were saying earlier, with the collector's mentality and how on Curio cards you'd start out, maybe you'd want a full set. You'd also maybe look at the artist. You'd say, hey, I want to collect a series of crypto graffitis, or I want to collect Marisol Vengus, or whatever it is. You collect one of the artists or a couple of them, and then you get the full set. But beyond that, there's the thing that Topps is doing with the common, uncommon, the rare cards. And of course, nobody except for, people that are just having fun with it are out there buying common cards, right? Everybody wants those rare cards. They want the golden ticket Weezer card, right? And those are coming in the packs. And again, this is a key collector's dynamic that, of course, when we were making Curio cards and talking about this, we wanted packs in the 1.0, of course, but we were told it was, more advanced technology and we got to walk before we can run and all that kind of thing. But obviously Wax has been out for a few years. They've got an ICO, they've got some money, they've got to deal with Topps now, Garbage Pail Kids, Street Fighter, baseball cards even. So they clearly have something going with those packs. And like you mentioned, there's a huge secondary market for these baseball card packs where they start out at $5 a piece on the website. Of course, no one could buy them on the website because it was that, of course, that whole ticket thing with Burning Man and all these websites where it's just the scalpers get there first. They have better computers there. They do this all the time. They're ready to go. And all the packs were sold out. I couldn't even get the webpage to load, right? So much for the $5 packs and the $100 packs. And then they entered the open market, doubling immediately. $10 packs, $200 packs. And then it turns out that's a really good deal because now it's $50 packs and $400 packs or something like that, right? These people are making good money becoming the baseball card store. And this is working at least for the baseball card one. I don't know if it's going to work for Weezer, and I don't know what they released yesterday, mutant monster rockstar thing, something. It didn't look that good. But again, they airdropped a free video NFT on me. So again, smart marketing, the future. Everyone's really working hard at this. What do you think, Max? Are you excited for more packs? Are you going to get in on the Weezer crowd sale in 2 days?
I've tried to get packs, man. I've jumped in line and I'm trying to get. I'm just excited for it, and I'm looking for more things to give away too. So yeah, just thinking about how, the secondary market's really interesting. I definitely think that the organizations that figure out how to allow people to do more kind of like a staggered distribution. There's some interesting tools that they're putting out there where there's like a cooldown. You can buy like 1 every 10 minutes or like 5 every 10 minutes or something. I have a feeling like that makes it more equitable and more, you get a wider distribution in that case. But the secondary markets are really cool to see, especially if you're an artist, because you can set the fee when you create the collection. So on Atomic Assets, you say, oh yeah, I want the maximum amount I can collect. I'm going to set it at, I think you can set it at like 11%, because there's 2% goes to the wax token holders, and then 2% goes to the Atomic Marketplace owners. So if you wanted to, you could perpetually collect 11% anytime something's resold. So if you're giving away your NFTs and people start just listing them, right? As we know what happens with a crypto token, you just get them out there to your network. Magical volume is created because of the network effect. Someone sells it for a penny, someone's like, this is silly, I'll buy it for 2 pennies, and then now you have a market. So so I think that there's a couple strategies as NFT creators that are possible with these low barrier of entry platforms such as Wax, and I think Proton, another EOS.io chain, has a really interesting NFT platform that is pretty much free to make NFTs and issue them as well. So we'll see more of these that are like hyper accessible, and then like the ones that leverage that network effect the earliest are gonna benefit the most. So yeah, the secondary market sales. Check out Alcor.exchange. You can see a lot of the Wax NFT packs for sale on there, and it's weird to see like, wait, NFT packs, and you see like the green and red bars, and like this is bizarre, man. And it's coming straight from your wallet to your wallet. So no depositing, no withdrawing, none of that like terrible middleman stuff we're so familiar with.
So it seems pretty obvious that every artist would want to create their own NFTs, but why would every consumer and every collector want to buy them?
I don't know if it's for those people yet. I'm still kind of on the fence about that. I know it feels good to make them, and it feels good to give them out to friends and family and loved ones and people you meet, like a business card, like we are talking about before. But other than that, yeah, I mean, if you have a collector base and you're already engaging with your community, if you already have community engagement, just give them some NFTs, but don't have the expectation that they're going to buy them, or like don't make them just to sell them, because I don't think that's going to happen.
How do we get people to step back from this abyss? Obviously, people think these are worth millions of dollars, and that if they print their own NFTs, they are going to get millions of dollars. But it actually sounds a lot more like we're talking about baseball cards, as I used to reference all the time when I tell people what Curio cards were. I'd be, these are blockchain collectibles. These are digital collectibles similar to baseball cards. And I know from my own history, baseball cards in the 80s and 90s were worth about $30 for a full set. And if you go on eBay right now, about $30 for a full set. So there's been no movement. The market has surprisingly stayed steady and even gone down, really, because it was more exciting, I think, to get the full set back in the day. But how do we convince people that it's more like trading cards? It's less like $1 million pieces of artwork.
I think if you like to support art and groups with your money, then why not just get like a warehouse receipt for your deposit of or your contribution. And I see NFTs just as that. Like on Wax, I find some really cute or funny things, and I'm like, if it's verified, it means it's like definitely theirs and they made it. So there's a lot of stuff that's hidden on there on the blockchain, but and those are interesting too. If you find out they're actually a real person and it's their content, then you can check off the the safety rails mode or the whitelisting mode, and you can see a whole iceberg of NFTs, so to speak. But I think if you want to support these projects, you can drop like hundreds of dollars if you just want to support the artist, but don't expect it to be worth anything. Like, they may never make NFTs again. They may never be integrated into a game. There may never be a third-party app that uses or leverages those. But if it does, you made a good investment. But yeah, I think that's it.
Especially with something like Wax, where it's on its own blockchain. One of the really lucky things that happened to Curio cards is we were looking at our various options and what we could do with 3 guys and 1 coder. And one of the ideas we kicked around was Curio Ethereum. which is I think what the Crypto Kitty guys later did, and kind of what Wax did, making a copy of EOS. And we're like, well, we'll make a copy of Ethereum. Now we control Ethereum. Now we get to print it. We have all the money and all that, but we have all the technical problems of having to keep it up to date and having to mine it and all that. And if we had just mined Curio Ethereum, it would have been on its own chain. It would have been all alone out there in the universe and probably totally forgotten. So there is something nice about being on a main chain like Ethereum. But again, Wax now has an incentive to keep their chain going so that they can keep their collectibles happy. And presumably eventually the community could take that up if the company went out of business or something. But I do think you're right. It's much more like a receipt. It's much more like a very unique digital receipt to an artwork. And some people have said it's like selling prints. And it's a little like selling prints, except that the print you get to put on your wall. Like a lot of this, the utilitarian value of the artwork is lost. Like, I don't know if it's good to have baseball cards in like boxes and binders and all this stuff, but that's kind of the value of them. And that's not really here. They need a little work on that. I have once you get over like 20 NFTs on Wax, at least on the Atomic Asset site, you can't really view them properly. There's not a gallery, and I'm sure there could be, and maybe there is. I just don't know about it. But we need more galleries, need more binders, we need more things that are displaying things. And one of the things I'd always told people with Curio cards is I wanted it to do that thing where half the cards are colored in because you have them, but half the cards are black and faded because you don't have them yet, because that makes people desire more cards and to finish their collections.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know a lot of people are working on this as we speak. I brought a lot of artists into Wax, and like many. I mean, I've probably onboarded like 500 artists or something, and they're like so interested and they want to use it. But a lot of people believe that this technology solves their community problems because they don't necessarily have a community. Some of them do, so don't get me wrong, but a lot of them don't. And they think like this magic technology will solve that, and it doesn't. It's like it's like if you have engagement practices already, and you talk to your audience and you give them rewards already, then it makes sense. If you're like give them badges or you have a membership card, then NFTs are going to feel right at home. But so that's one aspect of it. But a lot of the artists are saying that it feels kind of like a basement because, like us nerds, we like the black sleek interface, but it feels like dark web to a lot of these people. And people are used to seeing gallery sites that are white and pristine and so there's there needs to be some skinning in the user interface problems. But, we're still like, I still see this as these are the pipes being laid down to this giant metropolis that has yet to be built. Maybe the foundation isn't even there yet. Maybe we don't even have like, on the other side of it, we don't have the, being able to request a buy order, for example. You're like, oh yeah, like I'll buy any Garbage Pail Kid price card at this price, and like, why can't we do that yet? So there's a bunch of infrastructure stuff that still needs to be built. But yeah, it definitely feels kind of dungeony and like sketchy for a lot of people.
Well, the Wax website, I can't believe they're getting away with it because I look at it and I see right away, oh, this is a database website. This is like PHP MyAdmin, right? We are looking at the SQL database. They're using words like schema. That's not a human word. That's a database administrator word. Get that out of there. Like all these different things like the rarities and the way you have to do this. And this is still for baseball cards. They haven't fixed this. You have to go to some strange page with all kinds of weird things and click list or view on market. That's how you get to the market. None of this other stuff matters to me. I'm trying to get to the market. And then all the sorting is strange and it's never to the default that you'd want, which is like cheapest or newest, stuff like that. You have to click it a bunch of times. But yeah, I can't believe they got away with the database schema because I can just see the engineer in there. He's like, people will figure it out. They'll figure out that TOPS is the top level and schema and MLK, MLB, GKP, ECHO, these are the things you got to click to get to your Garbage Pail Kids cards. They'll figure like how much would it take to, rename everything that says gpk.tops on the website and have it say Garbage Pail Kids for humans,
Oh man,
humans
so,
that use the website. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, and I agree, but it's just so new. Like talking about like less than a year old is that? So, no, not even that. Months old. I'm losing track of time, man. I can't even keep up. I can't even keep track what's going on. But there's another site. NFT Hive. It's another blockchain explorer, and like there's bulk tools. You can like, yeah, that one I really love. It's like it's still dark, feels kind of basementy also, but yeah, I mean, just being able to like share a collection, like look at my NFTs. Like I have a bunch of rare peppies, and I'm like I can't even like share. Like I want to share someone like look at all the ones I have, and I have to show them my account logged in with my private key, and I'm like, ooh, do I really want to hand it to them and show them like what I got? You know,
It has the
but at the
prices
same time,
of everything on there, and it totals them all up, and it shows them that you got $100 in baseball cards or whatever, and it can be embarrassing and things like that. You wasted that much money on something that's not real. But yeah, there isn't a way, like you're saying, to view your cards without risking your cards, to properly start showing off your collection. Like I got baseball cards now, and there's 26, 28 teams, something like that. There's like 4 different levels of card. There's all this stuff. I can't view these properly. I don't even know. I had to kind of figure out just by buying them that they're really only doing like 5 or 6 players per
and
team.
I would,
Like,
yeah,
why am I seeing the same 5 guys over and over again? And I don't know. Baseball cards didn't believe in the other players. Like we wouldn't buy them. They only did the top ones. I don't know. It's not a good trust in your product. But they thought that we'd buy 4 different editions, and the silver and the gold and the hologram edition. And I'm like, you're kind of juicing me
yeah,
here. Like I'm
yeah.
not too crazy
Well,
about it.
I would recommend Token Head. It's a standalone application for Android and iOS. It's made by the guys at Aloha EOS, a block producer. They make amazing block producer tools for all the EOS IO chains. Really solid team. I think they just got that product, Token Head, just got acquired by some other larger company. I can't remember, but it's Token Head. It's a standalone application. You don't log into it, so it doesn't break the terms of like Apple or Google Play or whatever crypto terms they have. You're literally just putting in your Wax account or someone else's Wax account, and it'll show you their NFTs and their value by collection. It's the cleanest, easiest way, and it does calculate the value too. So it shows you the value of all of your NFTs. And that's the most, that's as far as we got, I feel like, for displaying these things properly. And it's kind of, we encounter the same, the pricing errors as we do on Ethereum. It's based upon previous sales, and who knows if those are authentic or not. So it's just fun to see like this insanely inflated number for your NFTs. But you can kind of tell from that app. It shows you like every day what they're selling for, and you can kind of get an idea if it's a wash traded or not, because you can see like little dots on each day, and like but yeah, I think we're getting there. It's going to be it's going to happen soon.
Well, and what about the media? They won't stop writing articles about NFTs. They've already turned everybody on to this, but they don't seem to be creating much on the buy side. I think they're creating a lot of pressure on the sell side, where they're just like, so and so has entered, so and so has entered, and they sold out, and they sold out, and they sold out. You think it's just going to go on forever? Or, I mean, obviously, I think there's a second half to this where it starts to be stories like, I mortgaged my house to buy NFTs and they went to zero. And because there's on they love to build you up in the media, like a presidential campaign or an actor or anything like that. And then they're like, the second half, they're like, he wasn't so good. He wasn't so nice. Look at all the bad things that NFT did. So when do you think that's going to happen? 3 months, 6 months?
Oh man, I don't know. The media's their coverage of what these things are and what they can do is like so terrible. Like they're just covering like the high ticket ones, and it's like oh man, they should be ashamed. If you're with the mass media and you're watching this, you should be ashamed for your coverage of this stuff. Like digging deeper in what smaller communities are doing, how they're actually used. Look into NFT usage on Wax, and then like check out Alien Worlds, Our Planet. Like revise your articles that you've already written. I'm talking to all of you media people who wrote these articles about these like $1 million sales. Like you guys should be ashamed.
And I especially feel it as a person coming from the Curio card project here, which I think is important, should be written about. But there seems to be kind of a block where it's like, you have to sell for $1 million so that we can write about you selling for $1 million, but you have to sell for $1 million first. And I've got these NFTs here, the Curio cards, They're old, they're historic, they're mentioned in the scientific historic record, which matters to me a lot more than anything else. The 721 spec mentions curio cards and rare pepes. And I think both of them need to be in the Wikipedia entry on NFTs. It's a crime that they're not in there. And people need to be writing about curio cards and rare pepes for what they did to create the art movement that everyone's talking about. And the article should read something like, without these guys, there'd be no Beeple, and his $69 million sale, because then they could tie it back into money, which is all they want to talk about anyway. But it does seem to me, and I don't want to do this because I like the trading cards and I like the idea, and I've been with this idea for a long time, but it just seems like a fad. It seems like a fad that's going to hit a wall pretty soon, and the sudden manic buying that's causing the $1 million will back away, and the crazy number of people listing their NFTs will keep going up, because clearly everyone can make these. There's never going to be anybody stopping them from making these, which is what Andreas said all those years ago about Joey Coin. He's like, yeah, every kid on the playground will have Joey Coin, and Joey Coin will trade slightly higher than Freddie Coin because Joey's more popular than Freddie. And, none of these coins have any real value. Nobody's out there saying Joey Coin is the next Bitcoin, which is what they do for everything else. But I think we're there. I don't think anyone's going to say garbage pail kids are the next Ethereum, or garbage pail kids are the next Bitcoin. I think everyone pretty much understands they're collectibles. But I don't know there's this separation between the $1 million and the 50 cents. So,
Oh man, yeah, you brought up a good point. Yeah, I mean, and I really think ultimately these coins will be, I mean, NFTs. These NFTs will be used in, within these specific communities and games, and it's going to be a blur of what a game of work is really soon, and you might just be earning NFTs, and but it's not going to be. We're not going to see them relative to a U.S. dollar price. Like, it's just not going to happen. It's going to be that'll fade away, and they'll be like, you'll see your wallet full of NFTs, but it's not going to be necessarily in a dollar amount, because you'll know that you'll be able to meet your needs with these things, and I think that's where the mass adoption is. I think it's cool, to get people to know about this. That might be an entry point, like when we, same with the dollar amount of Bitcoin. Like when it gets up to $50,000, that magical number, then it's like, then all the news companies talk about it. And then when it goes down to 40,000, they all talk about it. So that is an entry point. I think that probably is the number one way people learn about this stuff, is from those dollar amounts. But it's like, it's the superficial coverage has to change. Like, they got to say, at least make a side note. And then, like, over here, like, people are using them as memberships for the organization and providing exponential value. They can drop, they're also getting all these perks and all these benefits, and these are traded within the community for, they use them for governance. And you're like, well, what's governance? Like, don't we have governance? It's like, so I think it's a gateway. The price is a gateway drug to discovering more of this ecosystem. But God, it's frustrating, I tell you.
well, maybe on the next version of Wax, they'll change it from showing me the price all the time and instead tell me how close I am to completing the collection. You have 7 of 12 garbage pail kids. You have 5 of 20 Prism garbage pail kids. I mean, give me the info here and convince me to buy more, right? Motivate my sales.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have to rely upon a lot of those third-party apps like ourplanet.io. Staking all these, like, I think there's probably like 3 dozen or 2 dozen, I don't even know, dozens of cards you can stake, of NFTs you can stake, and then in return you're mining their token, and then you can earn other things on top of that. Just seeing that, we talked about it for years, and we're like, oh man, these guys actually did it. And it's one of the top blockchain dApps. It's going up the rankings. It'll be up there next to Alien Worlds in a couple weeks, I would assume. But definitely another one worth following if you're like, well, how are these things used? And it's like, well, we're just trying to figure that out. It's like, it doesn't have to be, there doesn't have to be a use case. They can just be collectibles, and then someone else might create utility, and that's totally acceptable as well.
I agree. Collectibles is enough. Not for most people, though. Most people have this secret thing where they're like, I'm buying it because it's a collectible, but I secretly wish that it's going to go up 10,000 times and I'm going to make my nut on baseball cards. So I would get rid of that one, and I would go back towards like with the garbage pails, where I'm happy with 40 cents. I don't have to sell them. I don't have to, make money on them in the future. I have my little collection. I think they're cute. I spent probably $20 on them or whatever. I could deal with that. Baseball cards, I don't know. Some of those are going to resell. I'm not taking a bath on those, but it's been a fun market. It's been fun to try them out with the tops. So, Max, what are you working on now? Where can people check out your work?
Yeah, so I do lots of consulting. I focus on CSX.io. It's a block producer for a bunch of EOS.io chains, and we're getting our infrastructure set back up to offer great services and running nodes that support these networks. We're a huge EOS.io proponent. We're also a huge proponent of DAX and DAOs. We launched the first one on EOS. It's called the Crown token with a K. So it's if you pop into Telegram and someone there will tip you some Crown tokens. We have an amazing Telegram bot that allows us to tip for people that add value in our community. It's a gift giving token. We just give gifts to each other, and it's a really good entry point into crypto. That's the simplest way. Pop into Crown token, KROWN token, and say what's up and say you saw me on Mad Bitcoins, and that's another project. So with Crown, it's a DAC, and the only way to distribute the token is through a consensus mechanism. So the interface that we use was made by EOS DAC. That was probably the biggest proponent to DACs and DAOs, and they had I would say not a problem, but it was DACs and DAOs are for like nerds, right? Not for the general public. So when you try to explain to them, like, your company should be a DAC, your company should be a DAO, they're like, what are you talking about? Like, our company works fine. So that's where Alien Worlds comes from. They put the horse in front of the cart, so to speak, and created a game to slowly educate people about what DACs and DAOs are. So each of these planets in this game are actually DAOs, and the people who mine the token can vote for the custodians, and these custodians can manage those funds of those planets. And this token is called Trillium, and it happens to be on Binance. Anyway, real exciting. And side tangent. So we're heavily involved with supporting Alien Worlds and other ways to integrate, and we want to make tools that support Alien Worlds, but also support other NFTs. So with CSX and Crown, we're doing a lot of fun projects. We have a mining group on Alien Worlds called Kinder Miners, and we want to be the kindest supporters. So if you mine on our land, we give most of that back to the community in some ways, because we want to get elected. We want to run some of these planets, and it's just so cool to see things being just moving so quickly. And oh man, real exciting stuff. So pop into Kinder Miners or Crown and say what's up. And
well, this is always the stuff we talked about back when we were starting Curio cards and before there were NFTs. It's just how fun it would be to have all these games with all the interoperable tokens, and you could mine them, or you could collect them and trade them on the wax on Atomic Assets, or you could use them in the game. And it's just all the different options. And then if you did win one of those planets, you'd get to administer a real fund of real money and do real things in the world. I don't know what you do, hold up a sign and get on TV, whatever helps your planet, right? So it's exciting stuff. It's futuristic stuff. I don't think normal people could understand it, but that's why it's so fun to talk about. So I hope you'll come back here and talk to us about NFTs again soon, Max.
Oh man, I can't wait. Yeah, I'm super excited to come back, and I really feel like we're creating the future. And I knew this over, when Bitcoin started. Like we all felt the same thing. We're like, oh man, this is going to be huge. We didn't know how crazy it was going to get, but it's going to get crazier and stranger. And I'm sure, at some point everyone's going to want to use this stuff. So make your own NFTs and give them out to your community.
There you go. Good message to end on. All right. Thanks so much, Max, for being on the show. Until next time, bye-bye. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Become an NFTV artist. Sign up today. Easy bit. Easy bit. Easy bit. Bitcoin ATMs. Easy bit. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Join the NFTV mailing list for the sickest drops. Welcome back to Adventures in NFT. We're joined by Robeck, one of the original Curio card artists. How's it going, Robeck?
Hey, how's it going? It's going great, thanks.
So it's 2021, and in the strangest turn of events that I've ever seen, we're going to go back and talk about my failed startup from 2017, because all of a sudden that is very important, I guess. So in 2017, my friend Travis and Rhett and I worked together with our advisor Rick and Ryan Singer to work on a new kind of trading card. They were digital collectibles, blockchain collectibles, we called them. And they were called Curio cards, and they had a cute cartoon mascot. And I thought they were fun, and I like baseball cards. And I got some of the Topps cards the other day, and I don't know that I'm going to make money on them, but I bought some, and it was fun. And the same thing, Curio cards, I hope that people would buy them, and they'd be fun. And so we just kind of put the project out there. So Robeck, first of all, I mean, you had an experience on the web, you have a comic strip, you have a website, you have a presence, that kind of thing. How did you go from that to finding Curio cards? How did you discover the project?
Yeah. So, I mean, there. Maybe you guys have heard of Twitter. It's this website that's like social networking. One time they made this thing that was like really stupid, where they took the algorithm from it just being everything in order, like of what people posted, to it being like this programmatically designed thing to garner interest, which does work very, very well. But for some reason, I don't know what was going through my head at the time, like where my thought space was. I was like, this is the last straw. Twitter's done. And I came into Twitter saying, I don't understand the point of Twitter outside of like business announcements. So I don't understand why it was an emotional moment. That drove me to discovering like StatusNet and GNU Social and like the federated like social networking stuff, distributed networks for like social networking, where you would have these different nodes and stuff like that. And I've met a lot of really cool people there. And one of the people that I met that kind of guided me deeper into this world was, his name's Moon. And I know there's a lot of moons in the world of crypto. You can say everybody's a moon. This was like pre-moon. This was like back when the moon represented something in the sky, not necessarily like shooting the moon. And he was like, hey, after we talked and worked on some like pet project stuff, and he was like, hey, I discovered this stuff called Curio, and like it's on Ethereum. It's like a super interesting concept of taking like trading cards to like the blockchain. And I'm one of these guys that did not do Bitcoin early because I saw it and I was like, this is cool, but like $7 too much for me, not going to do it. $200, you know the story, everybody repeats it. So I did Doge. I just like did the what were they, the roulettes or whatever they were, the
Like a faucet?
Faucets. Yeah, the faucets. I just did faucets, and then I forgot it, and then I saved all the chain state, but I have never pulled it back up, and it doesn't matter. That's not. I kind of just put aside crypto, came back into it when Moon showed me this stuff, and it kind of invigorated me in this way that was like super cool, because I had been stuck being this weird collector type person forever, like with Magic the Gathering and baseball cards, and the same story that you tell, I'm sure. Like
now I did that, and all the time. First of all, like, I mean, we were told the stories of our parents, and down in the basement,
yeah,
Dad used to
they've got
have a
this golden
shoebox
age.
of every amazing baseball card, every comic book. They had Superman #1, and they put their coffee cups on top of it. It's that every kind of story. So growing up, at least when I did, we were all about bagging and boarding our comic books and putting
Oh
our
hell yeah.
cards, protective things, in little boxes and everywhere, cardboard boxes. And all the cards survived. So I never made any money on this. I was supposed to sell mine to go to college or something. But again, you keep something for 20 years and you have such an attachment to it, then you're just supposed to sell it for money, for, I don't know, some kind of education. I don't know. But yeah, I never made any money off any of my collections before. So do you have the same experience? Just collecting for fun eventually?
It's tough, man. Like I feel like I've had a bit of back and forth. I have this weird way with like life has always brought me to cool forks, and I always take a fork that is kind of like middle ground in the cooler way. That always leads to some thing where it falls apart later. So like with Magic and comics and baseball cards, I actually did very well because for some reason I'm a kid at the forefront of that stuff, and like I'm getting this stuff and playing and trading and like creating economies and getting in early on stuff like eBay. Like I'm like 10 years old. Not I shouldn't be doing like sales on eBay for like Magic, but I am, and like that's stuff that happens, and it's like super cool. You see these different communities, you see like these weird like trustless trade things that were terribly just full of 100% trust through forums where it's like I vouch for this dude, and I'm like 12 and like, oh well, 14 people have replied to him saying they vouch for him, you can trust that they're going to do it. And you know what the amazing part is nobody, I never lost cards, and I did hundreds of trades. Like people always fulfill their end of the bargain. Anyway, that kind of like leads me to this point. It's sort of like Moon's like, this is super cool. He's like, I did a lot of this colored coins and stuff. He was like, I've been working on some stuff on Ethereum too that this kind of meshes with, and so it'd be really cool to just like check this out if you're interested in like collectibles. So that's how I discovered Curio. It's a very long-winded route. And I, yeah.
So you found the project. We had some Ethereum vending machines back in the day. Did you try it out? Did you send a couple bucks in, buy a card or two to see how it works?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, early on is more just trying to understand how this stuff is displayed. Like my real foray into like really digging deep into stuff outside of, I don't know, the culture. I don't know what the right word is, but like just like getting this stuff was going into GNU Social and like just interacting with people I would have never done otherwise. Like there's like all across the spectrum and scope and like different lifestyles. Like everybody has like their own opinions and they feel their own way, but it's really cool to hear what everybody else has to say. And yeah, I don't know. It kind of brought me over here, and I don't remember what even the original question was at this point.
Mainly just if you tried it out, like the technical.
Oh yeah. So Moon
Did
tossed
you
me
get
a few of the first. Yeah. Moon tossed me a few of the first three,
Cool.
and the long-winded point was that I was going to end up to is like, okay, so I finally was comfortable enough to just figure out how to like make a wallet and do all this stuff, and then I did, and it was super easy. And then I was 100% on board with like everything. Everything suddenly clicked. It was like suddenly knowledge across the board because like looking at the stuff, it doesn't make sense, but you know, there's just something about that like first transaction, you know. So
And even for me, it was learning as well because I wasn't really into Ethereum, and I had to try it to try out my own cards. I had to try it to see if I could see how the cards were listed and to learn about problems we had. Like in the My Ether wallet, it wouldn't show our
yeah,
tokens, right? There'd be no tokens at all. You'd be, they
it's
rip
still
me
just like
off,
that.
they're lost.
Yeah,
Still like that. And you have to do is you have to go in and add a custom token. It has to have a special address or something that, and then all of a sudden it'll show, you know, CRO01 or whatever it is. And so I like that part, getting to learn the system. And then the best part always for me is just the basics of this system and that it works. That Moon was able to send you a couple of cards, and I don't know anything about it because I wasn't controlling all the cards, and I didn't approve, and I don't need to know, and I don't need to cut, and all these things. It just happens without me. Fantastic. Like how neat that is. And, you know, I was critical of Ethereum and everything, but Vitalik made a thing that can host my baseball card. So I was like, that's pretty cool, man. Like, I mean, you make this big fancy thing and I put baseball cards on it.
And I'm like this weird like community vampire that comes in and sucks all the life out of everything. So like it was super cool like to just end up there. And I know Moon had been like involved pretty early, just like in the community and the general idea stuff, just like stuff. But like I I don't know. I feel bad about it sometimes in hindsight because I'm not trying to be intentionally malicious, and I don't think I come off that way. But like I super get into the stuff that I'm into, so it comes off as like, why is he always talking in this particular space? So I think I probably just showed up one day and just started spamming like random stuff. But it was on terms of endearment.
Well, I don't think you were the reason that the project failed, so I wouldn't worry about
I
that.
don't think so. 100%
But
not.
how'd you go from being interested in the project, trying it out, your friend even sent you some trading cards, to becoming an artist?
Well, I mean, a lot of the stuff kind of clicked for me from, I mean, not even just collectible stuff from back in the past, but if you're looking at like digital inventory management systems or like video games, like everybody always goes back to video games, but there's so many different models that can work for video games that make assets worth more than what they are in a particular game. So like even just Steam's like collection library stuff where you have like stupid gems and other like trading cards in that, those could all be represented as like on this stuff. So like not I'm not saying anything profound or new. It just like using it and suddenly like, okay, well, you know, I I don't know why I originally thought Bitcoin was cool because I, you know, was like, this is interesting, but I'm not old enough yet. I don't have enough life experience, whatever it was. Like sometimes, like it's just I don't have that kind of money even to even think about this. But small steps and progression through whether that like introduction to Bitcoin to Doge to like Fediverse to whatever brings me into this broader ecosystem of different ideas.
Well, I
Yeah.
agree with you on inventory management systems.
Yeah, that was the point. It's basically
like
yeah.
you mentioned earlier with magic cards, and you were selling them on eBay. I had them, I collected them, I never really sold them, but a friend of mine had showed me that you could go on Diablo 3 at the time, and you could play the online. Excuse me. And if you get a really big sword, you could sell the sword on eBay
Yeah,
for
that was
real
Diablo
money.
2. I think this like
Excuse
there's
me.
like soul
Sorry.
gems and like other crazy end game stuff that were going for like sorry, not to interrupt, you can continue.
No, I'm right there with you. And the thing for me that was incredible, and again, I'm kind of grinding away at the game and clicking and killing monsters and clicking and killing monsters. And at the end of it, you know, I get the big sword or whatever, and I sold the sword for like $40, $60, enough to cover the cost of the
Yeah.
game. Then I wrapped up the game and sold the game as a used game because I was very tired of clicking on monsters at that point. And I was just the neatest thing ever that I was able to sell this sword for real money, not even digital money or Bitcoin or any kind of thing. It was real PayPal, eBay, or whatever, and and I got the money out of it. And the funniest thing about this, a little footnote, is the person who, and I don't think it's a secret or an evil thing or whatever, but the friend of mine who taught me to do this was my pal or my friend Jesse Powell from Kraken. And that Jesse had this early experience in selling digital items on Diablo, as well as you. He was into magic cards, and I think he was selling those on the internet. And he had that problem that I think we've all had where you make a deal with somebody and it falls through. They run off with the money or they claim you never sent it. And when he's the one selling the sword, he'd be the one with the empty bag and the kid would run off with the
Yeah.
sword. Maybe he gave it to his friend.
I think it's so incredible because like MMOs were this like really cool new thing, and like Diablo 2 was more like lobby based, you know, like 8 players, whatever. But you did have that like real world item, like that item became like a token value that was traded at an exchange rate on eBay. But what was really cool that came out of that whole aspect is like, okay, suddenly you have two different paths. One, MMOs between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. So you have like World of Warcraft or Ragnarok or whatever, and you have people that farm their time in game. Basically, is what you would equate to like mining in like any of these systems. Like their time in game, they're spent farming an asset that then they sell for real world assets. So they farm WoW gold, right? So they farm gold, they sell it on eBay for like a percentage cost, and they make the transaction in the game itself. Imagine if like Blizzard just issued gold on chain with like a royalty percentage or something. So, you know, it's not a waste of time. Like people farming this thing, people want it. It's not like a waste of things. It won't diminish the value of X or Y. It diminishes the value of X or Y when there's not anything at stake for these gold sellers. Like you can ban them forever, but that doesn't create an economy. So there's like, I don't know, man, just all this stuff like whooshing together to create all these like potential opportunities.
Interesting to see how many of these pioneers were tied up with what at the time a lot of us thought were just waste of time games.
Yeah.
Right. Like Warcraft from the beginning, I could see as a huge grinding trap. Whereas like I had already avoided Star Wars Galaxies and I love Star Wars. I was like, if Star Wars Galaxies is as good as they say, I'll never do anything in the real world again. So I just didn't play it. Now, it turned out it was a bad game, and I just avoided a bad game. But the idea of immersive Star Wars world, I could see already, was very addictive to my type of person. And I think that when World of Warcraft came along, lots of people didn't avoid it. They steered right towards it. And one of them was Vitalik Buterin. And I don't remember what the detail was that pissed him off. They changed some spell, they rebalanced something, they fixed something in the game that messed up his character. But he quit World of Warcraft the next day. And that's what I think led him in many ways to like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And just like with my friend Jesse and Kraken, a lot of these ideas were just floating out there where he had the problem of people ripping him off for digital swords. So when he heard, I don't know the details, but I assume when he heard about Bitcoin, he was like, this is a product that can keep people from ripping me off for my digital swords. This is great. And for Vitalik, same thing. He's already out there in World of Warcraft, knowing all about digital swords and all the values of things and digital currency as well. He earning Warcraft gold, I'm sure. And it was no big switch for him to see, hey, I'd love a gold we could move between system to system. What if I want to play another game? I could move my value around.
I think what's interesting, even more so to go off the World of Warcraft thing, is like after World of Warcraft, if you're looking at Blizzard as a company and like games they're publishing, I think honestly the next game was probably like StarCraft 2 and then Diablo 3. And then Diablo 3, they introduced an actual in-game market, a real-world dollar market. And I think Diablo 3 came out in 2012. And so basically their intent was like, okay, well, instead of going through these like potentially malicious scenarios on eBay where you're trading these end game items, you can just do it through us as a trusted party where we take 1%, of your of the sale, but you guys get to keep all the rest of you actually get dollars out of it. And gamers at that time, like if you look at all the different trends in gaming, it was like pushback against like these centralized control systems. You had like a thing shortly afterward, Bethesda wanted to start like monetizing mods through us, and we'll take a small cut, but they'll be official and like all this stuff. So the Diablo 3 thing was actually, it was before that, but it was like met with, or I don't remember exactly. It was met with like all this vitriol. It was like, no, you can't take a cut of this. But if they did literally the same thing today, but just on blockchain, like they would be met with roaring applause. And because I think people are starting to get this idea, like, yeah, I don't know. The idea, probably.
Yeah, the idea of moving the items around.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Diablo 4, if I could bring my custom sword with me. And even better, I've thought, is if I was a rival company to StarCraft and Diablo and Blizzard and whatever, and I could go in and make a game that would use that same NFT sword, and maybe it uses it to mine space or hack up demons or something completely different.
Yeah.
And if my game is more popular and better and more fun and makes them more money or whatever the winning conditions are, maybe all of those swords get staked to my system. Maybe I take all of their NFT valuables and they have to go fix their game and make their game better. And now we're competing for a universe of free floating items that have their own value and that were maybe created by Blizzard, but now you play them in some other game, some other game, and they're traded and they're independent.
And like farming, like you could literally yield farm those items. So like, let's say it's one of the rarest drops in World of Warcraft. Well, if you put that up as collateral or you put that up into a liquidity pool in my game, which is coming out, here, then we'll give you an item that is even better. Like in our world, it's like the rarest and most rare things based on the number of like, I don't know, loans or some other random stupid aspect against it.
Sell out their old game. Sell out your old game. You don't need that sword. Sell it to us. We'll give you stuff for the new game.
Yeah, and we'll pay you to stream it on Twitch, for a week.
You could embed that in the sword contracts and things like that. Like you get a deal to stream for a week, and there's 1,000 unlocked gold if the arbiters agree that you fulfilled your contract. But I think we've drifted off into the future. We need to get back to the past.
Sure.
So go back. How'd you become a Curio card artist? Did you fill out a form? Did you get the inside track with Moon? I should probably know this, but I'm kind of asking you because I'm not sure I recall.
No, I don't know. I mean, Moon was doing tertiary stuff that you guys are doing. Like, so he was building like his own binders and galleries, and like he was trying to build like a broader, more expansive one that would collect multiple assets, not just curios. Curios were unique at the time because you guys were the only ones that were doing that specific thing. And so, like how we were pulling cards, we actually started creating new things, like new art for other assets being represented on the network, like Bat and other stuff. So, no, I don't think it was through Moon. I think I don't know, I just kept showing up. And then you guys opened applications, and I wanted to do something like holographic something. Like, that was the big thing that I sent over. My original pitch was like 12 different like concept pieces. And what I was doing most of the time was doing like really rudimentary pixel stuff. Like I feel like right now I could do good pixel work if I wanted to. Back then it was just like me learning, what does this actually mean? What's the technique? All that stuff. But like with it, I could do really quick animations. And so like, I was like, well, holographics were always a cool concept on collectible card game stuff. So like, what if we could animate one of these? And so I was like, hey, here's how it would work. It was animated. You guys, that's way too many frames. We can't push that much data to the chain. But we could probably do 2 frames if you want to send 2 frames over. So like card number 23 is like the most, it's not animate. It's just literally a frame that like winks and like pulses, but that was the limitation of what I had. Anyway, I think that between the form, yeah, there was a form I submitted and you guys read through that stuff and then had a conversation with me. I think a lot of people have to gauge whether me sending like crudely drawn raccoons doing like meth and selling curio cards in alleys is like part of a like general act or persona, or if that's me and that is actually me doing that. But like if it's meant to be because it's not, it's all out of love. So I think
It's
you gotta
clearly
get there.
qualifying. I mean, any kind of hand-drawn qualifying art is exciting to us and everything. So yeah, I think you filled out the form. We checked out your webpage. I remember, it was like comic strips and other stuff. And the main thing we're looking at there is we're just like, is this the same person that made the art?
Yeah.
Are angry, drunken, curio card, angry drawings the same person that makes this comic strip? And we're like, yes, they seem to be in line. And that's what I love so much about one of the other artists, Daniel Friedman, who also, I think we just got through the form. I went out to his Flickr and he had just hundreds of these hand drawn line art with a pen, where to me it looked like the kind of stuff I do when I was bored in class, except he was much better at it. But still, you look at it right away and you're like, this is unique art. He's making this himself. Like, he's not copying this from anyone. It's not a Banksy trying to fool me. So I like that aspect of it. But yeah, we brought you on, and I love the animated card. I think it really is. It's worth it. It's the first animated card, just like the early movies and things, like with a little stop motion, and even like Keystone Cops.
Well,
they cut out the frames and they would run it faster so it looks funnier. Like this is how things are done in the early days, and I think you're definitely there for that. What about the idea? And how did you get the idea to draw the curio card creators? Did we tell you to do that?
No, you didn't. So, I mean, this was actually where I was actually going to.
Goodness.
No, you didn't tell me. But this is actually kind of where I was going to segue anyway. Is like from a perspective of like where are we on the scale of like next gen new web, like just like from gaming, because it's the easiest perspective. It's like what generation, and it's like okay, well maybe we're in this like Atari NES at best things. So what kind of things can I do to like do this? And Gauntlet comes to mind as like this thing where it's like you feed tokens into the game and you have select identities, right? And it's based on common themes that we get to Tolkien. And so even if you don't even get references to games, like you still can get the fantasy stuff. And so the original pixel art I had sent over were actually, I think, way better, just like from a technical craft perspective than the stuff I was doing in Krita. Because Krita is it's like an open source painting program. It's freaking sweet, but it was like kind of newer at the time, and I was testing it out. But it just, I don't know. I wanted to pull that back into the actual project, and what I was thinking of was like, okay, well, you have these different tropes, but what makes it unique? What separates Gauntlet from like Lord of the Rings, from Warhammer, or whatever? And it's just like, I don't know, some of it's merchandising. Like if you think of He-Man and like all the stupid stuff that like, why does He-Man even exist? It's like, well, because they're trying to sell stuff. So if we're doing this NFT or not, well, they weren't NFTs, but we're doing these collectible things. We can do a card, but this is the whole reason I made a commercial for it. Like I pulled elements. I pulled like clips from old commercials and then did my own VO over it and like did stuff. So it was very heavily attributed. I don't own most of the stuff, but like I did it because I wanted to push that like idea of like this is something you want to show off to your friends on the playground that your mom got you for, Christmas or your birthday, and you got two of them, not just the one. You got the one in the Hawaiian shirt variant. Like that, I wanted the vibe. That was what I wanted to portray. Not so much like a solid piece, but we want to have the vibe with the original characters associated with the brand, and it just made sense.
I think Gauntlet is a great reference there. And I remember back to first grade, we used to draw our own Gauntlet maps. And I didn't know if
Nice.
video games and mods and how anything worked, but we'd get paper out and we'd be like, monster here, pit here and wall here, that kind of thing. And just something about the game, not that it was like a bad game, but you look at it and I think I look at it and I was like, I could do this. I could draw a map. I could drive the characters around. This makes sense to me. And it wasn't, like drawing a Mario map or something just so intricate. It was just a lot simpler. And you could even kind of play it out with your fingers, you didn't have a video game with you all the time back then. But yeah, Gauntlet is a great reference. And also Lord of the Rings. And it fits in with the kind of the hero's journey and these three characters going on an adventure. Of course, the first 10 cards very much speak of adventure and kind of going from like youthfulness to adulthood, kind of starting out and learning the arts and then becoming an expert at the arts and then going out into the future, number 10 card. So then,
yeah, I mean, you guys just didn't have a healer. I mean, the bard could have done some supplementary healing, but unfortunately, we
weren't going to make it very far without a healer. That's right. The quest would fail.
You need a cleric at some point. Hopefully, you meet one along the way.
But it was interesting to see the way the cards went. We did the kind of the early cards. We tried to raise funds for the company, and they were kind of clip arty by Philippe series. And then we did.
I love them though. The Philippe cards are so sweet. Like, man, I don't know. That aesthetic is going to come back into play in like 13 years. That's my call. Like, the value of like the aesthetic that he pulled, or they, I don't know. I don't mean to jump to conclusions, but like, I don't know. It's just very specifically now it's Curio. So,
well, we might after we get to the break, maybe we'll go back. We'll talk about the individual cards.
Sure.
And I can even reveal some interesting stuff about like choices that we made.
Snap.
But yeah, so after the 1 through 10, then it's the greatest thing to me because, of course, remember, like I said here, I'm a big Bitcoin supporter, always been, and not a big Ethereum fan. So what do we do for our next 10 cards? Pretty much is all Bitcoin stuff. We do the crypto graffiti, Bitcoin propaganda. We do Philippe, Bitcoin logos, and then we do crypto pop, Luis, and he does Bitcoin cartoons. Then we top it off with a good old Mad Bitcoins card, and then we reach the Robeck cards. So we have your series there fits in there.
Well, I think the 11 through 20s are funny because they're still some of the more popular cards. I know you said we can talk about the other cards later, but I think this is important to get into where it is. I think that at the time I was like, why are they like keep doing Bitcoin cards? Like, I don't give a shit. Like it does. Like, I get it. I get Bitcoin, but I don't give a shit. Like, why? We're doing this card thing. I don't know how this is going to draw people if everything is only a Bitcoin reference. But yeah, it's funny today. Like, even those are still some of the more popular cards. There's just more of them, but it's also good there's more of them because more people identify with that, like, as their roots. So I think it's cool.
A lot of that's due to how the cards got distributed, as it turns out. But I think going back, why did we do that? I think these are the artists that we knew in the Bitcoin space. We knew Crypto Graffiti from the meetups. We knew Philippe from the internet. He did the Mad Bitcoins things. And then my friend Rick, one of our advisors, knew Luis. So again, these personal relationships make a big difference. Everyone, is down on it or whatever, but you got to go out there and meet people and be part of the group. And then when they think of, hey, I got a project, they'll be like, think of you. And so then after that, we went to the internet. We brought in the Robeck cards. After those, let's see, what did we have? Oh, we had.
Can I say real quick though, like, to interrupt, that I am so highly appreciative that you guys did consider it, and not from like a here and now perspective, but from at the time, because there's a like I was mentioning earlier, there's a lot to cut through when you have to deal with me because I don't know like well it doesn't really matter why. But like yeah, I don't know. It just gave me an opportunity to feel like okay, so if these communities are really about what they're saying they're about, like open participation and like honest, like vetting and like other stuff like this is the real opportunity to shine. And I think you guys, if had it not been the way that it ended up, you guys were always transparent. Like I know that some other people may feel differently, and there's a lot of stuff that happened while you were winding down. But like I wasn't like in an in circle. I was watching and participating in the channels that you presented to the community, and it was super cool that like I knew what was happening every step of the way. You guys are going to release new cards on Tuesday. You're going to do this. You're going to like, yeah. It was never unclear. So I appreciate the vouch.
I'm glad that you appreciate it. And also, I mean, look at what you gave to us. You made 3 unique pieces, on our own. We didn't pay you for those. We didn't give you any of the cards because they were all in the vending machine. You had to buy them. And basically, after 1 through 10 card failed, the idea of buying the artist cards and then selling them also failed because there's just simply no capital to buy the artist cards. It was better to just have the open market do it. And if people wanted them, they'd use the vending machine, and it was open to anyone. We announced it. We had YouTubes and Twitters and tried to spread it as best we could. But then after that, we did like I said, the Daniel Friedman card, the pen and ink art. And what's interesting is that for your cards, you chose a low number, and then Daniel chose an even lower number. And during your cards, something different happened on our new card Tuesday. Somebody came in and bought all the cards.
Yeah, and they're not back. That's the weirdest part. Like, so at the time, I 3 Ethereum at the time was a lot for me, and that was back when Ether was like, or sorry, not 3 Ethereum. Oh God, it was 3 ETH was a lot. So that's back when Ether was like $120 or like $70. I can't remember exactly. There's different phases. It just kind of skyrocketed to like $250 pretty quick. But like, 3 is a lot. I'm not in the space yet. I'm still doing other stuff like researching, and it's kind of cool. I can play around, and that's what got like suddenly having ETH and like participating let me see other projects that I could do stuff with, and like it was super cool. But yeah, I don't.
But we didn't know what was happening because at first, I mean, I
would. Oh yeah, because that was it.
Always try to get some test cards because I need to make sure the vending machine works, right? So, because I don't want people sending their money to a broken machine, and I'm sure Rhett checked it. But if you're going to do a TV show or a YouTube show, even you gotta check it. So I test the old machine. We're going along, and then somebody just comes in, buys like hundreds of cards, and we were worried they were lost. Like maybe they thought it was an IPO. Because a lot of the ERC20 tokens, which we were using to represent our digital collectibles, and we didn't have the NFT standards they do today. And, we were worried people might be confused and think this was an ICO company, and this guy's sending his money for that. And no, to this day, we don't know who the real giant whale on this is. For a long time, I thought it was our advisor, Rick. I thought that he'd gotten the clue, and he was like, oh, of course I should buy my, friend's little project. That sounds cute. Throw some Ethereum at it. But it was a very specialized skill set. You had to have this My Ether wallet. You had to have the Ethereum in it. You had to trust this vending machine concept of Rets that you send money to it, you get back a Curio card. And as we said earlier, if you didn't reconfigure your wallet to show those contract addresses, you wouldn't even know that you got the tokens. You just sitting there thinking you're ripped off. So whoever did it took a big leap of faith, and they started on your cards.
Well, I mean, what was weird about it was at the time I was kind of disappointed that mine sold out so fast, just because, like, I did the commercial stuff and I did other things, but I'm not like a big person, and I don't ever try to be. Like, I'm not trying to be this person on the internet. But I was like, is this somebody I know? Is this like a friend or a parent, or like kind of coming to the same conclusions that you drew there? But like, I was like, I don't know, if it had come in a little bit more organic, I think it would have been more meaningful or something like that. But like, I always assumed that I would discover the identity, because like the best part of all this tech is that it's super fully transparent, and that like you can actually figure it out anytime. Like if I really wanted to dig, I could find out who has what. Like it doesn't take that much to figure out. But yeah, no idea. They like disappeared, and like no one ever reached out to me about it or anything. So it's weird.
Well, and a similar thing, I don't know if it was the same address or a new address or the same guy using different addresses, but a similar thing happened on the Daniel Friedman cards. Their supply was so low, 333, 222, and of course 111, that after a couple of test batches came out, somebody came in and bought up all those cards. Not so much for the Marisol Vengas cards. I'm not sure what happened. It didn't continue. Those were also very low levels. I think they're like 300 or 500 a piece. But it was a strange turn.
Well, I have dark secrets to tell you. I mean, I didn't buy up a bunch of cards, but at the time I was testing out functionality of the network and stuff, and like watching contracts and things like that. And like, I liked that Daniel was doing the different card pricing. So for like Daniel's first one, like, I don't know, I had ETH from the sales of mine. You guys sent me a little bit from, like, it was at some point where you could get ETH out of one vending machine or something. So you sent me some, and I was like, well, I want to participate. I want to see what's going on. Like, let's watch the sales. And so I don't know if it was this 26 or whatever, but there's one where I was like, okay, let's see how it goes for the first 3 minutes. But if it goes this way, like, I want to, put into Daniel's work and like see how that goes. And so I did. And so I have a handful of 26s, but you know what I realized is that I don't know if you're talking about the same person. There's another whale, and I don't know who that is. And it's like another significant sum of Daniel's cards. I have very few 27s, 28s, 26s, like 25s. I don't have very many of my own. It's just a couple of cards I have a handful of because I was like, this would be interesting to try as like a market experiment. Like we had Ether Delta at the time. Like that site didn't work at all. You had to manually input all this stupid shit, and like it would break on most of the trades. Gas was like out the window. It was like $4 if you're thinking about dollars, but that's still 0.01 ETH. So like it's still unreasonable. So yeah, I don't know.
I think it's fantastic that you reinvested into the cards and into the project. I think one of the nice things about your card selling out is that we were just able to pay you for your card eventually, because the problem with a lot of the others, and the reason that people didn't get paid maybe, for 4 years or something, is because they never sold out. And we were kind of waiting to see what would happen. And we hoped they would just sell out in a couple weeks or a couple months. And it didn't happen. And it turns out it happened, 4 years later, and we're getting close to that. But no, so what'd you think after we did Daniel's cards? We did the Marisol Vengas cards. I think they're very nice looking.
Well, I have to say not the Marisol one, sorry. The Thoros and Mira ones made me very annoyed with you guys because she or he or whatever, they got like full animation. It was like compressed, hyper compressed, because that's what the limitations are. But yeah, they got like so many more frames. So I felt burned by that one, but I appreciated how nice it was. It was like, mwah. It was a nice, like, clean, smooth thing to round out the whole batch. The Marisol ones are fun. I ended up with some 29s in my experience, and it's just interesting to see the dynamic of how these things have grown in the present versus things that at the time it wasn't like, oh man, do you think that the first person who bought packs of gum with baseball cards in them were like, I'm going to buy all these packs of gum because they've got cards in them? No. There's absolutely no way people are like, this is a speculative asset that if I keep in my basement in sleeves for like 45 years, then people are going to really want these. There may be a Mickey Mantle in here. Like, there's no way. So like,
well, and even the idea on how to collect them is kind of foreign if you don't know. Like, I started on the Topps baseball cards yesterday, and it started out just like normal, right? You're getting packs, and you're like, packs are pretty cool. But then the market opens up and they start listing individual cards, and you're like, ooh, I can just buy the guy I like. So I just buy an Oakland A's, right? Big green jerseys. That's my guys. And
but now you got to make up for that purchase.
Oh, I'm not about making up, but I just think that, the thing works. Like the collecting, the idea of how do I decide what to collect? Well, I'm going to collect A's. It's a team. It's a subset of all baseball players. So this way, if I open a pack of bubblegum cards, I know that the A's are the good ones, right? I'm like, put those in my keeper pile. Even that I did. How do you come up with that? Maybe you're collecting the ugly faces, maybe the pretty faces, maybe the ones that are close ups or far away. I don't even know how you decide to even start collecting any of these things, let alone why you wouldn't just throw them out with the gum wrapper. Like, just throw that gum in your mouth and get rid of this crap.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder, like, I don't know. Everybody has their own like psychology that brings them to particular places, and like whether it's comfort or I don't know, revenge or like I don't know what people are feeling when they collect stuff, but whatever it is, it's clearly a drive that encompasses everyone, and then you get into categorization, and it's all wild. But I don't know. It just made sense to push forward in the ecosystem and see what people would do if their card sold out. Like, what would they do if their card sold out? If they had a card that sold out, and I don't know.
And I
What did
think
they do?
I think they were pretty thrilled. I mean, I've listened to Daniel's podcast he did with Adam McBride on the Adam McBride Show, and it's very cool. And I hope to speak to Daniel in the future here soon. I haven't contacted him yet, but I do want to. And like you said, after we did Daniel and Marisol Vengas cards, we did the Eclipse. And I don't know how they did the animation. As an amateur, I can say it looks like a dithered GIF to me.
Yeah.
I remember putting those sliders back in the day when file size really mattered and you needed something small. I do remember, though, there's something really nice about that card. There's only 826 of them made, and that's because it was 8/26, 2017, which was the day of the eclipse. And it was a huge solar eclipse. I had those cool glasses that made it so you didn't go blind. And I went out on the roof and I watched it, and it was really fun. And it was kind of, we didn't know that we were ending the project. I mean, we knew we were.
You guys could have just
30, but it was kind of like a beautiful metaphor for Curio cards, where it was an eclipse. It was a thing that was there, and then it went away, like the eclipse, and that was kind of a beautiful poetic ending to the project.
I feel like you just needed like 3 more months, and I think, I mean, I'm not tooting my own horn because I'm not a smart person in like a lot of ways, but I think that what the biggest faux pas I saw with Curio, and not that you asked my opinion, but because I was invested in like the community that was built around it, was like you guys were super keen on like what makes a good community, right? But towards the end, like obviously you're trying to wind things up. I don't know, there's different reasons for it, but like there were potential community paths forward where people were super eager to continue it, where it's not feasible to think about when you're in that moment. It's like, well, shit, well, I've got to wrap up the business stuff. Like, how am I, like, I can't really deal with this side stuff. It totally makes sense. But it's like couple or more months, I think you guys could have launched another set. Like you had already even after like the brief hiatus, could have gotten there. But I think it's better now in a way.
Well, I mean, I can speak, for myself. My plan, as the Mad Bitcoins guy, as the guy that edits videos and just puts them on YouTube and hopes someone finds them. I always wanted to just keep cranking forward, and I kind of had my head down, and I don't really see the results of things. I just see like New Card Tuesday. I was like, me and Travis do New Card Tuesday. Rhett makes the cards. I email people. I get some images. I work it all out.
New Card Tuesday was good. It was cheesy, but it was like it was really good. Like after the first 2 minutes of the first one, you're like, what? And then you're like, cool. New Card Tuesday. I'm in. Yeah, I'm on board.
I wanted to keep going with it. I was told that writing the contracts was stressing Rhett out. So that's why we stopped doing the different price choices, because that was
understand that.
A lot more contracts for Rhett. And then we just keep looking for ways to like scale it back, make it easier, because his time was so important. He's a programmer and all these things. And we're, idiots talking about baseball cards. He didn't want to waste his time, didn't want to waste Travis's time. And, maybe I wasn't the right one to be the business guy or whatever. I mean, I'm more of a marketing guy, I think. And so it just, it kind of shifted. And internally, what we did is that we were all equal, but I was kind of the CEO guy. And we moved that to Travis, and Travis became the CEO guy. And if you look at the record, Travis goes around and makes speeches at Ethereum conferences and meets with people and does all the kind of things that we hoped would work to get us some funding to make us a company. Because Rhett had to be paid. The rest of us could have used health insurance. Rent money was running out. None of us were
Totally.
independently wealthy, despite Bitcoin and all that. Like, in which again, this is where the Bitcoin went. Is all this rent and these kind of things. But so yeah, it just wasn't working out. And New Card Tuesday winded down, and the Travis took the addresses off the web pages because we didn't want people to buy the cards and to lose more money. We felt bad for everyone that had bought our worthless cards, and so on and so forth. And it just kind of drifted away. I think it didn't hurt anybody. It used a little bit of people's times and stuff like that, and got some hopes up maybe. But Travis went on to learn how to be a computer programmer and got jobs doing that. Rhett went on to work on other projects that
I'm
went.
seeing the epilogue now, like with even the music and everything.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
think it was good, and we're still friends. I mean, I don't think anybody's mad at anybody, and we're bummed it didn't work out. We have all kinds of ideas about what we could have done differently and all that, but we all know that's hindsight. In hindsight, we did the best we could. We had what we had. We were who we were.
Yeah, and
that's it, right?
And it was stressful, man. I mean, this is stuff that wasn't standards at the time, like how you would transfer cards or like the proper way to even do it. Like, I'm repeating what Moon basically tells me. Moon is my genius guardian angel of all things that I need to absorb. But like, and you should talk to him at some point because he's got a deep, rich history in Bitcoin and all this other stuff. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, freaking weird across the board, I guess. I don't know what I was gonna say. So cool.
So we had a lot of good ideas. We had some good projects.
Oh yeah.
Good.
It was stressful.
It was stressful. We wanted to be a startup. Like I was just watching Silicon Valley again downstairs. I love that show. They do make it look so easy though. Like they really like, oh, we got $1 million offer for this. We're going to print our own coin. We're going to make $1 million on that. It seems so easy. And they have these ideas just like us. They're like, I want to do a new internet. And I'm like, I want to do a new internet. All these things, it just doesn't seem so foreign to me. But when you actually try to do it, at least from my experience, it's much harder than it seems on TV. So the project kind of goes into the background. Everyone goes on to their other things. And the web page is still out there. The vending machines are still out there. And for whatever reason, as things happen, the cards were left in the vending machines. So, Rebecca, at this point, did you hear anything about the project? I mean, we didn't really have a going out of business party or anything.
Are we talking about
just Curio cards? As it
what year?
Like 2014, 2015. Well, certainly at the end of the year, CryptoKitties comes out, smashes the Ethereum network, makes it so all these fancy financial transactions can't happen because people are busy creating their CryptoKitties. And I shake my fist at the screen. Of course, I do acknowledge the CryptoKitties are different, right? They're programmic. They have a hat, and one has a cigar, one has a hat and a cigar. That's really valuable. So
also, there's a percentage of how many have those assets, those attributes.
Of course. And you got to do that. But they're really successful. They get a contract with NBA Top Shops. They, as far as I know, they do one of our ideas, which was make your own version of Ethereum, Curio Ethereum, and then you own all the Ethereum, power, money, success. And I think they did that a couple of times. And even now there's Wax is a copy of EOS, and Wax owns all the Wax, and they make all the rules and all that kind of thing. So making a platform has been very successful for a lot of people. But Curio Cards drifts into the background. And then, so what happens next from your perspective? How do you start to hear some rumblings about Curio Cards? Obviously, the NFT world explodes in 2019, 2020-ish, something like that.
Sure, yeah, I got to give you a big long exposition again, but basically, shortly after all this Curio stuff and working on a bunch of projects with Moon, and we're doing a whole bunch of stuff with 10 grand, pushing collectibles on blockchain. We did a bunch of other stuff on the Ubic because it's cheaper. We weren't going to pay $4 for gas, or 50 cents for gas. We were only going to pay a quarter of a penny. So we were going to go to this cool fork, which I do love. The Ubic guys, they're awesome, and they have a super cool vision of EVMs in the future. But anyway, so we're still building a Ubic project. But
also a very nice book by Philip K. Dick.
Ubic? Yeah, cool. I mean, there's those vibes are all across the entire ecosystem. Those guys are super cool. Anyway, so I you know me. I hop into channels. I collect them. I collect Discord channels. I collect different Discord teams, groups, whatever, and just kind of like lurk. And then if something is amusing enough or somebody is super passionate enough about what they're saying, I will drop in and suddenly just say something to derail things, not intentionally, or I will try to participate, but it comes off the wrong way.
Please tell me you
So
start drawing them. Do you draw them?
sometimes there's a few. So I'm like, the old Curio Discord, it was like a weird place. There was like weird things and accusations that were happening. I totally get why, like in hindsight, but I was like, why are things like this here? Who are these people making demands of other people? I've never seen them before. I had no idea that you guys were even like pushing forward with a separate like potential like project.
Well, slow down, because what is a Curio Discord? It seems like something happened on Twitter. And
Well, no, you're jumping way ahead. We're 2018 here.
There was an original
Yes,
Discord?
there was an original project Discord where it was talking about like, okay, this is just a legacy project if you want to connect and stuff like that. It's kind of like a legacy zone, but people would hop in and out and ask the status of stuff. But like the status of stuff was there's no stuff. So that's like 2018. And then nothing. I'm not thinking about Curio. Me and Moon are still working on our stuff. But this year, beginning of the year, I get like, or maybe like end of February, I was in this giant Texas thing. Maybe you've heard about it, where I didn't have power or heat or energy or something for like a week. It was wild. But right after that, there was email in my inbox for a form on a website that I no longer published that was like, hey, you got any of those Curio cards lying around? And I'm like, what? And they're like, are you this address? And I didn't respond. I was like, this is somebody trying to like fish me, because I work in this space now. Technically, I work in the broader blockchain space, so like people are always trying to get my stuff. But like, then I get another message. I get a message on Twitter that's like a couple of days later that's like, what's going on? So I check my server like archive on Discord, and I'm like, okay, there's tags in the Curio server, and it's like one person had posted like 3 days prior, there's like a new Curio community Discord that just been formed, and I was like, what? Huh? And so I joined that, and then I messaged Kian. I don't know if you know Kian, but we had been talking a lot in the 10 grand server, that is another project we're doing, and I was like, this is really funny, right? Like, why are people in a Discord server here? I'm trying to like wrap my head around it. Adam, who you mentioned earlier, messages me like at the same exact moment. It's like, hey, you realize what's going on here? And I'm like, no, I don't. And then I basically rallied the banners, and then we all ended up in the Discord. And that's right as they were minting or like pushing out their first wrapper that was broken.
The famous, legendary broken wrapper.
Yes,
so
the locked Curios.
You get this word that there was kind of an NFT craze going on, and I mean, we talked a little bit about the first NFT craze for me, which was CryptoKitties, where again I'm shaking my fist. I feel we really had a good idea. We were really close on it, and I understand like they take all the VC money and all the air in the room, and congrats to them. The right place at the right time is CryptoKitties, but it drifts along, and then it starts coming back, right? Everyone's printing NFTs again, and they've got a new name for them. We called them blockchain collectibles or digital collectibles, but now NFT, which seems like an even harder sell, right? It's like, just WMF. And you're like, what does that even mean? And you just don't even know. But it comes back, and it comes back with a fire. So these guys they'd figured out that the old vending machines were still out there, and they'd sent Ethereum to them, and they'd gotten back Curio cards. And what's shocking to me is they didn't just buy them all for themselves. These guys, for whatever reason, published the plans on the internet. And this allowed at least, 10, 20, a reasonable number of people to get in before somebody just came along and bought them all, which again, I figured would happen anyway.
It always does happen.
The way of the world. Internet, somebody with more money comes in and just buys them all. And I'm sure that's what happened to the baseball cards the other day. But now these cards are in new people's hands, and that, like you're saying, it's only certain numbers of the cards, and it's really affected the values and the rarities of the cards in strange ways, where the number of cards doesn't matter that much. The artwork on the cards doesn't matter that much. But if they were sold recently, it seems to matter quite a lot, at least to the current valuations. But yeah, so they've got all these cards, and now they've spent money on them. What do they want to do? They want to sell them. So as you say, they were rushing to the market, And what happened to that first wrapper?
So I think, like they had been working on this stuff for a few days, and there was like a pretty cool little crew of like, I don't know, kids, or like, I don't know, they're kids. They felt they're like college kids potentially, and they like had rallied together a pretty good community, and they were working on their own wrapper. And I think, I think they're probably just more like learning like as they go kind of stuff. But like the contract didn't let people unwrap from the wrap cards, so the cards are still there. And if you are one of these people like Travis, who I love, this is how I think I think I'm on board with the way Travis talks about this stuff. Is like the NFT is the history of the entire thing, and so if you can track it back to the origin date, then like it still counts. So I think at some point these locked ones are going to be rediscovered, and people are going to like have like a rediscovery, because they have Curio cards. It's just like somebody super glued them in the sleeve, right? Like that's basically what it is. They just melted the top of the sleeve, but you still have them. They still show up with the same IPFS. There's not more of the ERC20 version or less of the blocked one. So I think you'll see people come back to it. But I think people, the terminology at the time was ape end, and I wasn't big into this NFT stuff beforehand. Like I loved the concept of what we were doing with Curio and like blockchain collectibles, but like I have to admit, like the fees stuff was really daunting to me for a long time, and that's a big proponent of like I want blockchain to be available for everybody and accessible, and that's a proponent for it. I am fortunate enough to think in Ether, so like if I am doing something, I'm like, oh shit, that's going to be 0.01 ETH, like that sucks. But like that's not what people are thinking. I'm hearing every day people are like, I spent $120 in gas. What? Like that's crazy. But at the same point, I don't know. I just can't. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
And that's why in our original plans, we'd hope that after this first series, maybe we would have the funds and the programmers to do our own version of Ethereum. Because even then, just Rhett and I, two kind of amateur guys looking at this thing, we could see right away there were huge scaling problems and there were huge fee problems. And especially if you're going to do something like Curio cards that were supposed to cost $1 or $5 or $10 kind of thing, there's no way you can have a $20 gas fee on a $5.
Yeah, you don't want to spend money. I mean, this is a concept I've talked about a few times with some of the people I've met in the past month. It's just like there's really cool stuff you can future proof for like a metaverse kind of situation on Ethereum. Like there's all kinds of cool stuff you could be minting right the second that work currently, like we think of as cosmetics and digital worlds that currently exist, Second Life or whatever. But the financial cost of it, like one, and this isn't to bash these other networks, because I think that if there's a use case, there's always a reason to try out another network. But like Tezos has this like green NFT thing, and that's cool. Like cool, you've like lowered the cost of consumption to do like a financial transaction, and that's generally a good thing. But at the same point, like what's the use case outside of buy this NFT? Because unless there's like a cross-chain bridge for like collectibles or stuff, all the markets and economies and stuff are happening on Ethereum. And so unless you have a use case to drive me to your network, then it's hard to do that. So like it's been interesting to kind of watch as people are like, okay, well, how do I onboard onto this economy? Like obviously everyone who wants to make stuff, like me, I'm a creator. I would love to just shitpost and like mint stuff all day, every day on Ethereum, like this stupid webcomic collection I'm working on. Like it's dumb. I'm not planning on selling any of it. I just want to publish to this platform because it doesn't make sense to do it. But it's still expensive, but it's where the people are. So
there may be a possible fix. It was on Twitter the other day that OpenSea is going to be using Polygon, which used to be called Matic, as a background currency, and the fees will be lower. Now, I don't know if this just means Polygon will get full someday and the Polygon fees will be too high.
Yeah, is that just going to use it as like a stepping stone, like layer 2, where you would settle on Ethereum, but you would just push the ownership, I don't know, the escrow things to Matic potentially? I'm not 100% sure.
The details on it. I was just excited for anything that would get the fees down.
I don't know.
Like, it's easier and cheaper to publish these things. We can print more of them.
I think that the fees thing is a good argument to a certain extent, but I think at the end of the day, like you've got this like pay to play environment where Like people are playing in this environment and they're innovating and they're pushing the boundaries. And so while you're waiting for something to like work for you on another platform, if you're not innovating on the platform, I think there's plenty of opportunities to innovate on any of these other networks, especially for the low cost. Like if you had something that was amazing and you just put out like the most amazing freaking virtual experience in your whole life, super cheap, accessible, whatever, but it's on Polkadot or Solana or whatever, like Stellar or like I don't know, even Ripple. Who cares? Like if it's on some other chain, but it's like awesome and people are drawn to it, it doesn't matter what any of these other these prices are. That's kind of how things are with Ethereum because everyone's there. There's enough assets, there's enough liquidity, there's enough depth and volume. So it doesn't make sense to play ball in other ecosystems right now with NFTs, in my opinion. But I think there's ways to bridge that as you move forward.
I don't know what the market thinks, but I've enjoyed using the Wax platform. It's
I'm sure
a
you
copy
have.
of EOS. They have Garbage Pail Kids. They have baseball cards. I don't know the technical details, but it seems like the blocks come fast and I send around my cards quickly. I don't seem to notice a great deal of delay or cost when sending cards or buying cards. So it's been fun for me. I think it's difficult to get Wax. That's a problem. It's not, they say put your credit card in, but those things don't work. At least not in the US, and at least ... and ... and all those dots. But they could fix that part. But as a platform, it seems pretty cool. But after they got these cards and they got the second wrapper, there was something else that happened. They discovered an error card. What do you think about card number 17, the UASF fork card in Curio cards?
Like what do I think about like
Well,
what
I mean,
part of it?
obviously there was I mean, I can tell you from my perspective. I mean, at least as I recall, Rhett made an error. There was something wrong with the contract, and he had to do it twice. So there became two of these cards, and in many ways, this is kind of important in the history that's about to come up next. What did you think? Should there be a misprint card? Should it be included in the
I
original
mean,
Curio cards?
I think all the arguments that you would expect have come up about it already. Like obviously there's misprints and a misprint market for any sort of like traditional collectible. But if you start to think about like these kind of like contract mistakes or something else like that, I think it matters a great deal about intent. Was the intent of that contract meant to be published? What was the reason why it was gotten rid of? And I feel like if you start to put value on a misprint on a contract, then you start to have people create misprints to have value. And I don't know if that's necessarily a healthy way to facilitate a collectible market. But at the same point, I think this is early enough along. Like, again, like you mentioned earlier, Rhett was like stressed out or whatever. There's a lot to be stressed about because no one's doing ownership like this with 0 decimal ERC20s. So like, how do you know they're actually getting transferred? It doesn't Etherscan doesn't even support it anymore. It used to back in the day, but it doesn't even support it anymore just because doesn't conform to the modern standards for ERC20 tokens, even though it's more like an ERC 1155. Like that's essentially what they are, as they're a limited number of a specific asset and not a single unique. But it's just wild. Like, yeah, no wonder like people got stressed out. So yeah, so for a misprint here, I think there's something unique, and I did grab a couple of misprints. Obviously, I didn't know about it at the time. I grabbed a couple from the first community wrapper that came out because that was the first opportunity that I had to get some. So.
And I think this battle over the misprint led to the kind of splintering of the community. As you say, the community made their own wrapper, including the misprint, and then Travis and some of the other parts of the community made a new wrapper that didn't include the misprint. And this kind of fractured the community as there's two discords. Hopefully, we can come back together because a little while after that, Saturday Night Live releases their incredible Eminem parody music video where Pete Davidson raps about NFTs as Eminem. My favorite parts, he says, prices go up and down, you see. I think that's a part they're going to quote back to us in the future, and I've already called that. But that was Saturday night. Sunday morning, they launched this new official community Curio card wrapper. They hook it up with OpenSea. They get the blue check mark. Seemed like really fast. It was great. We were on the front page of OpenSea, one of these new trading communities for these newfangled NFTs that all the kids are into. And And then Curio cards started selling and they started having a life of their own. And at least, from my perspective as one of the creators, it was everything I wanted to see. People had little forums and they were like, I'll trade you this for that. And I'll trade you this for that. And they had OpenSea, they could list them at this price. And if you really wanted to buy one, you could put up an offer for however you thought they're worth. You decided the value. It was very voluntary. And a little market developed and some Curio cards were traded. So Robeck, as one of the creators of the cards, what do you think of this? A little market 4 years later for our little cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I hate to go back in the split. Like, I think that it was a little bit more than just the 17B thing. I don't think that was really ultimately the issue. I think it was more just like a transparency thing. While there was transparency about a quote official wrapper being developed, there wasn't transparency about a community one. And I think that for me, that was the biggest personal thing, but I'm sure people had other things. At the end of the day, like, I don't hate anybody. I'm not mad about it.
There's also disagreements about the percentage.
Yeah, I don't really. All that's just
things for artists, and if it was fair and that kind of thing.
Yeah, all that.
I don't care.
Yeah, all that shit's by bureaucracy. At the end of the day, like, I think no one had any reason to not do whatever they wanted because that's the nature of the game, and they can do whatever they want. And I don't think that's. I don't give a shit. Like, if these dudes had been like, "Hey, fuck you, we're gonna put this thing out," like, I would have been like, "Go for it!" Like, freaking do it. But you got these other dudes spending their free time like trying to support like the addition of everything with the understand there's not something. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. You can cut all this stuff out.
No one told them they could set up the Discord or write the Twitter thing and all these things.
Yeah, exactly. They could have done all.
They decided to do their own thing. They were interested in the project. And again, for me, just as a, far away creator looking at the project, any kind of interest is amazing. Those first guys that write the how-to file about how to use the old vending machines,
totally,
they made this possible. And, we didn't pay them a cent. We didn't bribe them. We don't know them. They sound like great guys to me. But yeah, anybody that wants to do this on a project, like you say, with the first round, when you would join us in the forums and we'd chat and you'd put up pictures.
Totally.
People did what they wanted to become involved in this project. And even in the modern incarnation, it's the same thing. You volunteered. Suddenly you're in charge. You're in the project. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not bashing on anybody here. Like, I think that I'm only speaking for me, and I can't gauge anybody else's perspectives. I have a weird sense of ethics and loyalty, and I like those guys, and I think they have a lot of like really cool, unique drive. But I also just, we had a separation of like transparency. So to move on to the part that after you cut, so we can do this thing. Yeah, I don't know. It was cool playing around with the community. I wasn't trying to set any of the floors or prices. It was never about like making a profit. It was just trying to see like, hey, can we spread the awareness and the like word about these cards? How can we get them in front of people? What is perception for me? Like, suddenly I'm a dormant account, like 3-something years dormant. I have cards moving, like people are going to be watching me, and they do all the time. So like, I have a responsibility not to do something irresponsible, despite everybody telling me to constantly, do something irresponsible. I don't care. At the end of the day, it's not about the ETH for me. It's about how I can grow the ecosystem and share this stuff. So.
Well, and again, back in the day, like you said, we only had Ether Delta, and it didn't really work. You would try to list a card on there. Maybe you bought a card for $1. You want to sell it for $5, and you'd list it, and there weren't any buyers, and you weren't sure if you were staying online or not, and you weren't sure if you were even going to get your card back. And so if you were trying to build a set of these cards, like you said, some of these guys came in and bought all the cards, and it was hard to get other cards, but maybe you had a bunch of the old ones you want to trade. That wasn't available to you. But now, thanks to OpenSea, and as well as these forums where a lot of, like you say, honor system trades went on, people were vouched for and they made trades, even in this modern world where there's all kinds of escrow options. They made escrow trades and all kinds of things. And I think they worked. And what's great is that people were finally able to complete their sets. A couple of days after they opened up the market, I saw at least 2 people. I think one of them was Moon, your friend. It might have been even Keon, the other friend, might have been both of them. But 2 people posted their complete sets to Twitter with screenshots. I think the other one might have been Freddie Garcia or something like that. But it was great. It was for me as a collector person, and then a person trying to become like a collectible card company, to see people adopt your idea of Well, they numbered the cards, so they're a series. And if I collect all the numbers, I have all the series. And clearly, I don't think that Curio is going to make any more cards right now. It's 4 years ago and all that. So you can kind of say, well, I probably have the complete series. And they did just what I thought they did. They took pictures of it. They posted on Twitter proudly. I retweeted them and favored them and all the things I can do. But it was really cool to see them collect them into sets. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to early on, like when the energy was super cool, like do some really cool like treasure hunt kind of style things where you hide different like war correctors or keys, and I still think I'm going to do that for like a set. Like a set for me, like it is a cool vehicle to have, and I will keep a set to have just to have one. But at the same point, like I don't know, some weird gamified thing I feel like is really valuable. I think that some of the stuff that happened was kind of discouraging and but I think as market cycles happen, like even energy that could feel like in a lower market, it could potentially influence something to be not as creative. So yeah, I don't know. I think the full set stuff is really cool, and I really like and appreciate the fact that people are trying to get them. And you don't think about at the time like how limited the actual number of them are. Like there's like what only 108, like 108 or 88 or something like potential complete sets.
111 possible sets based upon the low number of Daniel's cards.
Yeah.
And every one of Daniel's cards would have to be allocated to an individual set account, or depending how you want to quantify it, if you have multiple sets in one account. But yeah, that's kind of the linchpin right now. We didn't even think about it at the time, but yeah, when you go to those really low limits, and I think there's also ways of collecting like artist sets where 1 to 10 are a set, certainly 11 through 14, these artist groupings are also a really fun way to micro collect it, where maybe it's possible to get a set of these lower ones where the other ones are just too expensive and too rare. So yes, it's interesting to me to see if they will all become 111 sets, if that's the most valuable configuration of these cards. But
yeah,
it's more likely they'll be in individual collectors or individual speculators' hands.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tough call. Even the ability to get 111 sets out there is pretty impossible the way the current card allocation is, and to even get them there, like there's so many variables. Our wallets that are dormant now, will they remain dormant? Who knows? Did somebody die? Did they lose their keys? Was it just like a fever dream? Like who knows? The other question is like, for me, like people watch me all the time. I try not to move stuff because it doesn't make sense to, but I also, I'm trying to have there be enough circulation that people don't feel like they're unattainable. But like, I'm not trying to manipulate the markets. I'm trying to be transparent in that, like for 29s, people can look at the wallet where they are. There's like escrow stuff, like timing for when they'll be out. For 26s, there's an original distribution that people set and just came to me with their prices. And then I kind of just was like, okay, well, no more, because I want to see how people start to think about this stuff. If it's a set-based thing, it doesn't matter what the individual cards are, I think, at a certain point. But if people start to do this thing, like you're mentioning, where you're collecting a artist set particular, or like themes or things like that, like what are you looking for? Are you looking for like lowest number available? Or are you looking for something that matches your aesthetic? You want to be a baron of these different things. When you start to have this discovery and these different markets pop up for reasoning, I think, then you can be like, okay, well, it's okay. The easiest thing to do for any of these whales would have been to dump everything, but all that would have done would have been to create new whales that would have been potentially more malicious. And I think one of the biggest reasons I stuck around and like continue to headbutt this community is that even though we're a little quiet right now, there's obviously enough like joint mind share on why this is cool that people aren't coming out of the woodworks to just be like, okay, here's all 170, 29s available. Buy them all at, 0.1 and have fun. Like goodbye. Like, I think that's meaningful long term. Not for price valuations, but just generally for the future of the exhibit.
It is interesting to see how the community will form out, and if the old wallets will come back online, and someday if I'll get to figure out who that whale was that bought all of your cards before I could get any, stuff like that. Certainly happened several times on the project, but it's interesting to see how it'll turn out. It's kind of taken on a life of its own. It just goes out there now. We wait to see if people discover it. There's been a bit of a controversy. That Mad Bitcoin's character on Twitter has been kicking up some controversy. It seems like Curio cards have been included in the crypto art Wikipedia, which is very cool, and I'm very honored to be included in there, but we're not included in the history of NFTs. So I think there might be something where the existing projects want to be higher numbers than they are. But I think we all know that the blockchain proves everything. So do you think this will sort itself out? Will Curio cards be included in the NFT Wikipedia article?
Dude, you know, I don't know. Like, Wikipedia is its own beast, and like, power to the people who spend their time there building it. It's a valuable resource, but like, I think it's probably like mystical wizards behind closed doors, like casting spells or some shit. So like, I don't know, man. Like, who knows? I'm sure at some point somebody will be like, "Hey, just look at the ledger," and but you know,
with the mystical wizards, I think you're right on. I feel the same. That's our access to the mainstream press as well.
yeah.
Where I believe, you know, historically we've got everything. We're old, we're unique, we're interesting, we're mentioned in the ERC 721 spec, which again, like this Wikipedia article, for a long time, that's good enough for me. It's good enough for me that we made a cool project that helped inspire some other programmers who made the 721 spec. And even if we're just the very smallest of inspiration or any kind of thing, they don't say that they love us or anything, but they mentioned us. And as a scientist, that's enough. That's very nice to be included. And just that was enough. But yeah, the whole comeback thing's pretty fun. We'll see where it's go. But yeah, it seems like we can't get the press unless we sell for $1 million, and we can't sell for $1 million unless we get the press. And there's this kind of cycle there. So I'm curious to see if we'll find a way to break out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Again, like for me, this whole journey has been really cool because I've had an opportunity to see what is actually happening in the space. It's afforded me the ability to like experiment with things I've missed out on for like 3+ years because I've been focused in other areas. And so I don't know. I mean, I feel like this stuff is the future. I don't think it's necessarily future just because people are putting artwork on here. I think there's all kinds of applications that expand way beyond just the immediate like short-sightedness of what's happening. But I think you have to have guinea pigs breaking the ground on any new sort of platform. And if the artists are the ones doing it, more power to them. Because long term, you know, if you don't just squander that like early ground, like if you're one of the first 1,000 or 2,000 people or 500,000 people, it's still not a majority of people. Like so like if you're here participating in growing communities and shaping what these things are going to end up being, like I don't know, it's impossible to know what's going to happen. I don't think 3.5 years ago when I have cards sitting in Ether Delta and community members are helping me figure out like 4 years later how to get them out, like I don't think that was an expectation I had at the time. I was like, well, Ether Delta doesn't work, these cards are worthless potentially because nobody even put any of them up on Ether Delta, so why not? Well, it's because Ether Delta doesn't work. But you know, at the time it's just like, okay, well, it was fun to be part of this project, and I have these cool videos.
Well, and even for getting rid of the cards, there was no way to get rid of them. There was no way to take them off your hands. I mean, you could have tried to lose the keys, but other than that, you were pretty much stuck with them.
Yeah.
So it is nice that they came back and they have some kind of value, and you can work with them now. But yes, it's curious to see if we'll take off, if we'll become a big project, or if the NFT. Adam McBride was really excited about everything about Curio cards, but he also kind of thought, he was like, well, just based on the timing, it might not be this round.
No, I don't think
He
it
thought
is.
that he might cycle the whole thing and then next time come back suddenly with a lot of interesting Curio cards.
My goal is to be completely out of Curio by that point because I don't think it's equitable for me to be there. But I think that I think that there will be a time where it is brought up in a different regard. Like, it definitely helped shape how we thought about expanding potential like blockchain capabilities for this stuff we were doing. And we've not released anything because why would we? Like, we've just been heads down doing stupid stuff for the past few years, mostly Moon. But like, yeah, you guys broke ground on like, okay, how do you transfer these objects to people? And I think that that's valuable, and people will come back to it. Punks are cool. I mean, and I think that punks are also the punks are probably the first ERC 721s. I think Curio is probably the first ERC 1155s, even though they're the references for 721s, but curios are multiple editions or multiples of an edition, right? So I think the difference is that, I don't know if I'm 100% right because I'm just an art idiot, but from like a technical perspective, an 1155 can be underneath its own contract. So you can have multiple under contract, where you guys had every single contract. Each card was its own contract that tracked ownership, which is like that's cool too. Like that's like the same functionality, but it doesn't have a overhead collection, right? So
It was great to talk to Adam. I did an interview with him not too long ago, and
I
all these
listened to it.
ideas we were really obscure talking about this stuff back in the day. Suddenly, he was all behind. Like I didn't have to do any of my basic NFT, like why it's valuable. He was like, I know why it's valuable. I know why it's a collectible. I like collections. Like all the stuff that used to be deal breakers when I try to talk to people about curio cards. All the new people, all the new NFT people, they just get it by default.
Yep.
So I think that's great. And the other thing that's great is when I was messing around with the baseball cards the other day is that the Wax website pretty much has all the features that I ever wanted. You can make the cards. The cards are in a series. You can print multiple ones. Topps has printed gold borders and silver borders and animated borders and all the kind of basic things that I always thought everyone would do. And people were popping them up. They're buying them up. They're loving it. I mean, I hope they're not all speculators. There is kind of a little difference I wanted to say about some of the curio cards where after it sells, the person takes it immediately and sells it and lists it on the market for double. And I love that. I'm optimistic. I hope that they get their double, and it's great for the market and the artists get a cut and everything. But then there's a second kind of person who buys that card and puts it in their collection, and they don't try to sell it. And maybe they're trying to make a set, or they're just happy, or whatever it is. But I like that second person more, the collector person more than the speculator. They're cool and they're part of the project, and I'm glad they're here. But what do you think about collectors versus speculators?
I think it depends. I think again, it goes back to transparency and intent. One of the things that has come out of this weird phase of my life with the Curio stuff is like I've explored, like I've mentioned, I've explored the broader space with NFTs on Ethereum and like outside of it. And so there's a lot of collector personas, and there's a lot of speculators, and there's a lot of artists, and there's a lot of boutique agency shops that are specifically targeting like ancient meme people to like flip them a quick thing to build a partnership based relationships. Totally makes sense. Why wouldn't you do that? But at the same point, like it's just like, okay, well, you have to filter through some of this stuff. What's going to be like the long term value behind a lot of this stuff? So if you have a collector who's out there saying like, show me your NFT, like I'm buying an NFT every day, come on, but then they buy an NFT and then they're doing it because it's like free followers or whatever, and then they flip it, and they flip it for like very little versus what they paid for it. What they do is they devalue the artist or whoever issued that stuff's work, and so that's not a speculator and that's not a collector. That is just advertising a personal brand. I feel like, and I feel like that damages all of the ecosystem in a certain way, just because it's just meant to build that individual versus other things. But I think speculators are like, yeah, fuck, I'm buying this generated art collection that some dude spent all this time doing weird, crazy, wacky stuff because one, it's super cool looking, but it's also like really unique and speculative, and maybe in like 6 months people are be like, dang, I really need this scribble, like that identifies with me. So I don't think that speculators are bad. I think that they are also hold just as long as a collector. I just think that it's about the intent. Like if you're like, yeah, I'm buying your art to buy your art because I love your art, then that's who you should be. If you're like, I'm buying your stuff because I'm going to flip it later on, that doesn't hurt anybody either. So that's my perspective on it.
I agree, and I don't want to be down on the speculators either. I just think it's a hilarious behavior when you buy like a comic book in a marketplace and you just slap a new label on it and put it back in the window, versus if you buy a comic book in the marketplace and you read it and you treasure it and you put it in your own collection. It's just a different.
You get why somebody would want it versus just getting it because you assume somebody will want it, right? Like you understand the connection that makes that connects with a different collector. So when a collector comes to you, you can tell the difference between speculator. Like a speculator will be like, hey, I'll give you this for like 5 or whatever. And you're like, is this worth my ethics? Maybe. And then the collector is like, hey, look, I don't have a lot, but like, here's what I can tell you about this weird random story. And it's like, okay, well, you're full of shit or you're not. And you're probably not, because you get one of these weird, intricate details you wouldn't know if you didn't actually understand what this piece is. So, yeah.
Well, I also love the idea that there are so many artists in this game now that I've heard of some of my friends doing this, where they're trading some of their NFTs for somebody else's NFTs with some physical pieces, or some physical pieces with some other NFTs from their other friend, and all these different kind of cross trades, where at the end of the day, as an artist, I mean, if you could just do these trades and then make more art, you just end up with a bunch of your friends' arts. And I think that's a really fun way to end up with something.
Yeah, I think that's been the cool part of this, is that, I don't know, I discovered a lot of these platforms I didn't know existed and how they interconnected. And I've made, I don't know, I hope they're friendly-ish. I've met a lot of people the past couple of months, and it's been really cool to kind of like go on this journey with them as they've like published their work and trying to explore, like, okay, well, how do I make this? Is this long term? Like, how do I make sure I don't get left in the dust if things turn otherwise? Like, what sacrifices are it worth? And yeah, it's just friends. It ends up either starting with friends collecting friends, or people becoming friends and then collecting friends. So I think that's kind of how it goes. Or you have a few pieces that may not be friendly, you just ended up with because they sent it to you.
So what are you working on right now, and where can people find your work? What are you working on in the future?
So I mean, mostly what I'm doing is supporting the work Moon is doing. He for the past few years has been working on an NFT backend for publishing and minting way before he knew what Rarible or OpenSea or anything is. So it's got this like really interesting like way of doing things. It's not groundbreaking, but he's been really, really focused on it. And so we're working on trying to wrap that up and get that out. And that's like part of the 10 grand stuff. Outside of that, I don't know. I just work in the space, and I'm super like blockchain agnostic. I think there's a lot of really cool applications for most of them as I've gone on. And so I just want to grow whatever Web3 or like the digital world ends up being down the road, because I've still got at least 30 years left, hope, God willing, like, or universe willing, or whatever you want to say to. Like, a lot has happened in the 30 something years I've briefly had. I feel like we can get to the holodeck, right? Like, right? That's where we're going, right? I don't know.
And then I can hang my Curio cards on the wall in my holographic room in the holodeck.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's all I want. I just, blip over, hang out with my friends, feel like I'm there, but my Curio cards are on the wall, ultimately, at the end of the day.
Well, that sounds great. And I know people can check your work at Robex World. You can search that on Google. Do you have a Twitter or anything else people should follow you on?
Sure, yeah. You can find me on Twitter. It's Robeck_world. I don't know. I have to renew the SSL cert on my site, but that's rwx.jp.net. Way easier. Cool.
Very cool. Well, thanks so much for joining us. And I hope we can do another conversation soon if anything happens in Curio cards, and as well as just to talk about this NFT space and to see where it goes, because it's developing every single day.
I mean, super cool.
Launch. Tom Brady wants to do one, the Manning brothers, big companies, big artists, all kinds of things every day. You never have any idea what's going to happen next. So.
Yeah, it was a pleasure being on. If you ever have a panel about why brands shouldn't do things the right way or the wrong way, feel free to have me on. It was a pleasure. Thank you for talking.
That sounds great. Thanks so much, Robeck, for joining us. Be sure to give us a thumbs up down below and subscribe if you haven't already to the World Crypto Network. Until next time, bye-bye. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Become an NFTV artist. Sign up today. EasyBit. 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 Bitcoin ATMs. EasyBit. This episode was sponsored by NFT Ventures Miami. Join the NFTV mailing list for the sickest. Welcome back to the World Crypto Network. Welcome back to the World Crypto Network. Today we're joined by an NFT artist. How's it going, NFT artist? How's it
I'm
going,
really
Yulia?
good. How are you? I'm
Doing
really
good.
good. How are you?
Always glad to
Doing
talk
good.
about NFTs
Always
and
glad
see what's
to
going
talk
on
about
out there.
NFTs and see
So
what's
let's just
going
ask
on
you
out
first
there.
some really basic
So let's just
questions.
ask you
How
first some
did
really
you first
basic questions.
How
About
did you first
NFTs.
hear about NFTs?
Well, it was at September last year, and I was just at the party, and one guy was just at the party, and one guy was like, I was talking to him, and I was like, yeah, like, he was like, okay, how do you sell your art? He was like, okay, how do you sell your art? It's not that easy because right now it's a lockdown, so right now it's a lockdown, so like my solo show was cancelled, like my solo show was cancelled, and you can travel around. Like, yeah, but there is this website where you can sell like the tokens of your art, like the tokens of your art, and I was like, oh wow, that's so at that moment I think it was like super rare, so NFTs was like super rare, so NFTs was selling for $200, $300. Yeah, I was like, I looked into that. Yeah, I was like, I looked into that, interesting, but I didn't really wow, it's interesting, but I didn't really technology behind it, deep into technology how much potential it. So I didn't understand how much potential it actually like.
You were interested right away.
Actually, like,
you didn't think it was
right away.
scam or anything.
You didn't think it
say
was
scam.
a lot of
people hear about it and they're like, no, I'm not getting into that. Like, but no, I'm not getting into that. Thought it was interesting right away. You thought it was interesting right away.
Because before that I was, you know, like before that I was, you know, like selling some prints like Etsy, but better. I was like, well, you have like Etsy, but better. You get like more decent money for the work. You get like more decent money for the work that you do. But yeah, I didn't research the technology that well. Like I knew about Ethereum, like Bitcoin, knew about like long before that. Bitcoin, but I didn't like research NFT technology. But I didn't research like NFT technology. So it took me like a few months behind it, and when I researched all of it, and when I researched all of it, I was like, wow, okay, this is really cool.
It's quite an interesting idea that you might get more money for more money for like on you'd actually have to like mail them the art piece, right? Mail them the art piece, whereas this you could make say 10 of them, you could sell 9 of 10 of them, make more money and still own an original for yourself. And still own an original for yourself. It's very interesting process.
Yeah, I think it's very empowering for the artist. I think it's very empowering for the artist. Like I can see so many people succeeding in the space. I mean, right now it's a bit like, I mean, right now it's a bit like there are a lot of people, so obviously not everyone is succeeding. But at the same time, the tools to be successful, like the tools to be successful, in your control now. Well, before I was like, okay, well, like before I want to be here, but like how do I want to be here, but where I am to here from was just like I am to here. It was just like a very. I mean, even wrote in traditional art. I mean, even wrote in traditional art successful there without how to become successful there without
connections. So once it clicked for you, how did you get started? What did you do? How did you get started? What did you do next?
Well, first, obviously, I started applying to a bunch of platforms because I was thinking that was the only one. Because I was thinking that was the only one. And later on, I realized that it's more about building a community around yourself, building a brand. So it doesn't really matter what platform so it doesn't really matter what platform are you on. How you present yourself, more important what stories you tell behind your art, what stories you tell behind your art. So actually now I'm mostly post. So actually now I'm mostly pronouncing it on Hikatnunk. Pronouncing it on Hikatnunk. And yeah, I think I'm gonna post more on that because I really like post more on that. Quite experimental and it's fun, and quite experimental and it's fun. And there's like creativity and artists collecting artists there, so I really collecting artists there, so I really like connect to the.
Let's talk a little bit about your background. Let's talk a little bit about your background. Where are you from, and how did you get into art? And how did you get into art?
Well, originally I'm from Russia. Well, originally I'm from Russia. Art in my university. I studied art in my university and drawing since I was 14, like professionally since I was 14, like professionally. So it's been many years. So it's been many years since then. I also like I studied fashion design. I also like I studied fashion design. So I worked as a designer for a long time. Freelancing as a designer, and then several years ago, got back to painting, and I tried oil painting, and I tried oil painting for the first time, and at that moment I was like, and like I realized I became, and like I realized like relatively good at it, so like relatively good at it. Wow, this is something for me here. Like wow, this is something for me here. So I went to Barcelona and did an art program there, and started taking part in the group shows. I went to London, like I took part in some festivals. So it was very exciting, and And then it slowed down for me because I was trying to figure out what is my thing, what art I want to work on. What art I want to work on. Like I caught myself what art I should make so critics and people from galleries notice me, and people from galleries like my art, you know. So instead of thinking what I want to create, so instead of thinking what I want to create, I started thinking edgy thing, like something about feminism, or like something about feminism, or like exploiting all the hot topics, so I get into the shows and I get noticed. So I get into the shows and I get noticed. I don't like to think that way. Like I don't like to create what I want to create and not what I want to create and not what.
So very difficult choice for an artist. Very difficult choice for an artist to try to serve that market and to try to serve that market and to say, well, I want to make art that's like popular. I want to make art that's like through in that way, and just the breakthrough in that way. And but then if you do that, you're not expressing. But then if you do that, you're not. Sometimes if you're not expressing you, and sometimes if you're not going to sell anyway, even if it's not going to sell anyway, even if it's what the other person is doing of what the other person. I think it's much better to be original. I think it's much better to be original.
Also, like the thing in NFT world, also like the thing, for example, you can see certain types. So, for example, you can see certain types of time, like several months ago, everybody was doing either 3D or everybody was doing either 3D or all these astronauts. And you're like, I should add some 3D to my work. In reality, it's not something that you create. In reality, it's not something that you create. So it's also like, it's easy to change.
Well, it was a long time ago now, but I used to tell artists, just add a Bitcoin logo to your work. Just add a Bitcoin logo to your work. And I hated myself for saying it. And I hated myself for saying it. Commercializing, it would be just commercializing. Oh, this is a sunset, but the sun is a Bitcoin. But the sun is a Bitcoin. But still, I was like, Bitcoiners will buy this. Still, I was like, Bitcoiners will buy this. $100, you know, they can buy some toys. You know, they can buy some toys. Art. And now it's so interesting art because they're buying this digital art. Because they don't get anything digital hang on your wall. They don't get anything hang on your wall. I've had to get a digital picture frame to music display a little bit of the NFTs, a little bit of the NFTs that I've bought. And but what do you think about this interest now? What do you think about this interest now in something that's real but not real?
I think it's really actually like getting a real display, like kind of real display. It's kind of grounding when it exists in your wallet, like when it exists in your wallet, like maybe it's a really good investment opportunity and you can flip resell it afterwards. But at the same time, if you really connect to art and you want to keep it for some time, put it on the laptop screen. Put it on the laptop screen. It's a bit not enough, so it's really good. It's a bit not enough, so it's really good to show it in certain frame that will show it in your house. Maybe even travel around with it. You can maybe even travel around with it if you're traveling. So I feel it's nice, but at the same time, I understand for a lot of people. At the same time, I understand for a lot of people, it's not that important. People who are collecting now, they don't care about this part. Now, they don't care about this part. But NFTs basically are about ownership. So yeah, it's ownership. So as with every collection, it's more about knowing that you own the original. It's more about knowing that you own the original. Anything else.
I do think there's going to be more interest. I do think there's going to be more interest in even though digital picture frames like this. Even though this is, I just downloaded the images that I just downloaded technically own and I put them in there. Technically own and I put them in there. In the future where it'll be. I think there'll be ones in the future where it'll be NFT market and it'll say, oh, you sold this one. It'll say, oh, you sold this one. You bought a new one. It'll appear. Oh, you bought a new one. It'll just be in their office and people will just be in their office. It's a little. This one's a little glossy. It's a little still kind of a really good screens. I think they'll make really good screens that'll look have like kind of like paintings where it'll have like the kind of can see the canvas behind it. I think they'll do that and they'll put these NFTs on there and they'll put these NFTs on there over the expensive ones. Fight over the expensive ones.
Actually, I know one brand actually launching their frames in September and actually it connects to your wallet. And actually it connects to your wallet. So they have an app that connects to your wallet and you can show your NFTs through that. And I can show your NFTs through that. And I think and maybe in the future they will be larger and maybe right now they will be larger. I don't remember the exact sizes, but I don't remember the exact sizes, but it's not for like serious art. You want a large frame. Serious art, you want a large frame. So it's just like prominent space on your wall. Prominent space.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like I kind of want both. I'm starting to feel like I kind of want both. I want a large frame, like not quite the size of the art. It's not quite the size of the art that I have. So that's kind of a. But also a little digital, but also a little travel with, like you say, digital small one to travel with, like you say. You set up on a desk and travels with me. Oh, my magical art travels with me. And you do a little updating. You can put the new ones on there. You do a little updating. You can put the new ones on there. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. So for some art that I collected that for some art that I collected, like I looked at it yesterday, like I looked at it yesterday, I was like, I want to print it out and put it on my wall because I enjoy it so much. Put it on my wall because I enjoy it so much.
Now, which way do you lean on NFTs? Now, which way do you lean on NFTs? I see NFTs. Some of them are very inexpensive of them, and they're kind of like a promotion. And if I can get you to take one, and if I can get you to take one, if I get you to take it, that's enough. Like if I get you to take it, that's enough. Promotion in your wallet. I can promotion in your wallet. Art for a second. Make you think about my art for a second, captivating. And if my art's interesting, maybe you become a buyer for and then maybe you become a buyer for. Or do you think that NFT is? Or do you think that NFT is and selling for thousands of dollars, and selling for thousands of dollars, different market, serving which direction? And obviously, I think it can go both. And obviously, I think it can go both. It doesn't have to be. Which direction are you interested in? Which direction of those ideas interests you more? Which one of those ideas interests you more?
Well, in my case, I'm more leaning into like one editions, or at least limited editions. I'm not so much of a fan of open editions. When there is unlimited supply, because there is unlimited supply. But maybe. Like if you really like open editions, like if you really like open editions, it's good to like give away one work like that. I think it's I wouldn't. I think it's making the rest of the works less valuable. The rest of the works less valuable. If they look the same, but for some reason, if they look the same, but giving away one of them, you are just giving away. But at the same time, there was this event. But at the same time, there was this event. Not alone at for a weekend. Every artist was for a weekend. Every artist was putting their artworks for free there. A lot of editions, and you just give away for free. So I think that was fun, and I took part. So I think that was fun, and I took part. So I made like 100 copies of one. So I made like 100 copies of people were collecting it. Unfortunately, people were collecting it. Unfortunately, right now, like 80 of these works were selling it, and I'm like, who's reselling it? But I think this was really fun because it got a lot of people into understanding this feeling, how it feels to collect works, and that is actually so exciting because there were like so many great artists, there were like so many great artists, but at the same time, in my case, I didn't take everything. In my case, I didn't take everything that was on offer. Like I was looking at the work, looking at the like I was looking at the work, looking at the artists, connect to that. So if I connect to that feeling, and actually after that, into this feeling, and actually after that, I picked up some that were not free anymore, and I like that were not free anymore. Like I want to start my collection. Actually, like I want to start my collection and.
See, I think that's the way that collecting works, and that's why it's such a powerful promotion. That's why it's such a powerful promotions tool, because you get them and you're like, oh, I like that. Because you get them and you're like, oh, I like that. I could get, and especially a lot of artists work, and especially a lot of artists work in style or similar style, and if you get that, and you're like, oh, I like get that, and you're like, oh, I like these, and then it works out. But I do see what you're saying as well. But I do see what you're saying as well. A lot of people have described rare. A lot of people have described NFTs as so if you were to design a piece, so if you were to design a piece or years, maybe it takes a great amount of time to make the full piece, a great amount of time, and then you make the full NFT is a signature. One NFT is a signature in the details or whatever. I'm not going to in the details or whatever. I'm not going to make this again. Reprint this every 6 months because it works. Reprint this every 6 months because it works. So you kind of destroy your reputation. If you do that, you kind of destroy your reputation. So obviously, you could maybe do it once. You could maybe do it once. It's always a possibility, but other than that, it's always a possibility. But other than that, what do you think of that interpretation of? What do you think of that interpretation of NFTs?
Well, if we look at the art history, actually, like a lot of famous artists, they will be exploiting something. They will be exploiting, for example, with Claude Monet. For example, also exploiting one theme, and they also exploiting one theme, and they will paint. I don't remember how many landscape he painted, but it was like landscape he painted, but it was like exact number. I don't remember exact number, but like here, but water lilies, water lilies,
water lilies.
So there will be so there Malevich with his black square. Actually, he made a bunch of black square. Actually, he made a bunch of black squares are selling well. Like, okay, black squares are selling well, so I'm gonna do a lot of those. So you can see historically that a lot of artists they will be feeling like artists they will be feeling like okay, this sells well, so I'm gonna make more of this, or like Andy Warhol took it to extreme. I don't think that right now it's like art history repeating itself, like art history repeating itself, but in a different medium. Yeah, I think it's like a choice of every individual artist. Like for me, I like the rarity. For me, I wouldn't want to do more than like 10 or 15 editions on like 10 or 15 editions on one work. It still gives the opportunity for more people to collect it, but still it keeps it quite rare.
Now, right now you said you were trying out different platforms. We're going to go ahead and bring up some of your work right here. So this is one of your works right here. So this is one of your works right now. It's called Dreamer. It's called, and it's available on Foundation. Maybe tell us a little bit about the work. Maybe tell us a little bit about the work first. Foundation. And then tell us about Foundation.app and your experience there. Well, not like good or bad or anything. Just we're curious. Good or bad or anything. Just we're curious. Compare about different platforms and compare them.
Yeah. So about this work, this is my engineer's piece. This is my engineer's piece. That's my first work as an artist. My first work as an artist. When I put it out there, I didn't. I didn't really like. I thought that you just put your work out there. I thought that you just put your work out there and it sells. No, you actually need to build connections with people. You need to build connections with people. So you need to build a community. Like because there was this moment in time when they were selling so well. A lot of people were just like throwing their works out there. Like throwing their works out there. But with this one, precious to me because it's really precious to me because it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. This portrait is my friend, and she's an opera singer. And basically, this work it's made in collaboration with her. It's made in collaboration with her. But like you don't hear sound now, but she recorded her vocal for so when you watch it with sound, there's an opera vocal, and I'm pretty sure it's the first NFT with opera and opera voice. And so that's her, and so the symbols around my work is an alphabet that I created when I was 10. So I used to inscribe stories and write stories in alphabets, so nobody can read them. Alphabets, so nobody can read them. And now as an artist, I picked it up again. In every of my work, I use the symbols, and they actually carry actual messages. Sometime later, some people will decipher the messages. But usually, it tells about the but usually the work it tells about the intention of the work and tells about the story behind the work.
That's pretty great. It sounds amazing. That's pretty great. How's it going so far on the market? How's it going so far on the market? It's up for reserve price of 0.3 Ethereum. People can place a bid right now. People can place a bid right now at Foundation.
Yeah, like with this one, it's in there. Like with this one, it's some time, and I feel like for some time, and I feel like I didn't receive like much. Like support from the platform itself, but I feel like there are so many people. But I feel like there are so many people. It's hard for them to support everyone. Yeah, maybe I should like actually like I put it down and you like actually like I put it down and you search to find this work. You need to really search to find this work anywhere. But maybe I should start on a different platform. But again on Twitter. After some time. Yeah. So right now this one is just my only work there. This one is just my only work there. Yeah, it's up for bits. And yeah, it's up for bits.
And let's take a look at one of your other works here. Let's take a look at one of your other works here on Nook.
So this one was the work that I put for free for the work that I went over the weekend. Event over the weekend, 100-something editions of it, and it's called Duality. And so this work talks about the duality of human nature that we like dark and light within ourselves, like dark and light within ourselves, and you have like feminine, masculine energy. So it's about feminine, masculine energy. So it's about the balance of these energies, and can't exist without the other. Can't exist without the other. Like in my old animations, I scan my actual oil paintings, and then I actual oil paintings, and then I process them with the software to move around, and so they can move around. It's actually a loop. Like I feel it's actually a loop. Like I feel it's a continuous loop. So it's a continuous loop. So it plays on and on.
Very cool. So there's actually a physical piece. So there's actually a physical piece. And then you do the animations on top. And then you do the animations on top.
Like for most of the works, yeah. Like for most of the works.
Let's look at this piece here. All right, let's look at this piece here. What's this piece?
It's a continuous loop, and it's also based on oil painting. I was inspired by painting. I was inspired by romantic paintings of romantic paintings century. You know, they always have this dramatic backdrops of dramatic skies. So I painted a sky like that. So I painted a sky like that, and I process. So it's kind of like a hypnotic loop. It's more like a meditative piece, just like looking at it.
Very cool. And people can buy this with Tezos. People can buy this with Tezos on the platform. How's that platform gone for you? How's that platform gone for you? How would you compare it to the other one?
I feel it's much easier because when you put your work out there, it's on the main page. So even if you don't have any following, even if you don't have any following, for example, with this one, you can see for example, with this one, you can see it's all done. Yeah, I didn't do that much promotion, but I didn't do that somebody much promotion, but somebody just saw it on Twitter. It was included in some review. It was included in some review, so somebody picked it up from there. So I feel somebody picked it up from there. For new artists that don't have a huge following, it's much easier to sell any works there.
On Wax, they have a whitelisting process. Do they have anything like that at Hika? Do they have anything like that at Hika? Artist profile, or were you just simply able to post? Or were you just simply able to post?
You connect your wallet and you connect your wallet. There is a process to like when you just connect your wallet and post, when you just connect your wallet and if you want to fill out your profile and show your artist name in there and show your artist name in there, you need to write them like a Google form to do. So this website is actually pretty raw. This website is not that pretty raw. It's not that refined like the other ones, but I feel it's like the other ones. But I feel it's like what a lot of people like about this website because it's like it feels the early days. The early days.
On one side, I can see that being good. On one side, I can see that being good. If you want to get started today, you can just. If you want to get started today, you can just get started and start. On the other side, putting up pieces. Do you worry about someone downloading your art? Do you worry about someone downloading your art of it and making an NFT of it?
Well, there are cases like that. No, I don't worry about that. I know people do that because I know people do that. But first of all, like in this community, there is like instrument a lot of people are reporting that. Instrumental, a lot of people are reporting that. If they know that somebody will usually other people's work, they will usually block him, like report him, it's not nice. And like it's not nice. Yeah, you can sell a couple of works. Yeah, you can sell. Depends on what's your intention. Depends on what your intention is to build an art career. Like if your intention is to build an art career, why you want to steal some other people's work? You want to build a name around yourself. Yeah. So I usually I'm not bothered about usually. I'm not bothered about.
I think that's what a real artist would do. That's what a real artist would do. And a person as it is, unfortunately, the platform with a lot of internet technologies, like with a lot of internet technologies, spammers just come along. The spammers just crank out, 1,000 spams an hour, and they sell 1,000 spams an hour, and they sell well. And with an art platform, and just have to worry if they're cranking out 1,000. You just have to worry if they're cranking out 1,000, and Mickey Mouse buys one of them. Not that Mickey Mouse needs any more money, not that Mickey Mouse needs any more money, but if the Mickey Mouse was my video, or the Mickey Mouse or your art video, or just has to, or your art piece, there just has to be some kind of protection layer. It has to be some kind of protection layer. Eventually, I'm sure they'll make one. It just at first, it just that can be good at first, and that can be good. So and that can be bad.
But I think it's a problem not only in NFTs. Like for example, I work in fashion, and for example, I work in fashion, and all the designs, like all the mass market brands, like all the mass market brands, like Zara, luxury brands, they will just take luxury brands, they will just take this and like take it apart. And then I was working in like the largest mass market brand. We will also like go and shopping and just buy Zara. Like go and shopping and just buying Zara and just it's not only the problem of the art. It's like not only the problem and everybody does it in any part. And everybody whenever you see any part, like whenever you see a successful brand, people maybe it won't be the packaging, maybe it won't be like they won't be able to download, like they won't be able to download, but still like the exact picture, but still like people are copying all the time. If you are just so much worried about people copying, it stops you from doing anything. It stops you from doing anything because instead of putting your ideas out there, instead of putting your ideas out there, you're like, oh no, somebody's going to steal it, so I'll keep it to myself, and you end up not doing it. Yeah. So what's
it would also make a big deal to a collector. It would also make a big deal to a collector who found out their pieces were counterfeit. Who found out their pieces were instantly worthless. Be like, they're instantly worthless. Artists, they're not the connection to artists. Give the artist money to get the artist's signature, to have that, the artist's signature to have that, and if that connection's broken or it was counterfeit, it was a false connection. It felt it was good for a little while, and then good for a little while, and then unfortunately you didn't get the thing that you tried to buy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know there were cases like that. I know there were cases like that. There was some sort of a collection when they put it out there, sold for quite a lot of money, and then they found out that the founders of it didn't know anything about it. Didn't know anything about it. So I know that some collectors actually burned their tokens for it because they were like, yeah, but so yeah, I know this is a problem. But I think the only way is probably to make personal connections with the artists, and then you know that it's him, and then you know that it's him because they confirm it. Yeah, I guess we're at the very beginning still. We're at the very beginning. There will be new ways to. There will be new ways to.
And what kind of personal connections are you making? What kind of personal connections are you making? Hanging out on Clubhouse, Twitter? Are you hanging out on attempts are you making to build this? What attempts are you making to build this community?
Well, I really enjoy Twitter, honestly. Because I feel like there you can speak directly to the people, and there is less directly to the people, and there is less. Back in the days when I was just doing back in the days when I was mostly using Instagram. I was mostly using Instagram and building my following there. But I building my following there. But engagement there, like people were less interested to discuss actually art. They would discuss actually art. You know, commenting like, "Oh, this is beautiful." You know, commenting like, "Oh, this is beautiful." Like, but on Twitter, people actually talk about things. But on Twitter, people actually talk about things, and I'm more interested philosophical discussions, philosophical art, discussions, technology, and just like to get technology and just like to get in where it's all going. Like, so I enjoyed Twitter. So I enjoyed Telegram chats. Actually, Telegram chats. Telegram chat for Russian artists. Telegram chat for Russian artists. And first I founded it for, and I was thinking, okay, it's gonna be like 10 or 15 people there, and we like 10 or 15 people there, and we like help each other out and like give each other advice. More than 300 people there, and everybody's people there, and everybody's supporting each other and buying each other. Very excited about this community. Very excited about this community that I built. Yeah. So also Discord, but so also Discord, I have Clubhouse, but I feel it's overwhelming. I have Clubhouse, there are so many different channels right now. There are so many different channels right now. I should focus on some of them, and I should focus on some of them, and with the ones that I like more. Go with the ones that I like.
I think you're right to go where you have the success. I think you're right to go where you have the success. If you like Twitter, and Twitter really is a conversation. And Twitter really is a conversation back and forth. They express their opinion back and forth. They express their opinion. I definitely don't like find that. I definitely think you're gonna find that. I like Clubhouse as well. I like Clubhouse as well. Overwhelming. You spend all day in there. You spend all day in there, and you have to go. And then at the end of the day, you're like, "What did I really do?" And then at the end of the day, you're like, "What did I really do?" I'm not. And I'm not too much of a fan of the ephemeral audio. I'm not too much of a fan of the ephemeral audio where it just goes away. I prefer a thing and it stays there. Goes on a thing and it stays there, and people can watch it at other times. Clubhouse is really good because you do get Clubhouse is really good because you do get to say the same people directly. Twitter Spaces or Telegram audio spaces or Telegram. There's a lot to be said about having that conversation, having that conversation. Like, oh, I'll buy that art. I talked to the artist yesterday for an hour. To the artist yesterday, Monet paintings or something. Monet paintings or something.
Yeah,
people really like that.
Yeah, maybe at some point I will give it more a try. But so far I was just like, but so far I was just like, it's a lot of technology, and I think sometimes you can just spend so much time there that you don't just spend so much time there that you don't have actual time to create. And in the last few weeks, and in the last few weeks, I noticed technological side and working on technological side and working on a long-term putting much works out there, and I was like, putting much works out there, and I was like, well, I wasn't really, creating that much. I was blockchain technology and understanding blockchain technology and innovate there, how you can actually innovate there, what you can do, because having a foundation knowledge is quite to understand the better picture. But yeah, but then it really doesn't give you that much time to actually go and paint, or like do something on your laptop. I still need to find the way to balance. It's
all about having a schedule. If you have a release date, if you have a deadline, like every week, if you have a deadline like every week, you have a better chance of hitting it. But yeah, you have a better chance. It's so nice to not have deadlines. It's so nice to not have deadlines and do what you want to load along, but you just don't get anything done. But you just don't get anything done. I like the deadline style. Yeah, I like the deadline style. But yeah, you'll have to see what works for you. So let's see. We have one more of your pieces here. We have one more of your pieces here. I think your language that you created. Your language that you created is awesome. And what else can you tell us about this? And what else can you tell us about this piece?
It's actually a piece of my painting. It's actually maybe a piece of my painting. Maybe I will put as one-on-one soon as well. Painting as one-on-one because as I said, like right now, I'm not because as I said, like out there. But then I was like, okay, much out there. But I need to get back to it. I need to get back to it while I'm working on a bigger project. While I'm working on a bigger project at the same time. So yeah, that's a piece of the painting that I. That's a piece of the painting that I. Originally, it has a lot of colors. Originally, it has a lot of colors, but I decided to go into animated colors, all of the symbols. It reminds me of the metrics. It reminds me of the metrics. How it all, yeah, it goes like the homage to the metrics. It's kind of like homage to the metrics mixed up with my alphabet.
Very cool. And we mentioned earlier your collection. We mentioned earlier your collection, and that I have some of my collections. Would you like to talk about pieces? Maybe would you like to talk about them, or which one's your favorite? Bought them, or there's which a variety of pieces here. Just there's a variety of pieces. A lot of them look to be animated. A lot of them look to be animated, kind of computer generated. Seem kind of computer generated. Are you into what draws your eye? Are you into what draws your eye as a collector?
Well, yeah, they are all very different. Well, yeah, they are all very different. Like it's interesting because I personally come from a traditional background. I'm very much into oil painting. I'm very much into oil painting and I like going to museums and the shows and like impressionistic art. But when it comes to NFTs, I like the variety. NFTs, I like the variety. I like both the trash art and pixelated art and pixelated pieces. It's a big, yeah, it's a big variety. But I think for me it's just variety. But I think for me it's just I'm a very visual person. If I find something aesthetically pleasing, if I find something aesthetically pleasing, I will get it. It's more about. Yeah, it's more about if it catches my eye, I guess. If it catches my eye, I guess.
I think my favorite here, I like the rad. I think my favorite here, I like the rad. That one's really good, like a video game, and that one's really good, like a video game. I want to believe Skull. I want to believe Skull, but they all are very.
Yeah, it's a funny one.
They all are very.
Yeah, it's a funny one.
And they all be. I think they'd be good wallpaper. Yeah, they all be. I think they'd be good wallpaper. That kind of thing. They have a nice. That kind of thing. They have a nice, eye-catching look to them. And so thanks so much, Julia, for being on. Thanks so much, Julia, for check out your work. Where can people check out your work? And do you have anything? Where can they learn more? And do you have anything planned for the near future?
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter. So you can find me on Twitter, and yeah, there is also my Instagram, but you can. Yeah, there is also my Instagram, but you. I don't have the link to my Instagram. I don't have the link to my Instagram. I should add it there. Okay. So right now I'm actually working on a long-term project where I collect stories from different artists, collectors, developers, artists, collectors, developers, investors from the crypto space, investors from the crypto space, and I'm researching the history of this space. There is a history of this space. There is human perspective. So I collect human perspectives about how people came across some opportunities, maybe missed them, and like explore the fear of missing out, like explore the fear of missing out, which is quite big in the space. So this takes a lot of time because I aim to collect 100 stories, and now I'm halfway through stories, and now I'm looking for like very personal, I'm looking for like very personal stories. So takes time, and not everybody can open to a stranger. Not everybody can open to a stranger. Part of the stories are from my friend, like part of the stories are from my friend, but all be friends, but it will all be and in the future, I'm thinking of the best way to release it. I'm thinking of the best way to release it. I'm aiming to present this project next month. Next month. Physical show together with the show in the central. Together with the show in the central project. So I think I will present my project there next month. Yeah, that's one of the exciting ones that I'm working on.
That sounds very cool, and people can check your Twitter out right here. People can check your Twitter out right here. Babanova. Julia Babanova 1, and we'll put the link in the description down below. The link in the description down below. Julia, for being on the show. Thanks so much, Julia, for being on the show.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. This episode was sponsored by NFT
Become
Ventures
an
Miami.
NFT artist.
Become an NFT artist.
Sign up today.
Easy bit.
Easy bit.
Easy bit.
Easy bit. Bitcoin
Easy bit.
ATMs.
Easy
Bitcoin
bit.
ATMs.
Welcome back to Adventures in NFTs. I'm Thomas Hunt. Today we're joined by Rick Chan from NFT Ventures. How's it going, Rick?
Oh, it's going awesome. How you doing?
Doing good. We're also joined by Andy Sun, known as the artist name Black Cherry. How's it going, Andy?
It's good to be here. Thanks.
And finally, we have Yonat Vax, who recently did the Hodl Odyssey series. How's it going, Yonat?
Very good. Good to be here.
So, of course, we're here talking about, first, we're talking about NFT Ventures, which is a product out of Miami where you can get NFTs and you can make NFTs if you're an artist. So, Rick, can you tell the people just a little bit more about NFT Ventures?
Yeah, this is Wave 2.0. So, we're NFT producers. We were lucky enough to work with a lot of amazing NFT artists from both Wave 1.0 and Wave 2.0. And I know you know some of our backstory of, back in the day when we were working with NFTs and, the challenges that we face. But, in this wave, it's really fast paced and super exciting. It's just amazing how much it's changed like from week to week and month to month. And, stoked to be here.
Well, at first we had the problem that we couldn't get rid of these things. And now the problem is we can't stop talking about these things. And there's just new things every day, new coins, new platforms, new players. Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, incredible football players now suddenly into NFT. Snoop Dogg is hanging out on Twitter under another name. So yeah, it's been really crazy watching this space take off.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's a incredible collector too. And then also in Europe and kind of the world, I mean, they have what they call football, soccer. That's really taking off with NFTs also.
One never would have guessed. The whole world loves the sport. Why wouldn't they love a tradable and collectible card? So Yonat, tell us a little bit about your art. We have here your artist statement that your work is about people, memories, personal stories, and interesting moments in history or current events. What kind of art do you make, and how did you get started in this art?
Right. So, well, how did I get started? I've always kind of been into art since I can remember myself. So that's always kind of something I loved. It took me a while to get to the place of actually dedicating myself to art. I went, I studied, I was always interested in people and stories and why kind of, what's the essence of humanity, why we do what we do, why we think the way we think, what the stories we tell ourselves to make us understand this world. So in the beginning, I kind of went to study psychology, and I was really interested in altered states of consciousness and wanted to go into research in that. But I went to university to study, and was very disappointed in the closed-mindedness of those institutions. And I've always loved art, so I kind of thought, well, I can be an artist and paint and do what I love, and also I use my art as kind of a research medium. So I kind of study the things I want about human history, about sociology, and through that, that's the way I make my art. So I make my art about the things I explore about the world. And I got into, so the art I'm doing now, I found out about Bitcoin in early 2017. And I was already an artist then. I was already making series about different things. But I was looking for something new. And, I think we all know how Bitcoin kind of captures your attention and makes you study it the whole day and that kind of fall down that rabbit hole. And it opened up a whole new world of so many things. And that's how I started a series about crypto, about Bitcoin, and it was mostly physical art. So it's kind of, I think you can see from the beginning, kind of my exploration, which I think resembles a lot of people's exploration into this space.
I think we find that we all go down the rabbit hole there.
Yeah.
But we'll get back to your actual work here in a minute. I want to bring Andy in, Black Cherry. You make a different kind of art, whereas Yonat is working with brushes and paint. It seems your work is more digital. How did you get into art?
Yeah, so I've been doing art since the first thing like I can remember. I've been doing digital art since I was like 11, 12, and I'm 16 now. So I've been doing digital art for about 4 or 5 years. A lot of the art that I do comes from, it's crazy to say, like a lot of them start from my dreams. I see a lot of them. It's a mix of my dreams and storytelling. So each of the pieces tell a story. They're very like abstract stories, but that's what I love about art is like, if you look at a piece, it can tell a million different stories depending on the person who's looking at them. Mine are very abstract. Sometimes there you can pull 5, 6 different stories just out of a single piece.
And what kind of tools do you use to make this art?
So they're all the art that you see is done digitally. So there's a lot of Photoshop. The main tool I use is Blender, Blender 3D. That's what I use to make all my art. And then I composite it in Photoshop afterwards.
Now, Yonat, you mentioned that you found the university to be closed-minded. What do you think about a future where Andy is already making digital art and selling at 16? Will he need the university?
Probably not. I think it's funny. I was just talking to a friend today that said that his son is working for a video game company and earning Bitcoin. And he was like, not understanding that. And it just made me realize, what, don't understand it, because, people Andy's age do, and that's what's important. The future, the people that are going to build the future get it without even, intuitively. So.
Well,
And
really, if you try to explain that to someone in the 80s, they work for a video game company, they get paid in Bitcoin. They don't know what any of those things are.
And they're still in high school. I mean,
and still in high school, video games had crashed. They were on their way out. There's even now professional gamers. Rick, what do you think about the future where artists can just go directly into NFTs? They don't have to graduate from some kind of college or an institution.
No, I think that's great. I mean, we are talking to and working with phenoms and people very young of Andy's age and different calibers. And, I've always loved gaming, and we have projects coming up next year in gaming. So very excited.
Now, Yonat, you mentioned your series, The Hodl. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that and how you got started making Bitcoin art?
Okay, well, I started making Bitcoin art from the beginning. I mean, as I said, my art was in the beginning kind of the exploration of Bitcoin, and it started more with, I started doing artwork more about trading and mining, and then it got more focused on Bitcoin and its promise of new world of freedom, of decentralization, and part of the way I make my work is I always look for a story from the past to tell, because I think history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And when we look, we have to learn from history. And when we look at things that happened, we can kind of explain to ourselves things that are happening now. And part of that story is I try to tell it with replicas of things from the past. So this story, the Hodl, I kind of took, the story of the Odyssey, which is one of the, most epic stories of Western culture. And I made replicas of wax tablets. So wax tablets were used in antiquity as writing surfaces. The surface is made of wax, so you can write, and then you can put it in the sun, it melts, and you can straighten it out. And this is what was used. So I made these replicas. It's a series of 6 replicas. And on each of the series, I'm painting a story that's taken, the origin is taken from the story of the Odyssey. So the Odyssey is the story after the Trojan War, and one of the biggest memes of Bitcoin is the Trojan horse, that Bitcoin enters governments, but it's really bringing freedom that they don't see. So this is the story after, because now there's still a lot to fight for, and this is kind of the story of Odysseus, that he's fighting to get back home. So this is the story of Hodlysius and his return to Bithyca. And
it's
so I'm taking this
because one of the things that Odysseus was fighting was his own hubris, and that it was his own great name that he had to tell the Cyclops when he sailed away. And if he just stayed quiet. Maybe at this point, Bitcoiners are fighting their own hubris.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big, that's the thing, the story, that part of this story is all the lessons we need to learn. You know, one of the things is, you know, stay humble, stack sats, and things will work out if you just believe that this is, you know, Bitcoin doesn't need, it's perfect the way it is, you know, it doesn't need you know, yeah, that's part of what the story is telling. And I think the second part, which is the part I recently did, is about that. You know, that the story of the Cyclops is that he ran away from them, and at the last moment he said, "No, but I did this to you," and then he was cursed by the gods and had a harder journey. So kind of the lesson in that is yeah, to stay humble. The part of the journey is to stay humble in this.
And don't mess with someone whose father is connected. I think the Cyclops
Exactly.
Poseidon, the sea god,
It is a god, yeah.
always bad, and is a god, always bad.
Yeah.
So, Black Cherry, what do you think about Bitcoin and its epic journey? You're just kind of getting started in art and the world here. What do you think about Bitcoin so far?
Well, when I was growing up, I saw like Bitcoin in the news a lot. Even when I was really young, I kept seeing in like the news articles, and I didn't really understand it because when I was really young, Bitcoin was kind of like that, I guess in a way, magical, like that thing that nobody, you know, that exists, but nobody really knows that much about it. And then I watched some like YouTube videos about it. Like back then, I think Bitcoin, because of like Tor and dark web, I really associated Bitcoin with like the dark web, you know, something you can't really get, but you know it's kind of there. But then like I I guess I got older and realized like I learned more about like currencies, like the government and Bitcoin. I was like, this is insane. And then at the beginning of this year, when I got into NFTs, is when I really like seriously got into like cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin. And then the first thing I did was like invest into Bitcoin.
Well, I can tell you that stigma of the Silk Road and the dark web made it very hard to, sell Bitcoin or to talk about Bitcoin in the early days. Everyone you'd meet would say, "Oh, you must be into drugs. You must be into the dark web." And I think that started to change now with NFTs. And this is one of the ideas we had when we started Curio Cards. Rick, what do you think of the idea that while we might not have reached people with, the sound money, the libertarian idea, we might not have reached them with invisible internet money you can use to buy anything. Maybe we'll reach them with a crypto kitty or a crypto punt. Will we reach the wide populace with NFTs and art? Is that how they'll learn about cryptocurrency?
I think that's how it's definitely started. Wasn't that way in wave one, as you and I know in our journey, which was, we were kind of too early. So it made it very, very tough. But now I think people, it's kind of the reverse. They're learning about NFTs and then they're getting into crypto and other things because they want to buy NFTs. So the door's definitely open. And then, I think it's a very exciting time for sure.
Well, it's different than the last time because the last time it was ICOs and it was these kind of stocks. And stocks are a lot more fuzzy when you buy art. If you buy a one of one, you own the art, you own the one of one. Yona, what do you think about the idea that this time it could be NFTs that drive the next wave, not ICOs or stocks?
I'm really bullish on that. I think I know a lot of people are saying this is just like the ICOs from 2017. I completely disagree. I think this is very different. I know there's a lot of people that are thinking of NFTs for the long run and building things that that last things in the metaverse. That's the also the new Web3, and it's all, a lot of it is based on NFTs. And I think a lot of people are underestimating the power this is going to have, especially in the industry like art and music. I mean, we still haven't seen that much NFTs in music. I think it's like the killer app for music, that there's so many musicians that are stuck in really bad contracts and not getting paid at all, and NFTs can completely change that, just like it's changed, a lot of visual artists' lives. I'm sure it will change a lot of musicians' lives, and it's still the beginning. There's so many things that can be done with NFTs.
One of the things I really like about NFTs is if you're a physical creator and you make artwork like Yonat, you paint. When you're done painting, you put it down, you put it away. It is the painting. But if you make something digitally, like a video or a Photoshop or an image on the computer, when it's done, there is no original. There's no way to say, this is the final copy. I'm publishing this, I'm printing this. Andy, what do you think of the idea that now with an NFT, you can take something like an image that you make on Blender, put the NFT out there as the original, as the representation, the signature of the artist, and thus you have something equal to what Yonat would have with the canvas. You have an original to now sell.
Yeah, I think the drive of NFTs is giving a lot of like digital 3D artists a lot more freedom. Because before, if you did digital art, I think Beeple is a great example of this. Before that, NFTs weren't really known. I think NFTs for digital artists really blew up in like February, March when Beeple minted his first NFTs on Nifty Gateway. Because before, digital artists had to rely a lot on prints or things similar to prints to really make any money off their art, because before you can't really verify the authenticity of a file that you can just copy and paste. But I think that since NFTs came out and a lot more artists are learning about it, it's giving digital artists especially a lot more freedom in the market.
Now, what do you guys think about the digital flexing? I've heard that Twitter is going to link your account to your wallet or to OpenSea, so that if you want to use your CryptoPunk or your Curio card as your avatar, they will confirm it. Rick, what do you think about that? Will that lead NFTs forward?
No, I think it will. I mean, I think it's kind of funny because I think the new blue check mark is now the NFTs. But early on in February, it was kind of funny because I know a lot of people were buying NFTs, and it was talking to them what they're doing, and they're like, "Oh, I'm showing my friends because we're all in lockdown," and then people started then using them on their backgrounds, for Zoom call like we're on, and then now the kind of micro flexes, they're putting it on their Apple Watch, and so I think this is the next next wave iteration. So yeah, I think it's fun and cool.
It's also about the portability. Recently, I've started buying movies on Apple Movies. And, I have Blu-rays, I have DVDs. Sure, I could always get the movie other ways, but now I'm buying it on Apple Movies. And what I like about it is that it goes on all my devices. So it's on the phone, it's on the computer, it's on the iPad, all that kind of stuff. Yet at the same time, I don't own anything. So much of my stuff is books and it's heavy stuff, and I keep moving it around. And it's so nice to own something without owning something. Yonat, what do you think about that? Do you think the future people might value the NFT more than the original? Maybe the original is too much work. You have to buy a frame, you have to lug it around. Is there a possibility it could go the other way?
I think both things will. I think there will still be value to the physical, but I think the digital is getting, especially now with everything, we're getting used to the fact that everything is digital, and yeah, definitely it's easier to move around. There's something about physical art that it requires shipping, it requires handling, it requires keeping it in shape sometimes. I'm not of the believers that it will completely cease to exist. I think there's still quality to, there's still an importance to something physical. There's still, when you walk into a museum and see physical artworks, it's a different sensation, at least for me, than something digital. When you take a book, you can smell it, it smells like a book. It's different than, reading on your iPad. So I think there's still a value in physical, but definitely there will be a lot more digital. I think part of the, you're talking about flexing. I think part of it, fashion. It's funny, like about a year ago, I was trying to pitch with a friend, with another artist that I'm working with, who's connected to Louis Vuitton. We were trying to pitch them to make these luxury watches with NFTs. And now they're doing some of that, but they still, yeah, I think all these luxury brands takes them time to get on with, new trends, but I think people will be, wearing their NFTs as well, on bags, on watches, on jewelry, on, whatever digital clothing will be in the future as well.
I do think they're going to break through. They were talking a lot about digital threads and other kind of things where they can display images on clothes. This is a little bit of an NFT that Robeck made called the Physical Art Fallacy, the Fallacy de Arta Physica. And it's just a series of Robeck opening paintings, and the glass is consistently broken on these paintings that he's been shipped. So in each one, he has a painting, and he has physical broken glass everywhere, and you can see the shards of glass. Andy, what do you think about this idea that the NFT could be more valuable or even more interesting to a collector than the physical? Certainly, you make a lot of digital art. You've grown up in probably a digital world. Maybe you had ebooks as a child, Kindle, tablets, things like this. Do you live in a digital first world?
Yeah, I think the digital in the future is going to be a lot more important. I think when it comes to digital art, it's definitely not going to be ignorable in the future just because of the way that NFTs are going to, I think, a large part of art in the future is going to be digital. I think since we're seeing a lot of auctions like the CryptoPunks auction by Christie's and Sotheby's, the Bored Apes, the Beeples, I think, and the fuck renders, like these in the future are going to be, it might just be like these digital pieces will have the same amount of auctions as the physical ones, where in a day, if we see like an auction by Christie's, I think there might even be more digital pieces, NFTs, than the physical ones in the future.
Just a series of screens on the wall. Now, Rick, you were there when we created the Curio cards. I think it was in my apartment in San Francisco. And what does it feel like now to have them being selling at Christie's, and what this says for the entire NFT movement?
It still feels surreal. I mean, it's kind of, I remember when you, Travis, and I first met, and then we were trying to find a tech person, and then, I suggested Rhett, and so did Ryan Singer, and then we went out and got Rhett, and so, yeah, it feels still unreal. I don't know, maybe this weekend or next week or the next month it'll start feeling more real, but it's pretty cool and pretty wild. Never thought when we were doing it back then that it would make Christie's.
Absolutely. Well, they say, no one ever has a failed startup come back to life. If your startup goes out there, you make your MVP, you do the best you can, you promote it to everybody, you try to get it out there, and then it kind of goes away. You go on, you get other jobs, you move along. But with our startup, what's so neat is that with our MVP, we made these valuable tokens that just sat out there on the blockchain waiting to be discovered. Yona, what do you think about the idea of these older and older NFTs being more valuable? And does it inspire you to make NFTs and then maybe sell them in 4 years?
Well, I am making NFTs, so I started in early 2020. I think for sure there's a huge value in the first ones. Just because for me, the first ones, the beauty of them is that they weren't, I wasn't there making them, but I know that they weren't for, let's make an NFT and sell it for loads of money. It was just having fun, and making art, and, the whole story of Rare Peps and of Curio cards. And it was really about, just having fun and making art. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And for me, that's their value. That it wasn't about, let's make money or kind of what's happening a little bit now as well. So they definitely have. They're like the first cave paintings in the digital era, no?
What's so interesting now is a lot of the projects are generative art, and it seems really interesting at first, like it has a hat or it has a cigar or it has eyeglasses or whatever. But then when you really get down to it, and it's art made by a computer, maybe even art made by a corporation, like you're saying, just a quick play, like let's put cats out there, let's put dogs, let's put fish, let's put whales. I thought of somebody's project there. But what do you think of that idea? That is it really empowering artists, or is it empowering these corporations of generative artists? I'll go to Yonat first, then I'll go to Andy.
I think I think there's something interesting about generative art, not specifically the ones that are creating the 10,000 profile pick ones, but there's something interesting about using computer to make art. And I think the artists that use I'm also working with a coder now to create different forms of art, because there's something interesting about using the actual tech to make an artistic statement. So I think when you use coding as a medium, kind of like you use paint as a medium, then there's something very interesting about that. If it's just to create the whales or whatever, then it's a different story. I think they're very different ways to look at generative art. And yeah, I mean, there's everything here. That's part of this, part of the crypto story is that it's the Wild West, and you get real artists that are doing beautiful things, and you get people that just want to make money. But I think it's both of them are part of this new frontier. I guess you can't have one without the other. So.
Well, we need to ship 10,000 units by Friday.
Yeah.
Andy, what do you think about the generative art? Do you think it's unique and creative, or kind of repetitive?
I think the generative art is definitely interesting. When it comes to repetitive or unique, I think there's definitely a lot of unique projects like Curio cards, but there's at the same time, there's a lot of like these repetitive, I guess, ape or punk derivatives. Or if you look at, different blockchains, even this, the Solana blockchain, there's a lot of, I guess you can call not ripoffs, but like derivatives copied, as styles of this art. But at the same time, if you go on OpenSea, there's a lot of unique generative projects where their ideas that are completely original and they're special. I think the special ones that aren't just punks or ape derivatives are the ones that really do make it in the generative market. And I think for one of ones I think definitely have a place. I do one of ones primarily, but at the same time, I was working on a generative project, and I think these generative compared to like the, I guess, one of ones of artists, the generative, because of the volume, I guess, attracts a lot more people. There's a lot more hype right now for collectibles, but at the same time, I think one of ones are more art based, whereas the generative are more hype based.
Now it's strange for me to say, because I brought in the idea that we should do curio cards like baseball cards, and we made 2,000 of the apples or whatever it is. But I really do like the idea of the one of one. For me, the one of one fits up really well with the art piece. You make an art piece, you make one NFT of it, you sell that NFT, it goes the way it wants to go. I mean, I know when I made my NFTs, when I made some recently for fun, I was like, oh, well, I'll make one, but then I want to have one. And then I want to have one in case I sell too early. So I'm up to 3, and then maybe a couple more. So now I'm up to 5. And it gets out of control. Whereas there's something beautiful about that, just the one. And even if it's a crypto punk and it's got red hair or blue hair or whatever, there's one of them. It's pretty neat. Rick, what do you think about one of ones and generative projects compared to curio cards?
I like all of them, but I look at them differently. So you think of it like food or wine. I think they all have their own unique place, and it's fun. And I'm also into. I know this gets controversial, but I also, in its own right and place, I also like super NFTs too. So
What's a super NFT?
the super NFT is, it could be a one-on-one, but you also can get the physical piece.
That would be cool. Well, and there's something that's kind of like egoting, right? You're like, I got the physical piece, I got the NFT, I met the artist, I shook his hand. You're checking off a lot of boxes there, but it's a lot of fun. So let's see what else we have to talk about. Black Cherry, do you have anything that you've been working on recently? Anything coming up going on?
Well, the last thing I was working on was some generative projects with a couple people, but what I'm really excited about is this drop. as you can see on my website, that's the only thing I have listed. I am doing a few more drops after this, but this is the only thing that's being listed right now, just because I'm like super anticipated for this project.
And now you're working with Yonat on this job. How did that go together? Did you work together on a physical piece or collaborate digitally?
Well, we collaborated digitally mainly. I think there are physical pieces, but it's mainly digital.
And
Yeah,
Yonat,
so I met both Yonet and Andy. I mean, so Andy, we met on Clubhouse, and then Yonet and I met on LinkedIn. And then, basically saw their different styles and said, hey, this would be kind of cool if they could do a collab. So kind of approached both of them and then did the intro.
so is this the final piece here?
No, that's a separate piece I was working on. That's not part of the collab. That's just a album cover I was doing for someone.
Okay. So when does the piece come out?
The date we set was October the 14th.
All right. And Yonat, what was it like working on the piece? Have you ever worked on a piece with someone in a different location over a great distance like this?
Yeah, I've done collabs before with someone in a different location. Yeah, I think today we're getting used to everything being on Zoom and talking about things over, digitally. This collab is I think we kind of work together on the idea. So we're doing a series we're talking about freedom. So what is freedom? And I think it's part of like the whole talk about what is the promise of Bitcoin and crypto in this new world with, is decentralization the new step in the quest in humanity's quest for freedom? So this is what the whole series. It's more a series than one piece. It's 6 pieces actually, that we each worked on 3, but we worked together on the concept and about the idea. And it's basically looking at the way history and people related to freedom and what were the battles for freedom, how it kind of went back and forth throughout history from freedom to sometimes dictatorships, and what are people looking for? What does that even mean? Because I think if you ask different people, they'll have different opinions about it. Some people think it's about, individual freedom and property rights, and some people think it's about everyone having equality. And sometimes those things don't mix together. And maybe Bitcoin is the thing that will bring those two together. The equality, a place for everyone, and individual freedom and property rights. And maybe this is the next, the next step in humanity's quest for freedom. So the whole drop is about this. It's kind of like the story of how this progressed through history. And it's 6 pieces. And yeah, we'll reveal it little by little in the next 2 weeks. But the drop is on October 14th on OpenSea.
And so it's on OpenSea. These are NFTs, or are there original physical pieces that go with these?
So they're NFTs, but they're based. So Andy is digitally native in his work. So his pieces are digital, and they come. But all of mine are based on oil paintings. But they all come. So we're doing kind of like a game with this. So there will be additions, and some of the pieces will have unlockable contents that are going to be kind of like a secret code, that if you get this code, then you win the physical either oil painting, or if it's the digital works, then an infinite object, which is these beautiful screens that show the digital work. So you can, if you purchase one of the NFTs, you can win the physical work.
And Andy, what do you think about this? Have you ever been involved in an NFT where you have kind of a scavenger hunt and a path to go down, this kind of gamification?
No, yeah, I think there are NFTs where you can buy where you receive the piece, but I think this is unique in the way that it's more of a game because the ones that you do receive a physical piece, they're randomly chosen. It's not guaranteed that when you buy a piece, you'll receive the physical one. So it's kind of like a gamble. When you buy a piece, you either get the physical one or you don't get the physical one.
And Rick, what do you think? These kind of linking of the physical and the NFT as well as the games. Do you think that more NFTs will be produced like this in the future?
I think different ones can. I mean, I've also worked in gaming and gamification, and to me, it also seems like, in the old days when you reach down into your cereal box or Cracker Jacks and did I get what I wanted or do I have to eat another box? So yeah, I think it's fun and cool.
Well, that sounds great. And it's going to be October 14th on OpenSea. And I'm sure you guys will be talking about it more. Yona, where can people find out more about your work?
My site my site is www.yonatvax.com. I'm also the most active on Twitter, which is at yonatvax. Yeah, and yeah, that's where I post all the new works. I also have a newsletter on my site, so that's where I write about any new works. I have a lot of projects ahead, so yeah, that's the best place to know all about the next things that are coming up.
And Andy, where can we keep up with Black Cherry?
So I have a site, www.blackcherry.co.co, and my Instagram, where I'm most active, is blackcherryco, BLXCherryCO, and that's the same with my Twitter.
That's great. And Rick, where can we learn more about NFTV Miami?
Yeah, we've been pretty much in stealth mode, but it's going to be, on our website. So that's nft-ventures.com, and then we'll be reposting on crypto Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, so all the usual.
Very cool. Well, thanks so much, everyone, for joining me. It's been really cool to talk to you guys about art. And until next time, bye-bye.
Thanks,
Thanks for having us.
So E, are you stoked?
I'm very excited. Yeah, no, this is great.
Good morning, Bitcoin, and welcome back to Adventures in NFTs. I'm your host, Thomas Hunt, and today we're joining the Curio Cards Plus launch. Already in progress on Clubhouse.
On stage.
Okay.
We're also going to start a Twitter Spaces room here. So we're going to be on YouTube, Twitter, Clubhouse, all the places talking about the new Curio Cards Plus.
Luis makes it
so
too.
Just stand by as we attempt to get
3:30 in the morning in the Philippines. We spoke to him like 5 hours ago, so I hope he caught a nap. I don't know. And I was watching Thomas's interview that popped up today with Crypto Pop on World Crypto Network. That was very fun. Tom, you there?
Hey guys, sorry, I've never used Club before. I'm trying to figure this all out, so please bear with me. It's pretty straightforward. I think I got it.
That's good. We're also forgiving because everybody knows you have that little party hat on. You have it for the first week that you're on Clubhouse.
What does that even mean?
Well, that means you're new, so people won't treat you meanly like you're a pro. Like, you're supposed to know how to do this, and you're like, no, I'm still learning. It's like, be nice, be nice.
Yeah, thanks
you're
for
on feeling.
I'm feeling the hat in your photo, man. That's live. The hat and the shades, Thomas.
Yeah, Bitcoin, are you there? If you are speaking, you're on mute.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, great. How you doing? What is up, man?
Doing good. We're live on YouTube and Twitter and trying to do a Twitter space, but I can't seem to figure out how to do it on desktop.
Okay. We're live on YouTube too?
I think so.
Okay, cool. Well, I saw your poll, and I don't know. I love this.
Which one is your favorite, Rick? We have to know.
Well, I saw your poll, and I think of it like children or wine. You like all of them, or if it's a vintage of wine, you like all of them. So I like all of them. I want to buy all of them.
And Max, which one's your favorite?
Oh man, I like all of them. I don't have a favorite.
Well, my favorite is orange, which is Max's card. So I'm a homer here. I'm sticking with card number 33. Eric, what about you? Which new Curio card is your favorite?
To be honest with you, I have not had sufficient opportunity to dive in and say that there's one that I definitively like. But I love the concept. I love everything that you guys are working on here. I think it's phenomenal. And I look forward to learning more about it and seeing this thing evolve.
JW, what about you? Will you pick a favorite? Sounds very quiet. I'm sure he's agreeing with me that card 33 is the best. Parker, what about you? Do you have a favorite?
I like number. I was just looking at it. 33 is the color coin. That's my favorite number.
See, 33. It's a complete sweep.
33.
Now we're joined by Daniel. Daniel, the artist of card number 32. Daniel, what is it like to be swept right here off the stage by card 33?
I've always liked silver better than gold. So, it's
love
okay.
It.
They're all
or you should say it's
cool.
platinum. It's platinum. Platinum and gold. Both precious, ultra precious metals.
Well, if we had ranked choice voting, you could still be mayor. So there's always hope.
Well, Tom, I think you're also picking the orange because it matches your glasses.
It's also a very strong Bitcoin orange. You got to like that. We kind of have a bit of a competition here with the Curio cat and his Ethereum kerchief. And then card number 33. It's kind of it's like a Bitcoin versus Ethereum. And Daniel's card is describing the conflict, right? The mitochondrial conflict between the two.
There you go.
I like the cat because the characters are cool. And then they have like a lot of utility. When you have characters, you can like do stuff with them.
Yeah, I agree. I think the cat could be a foundation for a new animated show. My brother informed me that's the way we have to think now. He said that CryptoPunks and MeBits are both TV shows now. So why not us? We've got great characters.
No, for sure. Like anime style. Absolutely.
Here's one other thing, just seeing the 3, black and white, kind of like goes with everything. It can mediate between color schemes that are very different because both of the pieces have very nice colors and use of light. And then that's something that doesn't really, if you put a real drawing, it's going to be there, but that's not kind of everything.
I do agree. I think it's a great contrast, the 3 new pieces. I have them all up on the screen right now on YouTube. And 31 with its golden number and animated cartoon cat. 32 with kind of a vortex, like a tunnel. You can see kind of some 3-dimensional action in there. And then 33 with the buildings and the colors. And it very much like what I like about card number 33 too, when I look at it, it seems like there's a bit of a future in that tie-dyed corner. It's like any kind of new card could be coming out of that corner. And I like that idea.
Well, while we wait for people in the audience, maybe just do a quick intro of what this room is. People on the stage, obviously, everyone's connected, but for folks in the audience who may be wondering what you have entered, Curio Plus was formed to continue and carry the original Curio cards ethos into 2021. And so the team is thrilled to bring the many of the original OG band members back together again. And there are some folks who unfortunately are not able to be here. So this is not an all-inclusive list, although it is an august one. But in keeping with their original mission, Curio Plus is committed to helping emerging NFT artists leverage what they've done and navigate this amazing space. They've got this brilliant project, which we'll get into in a minute. But the purpose of this room is to introduce everyone who's here to the remarkable talent that's on stage, as well as the founding team members of Curio Cards who are also here and have been so given to the community. Rick Chan, Thomas Hunt, and J.W. Kim. So I think the best thing is just get right into it, given who we have here, and maybe we'll bring more people in, but sometimes slow begets slow. Rick, do you want to sort of kick it off and give a high level of what's going on right now?
Yeah, sure. I mean, basically what happened was, first of all, feel very lucky, blessed, and humble, to get our original project rediscovered after 4 years when it was kind of, we were too early. So that happened. And then it was kind of in March and April that, people started pinging the original Curio Card founding team, but also the artists, saying, hey, it was your original mission to have multiple sets of 30. Will you do this? And so we were exploring it, and then we decided to do it. And then the whole Christie's thing happened. So we delayed our launch just because we didn't want to take away from the buzz of Christie's with Curio Cards. So, and that's why we're launching now post. But, this has been in the works since April this year. So it's been 7 months going. And we're very excited to continue the journey and work with, the OGs, and then over time to bring in additional lesser known artists. But, here today, we want to celebrate the work that they've done, which is amazing. And I'm sure I'm biased when I say that, but hopefully the community will like it too. But I mean, already they are selling, and very, very excited, and look forward to this journey. But I think, we have to pay the respect to the artists, because that's what it's all about.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And Thomas, what's your sort of high level for people who are down in the audience who may not necessarily be familiar with everything? We'd love to hear from you as the original CEO of Curio Cards. Incredible journey to this point. Love your thoughts on that as it leads into this, and this as it relates to what's gonna happen going forward.
Well, sure. When we first started Curio Cards, there wasn't a template for what an NFT was. We had to kind of invent this idea of a blockchain collectible. So when we took it to Rhett, the programmer, he had to just make his own choices about what these Curio Cards were going to be. So we launched them, and we had shows like this on YouTube. And about the same, we'd kind of get out there and we'd say, hey, we made some new cards. Does anyone want to buy them? And there's these great shows with Travis and I trying to pitch each one of these cards to the audience. And in 2017, with our blockchain collectibles, we were just too early. There wasn't anyone to buy them except really our friend Robeck. Our friend Robeck loved the cards. He made art to support us. He made fan art, and then he made cards number 21, 22, and 23. So we were always indebted to Robeck's support. But other than Robeck and Moon and Kian and a couple of early people, we didn't have a big support in the beginning. And then, like you said, the project kind of drifted apart. We went on to work for other companies. Rhett went on to other jobs. Like, we got business and stuff. So, but then 4 years later, these NFTs start taking off, and I'm like, I'm a little hurt at first. I'm like, I remember those. We made some really early ones of those. And I kind of thought that if they were real, people would really like our early ones, right? I was like, eventually, somehow, this big mass of people that started collecting these blockchain collectibles, like I always thought, like I liked collecting things. I have baseball cards and posters and movies and music and records and all this kind of stuff. And I understand what it's like to, complete your set of something or to have an incomplete set. And I think all these NFTs kind of scratch that itch a little bit. So I was just sitting out there. I was like, when are they going to find Curio cards? When are they going to find Curio cards? And somehow somebody happened on that vending machine and they were like, I think there's still some cards in here. It's kind of like they're shaking it. And they're like, I wonder what's inside. And they sent their Ethereum in, they got cards. And instead of just buying them all, and I love this about the Curio cards community, instead of buying them all, they told other people that they could also buy them, and they kind of shared the wealth. And sure, I'm sure a lot of people bought some early cards, but they shared it. And then it came onto our radar, and they started the Discord and the community and the wrapper, and they made it so that you could buy and sell them. And eventually, somehow that attracted Christie's. And it was just so cool to see it in Christie's and have that big sale. And for the co-founder of Ethereum, I'm going to mess his name, Taylor Gehring, I think. I'm pretty close. For him to purchase it was just a real thrill, and it was really cool. But the whole time when we'd started the original cards, our goal was to make 100 of them as a test. And we made the first 30, and people were already pretty burnt out. They're telling me, we don't want to make any more cards. We want to do other stuff, and we want to go talk to VCs and that kind of thing. So we kind of stopped making cards, and that was not really my choice. I wanted to keep making cards. So I'm really glad that we're making cards again. And like Rick said, while we are starting with the familiar Curio artists here, Luis, Crypto Pop, Daniel Friedman, and Marisol Vengas, what this gives us now that we're making new cards, not only are there affordable cards that you can get as Curio cards, which has become a problem recently. You just can't get any affordable Curio cards below like $1,000. Also, we have the opportunity to bring new artists in. And that's what the original program and the original idea was about. It wasn't supposed to be just artists that I knew, my friends and stuff. It was supposed to branch out to the wider world. And especially in the world you look at now, sure, there's lots of ways for artists to make their own NFTs. And I support that 100%. But if the artists could work together in kind of a magazine format where they each give out a couple of pieces as Curio Cards Plus every once in a while, get that advertising, work together with other artists, I think we can spread the word about cool NFTs and people that want to collect them. I think it's a great place to start. So I think it's a really exciting project, and I hope people will stay tuned and keep a track of what we're up to.
Beautiful, beautiful. This is a question for you and for Rick, and then we'll get to the artist. I'm new to the space, and I would say I'm like an advanced beginner, or maybe an intermediate beginner, or maybe a beginner. But my observation is I love it, and as an artist, I think it represents so multi-dimensional opportunities. One of the things that still sort of, I don't want to say bedevil's me, but I really do think it's important is scaling the casual buyer, what would be the casual buyer in other marketplaces. And I'd love to capture your thoughts, because onboarding people into the space is different from getting from where we are right now, which is still early adopters, to mass adoption. And I would love your thoughts, Thomas and Rick, on what you guys are doing. And I mean the people who would buy collectibles but are semantically stonewalled when they hear NFT. There's that semantic disconnect. And I'm not casting aspersions. It's a challenge to be overcome. But I think there's a much greater universe of people out there who could go on Mintable, say, with their Visa and bid on stuff, but they don't even know about it, or they think it's just too hard. I don't want to deal. I'm not into crypto. I don't have a wallet. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, first, I think we have to get over this right-click save idea. And yes, you can definitely right-click save anything you want. I've done it. I've put them into Photoshops. I've reused them. I think it's important. I think it's one of the best features of the internet is right-click save. So I'm totally in favor of that. But this other idea, if you think about a digital artist, if my friend who's like a painter, if he finishes painting a painting and he walks away, he's like, I'm putting no more paint on that painting. it is done. He has a painting that he can sell. It's pretty cool. But if you think about my friend Philippe, who's a digital artist, when he finishes one of his Photoshops, he doesn't have an original to sell. So this NFT gives him a way to kind of sell an original if he wants to do a one of one, or in the case of Curio Cards Plus and original Curio cards, to sell what we thought of as like digital signed prints. And you know how it is when, like, I mean, I can't afford original art, right? But sometimes I can afford a print, like a poster, and the person signed it and they number it, like 1 of 1,000 or whatever, 1 of 500, right? And it's kind of cool. It's like I own something that the artist touched. I have this connection now with the artist. And that's what the NFTs are, is they're kind of like collecting autographed books. Like I might never get to meet that artist or that writer, and sometimes they're even dead, but they've signed this book. And in that way, when an artist makes an NFT in this modern world, they're signing that print. So once people get into that idea where they're like, okay, I'm collecting his signature, and a lot of it, you have to be a super fan. You have to be capable of super fandom. Like, I mean, my favorite band is REM. So I collect REM stuff. I got posters and whatever, right? So if they put out some new REM NFTs, right, I'd have to buy them even if I don't know anything about NFTs. So just in that way, my friend was telling me about how he saw some art at like an art show. He's like walking by and he's like, for whatever reason, I like that mountain. And he talked to the artist, and the artist's like, yeah, if art's kind of that way. If you like it, you should probably buy it because that's the art that speaks to you. So for everyone else, once you get over that right click thing, which was, again, we've had this with Bitcoin. People had to get over the whole Bitcoin is for drugs or that kind of thing. We have these major stumbles, but once we get over those, I think it becomes a matter of finding the art that you like. Like if you look at these three pieces and you're like, okay, I like cartoons, I'm into that first one. I like abstract pieces. I like the second one. I like abstract pieces with color. I like the third one. And if you look at the original Curio card set, we had the parody logos, we had the original 1 through 10 pieces, and we had all these different types of art. And I think the same thing for NFTs. Maybe your favorite artist isn't into NFTs yet. Maybe your favorite football player isn't in yet, but they're going to get in. And when they get in and it flashes by your screen and it says, buy a Kiss icon, buy a Kendrick Lamar icon, buy a Weekend icon, whatever it's going to be, whoever your star is, I think it's going to be huge. So I think in this state, I think artists need to keep making more NFTs. Curio cards needs to keep making more NFTs. And if we just make more and then just celebrate them, like give them to a friend if you find some cheap ones and get them started on a collection. Because it's just like when you were collecting cards, your friend didn't have a binder and he didn't have plastic sheets and a box full of cards when it started, right? You gave him some cards. So I think in that way, the friendliness of the community and the ability of lower priced cards to get people in, because it is a little like art collecting, is a little like print collecting. You do kind of get something for it sometimes. But yeah, it's all about the right art piece to the right person. So Eric, which art piece brought you into NFTs? Were you drawn by a crypto punk or a toad or a whale, or was there anything that caught your eye?
General. Yeah, no, dude, it was general awareness. There wasn't a specific piece, and I was aware of what was happening, and it wasn't the money per se. Without mentioning the now cliched big outside sales, for me, I'm a writer, and so what I understood, and kudos to Rick, who's been sort of my avatar into blockchain and crypto, period. But what I intuitively understood was here was a tool of empowerment. So for me, it was the paradigm shift of, wow, okay, content can be monetized. The project that I'm working on, not to show my stuff, but just to talk, since you asked, is I wrote a novel and I can relate. Publishing is vicious now, even digital publishing, because it's dominated by Amazon and their sort of DK algorithm model. So for me, my thought process was, well, I have visual assets that are associated with the book. They have a life that exists separate from the book itself, as well as the content. And so NFTs are an opportunity for me to get that to an audience, because I think that's what every artist wants to do first and foremost. We all want to be embraced. We want people to see our work. But then also, here's a different way to monetize it. So that's the answer for me. Yeah, cool. Yeah, man.
So I think unpacking what Tom says a little more. I think in the early days of Bitcoin, we all kind of remember that it was super hard to buy Bitcoin, to get on an exchange, and I think with NFTs, even though we're in wave 2.0, it's kind of the same thing. We're still nascent. I mean, there's only, depending on which numbers you listen to, 20,000, 50,000 buyers at the moment, but there's more people that want to buy than there are artists. So I think we're still early. It's going to evolve. It's going to continue to get better. And then hopefully the artists themselves can also be rewarded. I don't mean to get people's rich. But if that happens too, that's also great. But I think it's just to get discovered, and especially since, in different parts of the world right now, people are still dealing with potentially COVID or lockdowns, this and that. And so it's really hard in this time to basically even try to get your work out there. And I think NFTs and Clubhouse and Twitter Spaces has given that medium for people to launch or to do side hustle or just to get by. Because I have other friends that are artists, and they basically said, yeah, before I was making an okay living at displaying at galleries and then teaching art, and then with all the shutdowns, they can't teach art and nobody's going to galleries. So now they're wanting to get into NFTs. And so, I hope that we can help them in some way. So back to you, E.
Yeah, and just to follow up, if your question, Thomas, is aesthetic, like where are my aesthetics? I like Emily Lazar, like not that what she does is the end all be all, but for obvious reasons, I see a parallel to what I'm trying to accomplish. And then there's an up and coming young artist of color named Light God. You should check him out. I dig his stuff, but there's so much stuff out there. I'm very humble. I'm not an aficionado, so I don't presume to sort of say, oh, this is the definitive piece. And I'm actually very, very loath to even mention because I still feel like I'm learning, right? My aesthetic, it takes time to sort of develop an aesthetic. And I have tremendous admiration for everyone that's in the space. So I think that's a good way maybe to segue to the artist, because we're talking about art and sort of creative sensibilities. Max, yeah, I mean, since we're a small and concentrated group, and these are the best conversations. What's up? What's good? Let's hear where you are, where your headspace is. I'm operating under the presumption that everyone here is aware of who you are. Yeah. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about what your experience is like, journey from sort of origin story to where you are right now.
Oh man, yeah, I'll keep introduction short for sure. Yeah, so I have a background with fine art. I've been in Bitcoin since like pretty much day one, like command line days of Bitcoin. I have a background in making social engagement in art. So that was like the art that was most interesting to me when I studied it in school. So I'm actually, went to art school, studied fine art, was more drawn towards community interaction in art. That led me in 2007 to make my own currency system, and it became, I would say it was a pretty successful project. It led me into getting into Bitcoin extremely early, but not as an investor. I found it out from a group of a group of friends that were sending this email list around, and it was pretty wild. I literally thought it was a joke, even after it was listed on the exchange. But anyway, yeah. So fast forward, I've worked on countless community crypto projects, and from different aspects, bounties and things like that. I've consulted in the space almost full time for about 3 years now, and yeah, with actually I work primarily with a product called Alien Worlds, and I work with different block producers on delegated proof of stake blockchains, and just heavily involved in the space. I'm really interested in how collectibles can be used in other methods. Besides just setting them on the shelf and having friends check them out when they come over. I think the the use cases of these things can supersede that type of collectible where they do provide ways of interfacing with different communities. Like, so if you look at like the game Alien Worlds, we have the most number used of NFTs out there. By far the most transfers for NFTs. I think we have around like 11 million in-game assets that are used, all of which are NFTs. Fee-less transfer. I think I wish I had the exact number of players, but I'm guessing it's around like 300,000 daily users. Brings it up to the number one blockchain usage, probably more than any other blockchain. Just that single game itself, at least daily users and number of transactions. So if you want to look at where NFTs are going, and definitely take a closer look at that. And the prime functionality of that game is to be this like didactic tool for teaching people about DAOs. And so it's a subversive method of how they got to that point, because originally that company was making software for DAOs, and but it was one of these cart before the horse situations, very similar to Curio cards. Like, people weren't ready to accept it, and a couple other factors made it difficult for people to understand why it was so relevant at the time. But so these guys made a game, and in the game there's this type of token distribution event. You're mining these tokens, and then you can earn NFTs and earn these other tokens. But it's all to direct people to these concepts of decentralized autonomous communities, and how to leverage these multi-signature accounts to determine who should be allowed to access funds. And anyway, so that's what I'm just so grateful to be able to work on that, and bring a decade of knowledge to that project. And helping out with Curio Plus has been super rewarding, and it's just amazing to just to connect with these artists with Curio cards. Like, I never thought this would ever happen. It's truly like super bizarre. I've been waking up every morning and like, this is my reality, is like being a successful artist. And like, I never thought that was possible. I mean, I have an art studio. I've ran an art studio for over a decade. But the type of art I do doesn't make money. It's like more engaging in a community. You're essentially teaching people like about art. You're having them do some artistic process, bridging the gap and making them feel part of being an artist, versus being like, I'm an artist and you're not an artist, and here's something on a wall that you can't afford. And so I'm more interested in making art accessible. And that's actually, it's literally a type of art, like social practice, social engagement. You can get a degree in them. You can get a master's degree in it now. So it's really cool to see how, these tools that make art making hyper accessible, in some ways is really awesome, and in other ways, changes the roles of what artists are now. And so I think making these things more accessible to the masses is the pinnacle of what it means to be an artist. Like, how do you curate an experience versus say, well, what's up with this like weird pattern on the wall? It's like, well, that's expensive, and then that's where the conversation ends. It's much better when you are directing people making that weird pattern, and why, what is their experience, and like being on the same level as the artist versus being separated from that artwork and being separated from the artist. So anyway, those are the themes I'm into. The direction of where this is going is really awesome. Truly honored and feel privileged to be part of this community.
Massive, man, massive. Sort of building on your point and also linking it to Thomas, I think in addition to the right-click save as and what you were saying, there is such a need to teach people what art is, the centrality of art to our species. I'm talking about going back to the caves of Lascaux. So those huge iconic cave paintings that were actually religious reference points, spiritual, sort of psychedelic. Everyone thinks that they thought, oh, they're just painting the animals. But now the latest understanding is that this was their large format sort of iconographic entertainment. But the function that it fulfilled was something central to affirming what it meant to be human. And to your last point, what's so sad to me is to see art reduced to art as product. It's gone through all these different permutations. Art as product through the Renaissance, you had to have patrons. You were still handmade into the church or rich people. And I think one of the most important things that you could do and everyone can do, hopefully through crypto, is to open people's eyes to their imagination, to the understanding of what art really is supposed to represent as a personal experience, and as a way to access an alternate reality. Daniel, your thoughts?
Thanks, everybody. Really interesting. So I'll give an intro, and then I'll give a thought on NFTs in general, and then talk about Curio. So my name is Daniel Friedman, and I'm a researcher and artist in California. So NFTs in general, so especially just all the perspectives people have been saying, and what you'll hear elsewhere in this space, like it's exciting to think about how NFTs could play a role in different kinds of communities. And so that's art communities, which exist in the real world, believe it or not, as well as multimedia communities that include like images and then animations and games, and then also that kind of social and narrative art that Max was referring to. And then also beyond art, NFTs are going to have impact in areas like research and governance, and just so many areas we don't even know yet. So it's 2021. It's very early, and if people are creative and they see the opportunity, it's just interesting times. So that's the kind of general NFT note. Then for Curio, of course, only speaking for myself, despite moving the pen to the 2017 cards, 24, 25, 26, it's really a distributed community, like a blockchain. So that's what's so cool about the blockchain. There's the digital part, and then there's the community and the values part. And then that's cool to hear from the people involved in this project, that includes like supporting artists of all kind. And then just to give like a personal note for why the supporting artists really matters. So I was, of course, very lucky to connect with the Curio team ever. And it's funny because I was so physically close. I was living in Palo Alto, California, like a few train stops, literally going to the same bars in San Francisco as these Bitcoin meetups were, interested in the space and just didn't overlap. So that was 2017, where even to be in the space in terms of your behavior, you still might not cross paths with something that could be really important. And now it's really different. It hasn't been that long. So I'm just really grateful to the people who have already played a role in the Curioverse. And I wish this project and the community big success and ideas.
Very cool. Very cool. So we've got some people down in the audience. Miriam and C. Does anybody have a question? Does anyone want to sort of interact with amazing folks up here? And I would encourage everyone to take advantage of the opportunity to the greatest extent possible. Please, we want to make this robust and interactive. If you have a
I did
question,
invite them. I think they're a little shy, so I think if they just want to listen, they said.
Got it. Okay. All good. Fair enough. Well, I mean, it's a small band of folks who are obviously all familiar with each other. So I kind of defer to you on what you want to do with the time that we have.
Hey, Mary.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I just picked this up a little, like, not exactly at 12:30, so I may have missed a few things. But I had a question about, for Max and Daniel, like, I just love the contrast. They're both, like, such amazing pieces. What your overall process creating those cards, or at least this very specific card? What was your process doing it?
I could take that. Oh man, the series that I made was called Marisol Vengus, and it's also a pseudonym, an alias, and it represents a lot of things for me. But the that project at the time started when I was in school, and I had some very significant difficulties in selling art and framing the type of art that I wanted to do, which was more community based and less hierarchical based, in the sense that the institution that I was part of, they would want us to have a certain show in a certain medium to demonstrate competency, but also to kind of show off what is being produced at at the school. So I think I had some problems with that type of thinking, because with their model of information or their education, the way they would educate the students was based around you pick one of your mediums: sculpture, printmaking, drawing, painting, or electronic art. That was a new one back then. And I'm like, wait a second, like, why would I go and like pick a medium and then put all my ideas into the medium, right? And I truly had a problem with that. So I started realizing, like, to be and I wanted to be an artist. Like, I really did. I went to school to learn that and how to be it. And then I found out that I'm like, oh, well, this is just part of being an artist. This isn't being an artist. This is not like the path to that. So I started working on ideas or working on projects where it was primarily an idea. And then I'd pick the best tools for the job, versus the other way around. Like, here's the tools. Now you have to build stuff with those tools, the only tools you have. And I mean, that has it's important to study that way and learn that way as well. But anyway, so I started focusing on different types of art, and coming up with kind of my own mediums and my own processes of how to communicate these concepts. With that series in particular, and very specifically, it was one of my first projects where I got people doing tasks together, and one of them was like coloring in these buildings. The actual content is really irrelevant in this to me. It's more about the experience, this performative nature, this performative action of people doing things collaboratively and connecting through that process. So that's where that series comes from. I was kind of indifferent about what the actual imagery was. I'll just kind of say it again in other words. But so the buildings were something like, there's a large quantity of them I could find available on the internet. There's a large quantity of these like plants, and I came up with this algorithm to essentially how we could make these as a group. And so over a period of a few weeks, I produced the first body of work of where people felt like they could come in, they could hang out at the coffee shop, they could color on some of these. Most people didn't care like about the greater vision or the greater thing. They just wanted to hang out and be part of something. And we would talk about like what art is or what it isn't, and and if someone asked, I would say, oh yeah, like this is part of like this algorithmic body of work that I'm creating, and so anyway, so I basically kind of crowdsourced the pieces of it, and with keeping in mind, like at some point I would automate this process and make it somewhat autonomous, so I could just mass produce these things. So people were acting kind of like cogs in the wheel, and I acted more of like a stage director of sorts. And people come up with better ideas to color them in. So coloring them in was just one part of it. Figuring out how to print them out in a way where they weren't too saturated was another process. Finding materials was another process. all the way through assembly. And yeah, and then I had a bunch of other projects and other aliases in parallel. This wasn't like a major body of work or anything. But yeah, in that process that went on for about, I think I did 6 versions over like approximately like 1 every year, or almost in some cases 2 a year. And I do coffee shop shows in where I live in Chico, and then also in San Francisco, and also in Portland, Oregon. And yeah, those became kind of these this decentralized entity show where the viewer was as much as a participant as the artist that created. And I thought that was really an important theme back then to develop. In this latest series, I followed a lot of the same practices in making those. I had a group of people helping me out, but this time I paid them a lot of money, an hourly rate to actually produce these things. And throughout the process, we came up with some methods of determining what the best works were. And these are what was submitted to Curio Plus. So we objectively came up with a metric out of 116 pieces. I think originally it started out 133, and then we actually had to like remove some from the process that got destroyed. So ended up with 116 individual works, and then to Curio Plus, we picked out a handful of them that we thought were objectively the best. And so yeah, that's what you see today. Anyway, that was really long-winded. Apologize for taking a long time, but yeah, there you go.
Thanks, Max. Pretty interesting. Didn't know about that detail with the subsetting. Well, I guess it makes sense because I knew that each one was a big finite set. So I guess this will be a little different perspective because the art for 32 was just hand drawn with pen on paper, and it's kind of a simple rules, complex outcomes situation, like trying to imagine what might have happened. I don't know what to draw. Okay, start with a little oval. Okay, more ovals, and then just adding more patterns, deciding whether it makes sense to stop at a certain radius or go all the way out to the full page, and then just, that's the fun thing about pen. You can't undo it, so either just stop or add a little more. So then it kind of looked like a mitochondria, which gave me the title, like the part of the cell. So that's just a little funny, probably subliminal or archetypal component, but yeah, it's a hand drawing.
I got a question for you, Daniel. How does your research influence your artwork, or vice versa? Like, how has your artwork influenced your research?
Great question. I would ask the same of you. So I'll give the first thought. That was always an interesting area to explore, like art and science. And they meet in so many different ways. One area that was really fun to think about and probably influenced a lot is like thinking about the scientific writing, like prose. People write, that's art, poetry, and prose, novels, fiction, etc. And then the figures are like images, and they have numbers. And in the open science ecosystem, people are talking about making NFTs of papers now and making the NFT of the figure. But even before this whole technology enabling that, it's kind of like the space between what's a scientific graphic and what's an art piece is blurry. Really old science textbooks and stuff, the alchemy and the geometry and the natural history, just really beautiful art. So it's a super fun area to explore. And yeah, I'm curious on what anyone else thinks, but it's a cool area between science and art.
You should call it the eukaryotic drop. I love it.
Nice.
I mean, just hearing what you guys are saying makes me think so much about the nature, once again, the nature of how art is interfacing with us as a species. The velocity of content that's out there. It very much feels like art is now a process more so than an end product. And I think maybe that's another conceptual disconnect for a lot of people, above and beyond the right click save as. I think, and maybe to some extent, I'm guilty of this. There are people who demographically or just psychographically are conditioned to think of, okay, there's the end product. It's on the wall. It's on the pedestal. And it's very challenging to think about an algorithmically generated, collaboratively created, constantly evolving thing. I mean, I'm down and I'm into it, but I think that might be, that therein lies the opportunity. But I think for a lot of people, that might be something that is hard for them to kind of connect to. Not that it's a problem. I have no stance on it. It's going where it's going to go. But I'm fascinated by it. But I wonder if that's a challenge.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, we're I try not trying to speak in like blanket terms, but we've as a society we move towards product driven culture. I really believe we inherit the characteristics of our environment and the mediums we consume. So if you go to the store, you see a bunch of shit on some shelves, and you see that day in and day out, like you start taking on a lot of those properties and what you think is like socially acceptable and what is what you think is okay. And I think that causes some problems, especially when you're trying to communicate themes that are beyond just stuff for sale. And as an artist, I struggled with it. I mean, I've had to make choices where I'm like, do I just make pretty things that I put over people's fireplaces that match their whatever, or do I am I trying to optimize for more like philosophical output where I deal with these major themes in society? And I think there can be a balance if you're really lucky. I mean, I've had so many people contact me like, what is your art about? I was extremely drawn to it. I've had art collectors come to me and say, hey, I did a deep dive in this Curio series and you're an artist. You're like legitimately an artist. Like, I want to know more about your process. And I'm like, holy crap. Like, this is like insane to actually have people ask me about my art. Like, this is amazing that I can be here and share some of these more complex themes that I've been dealing with, because I'm not just trying to sell stuff. Like, I've made specific works that talk about that and, deal with economy and, making my own currency as a parody of, and things like that. I've gone down those paths, but, ultimately I want to make art have an impactful lesson that people are going to perpetually think about. And I want to make things that add value to people's lives, that go beyond just something that, is based on stimulation. Like they get a certain reaction out of it and then that's it. And it's like, no, I don't want to just make stuff. Like that's kind of like the downfall of society, when everyone's just buying things because of some stimulation they're getting out of it. Like, want to, add perpetual value in other ways. So.
I give a thought because that was really interesting, Max. And great question too. How does conceptual art become made accessible? And first, I just wrote down like reality. Almost all conceptual art fails to have impact or value because we don't hear about the 99% of local artists and truly throughout all of history. So that's why it's really lucky and important for those who do have that kind of visibility. And then Max brought up the point about how there's a movement from the artistic to the commercial. So even putting aside all these failed conceptual art projects, it's kind of like Warhol and the Campbell soup and painting going from like a craft in a previous time or just an integral part of life to something that becomes commercialized and then also becomes like ephemeralized, like turned into vapor in a digital sense. And then I was thinking, wow, that is kind of a concept that not everybody will get at the same time or the same way. But then one way to think about it is like the NFTs, it's just an acronym, ATM, NFT, it's just 3 letters. And then in the context of the changes that are going to happen for Web3, it's going to give new ways to talk about the value, identity, privacy. So a lot of people are unhappy with Web2 and certain platforms. And then there'll be new platforms that will have not just like plain NFT swapping and trading. That's the market for sure. That's what we have. But all the stuff people are talking about, and that I really hope that this project and other projects can build, which is like an accessible entry point, because it'll make sense. You don't need to know the smart contract if it makes sense that it's a ticket to a conference. So then that will just make sense. It'll be part of a bigger picture that also includes the thoughts of Max and so many other artists who we'll hear from in the future.
Yeah, definitely.
Daniel,
a lot
do you
to
think
unpack.
that? Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I said definitely a lot to unpack, and 100% agree. So I think we're all still early, and as different utilities come upon, us, and we're involved with it, I think it's a very exciting time. But also with art, getting back to art, I think the other thing too that, whether it's digital art or a piece of music, I mean, you look at it and it brings out, or a book, I mean, it brings out a feeling or an emotion, and, it can make you very happy, or some pieces make you very sad or make you think. And, that, I think that's priceless. And so, and I, love that part of the journey, because I used to be an artist, but retired now. So I used to do photography, and hence the nickname. And so I respect the artist, because I know how hard it was, because I did it for over a decade, and, made very little money from it. It was I did get published, but a lot of times, people say, oh, we want your piece. And sometimes it's $100. Very rarely was it $1,000, but it certainly couldn't pay rent.
Yeah, another thing that I truly I love about the NFT space is that just being able to bring friends into it and teach them how to make their own NFTs, and give those out in their community, just leverage their community value, and and that's ultimately why any of these crypto tokens or NFTs have any value, is that it's a representation of the actual value within those communities. So I've onboarded dozens of artists to mint their own NFTs just to give out as rewards and prizes, and just thank yous to their existing patrons, and they love it. Like, they start asking more questions, like, oh, could I use these for this, or could I make an art piece with NFTs that turn on the artwork when the patrons near it, or something. Like, I'm getting there's so many more ideas that I've never could have thought of, unless I introduced these into artists. So but yeah, it's the theme that I was going to address is just like the media running with like the high ticket items almost distracts from the the potential or the possibility of like where this could go in society. And it comes up in small group settings like this, like, oh man, like we know there's potential, we know there's like major use cases of this, but that doesn't come to the foreground. It's still that base level sensory response to the dollar amount of like, oh yeah, these were sold for all this, and it's just that's really frustrating to me. And I get pinged every day about someone like, oh, do you see this NFT? It's sold for this or sold for that. I'm like, oh man, there's so many other things to talk about there. But yeah, it's kind of a problem in some ways, but it also introduces people, that high ticket value introduces people into the concept, and certain percentages go down the rabbit hole and extend the functionality of these NFTs, and where they could end up.
Sadly, that is the currency. Sort of double reference there too in our society. I mean, if you want to get people's attention, it's the ticket price, or how many people watch the Netflix show. Everyone's going crazy about Squid Game, which is an interesting entertainment, but the reason why it's getting all this attention is because the numbers that it's pulled. So I think, again, therein lies the challenge, therein lies the opportunity. It feels to me like the work that you're doing, Max, is so important. There needs to be more proselytization of people who don't know. How do you have like sort of a set process for onboarding people, or does it vary depending upon where they are
in their understanding? Have you kind of developed a methodology on it?
Yeah. For NFTs for sure. I mean, I've onboarded people to crypto since like as soon as we got away from command line on Bitcoin, like so as soon as those first desktop wallets came out, I was like onboarding people there, which was an absolute nightmare. And lost most of their funds and all sorts of other terrible things. But I started getting successful onboarding. Actually, I haven't been successful too much with Ethereum. I've gotten very few people on there. I've given like dozens and dozens of lessons, serious long lessons on how to use it, but I wouldn't say those were successful. Most of the success is around those like delegated proof of stake blockchains. It's just super easy to go on. You don't need to have the token to send out the token, so you can actually have someone else delegate resources to use on those accounts. And then with NFTs onboarding, the most success I've had isn't on Ethereum. Once again, it's mostly with Wax blockchain, where it can provide people claim links to give them a free NFT, and it doesn't cost them anything to receive it. They set up an account for free, so I think the future of where things are going, we won't have these unreasonable expectations of the user to like have to have the token to receive another token, and like a lot of these are just based on more developer preferences, I feel like, than actual user needs. So yeah, I think that's where I found success in onboarding users is these I would say they're like third gen or fourth gen blockchains. They're more a lot lighter on the user. It doesn't take as much of a demand for them to understand what's going on.
And what the obvious reasons behind the Ethereum issue, like sort of the price and other challenges? Why such a low yield there?
The price. I think people have a lot of fears to having responsibility in holding their own funds. I mean, the gas is like the biggest obvious one. I've seen a lot of people mess up a couple times and they just don't get on it ever again. Like I've seen people send NFTs to like Coinbase accounts or like there's just all sorts of like horror stories there that are deter people from regular usability. I really think you have to be in a certain technical space to be able to utilize Ethereum-based blockchains, and even Bitcoin too. It's getting easier, but yeah, had a lot of difficulty there.
Was in a spaces yesterday, somebody talking about something to your point about making mistakes in the Toad community had bought a piece for 50 ETH. Don't know where they got the money. Wanted to sell it for 125. Made a mistake and listed it at 12.5 ETH. Somebody else actually bought it in the Toad community. Said, "Hey, no, you didn't mean to do this. Here it is." Gave it back to them. But that's, I'm sure, a rarity.
Yeah, that's oh man. Yeah, I mean, there's other stories I've heard about people sending an insane amount of Ethereum, and then the block producer who picked it up just like sent it back to them, like, yeah, you didn't mean to do that. So there's good souls in this space for sure.
Those are good stories. Daniel, I think you were going to say something. We're not. But what if again? I have this E-Day fix on for my own interest. People that are complete neophytes that they're interested. They won't admit that they are because they're afraid of being made to feel ignorant. How do we get these people? People that literally don't. They're technologically capable. They're financially capable, but they're not engaging. What is the way forward there? Yeah, I don't know if I have the secret sauce to that, but I think.
Oh, go ahead.
You know, I think their friends are getting into it. So, like, you know, when Tom was saying about whether it's, you know, baseball cards or records or sneaker collections, if they hear about it and say, hey, can you tell me about this? And it's sharing and, you know, being able to get in an entry. So, you know, when you're buying something, you know, it's not, oh, it's $2,000 to get in. It's, oh, it's $150, which, you know, these days, you know, when you know, back in the day when you went to school and you bought a pair of, let's say, Stan Smiths, they used to be like $20 and now it's almost 100. But, you know, it's just, you know, money's not worth what it used to be. And hence getting into crypto, but also I think it's actually flipped to NFTs in Wave 2.0 are getting people into NFTs, but also getting people into crypto quickly because they want to get NFTs, so they have to use crypto. Although, you know, there's some platforms now that are allowing credit cards and whatnot. So I think it's still going to take time, but we're still very early. So I think, you know, probably by 2022, still in Wave 2.0, that things will happen quicker and more organically. But it's a very exciting time to be here, but it's still going to take time and there's still going to be different iterations. But sorry to interrupt you, Max. I'll give the mic back to you.
Oh no, that got me going down an interesting path. Though. No, I'm glad you said that. There's so many comical things about this time of like, well, when is it, you know, when are people going to find out about this? Like, there's some funny things there. So when people are talking about these things, like we're talking about these things, I feel like there's this analogy of like we're talking about like the pipe fittings to the underground workings of a city. Like we're talking about like the copper pipes, like the lead, you know, they use to solder the pipes together. We're talking about the brand of the company that made the pipes, and you know, like the end users like isn't going to care and doesn't care. So I think that's how far we are away. So if we start seeing things where like, you know, your punch card that you use to get your coffee with, that gives you like when you buy the 12 free coffees, get a free coffee. When that becomes like an app and we don't even think of it as being NFTs, but we're still benefiting from those pipes underground, like if you take it apart and you're an engineer and you're like, oh yeah, they're using NFT technology for that. Like I feel we're at that phase where we're transitioning to, you know, building actual, you know, scaffolding for the city. We're still like, you know, burying the pipes and figuring out like what are the optimal things to put through them and how that works. I feel like we're, in some regard, we're really close to building that city and starting to not even think about how the pipes work. I mean, most of us don't even know what material the pipes are made out of. You know, that's how much infrastructure has been built in our society. You know, we don't even know how engines work. We don't even. I mean, some people do. Some of us nerds for sure. But so I think we're at that level. You know, we're going to see it. Like it's going to be quick. We'll see NFTs for sure be the first use case of crypto mass adoption. It's not going to be in payments. I mean, that's kind of given at this point. Just seeing like the actual number of users that use NFTs in games versus the actual number of users that are sending crypto payments, it's kind of a joke. It's like 1000x or something. Like it's way more. So I think, it just takes time, but I think we'll see mass adoption. Definitely, you know, next, like Rick was saying, next a year, 2 years, like we're going to see some really crazy unexpected use cases, and those will probably be the first use case. Daniel was talking about research using NFT. We'll see unexpected, unexpected paths there for sure.
No, absolutely. I think unpacking more what you're saying is it's kind of like in the early days when people, you know, were getting on the internet and they're like, nobody's going to put their credit card on the internet. And the app store, there was one or two apps, and like, who's going to want to use an app? What is an app? And now you don't even think about it. And so at some point, it's going to be the technology is going to go away or be buried. You're not going to maybe even use the term NFT. It's just going to be it's art. it's a collectible, it's cards, or it's for gaming, or it's a utility for verification or identity and other things that, we can't even think of because, innovation just happens so quickly. So that's why it's exciting. But at times for us, we've been in it for a little bit. You're just kind of waiting for the next step. But in the meantime, it's also a lot of fun and there's challenges. It's all the above.
Can I add a thought on that? Is my microphone back?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think also related to making NFTs accessible and keeping an open mind for what they can do, it's like we can focus on what they do and what outcomes they lead to. Like, this is just a high integrity supply chain, or this is a paper with a pre-registered hypothesis. And then the technological details, it's a rabbit hole because it's on a computer and you can go all the way to the processor. It's like very technical. So it's always going to be layers that we just don't personally understand. And then giving out NFTs, especially if there's an infusion of attention into the space, giving out a tenth, we pay more in taxes. So giving out a small amount and giving back like so many community participants and artists do is like a huge part of the total hopeful ethos, and that will bring people in as well.
Well, one of my thoughts way back in the day, when we were first making MP3s on the command line, is that MP3s were amazing. And I was like, how can we get MP3s to everyone? And I'd go around telling people how they could compress their WAV files to MP3s, and you could store 10 CDs on one CD, and what amazing technology it was. But none of that actual evangelism or anything like that worked. And we all thought, we were like, well, maybe we need a player, like a little iPod, a little like player thing. Maybe we need a desktop player like iTunes. Maybe we need Napster where people could share music. Maybe we need iTunes music sales. Maybe we need Spotify streaming music. But it turns out it was all of these things at the same time, and everyone just accepted MP3. And no one talks about it anymore. They don't talk about piracy or any of those things. They just download it from iTunes. You do Apple Music, or you do Spotify or Amazon Music, or whatever your service is, and you just get music as a service now, and everything changed. So in the same way with NFTs, I don't know that we can really go to our cousin's house and say, you need to buy these collectibles, or go to our friend at work and be like, have you bought your, new CryptoPunk yet? Do you have your icons set? Like, it's not really going to be that kind of a thing. I think that, like with the art, when people see something that they need, they'll figure out how to get it. Like recently, Topps, the classic baseball card company, started selling baseball cards on wax. And, I'm computer literate. I know how to use things, but I didn't know how to use wax, right? I had to go learn and read a couple files and send some stuff around and make mistakes and learn things like everybody else. But the reason that I went out there and learned wax is because I saw these baseball cards and I was like, I got to try those out, digital baseball cards. So it just has to hit that chord with people where, maybe the pixel art didn't get them, but maybe they're into Tron and somebody comes out with Tron type pixel art and they're like, oh, that's the thing I have to have. And that will cause them to learn about it. And the other way it'll happen is the way things are happening now with Bitcoin and the Lightning Network. If you look at a program like Strike or Cash App, you don't know that you're using Bitcoin, right? The rails of you sending around payments is not your concern as a user. But behind the scenes, Lightning Network, Bitcoin, NFTs, all these things are happening. And you're just playing some video game and you're collecting swords. And then pretty soon you can use the swords in the new version of the video game. And ideally, opposing video game groups will start using the same NFTs, the same property for different things. Maybe if you have Curio cards 1 through 5, your character is invincible for 3 seconds. Stuff like this where the overlapping usage for these things, because no one really owns these digital signatures once they're out there. If you want to say you need a card 32 to get into my chat room, you can do that, and you don't even have to be the owner or the creator of card 32. You can just say this signature is required if you want to chat. So I think stuff like that, where it overlaps, where a ticket stub from a concert gives you a superpower in a video game, or a song that you downloaded gives you the ability to get a Curio card or a baseball card or something that relates to the song. it's that cross connections that we haven't seen yet. Everybody's built their own little silos, but they're not overlapping yet.
Oh man, and yeah, just to add on to that, and I've said this a few times in different instances, but we've seen like different types of collectors, like in the real world. You know, you have some collectors that are like, think about like the kids on the playground. You had kids that are like have the binders, and they like, you know, they show everyone their collection. They're like showing off stuff. They'll trade with you if you got something good. But then you see other kids that are like making their own Go Fish games, or they're making their own like gambling, like child casino type style games on the playground. And I think that's like the fun and excitement of you know, thinking about what these NFTs can do, right? So you have some people that are like, you know, for sure curios are going in museums. Back in March, even I mentioned it to one of my friends who's on the board at a local museum, and she said, "Oh man, we got to get the school to see if we can accept these, and like we want to put them in the museum." I'm like, "Whoa, like all right, let's do it." It was a little more complicated than that, but you know, for sure, curios will be in museums, like undoubtedly for sure. The other type of collector, you know, rather than just preserving it and having it as like something to show off, or just because you enjoy it, you know, is the type of collector that wants to use it for like additional functionality, or come up with some community gain. And I think we're going to see lots of unforeseen examples of this. And it's a pattern that comes up in crypto. I mean, if you've been in the game for a while, so to speak, you will see that you make a crypto and it's out there, it's on a public network. You're going to see it pop up on random decentralized exchanges, on swapping services, and like it has unexpected consequences, you know, because anyone can tap into it. We'll see that with popular crypto projects. You'll see, like, you know, these, we've already seen it. We've on regular Curio, people got these kind of like scammy drops. like what? Like, go to this site and like click on this, and you know, we see a lot more type of scam things than normal drops. But I mean, it just attests to that concept that you see these unexpected use cases of individuals trying to leverage the network effect of that community.
And I think that not to call them scam things, but promotional opportunities are another important part of NFTs. Just recently, DC Comics has said at their new convention they're going to give out millions of NFTs. And obviously, you're saying, you know, those are going to be commons. They're not going to be worth anything. But just like anything else, they're smart people. They put a golden ticket in there, right? There's a couple of those NFTs that are really valuable. And as a promotional opportunity, of course, you'd open up a wallet or an application or whatever they're looking for. You get your ticket, you get some free collectible cards. If you're lucky, you win the auction, you get the golden card. You know, maybe it's worth money. Maybe you just feel good that you have a really cool collectible item. And I think that kind of thing, promotions, not, you know, fine art is great. And I support that as a usage, and avatars and other things like that. But if DC is giving them out, and then the other conventions are giving them out, and then the concerts are giving them out, and pretty soon your OpenSea looks like kind of like what your Facebook used to look like, an image of your life where you're like, I went here, I saw this band, I collected this thing for a while, I was into, you know, magic cards, then I got into baseball, then I got into football, I got into other cards, Star Trek, all kinds of things. So I think that kind of, you know, these little stubs, like they all used to be ticket stubs, and I kept them. I think they're cool. When I go to a movie or a concert or anything like that, I've pretty much got the stub. But the digital stub, it's not just a collectible, it could also be a key or something to let you into some content. So I think that kind of mixing it up, cross promotion, is the way to go.
No, along with what you're saying about, I mean, NFTs now, it's on crypto Twitter where they're saying it's the new blue check mark or green check mark. So
basic human needs have always been the drivers of mass adoption. We were talking about it earlier, like indoor plumbing, water, heat, light. To your point, Thomas, and Rick, I mean, I think absolutely. This is my take on it. As an outsider who's looked at other industries and looked at the adoption, working in music, working in film, I think consumer staples will be the things that probably drive a lot of the infrastructure. Collecting, DC comic NFTs, things that are related to really prosaic shit like food away from home, apparel, gas, personal care products,
What
hair
about
care products,
commodity?
entertainment,
What about commodity?
prosaic shit, and then hopefully that will scale so that the more exotic, interesting, high-value cultural artifacts can have a bigger base of people to consume them. But I think what will drive adoption will be those very, sort of prosaic things.
Yeah, so going along with what Parker said and Eric said, I mean, you're both right. So in Italy, Peroni Beer is using NFTs to verify their supply chain. And also in Australia, they're using NFTs to prove organic food authenticity now.
Yeah, a lot of what's happening is that NFT, the little initialism that somebody came up with, has kind of taken the place of altcoin. And we used to talk about it back in the day. Andreas Antonopoulos would tell me about it. He would say that pretty soon the whole playground is going to have coins. There'll be Freddie Coin and Johnny Coin and Joey Coin. And Joey is the most popular kid on the playground. So his coin is the most valuable and it trades at 2-1 for Johnny Coin. So this kind of everyone having their own coin. And then it goes a little further where you're like, and we thought about some of these ideas when we were working on ideas for the original Curio cards, things like navigation programs or leaving behind a coin. Like instead of me taking a ticket stub from a concert, maybe I leave a stub at the concert saying that I was there. And then people are like kind of collecting it there. Like I was at a concert that other guy was at, and he's really cool. And maybe eventually we go to enough concerts together. There's this like synergy between our tokens where we both go to the same kind of concerts. And then the computer is like, I could recommend you more concerts that this guy goes to. And then we're getting kind of a geographical recommendation. So I think things like that, thinking about personal coins, and also just thinking about the infinite nature of these coins. They are just signatures. We can always make new strings of signatures. We can make, new collections. We can make new blockchains to store them on. So there's all kinds of opportunities here.
I have one short thought, Thomas, is you said this is like what we refer to when we're talking about altcoins now. And I just thought, coin is a metaphor, not even just altcoin, like Bitcoin. So it's digital interactions, it's transactions, ledger tech, identity. So we're so early in a long arc of digital transactions that it's just cool to see what art is doing.
Technical question for everyone here, please. So clearly everyone saw what happened with China cracking down on mining and crypto. I look at it as of a piece with their desire to become the world's dominant reserve currency and control the financial system. What do you guys think about that? I mean, obviously that has to have impacted pricing, but I don't think this has happened a lot. I don't think this is just like a one-time thing. This feels different. Do you guys agree, disagree? What are your thoughts?
Oh man, I mean, I've thought this for a while. I think they're just trying to manipulate the price to get some of that delicious, sweet crypto on the cheap.
With a play to hoard supply, you don't see it as a strategic move to actually control or limit crypto because it's something they can't control by its very nature?
I think they're just trying to get more of the supply.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, they've done that so many times. Like, I mean, I can think of, more than a dozen times you'll see it in the news. Like, they ban it, they do this, they do that, but then it's like what? Like, are they it's just a press release. Like, what's going on here, guys? It's I don't know. I want to say.
Let me ask a related question, and maybe Thomas, you know more about this because I know you talked about it on your show, like with the country's adoption of Bitcoin. So, which countries, or what will we see in terms of legal adoption of currency like Bitcoin, DAOs like the Wyoming DAO LLC in the U.S., and then like NFTs for any use? It will just be like really interesting. There's just a big ecosystem of digital possibilities. So I'm curious, what do people think like in that kind of those three or other pieces like coins, currencies, DAOs, NFTs?
Well, I think all of these governments and other people resist adopting these things because it means they could lose some of their power. And if you look at the situation in China, a lot of what they're doing is clearing the way for the digital yuan. They want that to be a big success. They've got the 50th or 100th anniversary or something like that of the Chinese government over there, and they've got a lot riding on that. So the same thing when you look at the US and other developed countries, they don't have a reason to go to Bitcoin to give up their power of money printing. So what we do have adopting Bitcoin, and this is a major change. For a long time, we didn't have any countries that we could say are even considering this, but El Salvador and now Brazil, some of what, unfortunately, I would say are kind of weaker countries or developing countries have adopted Bitcoin pretty much out of kind of desperation. They don't have a lot of other good options. So there might be some benefits to Bitcoin, but they also didn't have anything else going on either. So this is way better than their current system. So again, with everything else, it's going to be a matter of need. And no one likes to talk about this, but if the entire economic house of cards come down, they're going to turn to Bitcoin because it'll still be there. But I think in the short term, we're mainly going to see governments resisting Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, DAOs, printing cards, all the things that they could do. They're going to resist because they don't have control over them. So they're going to try to make their own controlled version. And after that fails with a great deal of fanfare, like the Facebook coin, Libra, or whatever it's called, they'll turn around, they'll say, wow, that Bitcoin thing's still there. Even though we ignored it, even though we copied it, even though we said it was illegal, even though we did all those things, it's still there. So I think we could still win in the end, but it's still a lot of ground to get there.
The governments and the moneyed interests that run them have absolutely no incentive to move in this direction. They have every incentive to do what they're doing. And it's interesting. I moved to Colombia in 2019. There's an emerging community here. I think the places where you're going to see the biggest growth are in South America, poorer countries in Asia, and then eventually in Africa, precisely because there's a need, as you said, Thomas, and there's no dominant infrastructure blocking people from using it. And also, people don't trust financial institutions in those places the way that they do in the United States. And other developed countries.
Well, there's so many people that are unbanked. We don't really have a concept of it here in the United States, but El Salvador, many people there just don't have a bank account. So if they get a Bitcoin account or a Lightning account, and suddenly they can hold a little bit of currency and not El Salvadorian currency or Colombian or Venezuelan or any of those kind of currencies. Sorry, not Colombia, but mainly Venezuela. High inflation currencies where, let's say you get paid, $200 on Friday. If you don't spend that by Monday, it's worth $100, right? You're losing an incredible amount of your purchasing power because of this runaway inflation. Whereas if you were able to save that money in something like Bitcoin or Lightning, which again have their own forces and move up and down, at least you wouldn't be subject to inflation, which just keeps getting worse all the time.
Fascinating, amazing. And the thing for me that, just the final piece on China, I was born in Taiwan and I'm a diplomatic kid and I have a personal interest in this a little bit, but I also don't think it's a coincidence that this happens at the same time that they're ratcheting up pressure on Taiwan. I think these are all the piece of a strategy to sort of torture test and stress test the U.S. and the West. This is definitely a strategic counter move to the the Anglo-Australian U.S. maneuver, but I think they look at currency as another military option as well. And I don't think it's a coincidence that you're seeing them move things with Taiwan to the worst place that they've been in 40 years at the same time that they do. This is all a part of an integrated strategy. And I think it's very important to think in those terms as well, as much as I love a lot of the utopian idealism that's in this space. I think it's essential not to become divorced from geopolitical reality, because it's going to impact the space regardless.
No, absolutely. I think the other thing too, though, with Taiwan, so if you really think about, what companies and what countries really produce chipsets or rare earth metals, if you look at chipsets, it's only three. It's South Korea, Taiwan, and the U.S. That's it. So that's the other additional piece that makes Taiwan, aside from the people aspect, the culture aspect, also invaluable, because you go, whoever controls that, you can control the world down the road. It's just like probably down the road, water is going to be worth more than gold. 20 years from now, or maybe earlier, don't know. But right now, it's rare earth metals and chipsets and things, those kind of things, battery power. So it's a very interesting time, and with crypto and NFTs, I think we can do so much good, and hopefully do more good than some of the other things that are that can happen. So you never know. I mean, because it's like open source. People can do all kinds of things, and but very positive and very hopeful.
Indeed. What do you guys think? You guys feel like we've covered some good landscape? You want to keep rolling, or what are your thoughts?
No, I think we've covered some really good landscape. I think it's really good. I don't know if anybody else has
What are the next
final
steps?
points.
What are the next steps here for anyone involved?
I think it's basically making more people aware of this, because one of the things that a lot of people don't know about was originally we were scheduled to release Curio Plus earlier, but we actually pushed it back purposely out of respect to Curio cards, to not take away buzz from Christie. So, unlike other drops that we've worked on, this is NFT Miami, normally, you have a couple weeks to lead up to it, and you're doing PR, you're doing everything else, where here we just turn it on like a light switch, and we're doing a drop. So because of that, I think it's going to take more work and a little bit more time than to, sell out in a week. If it happens that way, it's great. But, even with really good communities, a lot of times it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. So, really appreciative of everybody involved. And also, if you could help, bring in other people to our community, whether it's on Discord or Twitter or whichever social medias you work on, I think it's really important. So I think it's kind of setting expectations. It's going to take time and effort. And I think we've done a great deal, considering we just turned everything on basically last night or early this morning, some things at 4 a.m. So
you guys have done an amazing job. I'm a fan. I will definitely broadband this to everyone that I know. And these are people that are early on the adoption curve. That's why so many of my questions were weighted that way. And in terms of specific action steps, my recommendation was you guys should do a Twitter space. Definitely you should do a Twitter spaces, maybe bi-weekly. And this may feel low amplitude, but Facebook has video room. I mean, I say evangelize to people that know absolutely nothing. It will be excruciating. It will seem pointless at first, but I think there's so much more upside there than almost anywhere else. And it's congruent with a lot of the things that you guys have said, and it would certainly help. So if I can be helpful with either of those, let me know.
Yeah, I think the important thing with Curio Plus going forward is that, while on one hand, I want to say everyone should go out and buy the cards. Obviously, I got my own set and I'm good now. But that's the first thing. But the second thing is that we actually have a mission here where we can now say artists welcome. we're looking for new artists. We're looking for people who haven't done an NFT, people who've done an NFT, people who want to do more NFTs, people who want to do art and that want to that understand that, you know, they contribute some art to this. We promote them, they promote us, back and forth. It creates this circle of goodwill where everyone can benefit, this virtuous circle. And I think we need to create that. So artists, welcome. Like, send us your artists to the Discord. People should start, instead of saying like, what's the cheapest card to buy in the Discord, which is a very popular topic at other places, I'd like to see people saying, you know, what is your new art piece? What are you working on? Sharing sketches, sharing ideas, and all with the goal where you can have this goal now. I can say, we're making new Curio cards and you, artists, can be on them. So I think this is a fantastic message. This is a new positive message of creation and expansion and not just stagnancy and just sitting there with the same 30 cards forever. Like, you can be a part of this project. You could be the next Robeck, who, like I say, started out in the chat doing, you know, pencil art and just sketches and funny stuff. And then he ended up making those really nice pieces, 21, 22, and 23. And then that later led to all of his other great NFTs, his support of the NFT community, and just people like that. So we're looking for artists now. We have like your friend, your cousin, your roommate, all those people. Like, and again, it's going to take a long time. I mean, even if we do one card a piece for every artist in the world, that's a lot of time, but that's what we have now. We have a thing that can make more things. So we're no longer stagnant. We no longer have to just say, what's the cheapest card? What's the best card to buy? We have a new mission here, and a mission to spread art. So I think it's a nice positive mission.
No, absolutely. I think unpacking that a bit more, it's on our site and it's in our ethos, you know, which is from day one that, you know, we want to continue helping lesser known or unknown artists. That basically we're going to run it's going to be launched, you know, in the near future, but we're going to have so that on our Discord you pin your NFT art, and then it's by the community on Discord to upload it. And so the top 3 vote getters will get to do 1 card each in the set, you know, number 58, number 59, number 60. And so, you know, you'll get discovered. You'll also be, assuming, you know, you sell, that you also will be financially rewarded, and we'll help you because, you know, we have the Curio Card OG artists you get advice from. We have other people in the community. And so it's going to be much more rewarding and full circle than just talking about floor prices.
Yo, Thomas, I'm giving you props, man. I'm watching you right now on World Crypto Network where you're interviewing Robeck. That's dope, dude.
Yeah, I've got some great series over there with all the Curio artists that I could get interviews with. And the most recent one with Luis just launched this morning. So check those out on the World Crypto Network.
Again, prosaic recommendation to broadband to a bigger audience. And if you've already done this, please forgive me. Have you stripped and ripped pieces of this onto Facebook and other platforms that aren't as trafficked by you know, that are trafficked by people that are much lower on the information curve?
It's you're welcome to take some clips from that. Basically, we make the big shows and we just try to keep going forward, making big shows. Sometimes they do go out to other platforms. Like right now, if everything worked well, we are broadcasting on Facebook, Twitter, a couple of YouTube channels, and maybe Twitch. There's one guy watching us on Twitch. He's the only one. So we try to put out on different platforms, but it is difficult with the clips. Can be very time consuming. But yeah, they're out there. It would be great to do some clips and just to spread the word. I'm not sure.
I did repost the full episode on Facebook, just so you know. I mean, earlier today.
Yeah,
you already posted it?
Yeah. Well, I reposted the one that, you know, with CryptoPop. Unfortunately, CryptoPop couldn't join us, but maybe he stayed up too late because I was talking to him, you know, 5-6 hours ago, and you know, it's 3:30 now, 4:30-ish, or a little bit past his time in the morning, so in the Philippines.
Good stuff, man. This is great.
Very, very cool. I mean, for an inaugural kickoff, it's been fabulous. I know people popped in and out. but very, very excited, very, very stoked to continue forward, and just feel blessed with the great people we're working with, and E for helping us, Eric.
Awesome, but thank you for letting me just be here. Great value for me. I will step up to a commitment. I know two artists that are adjacent to the space who are gifted. I'm making my commitment right now to you, Rick, that I will get them in touch with you because I think they would be worthwhile. And
Awesome.
they already have great work. They just need to be brought through. Again, that's where I can add value, right? I can't add value in places where you guys are already strong, but I'm gonna talk to my friends Wendy and Iona for sure.
Okay. Well, I think it's all of us, knowing different people, spreading the word and the joy and the fun, and then also having the ability to stand on each other's shoulders, making all of us stronger.
Well, and we need everybody's art style in this. You were saying earlier,
Absolutely.
how are we going to get different people and what kind of people? They just got to see the right art, the right card that grabs them, and then they'll get interested in this. I know for a long time I wanted, like minority people to be into Bitcoin and crypto. And recently, my friend Lamar, has launched the Black Bitcoin Billionaires. And they just have a fantastic clubhouse here. And every time I'm on a clubhouse, I want to promote them. But they're so great. And I think that everyone needs that for their own group, for their own collection. So if you're into baseball or sailboats or race cars or whatever you're into, that's going to draw you, and that's going to drag you into crypto and then into NFTs and all these things. So just making more art, making more cards, I think just expands everything, and it just gets bigger. We get more people involved, more people trading and having fun. And then eventually, hopefully they'll make their own cards too. So.
Fantastic. Very cool. Well, thanks so much. I think we're going to wind this down, and it's been amazing. Look forward to many more to come.
Thanks. It was great to meet everyone here. Absolutely. It's a huge value add for me, and I'm a supporter, down to help however I can, man.
Very cool.
Thanks for the facilitation, Eric. See you all later.
Thanks so much.
Great chatting,
All right.
everyone.
Bye.
All right.
Robeck just joined the room.
Good morning, Bitcoin. Today is Friday, October 1st, 2021, and we are waiting the live auction of Christie's auction house of the Curio cards. We're also joined by the Curio Discord. I think we've got Adam and Daniel in the Discord right now. Maybe Robeck is coming in. How's it going, Adam?
Man, could you be more excited than today right now? I mean, this is like, could any of us, any person who was in the Curio Discord back in March have predicted this, man? I mean, this was never even on the radar, right? So I think it's pretty incredible.
It's pretty exciting. We've got our tuxedo on out here. We apparently are live on YouTube. Restream just started working again. I didn't change anything. So that's nice. We're also live on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, maybe Facebook. It doesn't say. Oh yeah, Facebook's here. So everybody's here. So give us a thumbs up. People are saying, "Where's the video stream?" So I'm going to try to give them that. Gives me a little echo here, and we're just getting started here. So Adam, how's it going down there in the Discord?
The Discord is getting very full. It's going to be interesting to see how many people we can get into the room. I know these rooms can get a little bit glitchy when they get massive, and so it's going to be super fun to see how this goes. But yeah, it's going to be awesome, man. I can't wait to see how this works with Christie's, because I've actually never even watched a live Christie's auction. How are they going to? The idea of a fast auction with ETH is very strange, because normally when you see an auction with ETH, right, you can make a new high bid, and then your other bidders are then given 5 to 10 minutes to make a bid on top of you, right? So this idea of like a fast auction in ETH is pretty foreign to me and probably to most people who have ETH and buy stuff in ETH. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these guys pull this off.
Now, I've been in a couple of those auctions where they extend the bidding an extra 10 minutes. And just compared to eBay, it's a complete nightmare for the bidder. For the person that's selling the item, it's amazing. You're going to get the top dollar for your item. There's probably going to be a bidding war between the top two guys or gals. And it's very exciting. But yeah, every time it resets that 10-minute timer. Now, I do think they've kind of stacked the deck in their advantage here. They've had the people confirm their Ethereum and put it on, I don't know, Coinbase, stuff like that, confirmable, reasonable platforms. So there is a possibility that they just kind of sidestep this whole Ethereum nonsense, make people bid on paper or whatever they normally do, and settle it all after the event.
Yeah, I think that's the way they're doing it, and it makes sense. I get that totally. But I mean, obviously, the method they're doing, the KYC method, has probably taken a lot of big money players off the table, which is a little bit unfortunate because we might not get like full like price discovery. But you know, them's the breaks. They're trying to work within the U.S. system, so I totally understand what they're doing. It's just gonna be really interesting to see see how this goes. I kind of wanted to run up a like a little pool to see bidding what people think it's going to go for. So I'm willing to take that right now with everybody in the room. If you guys want to tell me, I'm guessing 780. That's my guess for final sales price. Thomas, what do you got, man?
So now 780 in dollars would be around $2.1 million, depending on the price of Ethereum. Of course, the original range for this provided by Christie's is 800 to 1.2 million. And the range given just recently by the people who follow the full set, they say that the last full set sold for around 300, but the prices of the current market, you'd have to pay about 500 for a full set. That would be about 1.5 million. So Adam has it above that. Obviously, like, let's just go through the conditions. So if no one bids at all and the thing sits there, it's a huge disaster. So that would be the worst case scenario. Second case, worst case scenario, maybe a flood or an earthquake, something like that. Other than that, I think it would be great if they sold for more than $1 million. Million's a nice round number, gives the media the ability to say, Mona Lisa on the blockchain sells for $1 million. Oh, I'd buy that, Jim. Oh, Karen, I've never heard of such a thing. So that'll be a great story. So we need to get $1 million so we can get that story.
Now, how much is $1 million in ETH? Because honestly, I don't even think in dollars anymore when it comes to this stuff.
We'd go with 333 probably. It's just taking three grand is our average right now. Could be $4,000. I don't know, but yeah, $3,000. And so, I mean, I think we'll beat the million. I mean, I'm going to go big. I think we're going over 3. I'd like to see 5 to 7. I don't know if that's
what's your no. What's your guess, bro? Come on, I'm writing it down.
In Ethereum?
Yep.
Divide all my numbers by 3 at this time of the morning. I have an easier number.
Divide by 3, carry the Gwei.
Yeah. Yeah, see, gas prices, you haven't even...
All right, while he's thinking about it, Daniel, what do you got, man?
I can see 7 to 9. I'll go 921. Just
921.
That
all
come
right.
to mind.
That's a nice number.
But I'm happy.
You made up your mind yet, man?
I'm happy it's worth that much to somebody.
Absolutely.
People love bidding on things. I'm going to go with 1,021 Ethereum.
Nice,
I'm going to go with a high number.
There we go. That's the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, man.
It's a rearrangement of 2021. Almost.
Daniel loves his numbers,
like
man.
For 2069.
I saw Max jumped in the room. Max and Robeck, do you guys have access to your mics? Are you able to speak? We'll make sure everybody can speak.
Few minutes for Robeck.
Okay.
2017 NFTs, 988.
Let's see some more.
Are people-
Post your prediction in the chat. Post your Ethereum number. Adam's going to write them all down on a big spreadsheet and tell us who the winner is. You don't win anything except the pride.
Roback goes with 420.69.
There we go.
That may be, who knows, man. I mean, just by conservative estimates, that would be like the number. That's actually probably a good call. It's slightly over like that bottom number or that estimate that Christie's puts out. You know, that's not
a very conservative, you know,
it's a very conservative, safe one.
Traditional crypto money.
Traditional crypto
we're
money.
We're
so we're getting a bunch in there. Crypto
bids.
by one is like 1337. We got 27 NFTs.
That's elite bid. That's an elite bid.
That's an elite bid. I'm wondering if anybody. Okay, there we go. Intrinsics is like 2021. Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm surprised nobody's put 888 yet. I would think 888 is a possibility as well.
You got to scroll down. They've got 8888.
Oh yeah, well I saw that. That made me think of 888. That would be amazing.
We're seeing 717, 578, 555. So we're seeing about a 500 to 1500 range. I'm not seeing anybody going lower. 9156 certainly going higher. 3000 Ethereum from Nikki. I think he thinks he's bidding. Slow it down, Nikki. Slow it down.
As Crypto I once says, Chinese people love the eights, and that's true. We'll see if we catch. I mean, they're probably not going to say who wins, right? I guess we'll never probably know that, but
that's the part. The X factor that we're not privy to is what is it worth to say that you won the first auction, and like it's just not a game that we're in, so we don't know what that surcharge is. And also, the good question whether they pay the fee before or after the Christie's.
Yep.
Well, let's go one further. Adam, go ahead and predict to me who's going to win this auction. Is it going to be Jesse Powell from Kraken? Is it going to be Daryl Morley looking for his third set? Is Mark Cuban finally going to come out of the woods?
Well, I know you have a personal connection with Jesse, and I didn't even, until you just mentioned it, I didn't even know that was even on the table. So obviously he's like a super whale bidder, and has bid up other pieces of art like tremendously, right? And as you guys all know, it only takes two, right? If Curio can get two people interested, you can have a really positive experience. And I think if that happens, which seems likely, then we're over 1,000 ETH, and then we're into, who knows, 1,200, 1,300, 1,500. That's like the best case scenario, right? And so hopefully Thomas used his connections, made a call this morning, got Jesse out of bed, was like, dude, come on, get up, delivered some Starbucks to him, and was like, let's make this happen. So hopefully that happened. But joking aside, who knows, man, right? I mean, it would be great if Jesse was involved, because obviously he brings in some notoriety and stuff like that too. But who knows? I mean, this is the thing with Christie. It's not going to be transparent, right? We're not going to see it like we can see when these things have been bid on and traded, just through regular exchanges where we can actually see what's going on. So that's a little bit of the negative of Christie's, in my opinion, because it is fun to see who's bidding on what and seeing actually who won. Although, if it's Jesse, he's going to let everybody know, which would be super cool.
Will they share at least like a transaction hash?
I'm not sure.
Do we know?
Well, they'll send them somewhere eventually, or they'll distribute it in a Trezor or a Ledger or something. Let's ask Daniel. Daniel, do you think it'll be an auction person in the room or an Ethereum bidder from home?
Good question. Do we have any idea how many people are going to be there? Or
the last I saw, and this was like a week ago, so it's definitely inaccurate. And guys, everybody can put this into the chat, the more accurate number. But I know Noah said they had like, I think it was 9 or 10 signups, which I guess that means that person is confirmed, that they have X amount of money, right? Which he thought was like really great. Like it was far away what they would normally have at that point in time. But you guys can correct me in the chat if he updated that number or anything like that. So it seemed like really low for me. I was like 9. That seems like super low. I thought you would need like 90, but kind of as we just talked about, it's like if all you need are 2, right? You just need 2 people bidding against each other. So yeah, I don't know.
It is such a contrast with like that's the ultimate opaque, like classiness through privacy, and then there's the dynamics of when people are like in the Discord, like, oh, I can't believe this account delisted at this value and relisted at this value. It's the total transparent market.
Yep.
Yes, it is interesting. When you're online, you just have to imagine who you're bidding against. Oh, it says Greek lover. He must really like Greek stuff, you know? But here, like, you can see the guy, you can see his tuxedo, you can see your tuxedo. You're all at Christie's. Maybe you're not even the guy. You're just like a secretary there bidding for the guy. So a lot of it, exciting stuff. Yeah, I don't know about people in the room. I wanted to go personally. I might have even had an opportunity to go, but it's just there's just too much COVID out there. There's too much stuff going on right now. So I'm laying low. And if I was one of those rich people that was going to go in the room to bid on things, I wouldn't do it now. This would be a great time to send your secretary or try this new Ethereum thing, bid from home, right?
I mean, I would want to be there, but you know, that's just I'm like you, man. You want to be part of the experience, right? But
I was gonna wear my Mad Bitcoin's hat, Mad Hatter hat, stand there in the background with my goggles on, freak everybody out, walk around, tell people I'm card number 20. Hi, I'm number 20.
Card number 20 here.
Card number 20 and 21. Yeah, that's true.
But then we all know the real reason you didn't do that is because then you wouldn't be able to do this, right? So you know that had to take a backseat to this, man. This is far more important, right?
Well, like Hunter S. Thompson said about the Super Bowl, it's better to watch it on TV. You get all the replays, you get all the commentary. If I was there in the room, I'd probably be standing next to Noah, you know, smirking and giggling and trying not to get kicked out. And here, I can do all the smirking and giggling I want.
Exactly. All right, I'm starting to tweet about it. If you guys are also beginning to, you know, tweet and stuff, I'm going to put the link in what I just tweeted out in the chat.
Sounds good. Also, yeah, I'm just recording it locally, and I can start that live stream on the Curio channel anytime people just tell me to.
Mine actually worked live, so I forgot to record it locally. So I'll do that now as well. But we're live on YouTube. We're getting ready for the Curio card auction at Christie's Auction House in New York City. Everyone in the chat, make sure that you post the link if Christie's starts their video feed. I have created an account on Christie's. I look forward to my exciting email. And yeah, we're going to see if we can live stream this thing. I've got a screen share. I've got an ability to share sound. So I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to live stream this thing. But people just need to tell me that it's starting because I'm looking at a page describing the auction.
Now I am looking at you on YouTube. I just pulled it up, and I like the matching hat to tuxedo. Very nicely done. Well put together, brother.
I tie this bow tie myself. It's a clip on.
So yes, it is streaming live. You are good to go, man.
So how do we get more people in this chat? Why do we have this chat where no one can talk?
Well, I don't know,
What's up, guys.
Who's that?
Are you guys excited or what?
That Robeck?
Yeah, I can't even see who's talking anymore.
It's Max. It's Max.
It was Max. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Hey, Max.
How's it going, Max?
Too.
Welcome to the show. You're live on YouTube. What do you think about the auction this morning?
I couldn't sleep. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, I literally got up at like 2 o'clock and just been tripping out.
Awesome. Now, I think I already have Max's bid in. Max, do you want to stick with that bid that you gave me in the private chat?
Yeah. Let's do that one.
You want to go with that one? Max bid 1 million ETH. No. What was the? Let me try to find it again. Okay, so you're at 1025, which, by the way, is 4 more than Thomas. So very interesting. You guys are basically on like the same page. Very interesting.
Yeah.
He basically, dude, what he did was he capped you right there, man. He did like a whatever Bob Barker. He did a Bob Barker on you. You know, gave you put it at $1 more than yours.
Well, and he knows we're playing by Price is Right rules. So the only way that I can win now
Price is Right rules.
is if I hit it exactly. If it's exactly 1021, and they're like 1021, and then I win.
Yep.
Otherwise, if it's too low, I lose, and if it's over, Max is going to take it.
Yeah. So basically, you have to hit it exactly, or you have four numbers there.
It just means I have a better chance of winning both showcases now. I'm going home with the boat
right.
and the cruise.
I like the idea that maybe in this chat now is the future winner. Just getting excited, seeing the
that
field,
would be fantastic, right?
deciding how much to transfer to what account, just getting a feel what's the value of what they're actually going to be getting.
Yep.
Good
See
morning,
Kevin in
everybody.
the house. What's up, Kevin? Nice to see you, brother. Kev's a big supporter of Curio and does some amazing YouTube stuff. Great stuff, man. Good to see you, dude.
Can't we pull him up here? Is there any right click
Yeah.
and do anything?
So you all have, all the moderators have permissions to unmute people. We can certainly pull people up. We just want to make sure we put them back on mute when the auction starts. And we'll just mostly keep the artists up on the stage at that point.
I'm gonna run and grab a fresh coffee. What time is this? What do we got? 15 minutes? Is that right?
It says bidding starts 45 minutes and 39 seconds.
Yeah, the auction will start on the half hour, and we're gonna we said we'd start the event on the hour. Obviously, people are here early. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Tom.
Morning.
This
How's
is really
it going,
exciting.
Travis? You ever think we'd be here when we were doing YouTube videos in my apartment launching this thing?
I mean, at the time, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure we predicted it. We got to go back to the
It's
original
been
videos
the
and check
4
them
years
out, but
since. The 4 years since, it was less sure. But when we
Hello?
first started, I mean, this was the whole plan, right?
I get the feeling at the end of one of those videos where we were looking off into the future, we were like, oh, one day this will be at Sotheby's, and one day these will sell for millions of dollars. And, you know, we're kind of joking, but we're kind of serious. Like we knew that we created blockchain collectibles. And while no one else knew the value of these things or that they should buy them then or whatever, they were out there as collectibles. Like the code that Rhett made, it turned out, was really strong. The code that Vitalik made was strong. The idea of having these permanent objects that, you know, if you don't move them, if you don't sell them, they just sit there in your account, and sit there they did.
Yeah, it couldn't go away. I mean, I was actually not even sure if Christie's and Sotheby's would be interested in digital art. I mean, one of the whole ideas was getting around galleries, getting around auction houses, but having that validation for traditional art world is huge. It's going to get a lot of press and attention and eyes on Curio cards and digital art world.
I'm excited for the idea of some non-generative art making some money, because there's always been a little back and forth between the crypto kitties and the crypto punks and people like us, the Curio cards, and anybody else that makes more than one of one. And it's always been like, for at least this most recent wave of NFTs, everybody's like, generative is the thing. Like, I need my, you know, crypto punk with a cigar. I need the one with the hat. I am the one with the 3D glasses. And, you know, it's fun and everything, but it seems like the Curio cards are a lot more like a piece of art. You collect the print. It's kind of like owning a signed print, you know, like it's signed by the artist. It's been touched by the artist. So it's pretty neat to see us get some respect.
Very different from the generative art projects. And that was something I really liked about us in 4 years ago in 2017, you know, when we were doing this. I really liked how just we were doing a very different project than a lot of stuff that was coming out.
It still is. It turns out 4 years later, it still is very different from all of the other stuff out there.
Luis, hey.
Hey, guys. I am very fortunate to be many hours ahead of all of you. So I am on my third drink. I think most of you guys are on coffee.
What time is it for you?
8:45 p.m. So it's like, it's the perfect time to be like smashed, right? Plus I'm live with you guys. So yeah. So I started drinking like well before dinner.
We want really candid reactions during the auction when the price is going up and we're all screaming and hooting and hollering. And if you're a few drinks in, I'm very excited.
I wish
they're only bringing out the Heinekens.
I wish it was 8:45 here. It's 5:47 a.m. on the West Coast. Luis, you mentioned in your article that you're going to be the first Filipino artist featured in the New York City's Christie's. How does that feel?
I don't know, man. Like, honestly, I don't know, because I was looking at the list of all of the other artists that had ever been sold in Christie's that were Filipino. And we're talking about the people who are like in our national museums, right? And those guys never made it past Christie's Hong Kong. And like, it just blows my mind that why am I here? Like, I guess that was kind of my most candid way of kind of thinking about it. I was like, why the fuck am I here? I don't understand.
Tell me how your family feels, because that's always been interesting to me to think about, like, because so much of it is like, I would imagine personally you almost don't feel anything, you don't feel anything different.
Sure.
But how has your family reacted to it?
Yeah, my dad doesn't really quite understand what's going on. Like he cheers me on, of course, right? But it was the same level of cheering me on as like when I told him that, like, I don't know, I started my first company like many years ago. Like this one feels like it should be a much bigger deal, but then I don't know. Like, it's kind of, I don't think any one of us are capable of just like wrapping our heads around it, because it's so odd. Like, yeah, I mean, we're talking about like national artists, dude. Like, sorry, just kind of going back to what I was saying earlier. Like, our national artists have never gone past Christie's Hong Kong. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm some rando kid from, I'm not that young, but like, whatever. Like, rando kid, like, just, making dog illustrations. It's like, what the fuck? How is this a thing? I don't understand.
Well, and like you said in your article, you haven't even had a normal art gallery show, like not even at a coffee shop or a diner or something in town, right? This is it. This is your first one, right?
Right. And it's all downhill from here, Thomas.
That's what they're saying. There's a reason they don't let the greyhound dogs catch that rabbit. Once they catch it, it's over. And Max was saying earlier how he dreamed in art school of, maybe one day, when he's dead, being in Christie's. And, why would it matter? How would you know? And you want that whole Tom Sawyer thing. You get to go to your own funeral. And this is kind of it. This is, I was telling other people, I was, saying how important this project was. And I was like, yeah, kind of, even for myself, not an artist involved, but certainly involved. And I was like, this is kind of it. Like, it'll be very hard to top this. It's very hard to like get over. Like, made an art project that went to Christie's, and then especially for an artist. I mean, obviously you can build from here. Maybe you could do an additional Christie's show of your own work. But yeah, we've got to start building whole new skyscrapers, whole new goals, whole new things to dream for, because we kind of hit the dream right here 4 years later.
Yeah. Like, would you guys say
it's doing new shows? I mean, this is a collection of all 7 artists, but I mean, it'd be so cool to have just the individual artists go up next.
Like, would you guys say that the NFT art journey is, kind of mint your first thing on like Rarible, and that's kind of step 1, and then the end of the journey is, having that same thing kind of, auctioned off in Christie's? Is that kind of what the NFT art journey like looks like in 2021?
Interesting. I think that's kind of where we are right now, right? This is like for any of the other projects that have gone to Christie's, whether CryptoPunks or whatever. Often it's thought of as like, this is like peak acceptance almost, right?
Right.
In our culture, peak acceptance. But I don't think it's, from an art perspective, I don't think it's obviously the peak or anything like that. For me, it's more just for NFTs in general, it's an acceptance in culture, which is super interesting. But that's why I'm always interested in the emotional significance of it for the artists and the team involved. Obviously, it's interesting about.
I mean, it's certainly a singular experience, right? I don't think we're ever going to see this again. It's going to be very different. Whatever the next milestone is just going to be completely different, and we're not even going to see it coming. Because at least with Christie's, you knew that was a possibility on the horizon. But because the next milestone would have to be much larger than even a Christie's auction, I guess that means we can't imagine it right now. But I don't know what the hell that would be.
I think a lot of it
Christie's is really important for getting traditional news coverage and getting people to know about us and getting that acceptance that spreads outside of crypto circles. But I mean, you can look at what's happened to projects that have gone to Christie's, like CryptoPunks already. I think the journey there is just to continue to grow that community, continue to grow that interest,
right,
and continue to spread the word. I mean, they're bigger now than they were after Christie's, and
that's a
I
good
think
point.
What the next level of like public acceptance and public knowledge is a mystery, but it's no mystery to me what we do next.
Right.
I think a lot of this.
Yeah,
so
I can't imagine what the
what's
next
next?
step is.
What are you going to do next?
Just continue to grow the community, continue to build, tools and make the site better and add resources and get the cards into more hands. And there's so many really neat NFT platforms coming out, like take loans out against them, and you can, do options and you can trade them, like the whole kind of self-contained ecosystem as well around NFTs that's being developed, and just being a part of that.
Yeah, I think and I talk about this quite a bit because people ask, well, what's going to happen with NFTs? And I'm like, I have no idea. All I know
it's like asking what's going to happen with DeFi. I mean,
exactly
right. We can see the outlines of it. We can see kind of the tinting of the future, but we know it's important. But exactly what the killer, thing, the use is going to be, that's a whole question.
Yep.
I think it's a big deal for us because we're all kind of old, really. But if you think about the younger artists, I was talking to this guy yesterday, Black Cherry. He's about 16 years old. I don't know that he dreams about being in Christie's, and I don't know that he has to. If he can sell a Black Cherry Punk or whatever it is for $1 million on OpenSea, right, or some random website, what does he care about Christie's auction house?
No, that's exactly right. Yeah, crypto native generation, man.
Yeah, just getting like the idea and word of NFTs out into the public. In a lot of ways, that's been accomplished. I mean, you got Saturday Night Live skits about it. That's pretty much peak acceptance. But for the individual artists, it's going to come down to who wants to buy their art, what size that community, what they're able to accomplish, what they're able to do, the reach they can get. I just love the idea as well of in traditional art world, is only a certain kind of group has access to that. And with NFTs, that's just much easier to get access to to selling your art and finding people who are interested in buying it.
And we put this idea out there on the Bitcoin group, but Christie's has a real chance here. They could maybe merge with OpenSea, maybe copy them, make the same technology. This is kind of a transitional opportunity for them where they either run the first couple of NFT auctions and then convert and go this way, or maybe they get passed by the billionaire OpenSea.
That would be wonderful. Did you guys catch that part about how, like, one of the, kind of one of the more noteworthy Christie's auctions recently, not that recently, but, that was Leonardo da Vinci's notebook. And Bill Gates bought it for like $30 million. So that was kind of one of the more noteworthy New York kind of auctions. And I thought it was kind of funny that we've got a Mona Lisa too in our collection. So just continuing with that whole Leonardo da Vinci thing.
Well, I'm sticking with that. I do think that if we can sell for more than $1 million, that all of the local media will have to do little joke stories about Christie's auction house selling a Mona Lisa on the blockchain for $1 million.
Nice.
Yeah, that definitely is a $1 million mark. Like the news really only wants to cover an NFT if it sells for over $1 million.
I thought that for a while, but then we hit $90 million in volume, and still there's really no coverage. I'm thinking we need to crank.
But that's like individual card sales. They want that singular sale they can point to, that singular moment where one thing sold for over $1 million. This is just my guess.
That's fair. I also think we need some of those fake press release websites, as we saw with Reuters recently. Even if you just write Walmart accepting Litecoin into a press release and it makes no sense, they covered that. Well, we made we raised $90 million in volume for real, not fake. And they're not covering it. But that Litecoin thing
with artist royalties on that too, like the money going to the actual people who created the artwork, the actual people who are involved. I mean,
Yeah, almost
It's
a million.
yeah, very
almost
real.
$1
That's very
million
real.
in art royalties,
This is-
and it hasn't been covered by any art magazines. No campus newspapers are rolling out saying, "Hey, artists are making millions of dollars from NFTs." Just quiet.
Do you think that it's because they can't quite figure it out?
Yeah, 100%.
I think that they don't want to publish a story and it ends up looking bad, right? Like, so if they say something about Curio before Christie's and then the auction doesn't go anywhere, like that's the fear, right? We've actually heard about some stories being held back on like based on performance. Like they want to see, well, if the auction does well, then we'll cover it. And that can extend to the large NFT space as well. If they're talking about, oh, NFTs are the future, and then they're not, they're gonna they're worried they're going to look bad, and they don't understand the space well enough to make that, guess, make that jump themselves, to make that bold claim themselves.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but
in that regard, Christie's is super
CoinDesk
important.
and Cointelegraph have been surprisingly silent about these as well, and they are allegedly supposed to understand this space. So,
well, we did have an article from CoinDesk. I don't think we had anything from but they did an article on us about a week ago or a week or two ago.
Yeah, that was really because Noah mentioned us in the interview. If Noah didn't mention us, they wouldn't have done it. And if, as you could see from the interviewer there, she didn't know what Curio cards were, and she didn't ask any follow-up questions.
Mm-hmm.
It falls in between the cracks. Like you brought up the generative and the combinatoric art style. I mean, that's very crypto. That's very computational. And so it's like between different areas, and we're in that, bridging it. So there's just a lot of space to grow, and it's going to be like the connective tissue between areas that right now are really clearly separated, like fine art and crypto. But the fact that it's a struggle to bridge it means that it's a big potential.
So the thing about it being separated.
Only iced coffee.
Yeah, it's wild because, Tom can tell you, when we started this thing, it just seemed so obvious to us. You looked at what is Bitcoin but a rare digital object, something that's like the idea that you can't make a copy of it, the idea you can't counterfeit it. And then on the other hand, you have digital artists who can't sell their work because it's a JPEG and you can copy it endlessly. And the idea of putting those two together, I mean, this is just like, what are we even doing here? It was obvious.
Well, and they had colored coins, and they had all kinds of examples of doing this cryptography, and they didn't put images on the colored coins, but the idea is there. You have a unique token.
It was on demonstration. It was ready to be used, and the idea of taking that and creating like an open art platform where artists could submit things that weren't around a singular meme, had their own artwork that they made themselves attached to it, as opposed to generative only. It just made so much sense that this would have the biggest impact for digital artists just creating. It is really interesting.
It's hard for people to understand back then, but the only place that you could put your digital art back then was if it was a Pepe frog and if it was tinted green. And that was the only digital art thing in town.
Pepe was the only platform. If you wanted to just make your own art from scratch, it had to be a Pepe meme.
I was sorry to cut you off, but I think the POAP bots said that distribution is starting. So is there like a code or something that we need to claim a POAP?
The POAP didn't say the code in the chat.
Yeah, I just said that the distribution event is live and to DM them.
I will drop the secret word in the Discord to get people on Discord early access, and then we will say the secret word on the chat. So what a POAP is, it's like a ticket stub. It's like a little proof of attendance, says you were there, proof of attendance protocol, and you can get it just by installing the POAP app and typing the secret word in, or DMing the POAP bot the secret word. And all the instructions of this is in the Christie's FAQ channel as well. I'm going to go ahead and tell people what the word is.
Well, how do we get to this website? Can somebody put the link into chat? I mean, I'm on the
for the app, or
well, I don't know what app. I mean, how do we watch the auction?
They haven't released that link yet. So we're just waiting on the link from them. It's going to go out on the half hours when the auction actually occurs. I imagine we'll get the live stream before then. I'm going to pause, mute myself for a moment while I get everybody sorted out with the POAP.
Yeah, Mad Bitcoins. It still says 27 minutes on the Christie's lot page.
Okay, here, let me load up this lot page. Okay, I feel better. I have a countdown now, so I feel more involved.
Yeah.
All right, it's 6:02 a.m. on the West Coast. Thanks everybody for joining us on YouTube. Give us a thumbs up and a subscribe down below. We're getting ready for the Curio Cards auction at Christie's Auction House in New York City. Let's see, we haven't heard much from Max in a while. Max, what have you got going on? Are you excited for the auction today?
Oh man, I am super excited. I'm so pumped. I literally never thought this would happen in my life. And like you were saying earlier, I definitely did fantasize about being at Christie's when I was in art school. And I'm like, man, I've done a ton of art. Like I've done like multiple series and aliases. And I'm like, one day I'll make it there. But I definitely thought it was going to be after I was no longer living. Anyway, yeah, super exciting to see this in my lifetime. So unreal. Is this real? I don't know. I give up.
All right, let's go.
So you're feeling it though emotionally, like this is hitting you because this was something that you actually like dreamed about, right? So this is like
yeah, like fantasize, like art school. Because I mean, you learn about all these works and they talk about the crazy prices they sell for. It's part of the narrative. They push that. They push that in school. Like, yeah, this is the pinnacle of like an artist career is being at this auction house.
So the question is, are you going to send this to your teachers who told you you were not good enough or going to fail and just be like, suck it?
Yeah, the funny thing is they all they already know what's up for sure.
That's awesome.
Even at the beginning of the year, I tried donating some, so around March, I tried donating some NFTs to the school, to actually a museum where I went to school. And it was so convoluted that it never ended up happening. Like, it was funny. It's like, oh, well,
and why do we want this, right?
Yeah, they were into it, but then they're like, well, what's going to be my tax deduction on this? Because I'm not going to just give you like, an NFT that's worth like $3,000. I think I was going to give them like a 29 or something. And anyway, they said that they could only deduct the materials used in producing the artwork, and I'm like, oh my god, like this isn't going to work out, guys.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Beautiful idea, just to pay you 20 cents for the paint and $5 for the canvas or whatever. Daniel, we found you on Flickr. You were doing line art and incredible geometric patterns. How does it feel for you, a scientist, a doctor, and all kinds of other things, to be in this weird art auction?
Yep. I guess I expected it even less. It just wasn't on the radar. I really just like doodling, so it's an amazing spot. And I don't know, just crypto, art, science, the three are coming together in new ways. I really liked what Noah wrote about the lot. Just really respected like how each artist had a different angle, and then there was also this emergent aspect of the whole set. So just here for the ride. Happy to be there with such awesome artists and community.
All right, we're taking a running total of, or running guesstimates on the final price. So I still need Travis's and Luis's guesses. Right now we have, yeah,
669.
669. All right, cool. That's a good one.
Pretty much sure that way.
Well, you and Robeck is 420, 69.
Yeah, so that's too low. That's just too low. What the fuck? Come on, man.
And Travis, what's your guesstimate here?
What's the USD value of 669? We're going to be doing a lot of ETH math.
I guess 2.1 million.
Is like 2 million. It's like 2 million.
Yeah, just a little over 2.1 million. Yep.
Whatever the most meme Ethereum number is, that's closest to 4 million.
4 million. Wow. So that's like
999. That's 1337 would be the closest, I think. Hold on.
Oh, great.
That's
a perfect.
337 times 30.
I gotta pull up my calculator here.
$3,200 right now today. Is that right? I actually forgot.
Yeah, we're up on the news of the Christie's auction.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that's
$4.2
million. Yeah, $4.2 million if it's 1337.
And that's mine.
Wait,
1337.
what significant does that number has a significance? What is that significance? I don't know.
Dude, Adam, you're just not elite, man. You just,
Yeah,
you're
it's
I'm
elite.
definitely no. There's zero question. There's no eliteness going on at all. What is it? Tell me.
133T, it spells leet, Leet in hacker speak.
Turn it upside down.
Yeah.
Turn it upside
So
down.
it used to be that they'd say people were elite, but then elite was too long to type, so then they just type L33T.
I got it. Leet. So this is kind of like typing boobies on the calculator. That's what
Sure.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
One and the
yeah,
same.
yeah.
Much.
Yeah,
that's
but
all
Travis
of the
didn't
stuff.
want to bid like 8,008 teeth.
What's the calculator
solid
say
bid. That's a good bid.
on the dogs playing poker, Luis?
That does say boobs, doesn't it?
Ah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I love that one.
He cast the first stone.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that was much younger. I was very young back then.
This
so
is
it was a
4
long
years
time
ago. It's a whole different time.
Yeah, it's a totally different
only
era.
4 years ago, dude.
Oh my god.
He was a totally different man back then. So we've got
for sure.
some bids here in the chat. They say 750, Gaming Josh Page, and Freddie says 548. So go ahead in both chats, both on YouTube and on the Discord. Put your bid in there in Ethereum. How many Ethereum do you think the auction's going to sell for? The Christie's estimate is 250 to 350. I've seen a lot of numbers above there.
It's been shown on the live stream already. But I'll say it out loud as well. The POAP code, the secret word, if you install the POAP mobile app, is just Curio Christie's, all one word, lowercase. You go mint, secret word, type that in, and you'll get a token, a badge that says you were here when it happened. You were in the room. It's like having a Beatles ticket stub.
Wait, what?
Hit me again with that, because I was not paying attention, but I didn't know you got something. I didn't know you have to get the app. You have to get the app.
I don't think you.
Yeah, there's an NFT we're giving out for being here. It's this protocol called POAP, which stands for Proof of Attendance Protocol. So it's kind of a weird word,
POAP, yeah.
but it's like a ticket stub. It says you were there. It's a badge that says you were at the auction. So they're only available for 48 hours or until they run out. So you just go to the mobile app, mint, secret word, and then type in Curio Christie's. And Daniel has it on the screen in the bottom corner. It's the cool little Curio suited up, holding the cards, playing poker.
All right, I'm entering the live bidding room in Christie's. It went to do at 20 minutes.
Okay,
it's loading. Okay, welcome to Christie's. NFTs will begin shortly. The broadcast is not active, but it's on the live stream, on the Curio YouTube live stream, and I'll recrop it. Thanks for the tip there, garlic bread.
I love that's another nice thing about NFTs versus traditional world is we're getting a hot tip from garlic bread.
And I see Noah just tweeted about it. They're getting ready. I'm going to put his tweet in the chat so you guys can retweet it and stuff. Or actually, it's already been there. Thanks, Nikki. Nikki NFT got it in there. You guys retweet.
Well, I thought Christie's was having up by
Christie's
now with like a pre-show, like a little Today Show. Oh, how are you doing today, Hoda? Oh, I'm doing great. Expecting a big auction today. Oh, we've got a lot of great auction things coming in. We've got some Wayne T-Balls, some Andy Warhols. Oh, that's great. I was looking to pick up a Warhol myself. I have 3 at home. Where are these people? Oh, they got a picture now. There's a picture in the chat of a lady in pink with a mask on. She's getting ready to be the auctioneer, presumably. She's got a podium.
And if anybody sees if they have it on YouTube as well, let us know.
I love how Furuta writes tips fresh out of the oven at garlic bread. That's good stuff, man. What did you guys think? Actually, this was interesting. The way Christie's displayed it got a lot of hate, right? Not just for the Curio, but all of the NFTs got a lot of hate. My question, though, in Curio was, what did you guys think about 17B taking the giant place in relation to all the other cards. What do you guys feel about that?
I loved it.
Of course.
I thought it was
get
a
the
great
reason,
choice.
the story. You like that, Luis?
Yeah, I mean, I felt kind of uncomfortable. I actually thought that kind of that frame kind of off to the side was like some kind of rotating display or something, that it would just kind of show like a different card every couple of minutes or something. But it turns out it was just kind of static, right? It was just 17B. And like, and then Noah was kind of saying in that interview my friend did, where like he was saying that was kind of his favorite card because it was like flawed. And I'm like, okay, but like, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the best card in the set. But anyway, I guess, I don't know, like it was just a strange little story. So that's why he kind of chose to highlight it. I don't know.
Yeah. And it's important to know that it wasn't Luis's mistake. You know, there was no flaw in your art.
Yeah, sure. Actually, it would be cool if there was
story.
some way we could revisit that. Just because like it would be kind of cool if we could introduce some kind of flaw into the artwork itself, but like the flaw was actually on the technical level.
One other thought,
there's just a double mint.
Yeah, I agree. The rotating one could have been cool too, but it's not the last time I think we'll see subsets and full sets for sale and display. So there'll be a history of like, oh, in this context, you know, they projected it on the side of a mountain, and then over here they did a 3D hologram, and then here it was the AR. So it's just building
evolution.
the ways that we're representing it and experiencing it. So it's just one way that was comfortable for them, and there's other ways to do it.
Yeah, I wasn't too crazy about it. First of all, I'm worried about the people that are bidding. I want them to know that they're getting 31 cards. It may seem like you're getting 2 because there's 2 frames, and Beeple's work was a combination work similar to the grid of the Curio cards that they're showing. So yeah, I would have liked to see more frames for the number of cards so that all the cards could have been seen larger. I don't know if they could have fit that on one wall. I do think in comparison to the other auctions, I read a little bit about the CryptoPunks auction. People were not happy with that one. For the CryptoPunks, what they did is they put CryptoPunks are very small, they're pixel art, so they made very small versions of them, and then they included them with the rest of the work. So you'd be walking along, looking at your Warhols and your Monets, and you'd see this weird, very small CryptoPunk all by himself. So it is better to have a space for it.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that, you know what, I see a lot of the hate, like, for how it looks, but at the same point, like, it's still there. So, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's
here.
probably hard to
I'm
get
saying, like,
the 31 screens together, maybe.
Well, maybe they couldn't afford it. You think
about
maybe
the other-
Christie's is running out of money?
Yeah. Well, the other ones were
about to
really
make a lot
bad because
today.
they were like they weren't the right size for the art, right? So there were like big borders on them and stuff. That's what really got the most hate on Twitter.
Yeah, there was
that I
interesting
saw.
choices on all sides. Just everybody in the Discord to know as well, I am also sharing my screen that has the auction up on it. So if you're in just the audio chat, you can watch the auction there as well.
Nice.
Oh, is that music coming from?
Yeah, but I want
Chris?
to stay a little muted. Oh, okay, yeah. So we're seeing. Yeah. Okay, I'm hearing that too on my side. I'm gonna leave that muted. All right. So on the wait, where's the music coming from? Somebody's watching it.
I think it's coming from the live stream.
Travis, do you have it on?
So it's me.
Okay, but I'm having the video display. All right. So on the live stream, I'm gonna have the video play, but definitely mute the. Well, actually, I don't know.
I mean, people in the chat need to be able to hear it as well.
Are you able to turn it down because it's really loud?
Turn it down because it's kind of clipping in a weird way with the voice.
So I have stopped sharing my screen. I'll figure this out. I still hear
playing,
it.
so somebody's got it playing.
Literally, where is it playing from? Okay, wait.
Thomas, it's probably you, man. Thomas,
It's Matt
is it you?
BTC. Yeah.
Thomas, are you there?
Thomas, just mute here.
Thomas.
Or we can Okay. Should we?
He's gone.
I don't want to mute him.
Thomas.
Okay. Well, I'd like.
We can just manually mute him for a moment until he comes back.
Yeah, I just muted him.
That's awesome, dude. He went to get a coffee and he.
Are we sure
I
it's
still hear it.
him? Because I can still hear it.
Oh.
Yeah, I can still hear it. I'm just gonna. Okay, I muted him on my side. RIP. I'm sorry. You know, F in chat for Mad BTC, but I think we can do the voiceover. You know, in a world where buildings exist. That's the Mad Bitcoins.
That's really great. So I need to figure out how I can share my video and not my audio then for the live stream if we want people in the chat to be able to see it, or everyone can just watch it on the YouTube.
I'd like to be able to watch it through the Discord because I don't know how to sign up for this stuff. I can't click the sign up button.
Yeah. Travis, if you allow me to share screen, I can do that too.
Okay. Yeah.
And then also on the YouTube live stream, it's most of the channel is with just the audio. I mean, just the video. Sorry.
I'm giving you permissions, Daniel.
Okay.
I'll just give all the artists the ability to share their screen, but let's just stick with Daniel for now.
Quite different than the usual live streams I do, right? Fun
Okay,
times.
you have. I'm glad we started early for this. You have the ability to share your screen now, Daniel.
Okay, so everybody should see a Christie's video. Welcome. The auction will begin soon.
And Tom, when you get back, we did have to mute you. Just FYI.
Okay, garlic bread. I'm not going to be able to pipe the audio. You should never share your screen with other users. Very true, especially if it's a crypto-related screen.
But we're going to do it anyway.
For you, we will do it.
For you, here's my
loyal
take
viewer.
it now, please.
For you, loyal viewer, we will do this. But yeah, just share just a single application. Don't share your whole screen.
Anyone have any luck getting it to go full screen?
There we go. Hey, Tom.
For full screen, Tom,
we had to mute you, bro. You were pumping in the sound. We had to mute you while you stepped away.
Yeah,
Tom, for full screen, hold down Control and then scroll, and you can resize the video to be full screen.
I'm looking at the YouTube link as well that we're streaming out on the Curio cards and on Mad Bitcoins, and they look great. So you can watch on either channel. It's on World Crypto Network, and it's also on the Curio Cards YouTube channel, which we tweeted out. So just go to the My Curio Cards Twitter, or if you're on the Discord, just go ahead and join the audio room, Christie's event. Look at Daniel's shared screen.
Yeah. Okay. So Brian asked, any way to share the audio? Okay. So sharing the audio into Discord, I'm
probably not going to
sure,
work.
But but I can share the audio to the YouTube live stream, and then you could just like mute Discord and watch the live stream while it's happening. It'd be just a few seconds delayed, I guess.
We can't get the
It looks
the
like there's
auction
an issue
audio
where
in Discord.
there's like, it looks like there's some issue where there's like we hit the max number of viewers on the stream. Some people are posting that
You
in
could
chat.
set up a stage and then
We couldn't. Stages don't do video yet,
yeah,
unfortunately.
but then everybody could just watch a stream through like Twitch or YouTube or something.
So yeah, I think that's what we'll do here now. If everyone wants to watch the stream, just go ahead and jump on the YouTube. I'm sharing the link out. Tom shared his out as well. I'll go ahead and also put it, throwing everyone on these.
Yeah, Jinx, now you owe me a Coke.
As a split second. Yeah. Oh, at the same minute. All right, so I threw everyone on it as well. If you're in the Discord, grab the link. If you're already watching on YouTube, you should be able to hear everything great.
Yep, I'm typing the audio from Christie's, the elevator music. What's the point in just video? I think also it will say the current bid. So for accessibility, we will also be able to see visually the bids.
And we want to hear that guy. He's going to be like, amity, 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 amity. I was using me, amity, amity, amity.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, whoever guesses the closest number today, I'm going to give him an NFT from my new set, Series 7 of Marisol Vengus. I'll give you a very rare
nice.
one of 7 NFTs, and they are really awesome. You're going to love them.
Awesome. We've had a bunch of people already put in their numbers. So I guess probably the easiest thing to do, because there's no way we're going to be able to go through the hundreds of texts. If you think you're close after it's all done, maybe just link or reply to your own post and say, "Hey, I think I won," and then Max can deem you the winner, I guess. But that's cool. We've got a lot of, basically, as far as the team and artist goes, we got the top is Travis at 1337. The low bid is Robeck with 420.69. So it's going to be interesting.
Nice.
We got everything in between. Look at all those numbers. Holy cow, we got a lot of people in here, man. Holy smackerinos, man.
It's a
What's the
lot of
count
numbers. I mean, the video loop, just a few minutes. It should be like less than 10.
Wow. Oh my God, we got a lot of people in here.
Yeah, that's
See, is this right? Is there really 1,200 people typing all at the same time right now?
Should we put slow mode on, or
Mine says several people are typing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn slow
more than
mode on.
This is
several.
crazy. Whoa.
Well, look, we got on the YouTube, in the Curio one, we've got over 300 people, and on World Crypto Network, another 100 something. So I mean, there's almost 500 people just watching the YouTube live right now. So
Yep.
Right.
People are literally typing in prices right now, like what they think it's going to go
Yeah.
at. Oh man, what have I done? What have I done?
What have you done, bro?
320 on YouTube.
Dude,
Hey,
we're
guys,
never
you can
going to be
only-
able to
you only
keep track
type your-
of all of these numbers.
This is awesome, man. This is awesome.
We are minutes away from the auction.
So Christie's is still looping their graphic here. They've got like some auction, and I don't know. I still think they should have a pre-show. I don't know why Noah's not up here talking to some pretty lady telling us about the auction.
So there will be a pre-show. I hear there will be a pre-show, but it'll start on the 30-minute. The auction won't start on the 30-minute. There'll be a few-minute pre-show. Then they'll go into the auction.
And how long do you think the auction's going to take, Travis?
The auction could be really fast, is what I've heard, because it's just, how the bidding will go. So it could be minutes, it could be, 10 minutes, it could be 20. So be ready.
Be ready with your ETH.
That's why I feel it's such a good idea to get up early and to be here early. Because I think this thing's gonna be over in like 2 minutes. I think it's gonna be.
Or
really
if you're
fast.
Luis, be here late.
Yeah, super late. Oh, man.
They've picked the time that works really well with you. So I feel like they're supporting you right now, and that's great.
Yeah, I mean, they even kind of gave 17B its own screen, right? So, like, I feel really special right now.
Yeah, you're highlighted, man, right?
At first when the music was playing, it was cutting in and out. But now that I'm actually hearing it, it does make it really epic. Just, makes you want to add zeros to whatever you were ready to do.
Oh, damn.
Hey, everybody hit up the, let's tweet about this. I put my tweets in there, but guys, tweet, retweet. Let's just build awareness right now. It's really a kind of this is one of those magical times where people are like, how do we let people know? Like, this is one of those times. Like, you got to let everybody know who that you support Curio cards and support the whole movement in NFTs. And this is one of those times. Like, hit the retweet button, hit the tweet button.
Get the YouTube link out there. Tell people
Christie's is playing the
about the
advertisement.
POAP.
Okay,
Hope something's
some stuff is
changed.
playing.
Here we go.
This is that
All right.
advertisement that they played earlier.
Berries. Mine Bitcoin. Mona. Clean Mona. Future. Passion.
I saw our faces there, Tom.
Ooh, I know, pretty cool.
That was epic. Okay.
How does it feel, Tom, to have your likeness auctioned at Christie's?
It's very strange. It's very like you're like, okay. I mean, part of it is I create these YouTube videos so that so that guy can teach people about Bitcoin. So, I'm out like reading books, doing other stuff. I've got that YouTube guy out there teaching you about Bitcoin, so I don't have to, right? But now they're auctioning off a picture of that YouTube guy on Christie's. So yes, it's very surreal. It's very strange.
It was certainly not my plan when I was thinking about future careers to be auctioned at Christie's.
I like Daylight Ape says, say bye-bye to cheap prices for curios in about 5 minutes. That's my favorite tweet so far. It's awesomeness.
You guys are strangely quiet right now.
Still looping. It's a hypnotic loop.
Well, let's get like the artists take it to like what's it feel like right now, this moment, minutes before being auctioned at Christie's, New York City. Daniel, go.
It makes me think of the San Jose Sharks, and then like they bring down the big shark thing from the ceiling, and then they skate out onto the ice. So like this is just the door opening, and it's like we're on the inside, the door's opening out for us, but many people are just going to hear about Curio and NFT, so we can also make sure it's like welcoming for them.
It's beautiful. Robeck, are you on?
I'm here, but
The
I'm not
audio still?
watching the stream quite yet. What I need to find the link. I found Daniel's link. I'm gonna watch that. Oh no, it has too many viewers. Okay.
It's in the announcements.
If you jump on, there's a
it's in
YouTube
the
link.
announcement. Is that Kian?
Do you have that?
Talking shit at me?
Oh wait, it's not in the announcements. Travis, maybe you should throw it in there.
The YouTube link's not in the announcements?
Well, the YouTube link is, but that only has the audio. If you wanted to watch it.
Okay. No, the YouTube link has the audio of the auction as well, right?
It's beautiful. Oh my God, look at this. It's right there on my screen. Very cool.
The Robeck, what's it feel like though, man? What are the emotions coursing through your body right now, dude?
I have none. Which is
You're numb.
probably-
I would honestly, I
Machine.
think that would be like my feeling. I would probably just be numb to it. So
I have a mental illness, so I'm excited for everybody, but I'm trying to work into the feelings myself.
How about you, Travis? How's it feel for you, man?
I'm just happy the people can watch the live stream. My only concern was logistics.
That's how I feel too.
Spoken like a true operator, man. Spoken like a true operator.
Famously non-emotive people, famously operational. Just make sure the live stream works.
That's all I cared about. The price can do whatever it wants. I just want to make sure people can watch. Oh, here we go. I think where it's happening.
Oh, right, wow. It's live.
Welcome to our post-war to present sale, including the NFTs 1X and
We're getting
1Y
it on the audio as
being
well.
offered for the first time at Christie's with
Promise
live
me.
bidding in Ether since 1766. We'll start with lot number 1X now. This is the first art project on Ether, predating even CryptoPunks.
Did we just lose audio?
In early
We lost
2018. This is
No, it's
Curio
on the
cards,
YouTube.
the full set of 30
Oh.
cards, and the misprint 17B. We'll start here with interest at
and the misprint
170
17B.
ETH. 170.
Let's
At
go.
170 ETH, bid is mine on my book. 170.
Holy
There we go,
shit.
Noah.
This is
At
fast.
170, 180 on the telephone.
I can't even say what the numbers are. Where are they?
At 190 ETH. Still with me. Not yours, North Carolina. Come back to
We're
me.
getting double
At
audio on the
190, bid is
YouTube.
on my book.
Carolina.
At 190 ETH. My bid.
Had
Coming in,
to
Noah.
tell me
At 190. Bid here with me. 200 now. Online bidder 200 just
Holy
next to you.
shit!
220.
It just happened so
At
fast.
220.
I can't even keep up.
Noah's
What's the
bid for
number?
220 now.
At 220.
At 220.
Robeck, put it in another
period.
bid for God's
I
sake,
don't
man.
have 170 ETH.
At 220 now. For 220, 240, 230, I'll take it online. Thank you. 230. I have 240 Ethereum on my book here. At 240 ETH, here we are. Bids on my book, ahead of you live, against the telephone. 250 now. At 250, just ahead of your click. 260 is still here.
Around
$260
$750,000.
Ethereum. On the book at Christie's. Ahead of Noah's bid, against you online. Come back at 260 for 260 Ethereum. Here we are. 260 on the book. At 260. Online, try 270. At 260 Ethereum, bids on my book for 260. 270. Now with Noah's bidder on the telephone, 270. I have 280 at 288 on the book here for 280, 290, 300 Ethereum on the book here at 300 Ethereum. The bid is mine. Ahead of you, Noah. Come back online at 300. Holding live at 300 Ethereum. Bid is still with me. Thank you, Noah, for the bids online. I'll wait for a click at 300 Ethereum then. It is on the book. I can sell it now for 300 Ethereum for the first time in a live auction at Christie's. At 320 now, Florida's back at 320 Ethereum.
Here we go. We're over $1 million.
320.
Woo!
New bidder down south. Your bid, Florida, 320 Ethereum. Holding live at 320 for 320 ETH.
Come on.
North Carolina, would you like to come back? 320 is in Florida. Ahead of Noah's bidder left for 320 for the full set of 30 cards and the misprint 17B. 320. Nope. Take your time. These things happen once in a lifetime at Christie's. 320 now. Here we are. 320. Thank you, Noah. Florida, holding with you online. You're all out. I'm selling now. 320 Ethereum. Sold with you 3338. Thank you very much. Lot number 1Y. Now the art blocks curated. The leading generative art program in the space, featuring a beautiful fidenza, a squiggle, an archetype,
Benny.
and more.
Audio.
The full sets 1, 2,
Oh, that was it. Okay, I guess I was done.
lot number
That was so
That was
fast.
quick.
No way.
That is like a weird. I don't even know. That is bizarre. How
How many
quick
people do
and,
we have on the chat right now?
3338. Oh, is that the bidder or the amount?
It's over. It's all
That's it.
over.
1 million.
Yeah.
It's all
Cool.
over. We went over $1 million. It looks like the art blocks is at 450 right now, so they're over that. So
Yep, they're over 1 million as well. That's 2 press releases. Yeah, they're
So it looks like the final USD was $1,035,000. Looks like the final bid.
North Carolina took it.
North Carolina.
does that mean it's Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast bidding?
Wow.
Art blocks is at 550.
If only we had done generative art, guys.
well, they're selling more pieces today as well, I believe. Oh wow, that's great. Okay, everybody, that's it. The auctions happened. We sold at 320. We hit the $1 million mark. It went really quick, as these things are.
That
This
was
is
pretty
fantastic. Yeah. All right, everybody, reactions. What do you think?
550 now.
We have the audio coming in still.
The
I think?
audio's working.
I'll leave the video up, but the bid is done. Wow.
That was quick.
So,
Wow.
do you think we can finally just like tell people that it's a legit art project now?
You're at Christie's, man. You
It's
sold
over
at
$1 million
Christie's.
bucks. Yeah.
Yeah. You sold at Christie's.
Does this mean we're famous now?
I think.
I don't know. Weren't you always?
No way.
It happened really fast. I'm glad that someone bid us up over $1 million. I was a little bummed there for a while that we wouldn't go for $1 million. A lot of people wanted it to go for more, so it was a bit disappointing there. But the guy seemed like he gave everybody a good chance to bid. Seemed like a really fair auction.
That was like 5 minutes, wasn't it? It wasn't even that.
I mean, God, I am. It's like, you know what I think I could think of is like being a teenager. Like it was over so quick. It was like, what the heck just happened? Like you would think, but look, they know what they're doing, right? I guess this is the way it is. This is what they've
that was
designed
the
over
warning.
100 years.
The warning we got ahead of time was it was going to probably go just minutes. I mean, these auctions happen pretty quick.
It's incredible. I would have thought they'd try to draw it out and like have a richer experience, but I guess the experience is that like super fast and boom, you either get it or you don't. It's that
They have a
sense
lot
of
of lots to
urgency.
get through today. Yeah, and there's a lot of lots still to come.
Well, let's appreciate some of these details here. They have a screen behind the auctioneer that shows how much Ethereum is being bid, and below that they have the Ethereum number converted into USD, pounds, euros, CHF, HKD, and CNY. So it is really interesting as a global exercise to see this being done in Ethereum.
Right.
As the primary currency.
Do you think they'll keep this for the other auctions? Like once they get to like Warhol or something, are they going to get rid of this? Or are they going to keep this up?
Well, that's a great question. Yeah, we knew they were going to do ETH for the first time, ETH primary bidding for the NFTs. I don't think they'll keep it up for the other art, but there's also VFriends, right? Which kind of straddles that interesting because it is, not NFTs. He's selling the physical artwork that created the NFTs. Will they do those in ETH?
Do we know what number Gary is going into this? If we have to wait long?
Yeah, his isn't going for about, I think, another hour.
Okay, so unlikely that we're going to cover that here on the stream. I am a little curious to see if they switch it over when they go to the normal paintings. I would be kind of curious to see if they just keep it, because why not take some home bids for those paintings as well? Get with the future here.
They got everybody signed on today is geared up for ETH bidding. One thing that we heard was really interesting was a lot of just new bidders, people who
560 for art blocks.
Wow.
And looks like
they got a lot of new people who've never bid before, registering on these ETH only bids.
Very strange.
Yeah,
It
KYC
looks like
is a killer, so probably impacts a lot of this.
definitely a thing. Looks like they're stopping the auction. Unfortunately, it seems like they're going to separate the NFT auctions from the other auctions. Oh well.
There's your answer.
Oh yes, enter the next sale room. Right, we're going in.
So we've had the NFTs, Curio cards going for $1 million, art blocks going for, I believe, 2, and now we're moving on to some more art. I think we probably can stop sharing the Christie's at this point. People who want to keep watching the general auction can obviously go on Christie's live stream and keep going. But for the Curio cards community today, I think we've probably seen what we came here to see.
Yep. You want to just chill and talk a little bit, continue the stream, and then just let me know when you want it to end, Travis.
Well, I think the story we're going with here is Curio cards sell for more than $1 million at Christie's auction house. That's your soundbite.
Christie's New York auction house, Curio cards, $1 million.
New multi-artist format and art project on sale at Christie's.
That's a full set. So full set, sometimes people who don't really quite understand what a full set means, there are like 29,000 Curio cards. About 4,000 of those are probably lost. But in the set, it's spread across 30 cards. It's like baseball cards or Pokemon cards. So some of them have 2,000 cards, and some of them only have 111 is the lowest supply. And of that one, the 111, 6 were actually lost, provably lost. So there can only be 105 full sets in existence. And that's what was auctioned today.
What's the current number of full sets?
There are 15 known full sets on leaderboard.curio.cards. Now,
Nice.
somebody might have a full set spread across a couple of accounts, but the known, held in a single address full set number right now is 15 known full sets.
Yeah, I think we've discussed this quite a bit in the past, just like the number, what it's going to be, if we're 10 years down the road, what kind of number is going to be the actual full set number. And consensus, I'd love to hear your view on it, Travis, but what I've heard is kind of like in this 30 to 40 range. What's your gut tell you on the actual number of full sets that get built?
Oh, art blocks.
I think that's very interesting about art blocks. Yeah.
Yeah, art blocks did not sell. They did not meet reserve.
Wow, really?
Oh,
so that
they had a
550
higher.
or whatever that was not the reserve.
Oh,
They,
I believe
that's
they
great.
had a higher
700 to
minimum.
sell.
Ooh,
Yeah,
they got a
it was
bloody
a rare.
nose.
Oh wow, it was a rarer set, so they had a higher. Well, it was expected they would have a higher price because it was a more rare set that was being sold. It's interesting they didn't hit their reserve though. That is unfortunate.
Looking at recent trades of Curio cards, BTC 0.97, BTC keys 1.05. Dogs trading well down at 5.27. Apples well down at 6.97. Looks like we might be seeing some under the market selling right now.
It's time to place some offers, not financial advice. But
I'm also seeing in the last 24 hours, probably most of that since we've had a 22% increase in sales. I'm trying to find something that's just the last hour. That'd be really interesting.
We've had a future
NFT
go for
go.
0.91, a pink going for 5.1, well under bid. We do have a major sale. Education number 26 has been sold for 30 Ethereum.
Nice, solid.
Still a major purchase. That's $900,000, something like that. Check my math.
That's 90,000.
90,000, still a lot. My math is bad.
So this is kind of interesting because like I've just been in a long chat with my art guild about, so they were all watching Thomas's stream just now, and I was explaining that, no guys, I did not just make $1 million just now. Just making sure everyone knows that, like, don't come to my house tomorrow.
Luis is buying drinks for everybody at the bar right now.
Well, I mean, I can definitely buy drinks for people in this beach bar because, like, the beers here are like $1.50 US, right? So yes, I can afford that for sure.
How is it that you are always at the beach, always on vacation, bro? That is like you are living the dream down there, man. If I follow you, and it's like all I see are pictures of like amazing stuff and what looks like a great life. Should we all move down there with you, man? Is this like, are you in the spot?
You definitely should. Like, I am in a fairly nice part of this beach town in the Philippines, and I'm paying like $650 a month for my apartment. It's like cost of living is so cheap. And you've got a coastline that stretches about 4 miles. So like, if you run, you can just like run up and down the coastline if you wanted. I don't know how good you are at running on sand. I've never learned how to do that, but like, it's yeah. I mean, I can't complain, right? Because
bro, I see the pictures of like dinners overlooking the palm trees, and I'm like, bro, he's living the dream out there, man.
It's not even that expensive. Actually, the great part about it.
So I think we probably can bring the YouTube stream to an end. I want to close on something, which is, I believe the last full sale, the full set went for, Robeck, you were saying in the chat, 107 ETH was the last time a full set sold. And today we sold a full set for 320 ETH. That's 3 times. I think it's going to be really interesting to kind of just watch what happens on OpenSea, watch what happens on the market the rest of the day and the following weeks. We had a huge spike in sales when Christie's announcement first happened. And then everybody kind of waited. So we'll see with what happens with the trade volume now that Christie's has occurred.
Maybe let's have one closing note from anybody who wants to, and then I'll end the stream and we can just continue talking here a little bit.
Yeah, we'll still be on the Discord, and I'm sure Matt will keep streaming on World Crypto Network as well. I just like the idea of this YouTube link having just a nice clip of the auction people can watch later. But yeah, let's go ahead and go around. Who wants to say something? Should we start with the artists? Oh yeah, Crypto Alert.
Can I jump in?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go for it.
Hello.
Go for it.
I just want to say, like, the fact that this made it to Christie's and like it got to be, broadcasted in this event is just a great, absolute like feat in itself. And I just want to say, like, really happy to have found this project and discovered it in the way that I did. And see it go to like, you know, this stage and have a lot of people know what an NFT is and how it made it to this place. And like, you know, now we're bidding with ETH and then we're getting all this exposure of crypto in general. So I just want to say like really, really happy to be here. I'm really happy to have watched this stream. So yay, go Curio.
Really
Hey,
happy
thanks,
to have you
Crypto
here.
Liquor.
Crypto Liquor's got some great videos explaining the cards, explaining 1 through 10. Please check out their YouTube channel.
Yeah, you can head to my Twitter and it's the first YouTube link just on my description. I try to upload weekly, but yeah, I'm mostly active on Twitter and on Discords.
I think for me, this is just like, you know, I just want to say from a fan's perspective, a collector's perspective, you know, just big, huge congratulations. Obviously to the artist, this is a peak moment of your life. If you're an artist, this is like the top. As Max said, this is the dream. So from that perspective, super congrats to the artists, obviously. To the team members, you know, Travis, Thomas, I mean, everybody, I mean, I know there are others as well, but just the idea that you guys, you know, this happened and came back to life and turned out to be that you guys were just right back when you were building this in 2016 and 17. And that, you know, this is like a justification. This is like a step of approval from the wider society, the art society. I just think it's just such a feather in your cap, and just from all of us, I just say congratulations. It's really amazing.
In 2017, a full set of Curio cards sold for about $60.
Maybe the greatest ROI in the history of the world. I don't know. It's amazing.
That's great. That's so cool. I'll go next. I mean, I'm fucking drunk, so it doesn't really matter what I say at this point, or maybe it will matter. I don't know. I'm very aware that I've got a whole bunch of guild members kind of like watching Thomas's stream still, so I'll just say, hey guys, thanks so much for you know, coming out and supporting it and stuff like that. And like, I want to make it my, you know, kind of the rest of my life's goal to kind of put other artists in the position that we're currently in right now, where, you know, kind of, you know, there was a lot of hard work involved, but there was also lots of randomness. And sometimes randomness can be miraculous, right? And I think that's what Curio cards and this experience has kind of taught me. Like, sometimes you just got to stick with it. Eventually something else will stick, right? And because it's crypto, the upside is always kind of, sometimes it feels like unexpected. And that's the magic of it. Yeah, I'm super grateful to be kind of along for the ride with you guys, and can't wait to see what's next. That's it. Thank you so much.
I'll jump in. Oh man, where do I begin? Yeah, this has just been so unreal, and just making all these connections with you guys is, you know, the best thing that's ever, I mean, truly happened to me ever. Just meeting all you. Icing on the cake. Can focus on some art. I've been making art for, oh man, almost 15 years now, and you know, maybe made like $100 off it or something around there, like so little money. And I've always paid for art spaces and always supported the community through community events, engaging activities for people to do. And that doesn't make any money. It's like a couple bucks here and there. You get to keep the lights on. So yeah, to be able to focus on this, and have all of you support me in this is just incredible. You know, I just feel truly lucky. Yeah, and stay tuned. I'm going to be posting some works from the new series. I haven't done a series since 2016 with Marisol stuff, so I made a series 7, and some of you've seen the sales catalog, which is awesome. We made 116 pieces. Paid people very well to help me create these artworks. For the first time, I've actually been able to pay people to work on art, which is crazy in its own right. Anyway, yeah, super grateful. Definitely check out marisolvengas.com. There's some stickers on there, and I'll be posting those original works, and they all come with limited edition NFTs. It comes with every piece that you get comes with 5 NFTs out of 7. So you get the original and then a representation that's NFT, and then then you can scan an NFC chip and claim them on the individual artworks. So anyway, looking forward to making more work. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate this opportunity. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you.
Have all the artists had a chance to talk?
Thanks, Max. Robeck?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'll echo the sentiments. This has been pretty transformative. It's given me an opportunity to do stuff that I've really wanted to for a long time, which is find artists and share art. I got to airdrop one of my favorite people I discovered through NFTs today to 21 through 23 holders, and that was super cool. I think we'll continue working on like highlighting and uplifting people through the space. Yeah, it's just super exciting. I didn't expect to feel anything, but in the heat of the auction, I definitely did get wrapped up in it. And the last one going for around 100 ETH and this one going for 320 is pretty exciting to see. So yeah, thanks and good night or good morning.
Good night to Luis. Good morning,
morning.
to the rest of us.
Yeah. All right. Awesome.
Thanks
Travis,
for coming out, everybody.
can I-
We're gonna
wanna
we'll
end the
keep
stream
hanging
right
out
now?
in the Discord. Yeah, we'll keep hanging out in the Discord. Thanks everybody on the YouTube for coming out. We'll go ahead and stop the YouTube now. So it captures the auction, but we'll still be hanging out in the Discord, and we're gonna open up audio chat, let people come up and talk, just to add us in the room.
Yep. All right. Goodbye, YouTube. See you on Discord. Stream's over. Okay. I did it, and I have the local, more high quality version if anybody like wants a large video file.
All right, well, we add in the Curio chat. Futra said they wanted to come up and say something. Have they been unmuted yet? Look.
Good morning, Bitcoins. Curio cards just sold at auction for more than $1 million. And you know what you have to do now. Tell the media that a Mona Lisa on the blockchain sold for $1 million at Christie's auction house. Yes, this is a big deal. $1 million, one Mona Lisa on the blockchain. It's incredible. So I just want to thank the whole Curio Cards team and all the artists, everyone in the Discord, everyone who made the wrapper, everyone who found the old cards and said, hey, that's something worth buying. You all made this sale possible. Now, I've seen some people in the chat are a little disappointed. They wanted it to sell for 2 million or 3 million. Certainly my bid was high, as I'd seen earlier that the last set on the market was around 300 Ethereum. The last set right now, if you want to buy one right now, 500 Ethereum. So seeing it come in at around 320 Ethereum may seem like it's a little low, but it is over $1 million, the important number for the media. If we were below that, all the articles would say, oh, it sold below that. But now they can say more than $1 million. This is a big deal for the media. This is mainly a media event. Obviously, the bidder is happy now. They got a set of Curio cards, but everyone else, what they got is exposed to the idea that there is such a thing called Curio cards, exposed to the idea that it predates CryptoPunks, it predates CryptoKitties, and you can buy them for yourself right now on OpenSea. Checking in again with the OpenSea numbers, looks like it was a little low earlier, and it looks like it's continuing to be a little low. 4 minutes ago, we had a future card go for 0.9. That's low. Berries at 1.03. BTC falling below 1 Ethereum at 0.95. Earlier, we had the larger sales of an Apple for 6.9. We had a pink going for 5.1 and an education card, the all-important and very rare 26 card, only 111 in existence. I think about 5 or 6 burnt in the other wrapper. 30 Ethereum for that very rare card. So we are seeing some lower prices right now on Curio cards on OpenSea. Still a chance for you to get in there and get yourself a Curio card or two, maybe even get your own Mona Lisa on the blockchain. I think we're going to go ahead and shut down this stream now. It's very early in the morning. I think they're still chatting over on the Curio Card Discord. So if you want to check that out, that'd be great. If it's your first time here, please remember to subscribe down below. We've been making YouTube videos about Bitcoin, cryptography, and other cryptocurrencies since 2014 on this channel, since 2013 over at the Mad Bitcoins channel. If you want to subscribe to both of those, that would really help me out a lot. I'm trying to get one of those YouTube play buttons for the background. 100,000 subscribers would get it, but we've got a long way to go. So a thumbs up also helps out. Everybody says that on YouTube because that's how YouTube recommends this video to other people. If you missed the auction, you can rewind. We do have the auction here as part of this video. There's also a video from Curio Cards over on their channel, so you can check that out as well. Thanks to everybody for joining us. Give us a thumbs up in the chat. And until next time, bye-bye. Oh, and let me say one more thing because I'm in costume today. This has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoin.
Yo, Thomas, can you hear me okay? Can you come on and speak?
Yep. Check. We're going live right now on the World Crypto Network. Let's do some tweets about
Shit,
this.
I'm not hearing any of you guys.
I thought you were going to set it up and it was going to work. Did you plug your headphones in? Everything's working for me, man. And I was about ready to share it too. It's already kind of shared. Wait, I'm muted. Okay,
All right, let's try this again.
I was muted. How about now?
Oh yeah, yeah, I got you, man. You got me now?
Yeah.
All right, we ran into a little technical difficulties right now. Yeah, bro, I didn't even get to. Hey, there's bro back.
All right, here we go.
Where we go, man? Whoa, we're turning it.
We are live on the World Crypto Network. Welcome to the Curio Cards Rediscovery Party Part 2. So now I'm going to go back to tweeting this. That's what I was going to do before.
Yep, definitely, guys. We appreciate a retweet just to let everybody know we're here. Talking about curios, what happened. We're going to get into what went down yesterday evening with everybody's best friend, Gary V, and also with Daryl Morey. And I didn't even know this guy before last night. Obviously, some of you guys knew him pretty well. And so he aped in a bunch as well. And so we had a lot of action happening last night.
It was very exciting.
And so we definitely want to get into that.
Daryl Morey from the Philadelphia 76ers. According to the Wikipedia, he's kind of like their Billy Bean. He did Moneyball for basketball, focusing on analytics and choosing players that way. So he sounds like a really cool guy. Yeah.
Amazing. And actually chatted with him today. He was trying to figure out how to buy the 17B card. So that was fun. And actually our Discord helped out, found the right place to buy that. I wasn't sure exactly either. You know, I knew you could get it on OpenSea. I just wanted to make sure I didn't like send him in the wrong place. And yeah, he's close to the full set. He's very, very close. I won't share what he's looking for because I don't want to sway the market. But yeah, he's very, very close to a full set, which is pretty exciting. So if you haven't, I think I invited all of the Curio guys up. I invited you up a couple times, but keep it clean, brother. It's pretty exciting. So if you haven't, I think I invited all of the Curio guys up. I invited you up a couple times, but keep it clean, brother. It's pretty exciting. Oh. So if you haven't,
Travis is here.
I think I'm hearing reverb guys up. You got Thomas. I'm hearing reverb, but from you.
All right, I cancel that.
Yeah. Let me give you. How do I give you permission? I thought I could give you permission anyway.
I think you can probably make people host these days.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I was just trying to figure that out. Anyway, just figuring it out, man. But look who we got in. We got Travis in the room. Travis, how's it going, man? Oh, I got to invite him to speak. Guys, raise your hands if I'm not seeing you. I'm not so great at controlling all of these buttons and stuff. So be sure to raise your hand if you want to come up and speak. I want to have the whole team come up if you guys want to come up. I'd love to have you come up and speak. Travis, I clicked invite to speak, but if you're not getting it, just raise your hand and I'll invite you to speak. And so let's get into what happened last night. I think actually let's get Daniel up here, because I think Daniel maybe deserves a little bit of credit for pinging Gary V continuously on Twitter. You want to tell us a little bit about that, Daniel?
Oh, what's up, guys? It's super awesome to be here. Shout out to everybody in the spaces right now. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm recovering from a torn meniscus at home. I play a lot of soccer, so I have a lot of time on my hands, more than I would like right now. So it's kind of perfect for, dude, I just discovered Curio cards and I just went down the rabbit hole the same way I presume everybody else in here did. And I was like, dude, this is crazy. It just gave me that feeling, when you find something that's like, wait, this is legit. This is no bullshit, no marketing, no promote. This is like the real thing. And so I'm just excited about it. And I noticed somewhere in the Discord, someone mentioned that Daryl and Gary already owned a couple copies. I'm familiar with both of them, like super dope guys. So I just thought that was exciting. And I was just like, yo, if you guys think two analytical minds like these guys are just quietly holding these for no reason, you're crazy. Like, these are going to explode. So I just was sharing my excitement pretty much.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so you heard about it first in Gary's Discord?
No, I actually went on OpenSea and I sorted like the top 7-day volume by gainers, and I just scrolled way down and just sort of saw it. And I was just like, this is how bored I am, guys. I really have too much time on my hands. So I just saw it and I was like, I just clicked it, and OpenSea really did a great job with the description, because it sort of kills you having to explain it, because it's almost like too good to be true. Like if you say that to someone, hey, it predates punks and crypto kitties and everything, people will look at you like you're crazy. But if OpenSea says it in writing on their bio, in the bio of the project with a blue check, it's has a bit more gravitas or whatever. So I was like, dude, this is nuts. I just started researching it, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And sorry, I don't mean to hog the mic or anything like that. More than happy to. I want to hear from everybody else too. So yeah,
not at all, brother. That's pretty awesome. I mean, I think you probably were, if not the impetus, right there. I know I tweeted then at Gary after you were like, hey, let's keep hitting Gary, and I said, I tweeted at Gary and said, hey, Gary, I heard you buying Curio cards. Come on in the room, right? And then you could almost feel the excitement, because I think somebody checked, there's that thing within Discord where you can see who enters the room, and somebody saw that he entered, right? And then people started going crazy in the Discord, right? That was pretty awesome. And then he popped in, and everybody was pretty psyched about that. Yeah,
for sure. I would love to hear from Daryl, seeing that he's in here. If that's cool, I would love to. I'm so curious about how he sort of got into it.
Oh yeah, I didn't even didn't see him pop in. Yeah, Daryl, if he wants to come up and speak. I chatted with him today, and there was some confusion between Daryl and Gary as to who had made the purchase, or who was quicker to buy into Curio. And so we did a little. Well, we know Roback was first for sure, but whether Gary or Daryl was first. And some people in our Discord did do some digging. But Daryl, do you want to tell us a little bit about how you learned about Curio?
You gotta
need to
unmute yourself.
Yeah, you might need to unmute.
Oh, there we
your mic.
go.
There you go, brother.
There we go. You can
Great
see
to
how
have you in here, man.
You can see how tech savvy I am.
Man, I'm right there with you. But yeah.
Anyway, I went down the rabbit hole a while ago, and I was mad Gary beat me by a week. But hey, he's the best for a reason. And yeah, I grabbed at the time like all the ones I thought would be pretty rare, which turned out to be I was pretty accurate except for a couple. And then honestly, when you guys made it blow up last night, I was like, oh, I'll just buy the rest of them.
Well, I definitely can't say we made it blow up. I think, certainly Gary is such an influencer in the space, right?
What was interesting is I was tracking it on OpenSea and CryptoSlam and everywhere, and it was always like no one was paying attention to it. So I was like, oh, maybe because it isn't on like the 720 contract. People are like, okay, it's not real. But I was like, how is this not real? It has to be.
Yep.
So that's why I grabbed it, but it never took off. I assumed it might. And for the same reason, I have like a piece of land on Ethereum, and I have a whole bunch of CryptoPunks. Like for me, like look, NFTs are going to be massive, like 100x to 1000x to where they are now. But there's going to be a period where there's going to be a flight to quality, where there's going to be a big shakeup, where a lot of these, pick to, just crash basically.
Yeah.
Then there'll be a flight to quality, a flight to like some of the original stuff. And so I was just trying to squat all that. So that's sort of the general strategy.
It's cool. I think for most of us who have been holding the card since the rediscovery, I think, someone like yourself who's a collector, or Gary, it's just kind of like it solidifies our own thought process, right? And that's the thing that I think got so many of us hyped, myself included, that it's like, oh, finally we've been, justified or, verified almost in our belief. And so that's where I think all that emotion came from last night. Of course, a little bit of money thrown in there too, or, on paper wealth generation, but it's more about believing in something and kind of having it solidified by people, who are looked upon, in the space. And I think that was pretty awesome last night. So thank you for that.
Well, I sounds like the original creators are here. What an amazing idea to do it in the first place. They're so far ahead of their time. Look, all I am is a dude with, too much money, buying stuff. I've done nothing. So I mean, I try to be ahead of different trends. So, but I'd love to hear from people who've actually done something real and not someone like me.
Absolutely. Well, we definitely want to get into that a little bit tonight. We've got a whole bunch of the people from the team in the room, a bunch of artists. If we want to, I don't know if Travis, if you want to speak, or
sorry, I was making coffee. That's why I wasn't talking earlier. I'm making coffee right now.
Travis, to put this in a little bit of context, Travis missed the entire thing last night. I think
so there's a trend here, right? Like Adam, you see the trend, right? There's now been 3 events. They're like, when I take time off, everything blows up. So I'm taking next week off as well. The first time I quit my job, right? And I was like, great, I'm gonna go offline for like a week. And the very next day after my last day, the Curio rediscovery happened. And I'm glad I had to quit my job because it was a full-time task to catch up with what's going on and help out the rapper and get everything kind of, moving again.
Well, let's say what it really was, Travis, which was you put out a tweet like on Friday. I'm
last
done
day of
with
work.
my job, last day of work. I wonder what's next.
Yeah.
Right?
And then the next day, like Slade, I think, whoever it was, discovers Curios, or Die Aping, discovers it Curio again and, makes it big. People thought I knew.
Oh, I thought for sure you knew. I thought
I was being coy.
You were like being coy. Kind of
wink.
like Daryl was saying, the guy from Ethereum. He knew it was coming. Like he relaunched his website. He knew it was coming.
No, all the stuff was just up. I've just been paying for the website for no particular reason. Well, I left it up as a resource, as information, right? If you had old cards, you're like, what was the contract address again? I need to
and we were actually
I just left it up as a resource.
It was actually super helpful that it was flipped up because we were still using the information on that site for stuff we were working on tertiary that nobody cared about either. So thanks for keeping it up.
That's the theme with Curio and related projects. Was like when we started this thing, just nobody cared. I was joking. I said something like, "Hey, there was like $500,000 of trades the other day, apparently, for the thing that they hated when it came out." And I had to correct myself. People didn't care enough to hate it. It just NFTs weren't really a big thing in 2017 in a larger context. It definitely existed. Like Rare Pepe was an absolutely enormous project for the time. It was scaled to the time. And there just wasn't really an NFT experience yet on Ethereum.
Well, I think there's no doubt, like what Daryl said, it's you were ahead of your time, and I think we've talked about that a lot, about just like how it never happens, almost never happens, where you try to start something and it fails, and then somehow it comes back later. It's like it never happens, and so
all those people who did like the personal computer, 10 years before Steve Jobs, and it failed, they didn't get nothing. It's very rare. I think it's just the type of asset, the way this works, that archaeology can exist on the older project.
Do you want to give the people maybe the 1 minute kind of overview about, just in case they haven't heard a story or a podcast with it, about how you guys kind of formed the team and got started?
Yeah, is Rhett on here?
Oh man, Rhett's invisible. I put his name in the thing, but I recognize.
You never know.
There's zero chance. You never know. He might.
He shows up sometimes. Well, I mean, Tom's here obviously. So like me, Tom, and Rhett were at a bar, El Rio, and it wasn't like overnight. We've been talking for a while. Me and Tom organized something called the San Francisco Bitcoin Meetup Group, and we had done an art show, like a physical. We had a gallery space. We were actually the first people to put art in that space. They were remodeling it. We actually had to help paint the walls like the day before, getting it all set up. And Dorian Nakamoto, who was this guy that Newsweek said was Satoshi Nakamoto. He was there, and I have like a picture of him, like Satoshi Nakamoto painting the walls, getting set up for this art show. A couple years before, there had been a craft show that the group had done. So there was kind of the idea, let's do like an art show, and obviously Rare Pepe was a really big project at the time. So we were talking at El Rio, where we did an event once a month at El Rio. And just the idea of like, what would it take to do an online digital art show? And it didn't seem like a crazy idea to us. We see Rare Pepe, we talk all the time, we see these projects, the idea that you can take a piece of digital artwork and do what you can't normally do with digital objects, make it unique. The same way a Bitcoin is a collectible, right? The same way Ethereum, Ether is a collectible. And that seemed fine. So a lot of people were doing it. It was a non-fungible contracts were a thing. So we decided to do Curio cards with some artists that we knew, as well as the idea would be we'd reach out to anybody who wanted it to be an artist, try to kind of create like an open way of submitting. In fact, that's how Robeck ended up releasing artwork. I didn't know Robeck before we started Curio cards. He found Curio and amazing artwork, and wanted on. So he made some cards. And then, we released it. We did 30 cards. It was kind of like a art show of 30 pieces over a couple of months. We released them every Tuesday, like one or three, or depending on if it was every we released them, and it was a fun project. Like people that showed up really enjoyed it, but it didn't really get that much reach. There wasn't really a large enough market. Nobody really was that interested. And I did podcasts at the time. And the main thing that I kind of get stuck on, which is sort of explaining to somebody why NFTs have value. Just that idea that, but wait, it's a digital picture, but I can download it. Why would I care? There's kind of that whole thing is like, no, it's the other token, and that represents your ownership.
It's almost like that is finally.
That's understood.
It's like that took years, and it took years, and now it's. In the last 3 months, it's like it's understood, right?
Yeah, everyone who's in space gets it. There's like no debate. Obviously, people external to crypto still, don't quite always get NFTs, and there's some weird takes out there. But anybody who knows crypto knows NFTs, and it's pretty straightforward. At the time, I'm talking to like crypto people, and they didn't really know what I was talking about. But I think it was just a little too early of an idea.
So when you did that, you said Robeck was you had this is one I always get confused on.
Are we just here in dead? Oh, does somebody ask me questions? Sorry, my internet's fucking garbage right now.
We're just talking about you.
No, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
I think you should talk about Crypto Pop, and then maybe circle back to me or Thomas. Anybody.
Actually, why don't you tell us about?
We're not.
So
what was the question thrown at me? Sorry, my internet's been garbage. What did you say, Travis?
I was going to ask about.
I feel like it's all.
And how the artist.
Like Adam died, and he's like the only person that can hold a conversation and keep it going. Adam, are you here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to be Adam now. All right, that's really interesting story, Travis. So here's something that I have a big question for Thomas. How's it feel now, like to see some of this stuff take off now? Do you feel fulfilled? You're like, yes, I'm right. Like this was worth the time and effort for us to collaborate on this.
Well, as you know, Robeck, each week on Tuesdays, we would launch the new Curio cards, and Travis and I would get together for a YouTube show that I think was watched by Moon, Robeck, and that was it. So
yeah, like 4 viewers.
Yeah, and we would get on there each week, and I think if you look at the cards, I think if you look at it backwards, we had a really good plan, right? We had the first 10 cards. We were kind of trying it out, seeing if we could maybe raise money for the company and just try out this idea of digital baseball cards, right? So just like movies or anything else, you have a day, you pick Tuesday, and we're like, new card Tuesday. And we would get together and we would try to sell these new cards, and you guys can look at the blockchain yourself. These cards didn't sell. So it was pretty disappointing in the time. I'd even, Rhett is such a good programmer, and Rhett, I can say, make digital baseball cards, but it's Rhett that made it possible with the code. So for a long time, I'd worried that I'd wasted Rhett's time and that I'd interfered with Rhett's ability to make money and all that kind of thing because, we didn't have any money for the company. And it's really great now that Rhett, is a part of a big project and that it was worth his time. And I think Travis also got some rewards from working on this project. So I think it's really rewarding and as well as the artists are finally getting some recognition. And it's neat. Lots of people are saying things like, Crypto Pop, Crypto Graffiti, Robeck, Philippe. These artists didn't stop working in 2017. And they're just so excited to see that, they worked on this project, then they worked on some other projects. So yeah, it's really gratifying and just welcome to all the new people. And I'm glad you guys like it so much. It's really nice.
Do you guys hear me now, or am I still?
I can hear you, Adam. I can hear you, Adam.
I think
I can't hear Adam at all.
I got to put in a special request.
Is he talking? I guess I should refresh.
I think we've got to have Robeck bounce off and on. I think what happens is sometimes Twitter Spaces is a beta product, so sometimes it splits
are you serious?
into two spaces, and there's a little bit of delay. And either Robeck's doing the greatest troll job ever, and he's just messing with Adam, and he's like talking over you for fun, which is totally within his range. But yeah, I think it's more likely we had a server split. But go ahead, Adam. We can hear you.
Yeah, I figured. I figured it was Robeck. He did have me download something before we got on here, so I figured he was just messing with me. But did I lose you again? Please, somebody say 100 in the thing so I can see. All right. Robeck's laughing, so I know he's still there, man.
But yeah, we were trying to sell the cards each week, and then like Travis said, Travis went to all the VCs and we tried to pitch them and made speeches, went to meetups and all the kind of things that you could do to make a startup happen. And we were in San Francisco, all that kind of stuff. And we just couldn't get it to take off. And,
Travis, can you let me hear that pitch, Travis, where you're telling me you're going to sell cards for 50 cents. For 50 cents, you're going to give the artist how much? And how much are you going to make?
Yeah. I had to order my elevator pitch now because I haven't done it in forever, but I had it down to nice quick 30, and I thought it was pretty good. Create an ecosystem, right? Make money on trades. But yeah, there just wasn't really any interest. We put a lot of effort into this thing, a lot of time, a lot of heart, a lot of our attention, as Tom said, a lot of our time. And it feels really great to have it be recognized for its historical role. if nothing else. And to see that translated, and what's really nice too is because the dream always at the very beginning was, you know, we're not going to make money on selling the cards. That money's for the artists. They created the cards, etc. It's going to be an open platform. Anybody can submit art, etc. But there's going to be like secondary effects, right? There's going to be trading places. There's going to be marketplaces. There's going to be, you know, I don't know, licensing, whatever. There's going to be like secondary effects. There's going to be an economy around this thing, and that's where a company can exist.
Yep.
Now,
but did you ever think about making 10,000 avatars and doing that? I mean, did that ever cross your mind, brother?
No, because CryptoKitties hadn't come out yet, but there were people, there were kind of like similar ideas, and we're kind of trying to stay away from that generative art at the time. But I do like CryptoPunks, and I do like generative projects, but like the idea of like,
we were before all of that. There wasn't any generative art for us to copy. We couldn't say, oh, just make it like Crypto Punks, make it like Mooncats.
Yeah.
No, there was rare
there's
Pepe
ideas existed
on
outside of. Sorry, I think I'm talking over Tom.
Yeah, there was Rare Pepe on Counterparty, and it was kind of similar. It was a baseball card kind of project where you'd have a face card, and then you'd print, you know, a certain number of those cards, and that fit very well into, you know, my baseball card collecting background, as well as Magic cards. There'd been Spells of Genesis, which was another really early, very early NFT project, and it was kind of like a Magic the Gathering game that you could play with the cards. And then there were Rare Pepes that were just more collectibles. And we wanted to move right into that with the collectibles. But I think we should just keep telling the story here, kind of for people that are just maybe catching up. So, you know.
Yeah, go into like the first release of cards, the artists involved in the first release, and how that went down.
Guys, do you mind if I just ask? Guys, can I just ask one quick question before Mad Bitcoin sort of goes into that? Just real quick. Seeing as we have all the creators here, I would love to know this from the perspective of a newcomer into the space and fielding these questions when I'm, you know, trying to sort of, I guess, raise awareness to the project. Like, you know, you guys are talking about the Pepe stuff, and I think one of the other projects you just mentioned there was maybe before. So were they minted on? I saw somewhere Pepe was like minted on Bitcoin or something, or like. Yeah. Can we clear up all the FUD and like just explain like this is genuinely the first one on Ethereum?
On Ethereum, yes. So
platform called. Back, you know, we're talking way back when Bitcoin was all there was Bitcoin, and it was kind of the idea this is going to be the Omni platform, but there are things they couldn't do, so that's fine with the layer 2. And there was this project called Counterparty, and it was kind of like a colored coin, kind of like layer 2 thing, and it was the idea of it runs on top of Bitcoin, so it is Bitcoin, but it's a separate project called Counterparty. And Rare Pepe launched their tokens on Counterparty. I believe Spells of Genesis was also a Counterparty, and there wasn't really much else. When I was saying to kind of like other generative examples, I meant like non-crypto projects. There were other obviously digital art projects out there at the time, but in terms of like a token-backed, you know, censorship-resistant, etc. project, it was really just those two, and they were on Counterparty.
Got it. So basically, it's safe to say that Curio cards are the first art ever created on Ethereum, undoubtedly. Like that's fact.
Well, Daniel, I want to say that talking to most people, yes. Now, if you want to get really super technical, somebody put a couple of polygons on top of an Ethereum tile, and you can call that art if you'd like to.
Yeah,
so I want to just put that out.
That looks to me like someone playing the game, right? I mean, I'm not saying that like a beautiful. I'm not saying that a beautiful Settlers of Catan play board, like, oh wow, that board looks so great. I'm not saying that wouldn't be considered art, but the way I see those tiles, it looks like someone was just playing the game.
Yeah, I think it's about intent. I mean, I talk about it a lot. Like, it's just the intent. Did you make a game, or were you doing it? Like, this is the first trading card. It's not just the first like art project. It's also the first like concept of trading cards on Ethereum. And the way that the contract was modified by Rhett, like, and like the hacking that kind of went on to track individual like ownership of these cards, is basically essentially how 1155 protocol works now. It's kind of really super interesting. I mean, I say basically, but that's like a super like watered down version. I don't want to like.
It maps really closely. It's actually fun. This whole contract thing is really interesting to me because when Rare Pepe came out, no one looked at that and said, "Oh, that's not an NFT." Oh, that's, you know, there's another kind of NFT that's more NFT than this NFT. No one said that. Rare Pepe's was clearly an NFT. There was no debate, no discussion. It was the leading NFT project. If you were interested in unique, rare collectibles in the crypto world, you own Rare Pepe. It was not a debate.
I wanted to I'm gonna have to jump real quick, but I'm gonna interrupt and cut everybody off because Travis, you're talking about building this whole ecosystem and like all this centralized trading platforms and stuff like that. And I think one of the things that we talk about a lot in some of these interviews, if people have time for them, is like how being first wasn't necessarily the best like thing for all of us, like across all the different projects we were working on, but all the visions for the things that we were trying to do, or like from what you guys were trying to do and like spin-offs and stuff like that, have come to fruition now in the past like 2 to 3 years, and those protocols and standards have been developed. And there was an interesting conversation about earlier that somebody brought up related to like the CryptoPunk stuff. Like, well, what if somebody, they fielded a hypothetical, like, what if Coke decides to DMCA this card? Well, all those services were actually built a while back for Curio to be supported as a decentralized trading index, and it's kind of interesting that those are still supported, and unwrapped cards actually have a lot of utility and that they can still be censorship resistant from like a platform perspective. Anyway, that was the
wrap,
one.
Yeah, and even the wrapped ones too, right? Because like I don't
for sure
control the wrapped cards. There's a deployed contract. That's it. It's done. The ecosystem idea was we thought we'd have to make an auction house, right? We thought as you're saying, being first has its challenges. We thought we're going to have to make a trading house or make a trading platform. That required serious capital, serious time. But now OpenSea exists, and Curios are on there, and they're trading, and they had $500,000 in volume yesterday or today, and we have a 1% fee going to the artists on that, and that's just beautiful. That's everything I wanted. It's amazing.
So I think we should talk about some of the technical background of the Curio cards here. Even though Rhett isn't here, we can do just a basic overview so you guys understand kind of what you're really buying here. So at the time we were making these, there were ERC20 tokens, and they were mainly used for ICO. So people would sell kind of like stock of a company, and sometimes it would go well and sometimes it would go badly. And you could sell these on the Ethereum blockchain, and you could hold them kind of like you would hold a stock certificate. So what Rhett did, and we had discussions about this as a group, this is a team project. But what we talked about is we said, first of all, we're like, it should be one card. Like, I don't want half a card. I don't want 0.1 of a card. If you tear the card in half, I'm not interested in it anymore. So Rhett did some magic, and he made it so that Curio cards were locked at 1.0. This was so big at the time, there was an exchange that you could kind of trade on. It was a decentralized exchange called Ether Delta. And Ether Delta's code, we broke it because they were expecting something that you could cut up into pieces like Bitcoin or Ethereum, where you could have a 0.1 or a 0.01, right? And with this, it was like, no, it's a card, it's 100%. So that's one of the things that we kind of, revolutionized there that Rhett, created. The other things, like Robeck were saying, how to keep who owns the card, the ownership of the card. A lot of this had to be written in the very early versions of Solidity, coding language for Ethereum. They didn't even have proper kind of if-then statements. It was very primitive what Rhett had to do, and it was very complicated. So some of the other ideas, we had the art.
The vending machines.
The vending machines.
I remember the vending machines were a huge technical lift. There's some really weird, interesting things happening in the code to make those work.
So
and now that's like the mint function on an ERC 721. That's now become a standard.
Yeah, we didn't have a standard. So when it was time to sell these, what Rhett did, like Travis said, is he created a vending machine. So the vending machine created, let's say, 2,000 of the Apple cards, the number 1 card. And then they would just be there in the vending machine. So as a company, we would have to, if we wanted to buy these things, we'd have to buy Ethereum, send it to the vending machine, and then it would send the card, the ERC20 token that represents the card, back to your wallet. So that's something that we also kind of invented, or were one of the first people to do. Also, the cards were stored in IPFS. So that means that the image for the card is stored on many computers and is distributed all over the internet. So even if like people were speculating if Coca-Cola sued us or Wendy's sued us, we really can't do anything. It's kind of out of our hands. The token's on Ethereum, the card image is on IPFS. The thing runs itself. We can't really stop it. So
the IPFS thing is interesting for like there's 3 big things that I think about that. First of all, like Rare Pepe wasn't on IPFS. I'm almost positive. So we were more decentralized and you have to say more NFT-ish than them, right? It was more non-fungible. And the other thing is you still see projects get this wrong. You'll still see projects put like URLs in their NFT token projects. And that means like if that website goes down, or if it gets taken over, or Coca-Cola shows up, that NFT is going to suddenly be not as, censorship resistant and secure and yours as you thought it was. And then, like, lastly, that saved us, right? I mean, when Curio was rediscovered, the fact that anyone has the original full high resolution raw image files at all is because it was on IPFS, and there were nodes around, and we were able to recover the files that way. I have a new computer. I didn't have I'd have to like dig through old hard drives or something to try to find those. But no, it's fine. That's not me or Tom or Rhett that's backing up these images. They're running on IPFS.
So were you this I hadn't heard before. Is Curio then the first NFT that used IPFS?
I think it is. I mean, it's the first NFT on Ethereum, right? Yeah. I know that Ethereum certainly didn't use IPFS, and I'm pretty sure we are, because I remember like talking to Red about this thing, like we should use IPFS, because I had seen what's his name, Juan Bennett, the guy who does IPFS. I had been at one of his talks, and I was really blown away by the platform. And so we were talking about how we could use this to essentially store large off-chain data, and like that's perfect. These image files are enormous.
What's interesting?
It wasn't. We didn't copy like, oh, hey, these people use IPFS. We should use IPFS. I think we invented that as well.
What's interesting about this, Travis, from like a perspective of like current, I guess, NFT stuff, like IPFS gets a lot of hate, and it should in some ways, just because it's really not an optimal platform for things, because you have to like encourage people to like host these files. But
yeah, someone's got to run the node. Yeah.
But what's interesting about this is like this. People are still issuing stuff on IPFS. There's other solutions that are coming out of it, like people are trying Arweave and other like ways to do decentralized file storage. But like this is kind of like the tools you had at the time, if you're trying to do the whole decentralized like mindset, it was the only option available, and it has become the norm across it has become like part of the lore and the press and like all the stuff for NFT. If you're not hosting the images on decentralized servers, then do you even really have an NFT? And then you get into like more arguments about whether like the art is just a representation of the token or whatever. But like it's really interesting because these concepts are like all hosted. Like a lot of these platforms now too just host on IPFS, right? That is wild to see like how broadly that mindshare kind of expanded across projects.
Well, it just makes sense. It was the best option, and since IPFS is kind of like the first half of this larger thing, right? They're releasing Filecoin and there's other integrations, and eventually they'll be able to run an IPFS node, decentralized, right? You don't have to convince people to run a node. It could be like, paid for out a piece from the project, like whatever. And that's happening now, finally. That was on the roadmap way back then.
Well, and as you guys can see, IPFS served us perfectly, because even if the company went out of business, the image would still be there on the internet. One of the other decisions like this that ended up really helping the project, and is probably a lot of the reason why everyone's here, when Rhett and I and Travis looked at Ethereum, it was pretty obvious that Ethereum was going to get jammed up and full, and it was going to have scaling problems, and that was going to lead to very high fees on Ethereum. And as we were selling these cards for $1 a piece, maybe thinking 5, maybe thinking 10, in the future, that wasn't going to cut it if the fees were $5 or the fees were $10. So one of the ideas we were kicking around is that we could make a copy of Ethereum, and we'd call it like a Curio Ethereum. And as everyone who makes a copy of one of these cryptos knows, the best part about it is you get all the coins, right? You get to have a pre-mine or whatever you want to do, like they did with the real Ethereum. And if we had done that, no one would know about this project right now, because the company would have been hosting the servers to mine the thing. And when the company went out of business, the servers would have been turned off and the project would have went away. But instead, because we put the Curio cards on Ethereum, I think Travis could tell this part, but Travis was starting to kind of close down the company, and we just left the vending machines out there. So Travis, what happened next?
Yeah, I remember pushing for staying on Ethereum, because I figured even though it didn't exist that much, we needed to be with the ecosystem. We needed to be where the people were, where the products were. I had met with some of the OpenSea co-founders at the time, like they were working on coming out, like this stuff was going to happen. And the vending machines, we didn't have the ability to take them down, but also, actually, I think at the time maybe we did. There was a whole thing with the keys. I can get into that later. But yeah, we left it all up. It was all there. And if somebody, whenever you rediscovered the project in March, if they had shown up and there were no cards to buy, it's like, oh, here's an interesting fact. Anyone have cards? No? All right, whatever. Instead, it was like, hey, there's this thing, and if you like go on Etherscan and like load the API in the contract and interact directly with it because they took down the vending machine interface, you can like get these cards. There's some available. Quick, go. They became this huge scavenger hunt, and now all these people have cards. That liquidity being still available is what enabled all the new collectors to buy a part of that discovery and be a part of Curio, and not just happen to like call up OG holders back in the day and say like, hey, snap your cards. They were there. They were available.
The other thing that was so amazing about the rediscovery is that one person didn't just buy them all. Instead, they created instructions on how to buy them and shared them with other people, helping us to spread the thing, create a market. I think Roback has something to say, though. Go ahead, Roback.
Well, hold your thought for a second, Roback. I just want to, because a lot of new people have come in the room. I just wanted to welcome everybody. We're talking about Curio cards and the kind of rediscovery of Curio cards after its initial launch in 2017. In May 2017, Curio cards was basically the first art NFT project on Ethereum. Beat CryptoPunks by about a month. And so in the last couple of days, there's been a lot more activity. Gary V started buying up cards. Daryl Morey started buying up cards. So there's been a lot of activity. And so we just wanted to create a space where everybody could kind of meet the team and the artists were involved. And so that's where we are. And we'll have a Q&A a little bit later. We're just going through kind of a little bit of the history right now. So Robic, who is one of the artists, I'm going to bring you back up. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry. I'm going to probably bounce out of here in about 5 minutes silently. But the one thing, I just want to touch back to the IPVest thing because I think it's just interesting. A testament to that is that somehow the cards still were like available to view the art in 2021 when people rediscovered it, which is really freaking cool. Like if Travis had like shut down the service, like the servers and stuff like that, like people could still, like people today, I don't know, but there were people still posting the file.
There were some nodes run somewhere. Yeah, there wasn't any. There wasn't. I think I did have a node, but it was actually not working. We dug it out, and it's like, oh yeah, this thing like is seized up. Someone was hosting the node somewhere.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge testament and like a huge validation, I think, for like just even going down that route. And that was all I was going to just add to that to bookend it. But yeah.
So guys, if someone asks us about the project, is it like factually? Can I say it's the first like NFT collection ever on Ethereum, or will I be burnt at the stake by like some random old?
Well, people are going to burn you with that because basically the project called Etheria was definitely first on Ethereum.
It just wasn't art. Is that right?
It wasn't art. That's exactly right.
Okay, got it. I'm just trying to make sure I'm factual.
Picture Settlers of Catan, and there's going like those tiles, the land tiles. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. Okay,
well,
thank you guys.
It's a pretty amazing story too. The guy makes it all by himself, and he lists all these tiles, and you can buy the tiles. And then the internet finds it, so they buy all the tiles. But what I love about this one is they find some kind of an alternate, like a beta version that he put out there, and then the internet buys all of those tiles too. It's just a great story.
Like kind of like a fun fact about Ethereum back in the day. There were testnets, but they didn't really work. You couldn't really know if it was going to behave the right way as the mainnet. But also, like, there was no action on the network. It cost like nothing to deploy. So you would just like deploy your test code to Ethereum over and over and over again until you found the one you liked, and then you deploy like, here it is, the final version. So he had like 2 or 3 test versions deployed before because it was just an early project, and that was totally normal at the time. And now it creates this whole complicated lore around the tiles. Which version do you own? Is it the latest version? Is it the last version? Is it the supported version?
Yep, I think it's and obviously that happened with Curio with card 17B.
Yeah,
and an extra minting with card 17B, which for I think collectors it's one to collect. I just talked to Daryl today, and he wanted to get the B because he wants all of them, right? So there's the 30 originals, the 31s, which are
there were 3 that were misminted. Actually, 17, 18, and 19 were all double minted. But only 17 was sellable.
Gotcha. There you go. More history, guys.
The other one, 17 itself was fine. I think it was actually a problem with the other 2. But we just, Red just redid the whole thing because it didn't matter. It was, nobody was like, oh, but this one came out an hour before, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cared about that stuff back then.
You told me a little bit about that because you guys had different pricing tiers, right? So the first, I don't know, say the first card number one, there were 2,000 total supply. The first, 500 were one price, right? You were trying to get people to kind of ape in at the time, right?
Yeah,
so
the idea that you want an early bird pricing. It's kind of like Kickstarter. They had essentially multiple vending machines for the earliest cards. It was so much work because the card is one deployment and the vending machine's a deployment. So 3 cards is 6 deployments. And we do that every week. And the first couple of weeks, there were actually 3 tiers per card. So that's 3 vending machines for each card. So that's 12 contracts you have to deploy perfectly within a very short period of time because people were watching the deployer address. You could buy cards before we even announced them. Even back then, that would happen. So it was an intense amount of work, and the tools were terrible. Like, there's no all the amazing deployment tools that exist now. I think Rhett was literally like copy pasting code into a browser tool or something. So it was a lot of work to deploy these things.
That's so awesome.
Many hours of very precise, detailed, painstaking work. It's actually kind of shocking that only 3 were misprinted.
Well, actually, while we're on the misprint, there is the interesting, because I think from a historical perspective, this is interesting. I believe there was one, I think it was a woman who bought 17B back in 2017. Is that right?
So when we looked at it, it didn't seem to be ultimately that big of a deal because it appeared that no one had bought it originally at the time. We had rolled the new one out in time. We didn't tell, it was fine. But it turned out, I guess, one person had actually bought a card. I think we just gave them one of the regular 17s, and that was easier than creating like a whole complicated double 17 wrapper situation for the use case of one person.
Yeah, it was amazing to see that happen in the Discord chat when she put up the address and she had the old address, and we're like, that's not possible. And they were like, well, I guess it is kind of technically possible.
So wait, does she still have does she still have that?
She has the only OG, bought in 2017, the 17B, I believe. The thing about you're probably
literally just
on the blockchain.
One card?
Yeah, maybe it was 5 or something. I think she bought a bunch because it was like $1. You spend like $5, you get 5 cards. So the vending machine works. But the interesting about this is you're probably thinking how do you not know it's the blockchain? You probably just look at the contract. The thing is these contracts are so old, and Red had to do so much fancy coding to get all this stuff to fit in there that the ERC20 contracts we're using, they're not ERC20, they're hacked and modified, and they're not compliant. They're not fully compliant with modern ERC20 standards. So Etherscan, they're looking for this sort of special event that happens when you transfer a card, and the original Curios don't do that. So it actually makes it very hard to track down when cards are transferred in Etherscan.
That's a special.
The old native ones, the wrapped ones are fine.
Curio anonymity. But I think while we're talking about card number 17, we should get Luis up here, Crypto Pop, who created card number 17, and I think has a very special announcement about a brand new Crypto Pop card. Luis, are you with us? Oh, he unmuted and he muted. Let's see.
Well, while he shorts out, also I love those cards. I think they're, and really want someone to prove me wrong, the first dog tokens on Ethereum.
I like to think they are.
Welcome to
What's
Luis,
up, man? Thanks for
Crypto
joining, dude.
Pop, all the way from the Philippines.
Hey, guys.
How's it going, Luis?
Hey guys, so there's a little bit of lag on my side just because I guess I'm freaking 8,000 miles away from wherever you guys are. So it's been a pretty amazing journey as always. Like every time I kind of jump back into the Curio Cards community, I am constantly kind of in awe of kind of just how many more people have become aware of it. And actually, just as we were talking in this Twitter space, I actually sold a bundle of Curio cards on OpenSea that included one of the pieces that didn't make the cut. So I've got 3 of my dogs, and then a 4th dog cartoon from 2017 also that didn't make the cut back then. And I just sold it for 6.9 ETH. Which I thought was a fun little price. And Yeah, so that's I mean, it definitely seems like the world is starting to, or at least the NFT art community is starting to give the project the recognition that it deserves. So that's pretty fun, and yeah, I'm here to support whatever you guys do next. Like I've said that multiple times, by the way. That like I'm this is kind of a really exciting space for me. Like I'm both a crypto business person and a crypto artist, so I can see kind of great things ahead for this project and for the team that was behind it. We were definitely early, but I think it's our time now.
That's amazing that there's this card that it's kind of the original three that's now available again. I also think like was it Roback or somebody was talking about posting like the original art files. There's sort of all this sort of lore around the cards themselves that is valuable. I don't think like we're kind of Curio is sort of the beneficiary of not only amazing artists but also just sort of people respecting the NFT space in general. To sort of understand like this is a real thing. So what's the first one, right? Because it's a real thing, I care about these early projects.
It's also interesting to note that Luis's card number 17 was also the UASF card, which was about the user-activated soft fork in Bitcoin. And that's actually when Bitcoin forked into two Bitcoins, Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. And it was really interesting that Rhett accidentally had the error on this card. And now there's the 17 and the 17.
I think it was on purpose.
Well, it's like me tweeting, I'm quitting my job, and the next day Curio like relaunches, right? The one card that's forked is the fork card. There's a couple of these, just kind of unbelievable coincidences where you assume that we're all just trolling you.
I think that's part of why the project is so cool is because it is so different. Not only was it the first, but then you look into it and you're like, wow, there's so much like like stories in the creation of this, and it's like the energy around the project is so great because it's literally the polar opposite of most things that get brought out, which are kind of like short-term cash grabby kind of things. And then you look into this, and I felt like I was trying to collect like the freaking Horcruxes in Harry Potter or something. It's like this like mythical. It's like these mythical things, and yeah, so I just think like you guys, the energy around you guys as creators is like really positive, and I think that people can sense that, and like there's nothing being sold to you. You're just like, oh my god, I've discovered this crazy thing.
I 100% agree with you.
For better or worse, a lot of the modern NFT products can kind of look around what's out there and kind of copy bits and pieces and put it together in new interesting ways as well. But there's a lot of like prior to rely on, and when this was being put together, there's a lot of figuring it out for ourselves in the beginning. So there's a lot of kind of really kind of fun, weird, things in that journey. And the artists brought information, and there was a lot of the community brought information. We had a Discord channel back then. There was that's how I met Roback, and the direction the card took was based on that feedback as well. You can even look at like the 1 through 10. They all have weird numbers, like there's 1,201, right? They're all kind of like odd numbers, and then the later ones are nice round whole numbers. And that's because based on the feedback and the experiment, kind of figuring it out as we went, we changed how it was determined how many cards were created. We couldn't just kind of look around and say, well, how's it done? What's best practice?
Well, and this might be a good time to go back to our first week, and Travis and I launched the Curio cards, and Rhett created the contracts and launched them on Ethereum. The first cards we launched were 1, 2, and 3.
Wait, hold on a second, Thomas. Before we move off of Luis, I have a question, and people been pinging me this like all week. Which does he have any comment on people's thoughts that he predicted the rise of dog-themed meme coins with his, Dogecoin, Moon Mission, SpaceX Curio card number 18? Luis, would you like to comment on it?
Yes. Yes, I did predict it. You're welcome, guys.
In all honesty, you can post your Doge address and get some donations.
In all honesty, guys, like I was a really big dog person, right? A lot of the early cartoons that I made kind of was very fixated on all of the different types of dogs that I could get my hands on to illustrate. Unfortunately, what's happened over the last 4 years for me is that I discovered that I was actually a little bit more of a cat person than a dog person. So now a lot of my inspiration is coming from our two cats that we live with. But that's, please don't hold that against me. I will always continue to love the original dog cards of the metaverse, as people are starting to call them. And if we ever do a series 2, I will continue to make dog cards.
I
No,
figure
I did
that
not
what you're
actually.
saying is the next big meme token are going to be cat tokens.
Yeah. And I think you can quote me on that one as well.
Dude, if there was a season 2 that was like somehow airdropped to holders, like this would just go like out of this universe, I feel like.
So this is the neat thing about Ethereum. This is the neat thing about the platform, and that kind of the side effect of a thing that was done 4 years ago that nobody cared about suddenly comes back, and everyone who was involved in it can still be there. The neat thing about this is like anyone can do that. Anyone can get together, contact the original artists. They can collaborate, find new artists, whatever, and they can make cards and airdrop them on holders by whatever mechanism they decide, or a community vote decides. Community could do it, or an individual could do it. That's something I really love about this space and how it works. A lot of like the gallery on Curio's website. I had an old gallery that wasn't working anymore, and Snow made a new gallery. I didn't ask him to. He just did it. That's something you can't get at like a company or a startup. I can't just go and be like, oh, hey, like I'm going to add something to Trello because why not?
So Travis mentioned the really weird numbers of the first couple cards. So going back to that first new card Tuesday, again, everyone was doing ICOs at the time. Everyone was raising millions of dollars selling allegedly tokens or shares in their companies. And so, we thought we were going to do that too. So I think for the first set, we might have done 200,000 of each one, and we priced them at $1. So if they would have all sold, we would have had something like $600,000 to run the company, to pay Rhett and Travis and myself salaries, and to really be a startup. Like we could get a ping pong table, that kind of thing. So we got out there, and
ping pong table first, salary second.
That's right, ping pong table first. So we got out there and we tried to sell them, and we linked them to everybody, and we sent them to all our friends, and all our startup people in San Francisco and the meetup people. And we said, hey, buy our cool trading cards on Ethereum. And
put it on the Bitcoin Talk forum. So that's how you announced coins back then.
Absolutely.
Bitcoin Talk forum.
Yeah, you could check it out.
That was the official place. If you weren't on Bitcoin Talk forum, it wasn't a coin release.
And you can read their negative response too. It's perfectly preserved forever. But yeah, people gave us a lot of. It's been really fun to watch this whole NFT thing explode, because so many people had to answer the questions that we were originally given. Why are these worth anything? Are they rare? Why wouldn't I just make a copy of the JPEG myself? These were thrown in our face almost immediately. And there wasn't a lot of sales, but there was a couple of people that were interested. Like Travis said, we had a Slack or a Discord or something. And Robeck was in there, Moon was in there, a couple of the other people who wrote some of the software, like Snow, like Travis was talking about. And but we just went out there and we sold the cards anyway. We had the first 10 or so were designed by my friend Philippe. He does many great Bitcoin photoshops and like old propaganda posters reworked for Bitcoin, stuff like that. So we worked them out. So do you want to talk, Adam, do you want us to talk about the meanings of the cards?
Nah. That's a mystery. Well, I like the way those numbers were determined. Like sorry, my cat feeder's going off here. Okay, it's done. The way the numbers are determined is kind of fun because at the end of the week, whatever cards hadn't sold, we just burned them. We just destroyed them. So that's why these weird numbers. But it kind of is this really fun inverse thing of the most popular cards. There were a lot of them. And the least popular cards, there were very little. The ones that nobody cared about are now the rarest. And the ones everybody loved are now common. And I kind of thought that was really funny at the time, but the feedback was that's not that funny. Also, I don't really know if there were projects doing like burn mechanics back then.
Yeah. Well, I think
we kind of were first doing a large scale burn mechanics as well. Like that was the primary way the card quantity was determined.
It's good for people to know, if you haven't heard this kind of story before, is that the artists later in the project were able to choose how many they wanted to mint of each card. And that's why, Robeck has his kind of layered numbering system, and Daniel, who did the kind of hand-drawn one, did his in a way, like he explained to me, he did, 333, 222, and 111 of his cards because of like a symmetry thing that he really liked. And now, so actually his card is the most rare, that one that he did 111 of, because I think 5 were lost to the bad rapper or whatever. So yeah, you want to talk about that a little bit? How you let the artists choose their own numbers?
Yeah, I mean the feedback was, obviously the picking based on the popularity was interesting, but it didn't quite work. It had an inverse effect. It wasn't the thing, and the whole plan was to really just hand over this thing to anybody who can create and add art, and that full vision was never realized, with the idea that it was going to be an artist-run creative endeavor. So it was clearly the right choice. I think also originally it was a technical limitation. As I said, Rhett had to deploy 12 to 6 different contracts each week, and to go in and do custom amounts for each contract was a very technically challenging thing. But he got better at it as we went along, so it also kind of became an option. That's why Crypto Graffitis, he has 2,000 of all of them, not because he picked 2,000, but because 2,000 was the default base number. So the ones that we had that were, that was kind of the max. But the ones that we said we're going to make more, and we made 100,000, really was, I think it was just there was 2,000, and then there was a larger contract of 980K, or 89K, sorry. So he got that, and then from there we were able to start customizing the number, and that was absolutely the right choice, because we had such a fun combination like what Robeck and Daniel did.
What were you guys thinking that you were going to sell 100,000?
The ICOs had way less technical expertise. They had way less community support. They weren't as good an idea, and they were selling for millions. So
and we didn't price these things at what they're priced at now. We weren't putting up there, hey, it's 4 ETH to buy a card. These were $1.
Yep.
Yeah, it could have happened. It could have happened.
Yeah, this was right before ICOs even really kicked off, or nor near the end. There were definitely ICOs have been happening, but it wasn't. It hadn't really kicked off too much. So I remember later on, people were saying when I'd go do those VC investments, they're like, are you going to ICO? And I'm like, we're selling a product. There's cards, and we definitely answered their question and thought about it and talked through them, but ultimately it didn't really make sense for the project. I was like,
I tell you, if you had somehow brought it to if you buy the card, you get some tokens which own the platform or something, you might have been onto something.
I mean, governance tokens weren't really a thing, but what I was saying about having the artists and community control, Curio, the name Curio, not only is it just kind of a fun word, curiosity, etc., but it kind of makes me think of curated. So the idea was also it was going to be a community curated project, and there was ideas for token mechanics around curation of what cards were approved, and we did experiment with that. We did some voting that didn't really go anywhere, and that's a governance token model, really. Before you had Snapshot, before you had all these cool voting tools, before you had governance tokens, it was utility tokens and ICO tokens were one thing that really existed at the time.
And if we had made Curio ETH, we would have had those tokens to give out. We could have
we had
given
done the
to more
fork.
people, but we didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom.
That's fine. I'm happy with this too. But let me go.
Wait! I didn't get that. What was that again? Repeat that. I didn't understand what.
Well, there's this idea we were going to fork Ethereum and just run our own Ethereum, and because Ethereum has a base token like ETH, right? We would get a base token, so that would be Curio ETH or whatever.
Oh my God! What a great idea!
Well, and I think this is what CryptoKitties did when they got the money. And then I don't think that it worked that well for them, and they might have re-engineered. I don't know what they did.
You kind of isolate yourself. They kind of discovered the thing. Yeah, they discovered the thing we were afraid of, which is you isolate yourself. You're not going to be able to build everything. You're not going to be able to convince everyone to show up. It's hard enough to get someone to install MetaMask. You're going to get them to install your fork MetaMask. I take MetaMask. MetaMask wasn't really an option at the time either.
They've done pretty well with what they did, right? So that could have been you guys.
I think CryptoKitties' biggest innovation was the token standard. the 721 really kind of pulling together people and creating a standard around a token, and then being a flagship for that token, I think was very clever. That made it an easy thing to interact with. Too. It gives you that community, gives you that ecosystem around that token standard they created. We had our token was like, we called it, a hack the ERC20. That's what we would say with old podcasts and stuff. You'll see me going like, oh yeah, we have a hack the ERC20. We thought that was kind of cool, but CryptoKitties showed the power of publishing an official standard.
So they say that the first 10 cards tell a story, but it's been lost. I'll do some really quick through the first 10 cards. Then I think, like Adam's saying, we'll go on and talk about the artist cards. It looks like we have Max up here, so maybe we'll go in kind of a reverse order because cryptography is not here. But the first card is the apple, of course. I have an English literature background, so everyone knows the apple represents the fall of man, the whole biblical thing, as well as Apple Computer. It comes first in the dictionary. There's a lot of great things about Apple. So we had to go
before Atari.
Absolutely, before Atari. So that was the first one. Then the second one, my computer's not working, but it was nuts and berries. The two cards there, which were kind of like sustenance, like to feed the animal, to give you strength, and are also a reference to an old Talking Heads song called Animals, where he says, they say animals are hairy, they're eating nuts, they're feeding on nuts and berries. So you guys can go check that out. After that, the cards get into kind of the basic.
Tom, real quick on the first ones, I also remember, and we didn't say this last time, I thought the berries also had a reference to it becoming the ink in the pen, in the later ones. Am I misremembering that?
That sounds awesome. Like I would go with that, but I personally don't have any memory of that. But I mean, I would.
I remember it was like a crafting thing, right? It was the Curio came and shared, right? They brought nuts, berries, and people took those things and they made things, right? Because they made the ink, and then the ink made the book, the clay made the sculpture, the paint made the painting.
I definitely feel that for the second set, but the first set I was mainly with the Talking Heads reference, and then just the idea of kind of food, like that you start out, you got your apple, you got your nuts and your berries. You could go pretty far
So
on
first,
this, like
first
protein.
food token as well, right there. First food token. Now, you know where all the popular food tokens are?
It's very
meta. You think pickles are great? You don't eat berries.
Dude, how many firsts are we going to come up with? It's going to be 85 firsts by the end of this Twitter space, man.
We'll have to have someone start a list. Maybe Daniel here will work on that. So like Travis said, after that, we got to kind of the building blocks of art, the clay, the paint, and the ink. And then from there, it went to sculpture that, like Travis said, you would make with the clay, painting that you would make with the paint, and books that you could make with the ink. But recently, something happened with this number 8 card. Travis, do you know anything that's been going on with this number 8?
You talking about the clean meme?
Yeah, the Mona Lisa.
Oh yeah, beneath we asked, hey beneath, we need a painting card, and beneath said great, and he pulled the Mona Lisa because that's the one you do. But we didn't. I don't think we specifically requested the Mona Lisa. We just said like, hey, let's do something with the painting. That'd be really cool. And now people are saying like, this is the first time the Mona Lisa was on blockchain.
And what's so great about this is so many articles use this as an example. They're like, it's like you took the Mona Lisa and put it on the blockchain. And
we did that.
We did that. So it's pretty funny.
Before any of the project they're talking about, we did it before that project.
Absolutely. And then there was a little thing in the chat. Somehow somebody said that it was a very clean Lisa. I don't know if
somebody was selling one. They were like, oh hey, I got some Mona Lisas. They're very clean. I don't know if it was just like they were joking or whatever, but it picked up. So now you got to get those clean Mona Lisas.
And there was tons of memes in the chat, and people were making images about the clean Lisas, and it was really neat. That was one of that was after the rediscovery, but that was one of the first really kind of neat, creative community.
A line that we would say back in 2017 were, and this was like the slogan: "Curio cards are always in mint condition."
That's awesome.
Because there was the baseball card and the comic book element. We talked about baseball cards and comic books, and Pokemon cards and trading cards, and there's this whole valuation around the mintness, right? The factor of mintness, and like there's a benefit digital right there. It's always mint condition. So all the curios are extremely clean.
Yo, guys, I don't mean to cut anyone off, but there was just 3 purchases right now. One for 18 ETH, one for 10 ETH, and another one for 10 ETH right now.
Bro, what was the 18?
That's
what was the
insane,
18?
The wizard sold for 18, barbarian sold for 10, and yellow sold for 10.
The wizard is a very pretty card. Looks beautiful art.
Is that a record? Is that a record? 18?
I think 18
That's
is.
gotta
Yeah.
be, dude. That's gotta
And
be.
the bard, here's another first. The bard is the first gift.
Of all time,
on
right?
Ethereum. Yeah, the first gift of Ethereum. Rare Pepe had gift NFTs, I believe, before that, but it's the first gift on Ethereum.
Well, not the bard, Travis. The ret card, the barbarian.
Oh, that's what you said. The barbarian.
Yeah, just confused. But they man, that's crazy.
The barbarian.
18 Ethereum for a 21 card, 15 Ethereum for a 22, and 10 Ethereum for a 23. All sold.
Oh wow, they just bought a 25 for 20 ETH right now. Holy shit!
Wow.
What?
Someone's getting a collection. Someone's
All
going.
right, now hold on a second, man. Now I'm going on the open sea because I got.
What are we doing, wasting our time on this chat? When
who needs to
people
talk
are
about
buying all
history
these
when we
things?
can talk about money?
Yeah. What the heck?
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the barbarian.
I agree,
the
I agree
22.
I agree with Daniel here. I think somebody is just trying to complete their set, and they don't seem to care about price. And
Well, whoever. I mean, Tom, obviously 21 is your favorite card, obviously, or maybe 20.
I like
22 is clearly my favorite card.
36,000, 30,000, and 20,000. That's
and 22 is wow. What did it sell for?
Yeah, so 25 just sold for
30,000.
20
So,
2 minutes
so
ago.
Travis, you remember when we used to have those shows, we couldn't sell these things for $1? What these guys
Yeah.
are trying to say is we just sold, I don't know, 4 or 5 cards for like 50 grand or 100 grand here, right?
Yeah, we would go on YouTube and beg people. We go on the Discord and be like, anybody want to buy cards? Like, I didn't buy cards, so I was trying to talk other people into buying cards. I spent months trying to convince people to buy cards.
And this is another one. You tell all your friends, you go to the meetups, you go to your family, you go to everybody, you're like, I'm making these really cool digital baseball card things on the blockchain, and I think they're really cool. Nobody bought them. Nobody's like, I'd like to get me $20 worth of that. Or, oh, can you show me how?
I think I did manage to talk a few friends into getting them, and thus preceded years of guilt because I figured I'd wasted their money. And now, strong friendship.
Dude, that's amazing, man.
Now the whole squad got Lambos.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So after years of me being like, I'm sorry, let me get dinner. Now it's like, shit, man, you get me dinner.
All right, so
you bought more than I did.
Not that the history matters, but let's keep rolling through it and let's try to ignore the whatever is happening out there. I don't know.
Dude, we can't ignore it, man. This is part of the.
Then we made
Luckily, I'm sure there'll be more.
Then we made the future card number 10, and that was kind of the end of the cards to try to raise money for the project. And if we had
we decided to let it ride. We weren't gonna burn that one. The idea was we just let 10 ride, and people could buy in it as they went, and it could kind of help fund things.
Yeah.
But obviously, that didn't happen. So we didn't use that money for that.
And after that, we started doing the artist cards. Ironically enough, we still are big Bitcoiners, of course. And the first cards we thought to do were all Bitcoin parodies. So Crypto Graffiti, our friend from San Francisco, is a great artist, does incredible work, better and better all the time, gave us number 11, which is BTC Keys. It's a parody of one of those British banks. I forget which one. And then number 12, Mine Bitcoin, which is, of course, MasterCard parody. Parodies are protected by Supreme Court law. And 13, BTC, which I think is the Citibank logo, one of those banks. But so those are some parodies.
Yeah, he sold shirts with those on them as well, and they got taken down. But the Curio cards didn't. He sold the stickers with that. All that stuff got taken down, despite it being apparently protected. But not the Curio cards; they're still up. And Crypto Graffiti, he was a part of the planning process for the art show we did the year before Curio. He's actually one of the big reasons why it happened. He approached me at El Rio and said, "Hey, I'm a Bitcoin artist," and I said, "What's that?" I heard of people selling art for Bitcoin, but I not heard of people selling art about Bitcoin. That's how early this thing was. And so we did an art show based on that introduction. And then the next year when it came around, not only did he do the first artist card, but he was also a big part of those discussions for how to make this thing work. So a huge contribution.
And just recently, Crypto Graffiti's been pushing out the space as well, doing NFTs on Bitcoin. He's been doing some really interesting stuff. He also did some Lightning payments where they would split the Lightning payment and give some of it to each DJ that was playing the set, stuff like that. So definite shout outs to Crypto Graffiti. I wish he could join us today, but he's not here.
Yeah, he's super innovative and
yeah, pay attention to him. Just like follow on Twitter. He's always been really
super innovative. I mean, I love his cards. I love them, and obviously up until this week, they were like the cheapest cards. I bought a bunch of them because I just love his work and what he does and how he pushes stuff forward.
And like way back, before Curio, when he first did those logos, he had like stickers, and people would like stick the stickers on like bank ATM for that bank. And that was like a huge deal at the time. That was like this huge like guerrilla marketing, thing, when it was legal or not. And it was like this really big, controversial, influential marketing moment for Bitcoin. And that was all him.
And we continued to market Bitcoin on Curio cards, continuing with more Philippe cards, this time doing some of Philippe's parodies, which, like you were saying about Crypto Graffiti, Philippe also sold these for t-shirts and things like that. We have Cryptocurrency, Code is It, very obviously a Coca-Cola parody. Number 15, Bitcoin, Good Old-Fashioned Digital Cash, which is a Wendy's parody. And then Bitcoin, Cryptocurrency, Peer-to-Peer, which is a Heineken parody. We already talked about 17, the UASF card that also has a fork, has a 17.
And if anyone wants to follow along on this, just go to gallery.curio.cards and you can see all the cards listed out.
We're also showing the cards on World Crypto Network on the YouTube channel and on the screen right now if you guys are following along on YouTube. Card number 18, Dogecoin to the moon, the three dogs on top of the Bitcoin rocket. Many people think predicted the future. And card number 19, this is one of my favorites by Crypto Pop. It's just got so much detail. It's got a dog, and he's saying, what coin should we pump next? There's a Monero reference in there somewhere. There's a dog slipping some coins under the table. It's just a great work, and it's instead of dogs playing poker, it's like dogs trading cryptocurrency. It's just super fun. And again, like this cartoony kind of style that he like. I really like the Crypto Pop.
I mean, so many people love those dogs and that style of. I've seen it just with people just buying it because they just love those cards, regardless of the tokens. Yeah,
the coins on the table. If you zoom in, each coin has a logo for what token it represents, and these were the thing in 2017. Like this was the market. These were the tokens, and some of them are still big. I think some of them don't really exist anymore. I can't recall what they all were.
It looks like
so there's like
BTC,
history. Each stack of coins is history.
DAS, XMR, LTC, and XRP. So yeah, a lot of those.
Got Litecoin on the table. Yeah. I mean, crypto never dies.
He's also got a dog with a pipe. Looks like there's a schnauzer in there. I'm all into schnauzers now.
First pipe on Ethereum.
First dog with a pipe. Disney wouldn't allow us to do that. There's no smoking in Disney movies. Then we went back to Philippe and again back to Bitcoin for the Mad Bitcoins card. At the time, card number 20, we hoped that we could use this card to raise funds for the Mad Bitcoin show. I could buy cameras and plane tickets and things like that. Again, that didn't really work out. But
were you able to get a pack of gum at least?
I don't think so. I mean, again, the artist royalties on this card go to Philippe now. And during the time period, we didn't really sell. Like there wasn't a lot that were sold, so it wasn't like let's buy Mad Bitcoins a camera. It was more like at this point we really tried to engage my audience, the Mad Bitcoins and the World Crypto Network people. But respect to my people, they are diehard Bitcoin maximalists. They don't give a crap about this Ethereum thing. So it didn't matter that I had really cool baseball cards and I was trying to trade them. They were not into it. Go ahead, Travis. Sorry.
Well, it's also, I think there was like Tatiana coin, which is like a fork of Bitcoin at the time. But besides that, and certainly on Ethereum, this is also like the first creator content coin, right? A coin for a like online creator, like it like represents, them and their project and who they are, and it helps fund their work, buying a camera, etc. There's a whole market around this now, these personal cards, these creator cards.
This might also be the first card with a human face on it, the first person card. It's been interesting because it is a Photoshop. Let's be clear, that's James Bond's incredible body put on the Mad Bitcoin's head there, and a great looking tuxedo. But still,
But the hat's all real.
Oh yeah, the hat's real, and I'm stuck with the face. But very interesting. Card number 20 went back to the Bitcoin here, and then we went to the Robeck cards. Maybe Adam could bring Robeck back up on stage here. Card number 21, the Wizard. Again, clearly kind of a Mad Bitcoins thing. Just really nice.
I love that those are back to back. I really like those are back to back. I don't know if that was planned. I don't know if Robeck knew about 20 when he was working on this series and put 21 first because of it. If we can get him back as a speaker, that'd be great. Because I love how those two cards touch in the deck.
I feel embarrassed by it, Travis. I tell you, I feel like every time I look at myself, what is wrong with me? And I do think, as far as like, if we want to be greedy, there's some really nice numbers in this set. So 21 is the magic number of Bitcoins, and it's also blackjack and everything. So I kind of think I wanted 21, but I think I also wanted 23 that Rhett's got, which is a great Discordian number. 2 + 3 is 5, and all of that. And 22 ain't bad either, Travis. Just to say, it's a
I
nice,
don't think you can get.
number.
I don't think you can get first greedy person on the blockchain. Unfortunately, Tom, I'm pretty sure there were some company people that beat you to it. I always really liked, like, as someone outside looking in, I've always really liked that those two cards were kind of a pair, kind of like a mini set. And if future plans to create sets of cards, I think there should be like a Mad Bitcoin set with those two, and I like that they are partners. I don't look at this and think, oh man, Tom caused this. Also, 20 is special too because it was released by itself. So it's number 10, number 20, and number 30. They were released singular. So like 1, 2, and 3, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. So it got the whole week to itself. 10, 20, and 30. They get the whole week to themselves.
Again, we were testing anything to try to get these things to sell, and nothing
Yeah,
worked.
we
We threw
full
everything
focus,
against
you
the
know,
wall.
spotlight.
Yeah, we tried everything we could. We love this idea. We love these NFTs.
Because now you just look at best practices, right? Say, what do the popular projects do? And you find new ways of mixing together. And we were forced to try a different approach. We just had to kind of experiment.
Well,
I think at 20, your 20 card is just about the coolest, picture you could ever have of yourself, right? So it's like
first gun on Ethereum.
First gun.
Maybe
right.
first bow tie on Ethereum too. It's hard to say.
Hey, bow ties are cool. But so there's 21, and then let's get back to Travis here with the open shirt, the Bard. Travis has a musical instrument, and he was to tell our story. Travis was going out into the world making speeches about Curio cards and stuff. Travis, anything else you'd like to say about your card, the 22?
Well, this one's unique in the Robeck cards for being the only one that's not an illustration. That's a photo.
That's a photo.
Yeah. Robeck drew all those other cards, but that's a. I mean, it's got a filter on it.
You're stacked.
That chin is exactly you, man.
I'm not saying there isn't like an Instagram filter on it. Obviously, the colors are popped a little, but.
And then we move on to card number.
I should
20.
also make it clear. I had no idea he was going to do that. I don't think, maybe you knew, Tom, but like when the cards were presented to me as here are my cards, I remember being surprised.
I think it might have been pitched to me that he was thinking about doing the team, and Robeck's listening, but also Robeck was big into the video game Gauntlet, and you can see here that these characters, the Wizard, the Bard, the Barbarian, very much kind of Dungeons and Dragons classical characters here. And if you go back to the YouTube video, Robeck made this incredible parody transition take of the Gauntlet television advertisement for the video game. And even at the end of the thing, it says like, buy your Curio cards. And I just thought it was the greatest thing ever. And again, we still, well, actually these ones, the story kind of changes, but go ahead, Travis.
Oh, I just say, I jumped on your stream, Tom, when you said they were running there. You can show people the video, maybe, if you think we have time for that side. I think the video is absolutely incredible. And I would consider it kind of part of these collections for sure. He was the only one artist that made a commercial to go with their cards.
Yeah, maybe Thomas can link to that or tweet it out.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
At some point. one question I had, and I just noticed it really for the first time. I know we're going to talk about 23 and Robeck with his animated GIF and stuff, but I just noticed the numbering on 22 and 23, how that numbering is different than the rest of the set. Can you guys talk about that? Was there some meaning to that?
I think that mainly it's the orientation of the Travis card, the way that Robeck drew it. The character's on the left, so we moved it to the right. So yeah, that's another unique thing about the number 22 card is it's the only card in the set with a number on the other side. I think, unless I'm wrong.
Gotcha. And I will say I did try to invite Robeck up, but obviously he can't come up. And he made it very clear. I think it was maybe a week or so ago when people were talking about, oh, the animated GIF, it only has like 2 images or whatever. And he made it clear that that was not his choice. He was being kind of limited by the text, I guess you could say. I don't know if you guys want to talk about that at all, what kind of limits he had on the text side.
Well, first,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Well, just looking at the Barbarian, we've got it up on screen here. As Adam is saying, it is, as far as we know, the first animated GIF on Ethereum, the first animated NFT, but it has very few frames. You can see Rhett is flexing and he's blinking. So yes, Robeck is very limited. But Travis, go ahead and tell us about the technical limitations that was holding Robeck back.
We're trying to keep, it was really just file size, trying to keep the file size down because we thought, I mean, the plan was we're going to make a lot of these cards, right? We're not going to, I mean, we did a run to 30 and then we were going to kind of retool and then do another 30 and then retool and do another 30. And we were going to take that iterative approach. And we started thinking about, man, like as you scroll through all these cards, you try to load the whole page and there's all of these huge images, these huge GIFs, it's just going to be a bad user experience. We really wanted to have, more flexible format to storytelling, right? We wanted GIFs. So it was just kind of like testing the waters, kind of putting our toe in the water. Because it's not like a normal product where you can try something that doesn't work, you pull it. This is on IPFS, it's on the blockchain, it's released. We have this card forever, and we have the technical debt of it forever as well. And we didn't know if anybody would really care about the GIF idea either. So he was kind of like the alpha beta.
We hoped it would sell the card, right? We every little change, we're like, maybe that'll make it unique. That'll make it, jump over.
And if it had been a huge thing, and I mean, he did sell out, of course, but I think it was mostly people were commenting they like the set, they love the art, they love the collection, and it's a very limited number. But if people were like the GIF did it, we definitely would have explored different ways of compressing GIFs and doing higher res. Because you see things on OpenSea, it's like huge high fidelity GIFs, and obviously the technology on that's gotten a lot better too.
So what were Robeck's numbers, Travis? You said they were lower than the others?
Yeah, he had like 500, and 250.
And what was so interesting about this, because Rhett would create the contracts, and then maybe like the next day or something, we would do the show, the New Card Tuesday or whatever we were doing at the time. So there'd be a little gap there where if you were really into Ethereum and you knew how it worked, you could kind of watch the contract and you could buy as soon as the contract was in there. This didn't really matter because obviously no one was buying these things. But on cards number 20, 21, 22, and 23, it all changed. Something about those low numbers of 500, 500, and 250. Somebody, and we still don't know, this is still a mystery to us, a true mystery. Somebody came in and almost bought all the cards. You guys can look it up on the blockchain. I think they bought 300, 150, something like that. They bought a lot of them. And we at the time, I thought it might have been our advisor, Rick Chan, that he had been really clever and just started aping in. We worried that it was like some kind of lost user who wanted to invest in an ICO and he screwed up and he bought these cards. And, we never, we don't have any kind of warranties or anything. We can't tell people to not buy these. Like when the vending machines were up, we weren't encouraging people to buy them, that kind of thing. But yeah, so the cards were already gone by the time we did the show with Robeck. You guys can watch that show. It's on Mad Bitcoins. And it's actually in the links below here in the description.
And I think this was, I know that the dogs and the Finite ones did well as well, but was it the first one to have a sellout, or did one of the dogs sell out as well?
No, I think this was our first sellout because what was great about the Robex cards is we could just take that Ethereum from the vending machine and then we sent it to Robeck. And we were like, great,
Yeah.
perfect. We paid an artist. We're done. The rest of them,
Yeah.
we never really could do that because we never really sold all the cards, and we didn't have any money personally. Still don't all that, but so yeah, we couldn't really pay them. This one, we could actually pay them. Robeck was excited. He was, like we said, Travis, I don't know if we talked about it that much, but Robeck was like our fan. Like Robeck and Moon and Snow and these guys, they were the only ones who liked this thing. And Robeck would actually send us art in the Slack, and they were like hand drawn things with like an angry raccoon, and he was like, "Give me my cards." And there's another one where he's got his jacket open, and he's like, "I got some of these Curio cards," and it was just so fun to have an artist engaging with the project. And he understood how they were like baseball cards and they were rare, but they were on the blockchain, all that kind of stuff. So Robeck was just really enthusiastic in the audience, and we asked him to do a set of cards.
I think it's just from a context perspective. What you just said, it's fitting, right, that his cards are now the kind of super valuable